Thus, the Qi was abuzz with excitement. The family that had found Zhao Zhao looked on with envy as she savored a large chicken leg in her left hand and warm milk in her right, their eyes reddening with jealousy. The villagers, who viewed her as an ill omen, watched Zhao Zhao attend kindergarten. Her ability to read and write, to fly in an airplane, and to dive underwater, swallowing hard. With envy, the citizens of Qi gazed in awe at the bustling scenes displayed on the celestial screen, marveling at the towering skyscrapers, exclaiming that celestial beings had descended upon them. The farmer's family, who had been visited, stood pale and trembling. Chapter 1. The system reboots. Into Qi, at Shanglu village. As soon as Zhao Zhao stepped through the courtyard gate, a shoe imbued with a pungent odor flew towards her. Zhao Zhao dared not evade. She could only shrink her small head and close her eyes as it struck her. Cautiously, she lifted her head to glance at the young woman sitting at the entrance of the main room, her small face filled with fear as she softly uttered, "Mother." The woman, with a sullen expression, pointed at the shoe that had just flown by. "Bring me that shoe." Zhao Zhao hurriedly squatted down, cradling the shoe in her hands, and scampered to stand before Zheng Shi. Zheng Shi snatched the shoe from her grasp and began to strike her with it. "Dare you call me mother again, you lazy girl? You've been gathering firewood for ages and have hardly collected any. You can't be comfortable unless you beat me. I see you're intentionally trying to anger me." Mother, too, didn't slack off. That I fell and couldn't get up. That's why she hadn't eaten anything all day and had pushed against the firewood for a long time before she managed to move it. Dare to retort? Have you learned to make excuses? The shoe struck her with even greater force. Zhao Zhao instantly fell silent, shielding her head with her hands, her small frame curling slightly as she endured the relentless blows, fighting back tears and remaining silent. "It's fine. It's all right." She was accustomed to this. As long as Mother could vent her anger, everything would be fine. "It's okay." Zhao Zhao could endure. Indeed, after a short while, Zheng Shi, panting heavily, ceased her assault, exhaling sharply as she slipped the shoe back on. However, before Zhao Zhao could breathe a sigh of relief, a head suddenly popped over the wall from the neighboring courtyard. A young man in his 20s lounged against the wall, cracking sunflower seeds, and chuckled. "Sister-in-law, you've stopped hitting the child? You can't even keep it up for a few moments. I suggest you use a stick instead of the shoe. It's less tiring and more painful." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao's body trembled uncontrollably. Zheng Shi shot a glare at the man, her expression darkening. "Mind your own business. Don't lurk around like a thief, keeping tabs on my family. How I discipline my child is none of your concern." Seeing the third son of the Zhang family irked her. He was always eavesdropping, knowing every little thing that happened in her household. "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, do you? I'm just trying to help. And you blame me." Zhang Laosan huffed, then turned his gaze coldly toward Zhao Zhao. "They say the scourge lasts for 1,000 years. This little calamity is quite resilient, isn't she? Get lost. I warn you, Zhang Laosan, if you spit your sunflower seed shells in my yard, I will not let this go." As she spoke, Zheng Shi picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it in his direction. Zhao Zhao fell to the ground, scraping her hands, causing them to bleed, and the pain made her shrink back. She dared not retort, lowering her head as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Once Zheng Shi retreated to the kitchen, Zhao Zhao cautiously sat up, gently blowing on her injured hand. She had little time to dwell on her sorrow, suppressing her pain. She prepared to fetch the broom from the corner. Just as she stood up, a strange voice echoed in her head. "System energy fully accumulated. Preparing to reboot. Estimated time, 2 hours." Zhao Zhao's eyes widened as she looked around, finding no one in sight. Why was there a voice? She clearly heard it, yet there was no one nearby speaking. Was someone talking? Unable to resist, she rubbed her head, but the voice vanished again. She suddenly recalled the old man at the village's eastern entrance, who was often muttering nonsensically. The villagers said he had lost his mind, frequently hearing things, and eventually going mad. Could it be that she too was hearing things after being struck? Was she on the verge of losing her sanity? Fear gripped Zhao Zhao's heart, her small hands trembling as they reached for her head, her gaze instinctively shifting towards the kitchen, contemplating asking Zheng Shi what to do. However, just as she turned her head, Zheng Shi's scolding voice rang out. "You lazy girl, what are you standing there for? Do you want me to beat you to death?" Zhao Zhao dared not delay any longer, disregarding the strange voice in her mind. She hurriedly grasped the broom, much taller than herself, and began to clean the courtyard with great effort. As she swept near the wall, a shower of sunflower seed shells suddenly cascaded down from the neighboring wall, landing atop her head. Zhao Zhao paused momentarily, silently brushing the shells off her hair, pursing her lips as she continued to sweep. Laughter erupted from beyond the wall. Huh. Zhao Zhao pretended not to hear, resolutely continuing her tasks. The small figure busily toiled without pause until the sky darkened. From the kitchen, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Zheng Shi, Hu Laifu, and their son Hu Baodun were enjoying their dinner, chatting and laughing together. Punctuated by the sounds of slurping. Wiping her mouth, Zhao Zhao barely had time to rest before Zheng Shi called for her. Lazy girl, hurry and come in to wash the dishes. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhao Zhao found the dining table stripped of even a drop of soup. There was hot water in the pot, but it was meant for Zheng Shi and the others to wash their feet. Zhao Zhao could only wash the dishes with cold water. She squatted down, breathing warmth into her palms, and as her slightly swollen hands entered the cold water, she couldn't help but flinch. Once the dishes were washed, Zheng Shi called for her again, asking her to fetch hot water for Hu Baodun to wash his feet. Zhao Zhao stood on a small stool, pouring some hot water from the pot, feeling a slight warmth for the first time. She savored this warmth but dared not linger, carrying the foot-washing water toward the main room. Hu Baodun, 3 years her senior, sat on a small stool, impatiently watching her. As Zhao Zhao removed his shoes and socks and placed them in the basin, he stomped down hard in the water, splashing her face, and erupted into laughter. You're so slow, you lazy girl. You are my child bride. You must learn to serve me from a young age. If you are this slow again, they'll dunk you in the water and make you drink my foot-washing water. As the 2-hour mark arrived, the system, now activated, buzzed with excitement. After being dormant for 2 years since binding to its host, it was finally ready to converse with its little host. However, before it could utter a word, it overheard the insulting remark, leaving it momentarily stunned. Who was this? What kind of little rascal spoke to a child in such a manner? What era was this allowing child brides? Where had all the education and virtue, intellect, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor gone? Wait, hold on, something seemed amiss. The system belatedly realized that something was wrong. In front of it stood an ancient figure. It had bound its host before shutting down. Clearly a modern individual, it couldn't be mistaken, could it? Moreover, its host was meant to be a cherubic and plump child, yet the one before it was emaciated, pallid, clad in tattered and flimsy clothing, with bloody scabs on her exposed toes shivering in the frigid air. The system set aside its concerns and hurried to investigate the cause. It remained silent, and naturally, Zhao Zhao was unaware that the strange voice in her head was about to resound again. At this moment, she finished washing Hu Baodun's feet and carried the water outside. Then, she proceeded to wash her face and feet with the cold water. By the time she completed all her tasks, the outside had already plunged into darkness. Zhaozhao has no room of her own, and she is compelled to sleep in the firewood shed, where the cold winds seep through every crack, rendering it impossible to ward off the chill. Lacking a proper bed, she makes do with 2 thin wooden boards joined together, upon which she lays a bed of straw. After a long day of toil, she finally finds a moment to rest. With a sigh, she reclines on the straw, covering herself with a tattered, thin blanket, and adds 2 additional layers of straw atop it, for this is the only way to avoid freezing to death during the night. Yet, despite her efforts, she still trembles as she attempts to sleep. At this very moment, the system, fully aware of the preceding events, gazes upon the curled figure of the little host, feeling as though it might shatter under the weight of despair. Chapter 2. The consequences of events. The system is overwhelmed with dread, sensing that calamity is imminent, as if it too might be destroyed. How could it have orchestrated such a colossal blunder, sending its beloved host back to ancient times? Moreover, she has become a pitiable young girl, subjected to abuse and neglect, deprived of warmth and sustenance. 2 years ago, Zhaozhao was the cherished daughter of Henan Zhou, the 3rd heir of the distinguished He family in Jiangcheng, Huagua, a family of significant standing within the noble circles that that time. Henan Zhou was in fierce competition for a promising project, with great prospects for success. Realizing he was outmatched, a rival resorted to nefarious tactics, targeting the innocent Zhaozhao. On the occasion of her 3rd birthday, amidst the bustling festivities at the He residence, this rival bribed an ex-convict to infiltrate the gathering and abduct Zhaozhao. Holding her hostage, he knew the He family would be hesitant to act recklessly out of fear. The motorcycle sped into the depths of the forest, and the kidnapper skillfully evaded the He family's pursuers until he could drive no further, at which point he abandoned the vehicle and continued on foot. However, he underestimated the He family's capabilities and was unaware that a special police unit was already lying in wait, blocking his escape route. In a moment of panic, the kidnapper stumbled into the heart of the forest, inadvertently entering the territory of a wild boar herd. The boars charged, injuring the kidnapper and causing chaos among his pursuers. It was at this critical juncture that the system intervened. As the wild boars bore down upon the kidnapper, it instinctively cast Zhao Zhao aside, intending to use her as a shield against the impending attack. In a split second, the system successfully bound Zhao Zhao, expending a substantial amount of energy to transport her to safety. The kidnapper, witnessing this inexplicable disappearance, was left in shock, only to be impaled by an oncoming boar, bleeding profusely and on the brink of death. However, the special police, unaware of this turn of events, regained control of the situation, only to discover that Zhao Zhao had vanished. Confusion ensued as everyone puzzled over how the kidnapper had managed to conceal her right beneath their noses. The kidnapper succumbed to his injuries before reaching the hospital, while Zhao Zhao's whereabouts remained a mystery. The He family was left bereft of any trace of their beloved girl. The system, plagued by guilt, recalled that it had seen Zhao Zhao land safely on level ground, believing she was in no danger before its energy reserves were depleted, causing it to shut down. IT had assumed that place was at the foot of the mountain, and that the He family would soon locate her. Zhao Zhao, having lost consciousness upon entering the temporal rift, was subsequently found by Hu Lai Fu and Zheng Shi, a couple from Lu village. At the time of her abduction, she had been dressed in the finest attire for her birthday celebration, adorned with exquisite jewelry, including a silver anklet and several colorful rings, with hair ties that were worth a small fortune. Her garments were of exceptional quality, as the He family had spared no expense in dressing her. Additionally, her aunt, unable to attend the festivities due to work commitments, had sent a precious piece jade, which Zhao Zhao had immediately worn around her neck, making her stand out even more. Although the kidnapper had thrust her into a chaotic situation in the forest, leaving her disheveled and marked by branches, the impression of a pampered young lady from a wealthy family remained intact. Hu Lai Fu and Zheng Shi were stirred by her plight, initially contemplating stripping her of her valuables to escape unnoticed, but they soon changed their minds. Hu Lai Fu, although uncertain of how Zhao Zhao had ended up in such circumstances, surmised that she must have fled from danger in the woods. Instead of seizing the moment for petty gain, they resolved to patiently nurture her, envisioning a more substantial reward in the future. Zheng Shi, perceiving the potential for a deeper bond, noted that the delicate girl was clearly the cherished daughter of an affluent family, as no ordinary household would adorn a child with such lavish jewelry and accessories. The couple feigned compassion to the curious villagers, lamenting, "The poor girl has suffered so much. When we found her, a snake was poised to strike, and if it weren't for our swift actions, she could have been bitten. We cannot abandon her, it's merely one more mouth to feed. We will care for her as if she were our own daughter. Our son, Bao Dun, now has a companion." They meticulously crafted a narrative to solidify their roles as saviors, hoping to deepen their connection with her. However, this carefully constructed facade would ultimately unravel in a mere fortnight. Chapter 3. Zhao Zhao returns to the modern era upon awakening in an unfamiliar environment. Zhao Zhao maintained a surprising composure, as she had memorized her parents' phone numbers and home address. However, the couple, Hu Lai Feng and his wife, struggled to comprehend her words. Nevertheless, they managed to extract valuable information from her speech. For instance, her surname was He, and the He family was affluent, possessing considerable wealth. Furthermore, she was the only child of her parents, and her birthday celebration had attracted a multitude of guests, resulting in an abundance of gifts. Zheng Shi, overhearing this, was filled with excitement, repeatedly examining several rings. As for the other parts of her story that they could not decipher, they dismissed them, attributing her strange talk to the whimsical nature of a 3-year-old child who might confuse dreams with reality. Moreover, despite her youth, Zhao Zhao was instinctively concealing numerous personal matters, aware that certain secrets should remain unspoken. What troubled her was that Hu Lai Feng and his wife were entirely ignorant of what a mobile phone was. Thus, the two parties coexisted in this awkward manner for over half a month, yet no one from the He family came to inquire about Zhao Zhao's whereabouts. Hu Lai Feng even ventured into town and the county to investigate which wealthy family had lost a child. However, neither the town nor the county yielded any leads regarding a wealthy family named He. This left two possibilities. Either Zhao Zhao was fabricating her story, or the He family resided outside the county, perhaps in a provincial city or even farther away. If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. After half a month, the patience of the Hu family had worn thin. They provided Zhao Zhao with abundant food and drink daily, yet their son was growing increasingly dissatisfied, as their family could not afford to indulge in such luxury at every meal. Initially, the prospect of a wealthy family was tantalizing, yet now it seemed that even if the He family existed, they likely had abandoned Zhao Zhao, showing no intent to reclaim her. They could not continue catering to her whims indefinitely, as it was uncertain when this situation would resolve. Furthermore, having invested so much in her sustenance, they felt a sense of loss if they were to release her. After much deliberation, the couple ultimately decided to adopt Zhao Zhao as their child bride. Their son, who bowed on, was somewhat mentally challenged, charitably described as simple-minded, but more accurately, he could be categorized as a fool. Not only was he foolish, but he also had a violent temper, prone to lash out when in a foul mood. Such a condition would make it difficult for him to marry in the future. And even if he managed to find a wife, it would likely cost a fortune. Zhao Zhao was quite attractive, and with proper upbringing, she would surely serve Baodun dutifully in the future. Moreover, without any family support, she would be resigned to enduring hardships and abuse. Should Baodun ever lose interest or find a better option, they could sell Zhao Zhao for a profit, certainly more than what they spent on her maintenance. Thus, Zhao Zhao became the child bride of the Hu family. The system observed this development with growing outrage. How could the Hu family be so shameless? They had stripped Zhao Zhao of all her valuable belongings, yet their greed was insatiable. However, matters would soon escalate further. Transitioning from being a goddaughter to a child bride, Zhao Zhao, despite her tender age, was compelled to labor from dawn till dusk. How pitiable it was for her to be thrust into tasks she scarcely understood. She was scolded for failing to kindle the fire behind the stove, beaten for inadvertently uprooting vegetable leaves while weeding, and kicked for not promptly serving tea to Baodun. When feeding the chickens and ducks, any delay meant she would not be allowed to eat, resulting in her suffering from a continuous cycle of new and old injuries. The once rosy cheeks of the little girl had become gaunt from hunger and hardship. What could a 3-year-old child possibly comprehend? Despite her efforts to endure, pain and hunger would inevitably draw tears from her eyes. The more she cried, the more whispers circulated in the village. Seeing Zhao Zhao toiling at such a young age, subjected to beatings and serving as a punching bag for Baodun, the villagers could no longer turn a blind eye. Initially, the Hu couple protested against interference, urging others to mind their own affairs. However, as more people expressed their concern, some families even offered to take Zhao Zhao in, should the Hu family no longer wish to care for her. Naturally, the Hu family refused, fearing that Zhao Zhao's departure would thwart their plans. Moreover, who could ascertain whether these offers stemmed from genuine compassion for Zhao Zhao or from a desire for her former possessions? At this juncture, the Hu family's neighbor, the third son of the Jiang family, was in the midst of courting. On the day the prospective bride visited, while playing at the door, Hu Baodun maliciously contemplated singeing Zhao Zhao's hair. She deftly evaded him, but the spark from the fire landed on the haystack piled against the wall of Zhang's house, igniting a blaze. As Zhang's third son rushed out of the house in a panic, he inadvertently shoved the bride's parents aside. To his horror, the bride's mother twisted her ankle, nearly collapsing. Thus, the wedding, initially scheduled for the following month, was abruptly canceled. In truth, the fire was not significant. It merely produced a frightening amount of smoke. The threshold of the house remained unscathed, and a few buckets of water sufficed to douse the flames. The real misfortune lay in the fact that Zhang's third son, paralyzed by fear, thought the fire was catastrophic. In his frantic bid for self-preservation, he disregarded the safety of others, inadvertently pushing the future mother-in-law aside. Naturally, the Zhang family sought retribution from the Hu family. When Hu Laifeng beheld the furious Jiang family, he wordlessly thrust Zhao Zhao forward to take the blame. However, Zhao Zhao, alone and defenseless, left the Jiang family with no means of compensation, while the Hu family, devoid of any sense of responsibility, refused to pay. In the end, Zhang's third son slapped Zhao Zhao, berating her as an ill-omened child. The label of ill-omened child sparked an idea in Zheng Shi's mind. The villagers had been sympathetic toward Zhao Zhao, but if she were deemed an ill-omened child, Who would dare approach her or harbor ill intentions? Thus, the couple began to surreptitiously tarnish Zhao Zhao's reputation, ensuring that anyone who associated with her would suffer from a string of misfortunes. Crops would be trampled by dogs, chickens would be snatched by weasels, or clothing would mysteriously tear. In short, a series of calamities would befall those who drew near her. As these incidents accumulated, fewer villagers extended their sympathy, and the label of ill-omened child became increasingly commonplace. To date, very few in the entire Shanglu village dared to converse with Zhao Zhao, leaving the little girl in a state of utter isolation, where a stroke of bad luck could cost her her life, with no one to advocate on her behalf. Chapter 4. That very night, an incident occurred. As the system pondered how to intervene, a soft voice called out from outside the window of the woodshed. Zhao Zhao, are you awake? The little girl, sitting up on the wooden bed, rubbed her eyes and gazed toward the small window of the woodshed. Zhao Zhao. The familiar voice called again, and confirming she was not mistaken, Zhao Zhao eagerly replied, Sister Lin Lan, I'm awake. She placed a wooden stool beneath the window, standing atop it to peer outside. The window was small and lacked any covering, allowing the cold wind to blow in freely. At that moment, a hand reached through the gap in the window, holding a hard, coarse bun. Zhao Zhao, here, my mother asked me to bring this to you. I heard them say you weren't allowed to eat, and I thought you must be starving. Hurry, take it. Zhao Zhao hesitated. Was this bun saved by Sister Lin Lan? Without giving her a chance to refuse, Lin Lan thrust the bun into Zhao Zhao's hands and swiftly departed. Zhao Zhao dared not call out to her, instead grasping the coarse bun as she stepped down from the stool. Gazing at the cold, hard bun, her stomach began to protest, and her mouth watered uncontrollably. After a moment's deliberation, she cautiously took a small bite. The bun was flavorless, yet to Zhao Zhao, it felt like a delicacy from the heavens. Unable to resist, she took 2 more bites, pausing only when she had consumed a third of it. She then set it aside carefully, thinking that since she did not have to work today, she could sleep and forget her hunger, saving the rest for tomorrow. After securing the bun, Zhao Zhao picked up a stick and approached a corner of the room, clearing away the straw to reveal the ground. Under the moonlight, she could see the dim earth marked by numerous scratches from the stick, and she added another for good measure. The system, curious, could not help but voice its inquiry. What mark are you making? Before the words were fully out, the twig in Chaochao's hand clattered to the ground, her eyes widening in terror as she frantically glanced around. No, still no one was there, just like during the day. The sound suddenly echoed in her mind. In the darkness of the night, the voice was far more unsettling than during the day. Trembling, Chaochao stammered, Are you a ghost? The system reassured her, Chaochao, do not be afraid. I'm not a villain. No, I'm not human either. Ah, that's not right. Well, in any case, I'm not a ghost. I will not harm you. On the contrary, I am here to assist you. I am the system, a benevolent system. Chaochao was baffled. What was a system, and what did benevolence mean? How could this be explained? The system felt overwhelmed. The host was young, and if it spoke in complex terms, she would not comprehend. After some thought, it opted for a simpler explanation. The system is simply my ability to communicate within your mind, unheard by others. Only you can hear me, and of course, you must not let anyone else know. Benevolence refers to doing good deeds. My purpose is to guide you in performing good deeds. Chaochao responded with an O, realizing it was not auditory hallucination nor ghost. Having spent 2 years in Lu Village, many experiences faded as she gradually forgot them through the mundane interactions with the Hu couple. Furthermore, at such a tender age, her capacity to remember was quite limited. Now, her mind was filled with the daily tasks she needed to accomplish and how to find food. Zheng constantly whispered in her ear that she had been abandoned by her parents at the foot of the mountain, that no one wanted her because she was a harbinger of disaster, that there was no place for her in this world. Only the Hu family took her in and saved her life. She must be grateful and serve Bao Dun well in the future, lest she face retribution and be struck by lightning. The benevolent system's energy accumulated as the host performed good deeds. However, for the past 2 years, Chaochao had neither the time, nor energy, nor capability to do so. Fortunately, her parents never ceased their charitable endeavors, particularly after Chaochao went missing. They could only rely on metaphysics, believing that by doing more good deeds, they could accumulate blessings for her, ensuring her safety. It must be said that their direction was indeed correct, even if the good deeds were not performed by the host herself, since they were done in her name. A part of the karmic repercussions fell upon her. Moreover, their substantial efforts in charity even across different times and spaces, gradually allowed the system's energy to accumulate over the 2 years. Chaochao found it hard to believe. Really? My parents did not abandon me? Certainly not. The system replied decisively. Sitting on the straw, Chaochao hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, and a smile slowly illuminated her face. Well, that's good. I am not unwanted. My parents love me. Knowing this is enough. Yet, the system detected a yearning in her tone and sighed softly. Chaochao, you must trust me. I will teach you how to help others soon. Just endure for a couple more days. What should I do? She looked at her small hands and feet, beginning to count the tasks she could manage. I can feed the chickens and ducks, gather firewood, wash clothes, sweep the floor, light the fire, wash dishes, wipe the table, water the vegetables, cut rice, massage backs, and fetch water. That's enough. You need not do those, the system interjected, increasingly distressed. Helping others with laundry and cleaning certainly counts as good deeds, but they were too trivial. Completing one would yield only a minimal increase in energy, taking an eternity to accumulate. It needed to find a meaningful act that could fill the energy meter, as Chaochao could not endure further mistreatment without it potentially self-destructing. However, before the system could ponder further, that very night, an opportunity arose. Chapter 5. Chaochao does good deeds. After a brief conversation with the system, Chaochao could no longer suppress her exhaustion and fell asleep. She had scarcely eaten throughout the day, yet had labored incessantly. Being so young, she could not withstand such fatigue. The system said little, allowing her to rest. As for the modern matters, it would reveal them to her gradually upon her awakening. Unexpectedly, around 3 or 4 in the morning, the system urgently roused her. Chaochao, wake up quickly. Your sister Lin Lan is in trouble. Groggy, Chaochao might not have awakened had it not been for the voice resonating in her mind. Other thoughts faded, but upon hearing Sister Lin Lan, she jolted upright. The tattered blanket and straw covering her fell to the ground. A cold breeze swept in, and she shivered, fully awake. The system, reluctant to let her venture into the cold, knew the urgency of the situation. Should they miss this chance, not only would a life be lost, but Chaochao would endure further suffering. Chaochao, I recall there's a gong in the Hu family's main room, correct? Chaochao nodded, still dazed. Hu Leifa's father had been a night watchman. During the Great Qi Dynasty, the role extended beyond merely keeping watch at night to include patrolling for safety, which earned him a decent livelihood. Hu Leifa took pride in this after his father's passing, placing the gong in the main room as a tribute, often recounting his father's heroic deeds. This convenience now served the system well. Chaochao, listen to me. Lin Lan's newly born sister is being held by her grandfather and uncle, preparing to be thrown into the back mountain. Quickly take the gong and follow the route I provide, banging it as you go, waking the villagers and telling them that a child is being stolen. They must follow you to the back mountain. Chaochao was stunned. Her sister's grandfather intended to throw her sister into the back mountain? In her frantic haste, she made quite the commotion. Although the Hu couple slept deeply, they were roused by the noise. Zheng frowned and called out, "Who is it?" No answer came, but the sound of the courtyard door opening followed. Zheng sprang up, realizing, oh no, there's a thief. Hu Leifa, wake up. We have an intruder. Hu Leifa hurriedly dressed, grabbing a stick from the corner, and rushed outside. The outside was empty. He searched around, and while no money was missing, the conspicuous gong was nowhere to be found. Damn it, someone stole my father's gong. Zheng dressed and joined him, and they hurriedly chased after. However, their commotion allowed Chaochao to gain distance. Following the system's route, she shouted, "Fire! Someone is setting fire and stealing children." They ran toward the back mountain. Hurry out. The system intentionally prompted Chaochao to mention fire in the cold weather. If she merely claimed a child was stolen, some villagers might not be inclined to emerge if they believed their children were safe. If she mentioned fire, no one would know which house was at risk, and given the interconnected nature of the village homes, they would likely rush out to help extinguish the flames. Sure enough, upon hearing the clang of the gong, the villagers awakened. Upon hearing about the fire and stolen child, they first checked their own children. Upon confirming they were safe, a few adults remained at home while the others charged out. The sky remained dark, and they could not see Chaochao, but they ran toward the direction of the gong's sound. Some, upon hearing back mountain, headed directly there. Zhaozhao had already reached the Lin family, and the members of the Lin household were groggily awakening. Upon comprehending Zhao Zhao's urgent cries, Lin Lan hastened to her parents' room. only to hear a heart-wrenching wail, "Child, my child." Lin Lan's complexion paled as her father rushed out. Without pausing to comfort her mother, Lin Lan exclaimed, "They say someone has stolen a child," and fled towards the back mountain. "I must pursue them. Mother, please wait for us at home." With that, she dashed out of the courtyard, nearly colliding with Zhao Zhao at the entrance. Zhao Zhao seized Lin Lan's hand, saying, "Sister Lin Lan, follow me. I know where to go." There were 3 paths leading to the back mountain, and the pursuers lacked direction, making it uncertain whether they could intercept the culprits. Fortunately, Lin family's grandfather took care to avoid being seen, moving stealthily along a circuitous route. As villagers were awakened by the commotion and made their way to the back mountain, Lin family's grandfather found his path obstructed, further delaying him. They still had time to take a shortcut. Instinctively, Lin Lan followed Zhao Zhao for a few steps, not pausing to consider how Zhao Zhao had come to be there. She then noticed Zhao Zhao releasing her hand and beginning to rhythmically strike a gong. Lin Lan's eyes widened in shock. "Zhao Zhao, you..." "Sister Lin Lan, do not fret. We will surely catch up. The little sister is safe." Zhao Zhao reassured her, though she was already panting from exhaustion, her legs trembling from the exertion. Having not eaten and expending considerable energy, she worried she might not be able to run much longer. Seeing this, Lin Lan, without a moment's hesitation, scooped Zhao Zhao on her back, saying, "You guide me, and I shall carry you." Zhao Zhao did not hesitate, directing Lin Lan while continuing to strike the gong, explaining the situation. The little sister had been taken by her grandfather and second uncle, who, dissatisfied with Lin Ani for giving birth to a girl, intended to abandon her in the mountains before dawn. Lin Lan's face paled upon hearing this. She did not know who Ashan was, nor how Ashan knew such information. Her mind was filled with the venomous words spoken by her grandparents after her mother gave birth to her sister. She had initially believed they were merely empty threats, never imagining they would actually resort to such heinous actions against her sister. They were utterly heartless, willing to harm their own granddaughter. Noticing her father struggling to speak, clearly suppressing his emotions, Lin Lan opened her mouth but said nothing. The father and daughter silently followed the direction indicated by Zhao Zhao as they ran toward the foot of the mountain, gradually joined by villagers drawn by the sound of the gong. Chapter 6. Zhao Zhao, do not be afraid. I shall create a great commotion for you. When Zhao Zhao and the Lin father and daughter arrived at the foot of the back mountain, they found 5 or 6 villagers already present. However, they had not seen the child thieves nor discovered any fire, and were now furrowing their brows, suspicious that someone might be playing a prank. Upon arriving, Lin Lan's father was about to approach when Zhao Zhao pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Over there!" Without hesitation, Lin's father dashed forth. After running more than 30 meters, he pulled 2 figures from the bushes. The dim light made it difficult for the villagers to see clearly, and upon witnessing the figures being apprehended, they assumed they were the kidnappers, immediately rushing forward to shout for blood. "Indeed, there are thieves among us. How dare they come to our village to set fires and steal children? Let's break their legs." As the villagers charged, the captured individuals shouted, "Who is the thief? Who do you accuse?" "Boss, look closely. I am your father, and he's your second brother. Release us." Upon hearing the familiar voices, the villagers froze, hesitantly exclaiming, "Old Lin, it is I. What were you two doing hiding in the bushes?" Old Lin pushed Lin's father aside, straightened his clothes, and snorted. "Hiding? We only came out after hearing the gong. We were merely resting in the bushes. Who knew our eldest, with his eye affliction, would mistake his father for a thief?" Of course, they had not merely been resting. Upon arriving at the back mountain, they had noticed someone approaching, prompting Old Lin to hurriedly move in another direction. Unfortunately, someone else was also coming from that side, and with a child in their arms, they had no time to think, quickly crouching down to hide in the bushes. Upon hearing that they were looking for a child, they set the child down on the ground and quietly moved away, hoping to pretend nothing had occurred. However, they had not moved far before Lin's father pulled them out. Old Lin, quick-witted, came up with an excuse, though it was clearly flimsy. Someone skeptically asked, "At your age?" Upon hearing a gong, "You could be the first to reach the back mountain?" Lin Lan, impatient to hear Old Lin's excuses, stepped forward. "Where is my sister?" "What sister? Isn't she safe at home?" Old Lin's voice rose in nervousness. Lin's father clenched his fists and suddenly swung toward Lin's second uncle. "Where's my daughter Maya?" Lin's second uncle cried out, "Brother, have you lost your mind?" How would I know? He did not know, but Zhao Zhao did. Hearing the system's voice, she discerned the direction and pointed to another patch of bushes. There, they have hidden the little sister there. Lin Lan rushed over and indeed found a swaddled infant in the grass. With trembling fingers, she placed them near her nose to check for breath. Upon sensing the faintest of breaths, she exhaled deeply in relief. Thankfully, her sister was unharmed. Moreover, old Lin had covered Mei with his coat before leaving, ensuring she did not suffer from the cold. Seeing the child retrieved, the villagers' gazes toward old Lin and Lin's second uncle shifted. They were not fools and quickly connected the dots. However, as this was a matter of the Lin family, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Others exchanged glances, and just as old Lin attempted to downplay the situation, Lin's father stepped forward, village chief. My father and second brother intended to abandon my daughter in the mountains to fend for herself. I fear if this continues, our entire family may perish. Therefore, after dawn, I wish to request your witness. I want to divide the family. Upon hearing this, old Lin immediately bristled. What did you say? Divide the family? What do you mean? We wanted to abandon your daughter. Speak with integrity. I merely took Mayu out for a walk. Is that not permissible? Lin's father scoffed. A midnight stroll, father? Do you believe everyone is a fool? Moreover, did you not just say that our Mayu is safe at home? As the group made their way back to the village, they had just reached the Lin family gate when a number of villagers arrived, including Hu Lai Fu and Zheng Shi, who had followed the sound of the gong to the back mountain and then to the Lin household. Upon arriving, Zheng Shi spotted Zhao Zhao with the gong and lunged at her. Furious, you wretched girl. So you're the family thief. How dare you take the gong from home and run out in the middle of the night? I will beat you to death. Just as she leapt forward, Lin's father intervened. He turned to Hu Lai Fu. Lai Fu, this matter is not Zhao Zhao's fault. Please do not resort to violence. Let's discuss this calmly. The villagers have been engrossed in the Lin family's gossip, but upon hearing Zheng Shi's words, they suddenly realized that it was indeed Zhao Zhao who had been striking the gong. The villagers' expressions shifted, with some regarding Zhao Zhao with disdain, perceiving her as a harbinger of misfortune, a child who had not learned well, telling lies about fires and kidnappings in the dead of night, waking everyone up. Zhao Zhao shrank back, and now that the little sister was safe, she felt a sense of fear creeping in, especially as she faced the malicious gazes of several villagers and the belligerent Zheng Shi. She feared she might be beaten to death today. In the depths of her mind, Zhao called out to the system. SHN? Hey, SHN, what should I do? At that moment, L lifted Zhao into her embrace and addressed the crowd. So speaks the truth. My sister has indeed been abducted. Were it not for Zhao, my sister would have perished. She is our family's benefactor. As she rushed forward, L and shielded L and F, still holding his youngest daughter, could not intervene. Moreover, LNLOTU and LNRSH were aiding the ZH family. LNLOTU was furious. He was so close to achieving his goal. Now, not only had his efforts been in vain, but his son was also clamoring for a division of the family estate. At this juncture, his animosity towards Zhao was palpable. LNLN, return this girl to the H family. They wish to educate their child. What do you think you're doing by obstructing them? The situation devolved into chaos, with LNLN at a disadvantage, hesitant to use force for fear of harming Zhao. Even if LNF handed the child to someone else for assistance, they would still be outnumbered. Just as it seemed Zhao would be seized, a few villagers, unable to bear the sight, prepared to speak out. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed before their eyes, causing everyone to squint. Concurrently, the system's voice echoed in Zhao's mind. Energy accumulation complete. Zhao, do not be afraid. I will create a grand spectacle for you. Chapter 7. Zhao is returning home. Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What did creating a grand spectacle mean? She felt a surge of anxiety, yet she remained unaware of her parents' true nature. ASH and had not had the chance to inform her. As she attempted to inquire, the system had already begun. Zhao, whatever I say, you must echo my words, understood? Very well, please wait. Upon concluding its instructions, a radiant golden light enveloped Zhao. The villagers, already astonished by the sudden brightness, gasped in awe. It was as if a divine light had descended upon her. How could she, the so-called disaster star, radiate such glory? The villagers swallowed hard, their hearts pounding with trepidation. The ZH in couple and LNLOTU, who had intended to seize Zhao, now stared in terror, too afraid to move. Even in a trembled uncontrollably, her voice garlai ausper, Zhaozhao. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look at the golden light above Zhao. It is emanating from her. In an instant, all heads turned upward, including Zhao, who couldn't resist tilting her small head back. They beheld a colossal celestial canopy overhead, with the light perfectly illuminating Zhao, making her appear as though she were adorned in golden radiance. The villagers gasped in disbelief. What was this phenomenon? How could such a sight appear in the sky? A miracle, they thought. A divine spectacle. This extraordinary event heralded significant occurrences, though whether they would bring fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. A well-read scholar among the villagers suddenly spoke, casting a glance at Zhao. He hoped fervently that the divine light was unrelated to her. Regardless of its implications, it would not bode well for him. Some villagers reasoned that it was mere coincidence that Zhao stood beneath the golden light. At this juncture, the system interjected, take a few steps to the side. Zhao gently tapped, Ellen nes arms, siste Ellen. Please let me down. L complied, releasing her from the warm embrace, leaving her feeling slightly cold. However, she resisted the urge to complain and followed ASHN's instructions, stepping aside for about 10 paces. The villagers then watched in horror as the divine light that had enveloped her shifted accordingly. When Zhao stopped, so did the light. The villagers gasped in disbelief. The divine light was moving. Those with weaker constitutions immediately knelt in fear, murmuring prayers for divine protection. As one person knelt, others followed suit. And in a matter of moments, half of the gathered villagers were on their knees. The village chief, though maintaining his stance, was inwardly terrified. He attempted to speak. Little Zhao, but his voice faltered, barely audible, as if he feared startling her. As the atmosphere grew more charged, the system directed Zhao. All right, it is time. Step onto that stone. Obediently, Zhao ascended the large stone at the LN family's entrance. Though she was small and frail, the divine light made her appear as if she were gazing down upon the crowd. Following the system's guidance, she surveyed the villagers, her gaze finally resting on LN. With a smile, she announced, Sister LN, I must depart. At her words, the crowd fell silent. All eyes fixated on LN. Quietly asked the system in her mind, SHN, what does crossing the tribulation mean? That is not the focus. Simply repeat after me. Zhao nodded, continuing, having rescued your sister, my virtuous deeds are complete, and it is time for me to leave. LN stepped forward, unable to contain herself. Zhao, are you a celestial being? I am not a celestial being. I hail from a faraway place. Zhao replied. Sister LN, good deeds will be rewarded. You have helped me immensely. Even as I depart, I will pray for your well-being, wishing you a life of ease. Many gazes directed towards LN and LNF were filled with envy. Although Zhao denied being a celestial being, they had already made up their minds. A faraway place, wasn't that the realm of the immortals? With the blessing of a celestial being, the LN family was destined for prosperity. However, Zhao's blessings were not yet concluded. She turned her attention to those gathered behind her, including HLIF, DSHNSH, YSHNSHN, Liingping, and DY, expressing her gratitude for their care over the past 2 years. Take good care of yourselves. I will never forget you. She acknowledged each person who had assisted her during her 2 years in the village. Despite most villagers viewing her as a disaster star and keeping their distance, a few, like Sister LN, had shared food with her, spoken on her behalf, and helped gather firewood and chestnuts. She remembered each act of kindness and had marked them in her mind. Reflecting on this, Zhao felt a pang of guilt. Those mentioned could not help but step forward, standing beside LN, their expressions a mix of complexity, joy, and relief. Meanwhile, not far away, HLIF and the ZH in couple appeared pale, incredulous at this girl whom they had bullied. This cannot be true. This wretched girl must be pretending. Other villagers who had once tormented Zhao began to tremble, filled with regret for their past actions. Had they known, even a few hard buns offered occasionally would have sufficed as care, surely earning them a blessing. Yet, Zhao had not finished speaking. She slowly shifted her gaze, finally resting it upon HLIF and the ZH couple. Chapter 8. Zhao vanishes in a thin air at this moment. The villagers' attention was solely on Zhao, and their gazes followed her movements. Soon, all eyes were on HLIF and his wife. They braced themselves, anticipating that after Zhao's blessings, she would now invoke curses. Furthermore, HLIF had secretly captured the W family's chickens, trampled the village chief's rice fields, and hidden the books of the PN family's son, deliberately frightening the young daughter of the CH family. The villagers looked at the H couple with suspicion. So, these were their deliberate wrongdoings, unrelated to Zhao's supposed misfortune. The villagers whose names had been mentioned cast hostile glances at the couple, realizing that they were the true calamity. Were it not for this couple, they might have been close to Zhao and received her blessings as well. They cursed their ill fate. Not only had they lost everything, but they also feared future calamities. The two members of the Hu family had already turned pale, and despite the biting cold, perspiration beaded on their foreheads. Zhang Shi was still struggling for breath, her voice trembling as she said, Hu, this is clearly because of you. It has nothing to do with us. Zhao, undeterred, replied, whether you acknowledge it or not is irrelevant. I am leaving. She waved goodbye to Lin Lan and the others, saying, take care, farewell. Lin Lan stepped forward hurriedly, asking, Zhao, will you return? Will we meet again? I do not know, Zhao responded. It depends on fate. There is no need to force it. Then, please take care, Lin Lan said reluctantly, glancing into her pockets, realizing she had taken nothing with her in the middle of the night. Fortunately, this was her home, and she quickly dashed inside to retrieve her favorite hair tie. Zhao, take this as a memento. Many secretly admired Lin Lan's cleverness, yet they all instinctively began to search for something to give as a parting gift. Better to make an effort than to do nothing at all. Some even produced copper coins, ready to hand them over without a second thought. Zhao, however, waved her hand, declining, no need, we do not require copper coins. Money is of no use. Indeed, this is not the realm of ordinary mortals. The system felt that everything that needed to be said had been said, and with the dawn breaking, it was time for them to depart. The Hu couple remained motionless, and Zhao turned to the village chief, requesting, Uncle Village Chief, could you please help me with a task? The items are in the box at the head of the bed in Hu Leif's room, at the very bottom. The village chief readily agreed, calling upon his two sons to rush to the Hu residence. Upon opening the box, they indeed found the jade pendant, silver anklet, and 3 rings. The couple had pawned 2 of the rings for over 20 taels of silver, having spent most of their funds on home repairs and improving Hu Baoduan's meals over the past 2 years. Zhao carefully stored the jade pendant and gifted the silver anklet to Lin Lan, while the remaining rings were given to Old Man Zhou. Pawn these rings and share the proceeds with Aunt Yu and the others. The few who had assisted Zhao were all impoverished, yet they were willing to extend a helping hand, which was already remarkable. After all had been said and done, and the distributions completed, the system remarked to Zhao, we must depart. Zhao felt a pang of reluctance, missing those who had once shown her kindness, while also feeling lost about the uncertain future. With a slight sniffle, she looked at the crowd with reddened eyes, saying, I am leaving, farewell. As her words echoed, the golden light shone even brighter, flickering intensely. The onlookers shielded their eyes, unable to bear its brilliance. Following that, a grand symphony resonated from the heavens, leaving the crowd feeling as if their souls had been cleansed, a profoundly moving experience. After a moment, the music ceased and the golden light faded. They turned their gaze to Zhao, who had raised her hands. The villagers were astonished to see her still present. Just as the thought crossed their minds, with a sudden whoosh, Zhao vanished before their eyes. Indeed, just like that, she had disappeared into thin air. If they had harbored doubts about her words earlier, they now believed wholeheartedly. Unable to remain standing, they all knelt in reverence. The system observed this scene with satisfaction, feeling quite elated. As the sun rose and daylight broke, it prepared to withdraw the heavenly curtain. However, It struggled to contain the powerful energy within, realizing that the curtain had expanded beyond the confines of Shanglu village, now visible to the citizens of the county, the capital, and even the nobles of the imperial city. Moreover, the energy within was depleting rapidly, and it was unable to contain it. The system lamented, realizing it had not yet conveyed all it needed to Zhao Zhao. In a frantic attempt, it patched up the leaks. Just as it finished with a crack, the charitable system, barely a day old, shut down once more. The next reboot would have to wait until Zhao Zhao gathered more energy. Thus, on that day following the sunrise, as the citizens of the Qi stepped outside their homes, they were struck speechless by the celestial spectacle. There were those who felt fear, those who felt awe, contemplative souls, and many who knelt in reverence. After a long while, someone finally broke the silence, murmuring, "Why hasn't this miracle disappeared with Zhao Zhao?" A good question, but they too were at a loss. The villagers turned to the village chief, who in turn looked at the only scholar in Shanglu village, Chaochao, who wiped his brow in anxiety. Let us wait a bit longer. He too was experiencing this phenomenon for the first time, his heart racing uncontrollably. So they waited, the villagers gazing upward, lowering their heads when fatigue set in, only to lift them again in anticipation. Villagers who had been at home also emerged, drawn to the unfolding events. Once they grasped the context, their astonishment left them agape. Who would have thought that the one they considered an ill omen, Zhao Zhao, possessed such remarkable significance? Those who had little interaction with Zhao Zhao felt some regret, but remained composed. Meanwhile, those who had wronged her were filled with anxiety, wishing they could turn back time. Conversely, those who had been kind to her were overjoyed. Although the heavenly curtain remained, they eagerly discussed the extraordinary occurrence. Regardless of their feelings, everyone shared a common goal of keeping their distance from the Hu couple, who were the root of the calamity and would undoubtedly face retribution. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Jiang Laosan. When he recalled his past actions towards Zhao Zhao, dread consumed him. Learning that the fire had been started by Hu Baodun provided him a release for his pent-up frustration. Without hesitation, he charged at Hu Laifu, pinning him down and delivering a series of blows. Hu Laifu, having endured 2 punches, quickly regained his senses and fought back. And soon the two were entangled in a fierce struggle. Yet, no one intervened. They viewed the conflict as a case of dogs fighting amongst themselves, neither being virtuous. As their strength waned, the heavenly curtain persisted. It was Lin Lan who first took action, confident that Zhao Zhao would not harm her, and felt the same about the celestial phenomenon. Since the curtain showed no signs of dissipating, she decided to set it aside for the moment. For there were many unresolved matters concerning her family, such as the division of their household. She approached the village chief, saying, "Uncle Yu, now that it is light, and everyone is present, let us attend to the matter of dividing the household." The village chief was in a state of confusion, his mind preoccupied with the unfolding events and unable to focus on such trivial matters. However, since it was Lin Lan speaking, who had received special treatment from Zhao Zhao, and considering Zhao Zhao's intervention in saving Lin Lan's younger sister, it seemed only right to acknowledge the merits. Thus, he found it prudent to occupy himself with this task. Yet, he dared not advise against it. "Let us proceed with the division," he agreed, realizing he would need to favor the Lin family's main branch to some extent, as they had been through a scare. And a little compensation from Lin Laotu was only fair. He then summoned the scholar aside, and, casting a final glance at the heavenly curtain, entered the Lin family courtyard to draft the division agreement. Lin Laotu, of course, was reluctant to divide the household. His eldest son was diligent, capable, and could even bring in some income, while the other two were lazy and gluttonous, with many children to care for. If they were to split, it was uncertain who would support whom. Yet, had this occurred before the appearance of the heavenly curtain, he might have resisted fiercely, relying on his seniority. But now, with the curtain's presence, what Lin Lan had initially thought would be a difficult division was completed in less than half an hour. Not only was the process efficient, but they also received their fair share of belongings. She appeared at ease, yet after the village chief finished distributing the estate, he gazed at the still-hanging sky with an increasingly furrowed brow. The villagers remained gathered, discussing this matter, and aside from those who truly had pressing affairs to attend to, others had abandoned their work in the fields. The chief, plagued by a headache, turned to the scholar beside him and asked what they should do. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Guo Xiaocai had regained his composure and quietly suggested that the immediate priority was to report this incident to the government and seek the county magistrate's opinion. I have just heard that this phenomenon is not only visible in our village, but also in the neighboring one. However, they observed it later, likely after the morning had vanished. Clearly, this phenomenon is indeed related to Zhao Zhao, who has been in the village for 2 years and is closely connected to it. Yet, it remains uncertain whether reporting this will bring fortune or calamity. Concealing the truth is futile. It is better to be proactive. The village chief nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the wisdom in this reasoning, and inquired whether the scholar could take on this task. I am duty-bound to do so. I shall set off to the county town at once, and you need only await my news. As for your family, ensure someone keeps watch over them to prevent any escape. The scholar believed this to be highly likely. The chief nodded in agreement, understanding the urgency. The scholar then gathered his belongings and hurried towards the county town. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, the young emperor sat upon his throne, listening to the heated debates among the officials regarding the reopening of maritime trade, his brow deeply furrowed, realizing that no resolution would be reached that day. Just as he prepared to dismiss the court, a sudden commotion echoed from outside the hall. The expression on Emperor Jingxian's face darkened as he heard someone exclaim, "Your Majesty, behold, an extraordinary phenomenon has appeared in the sky." An extraordinary phenomenon? The emperor sprang to his feet and strode towards the exit. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, quickly following him out of the grand hall. Upon looking up, they beheld a vast celestial screen displaying a familiar landscape, resembling the foot of a certain mountain. The question remained, why did these images appear in the sky, as though from the realm of the divine? Could it be the realm of immortals? One official, bold enough to voice his thoughts, was met with the emperor's ire. The emperor, still clutching a memorial, darkened at this utterance, hurling the document towards him, denouncing it as treasonous nonsense. "Guards, seize him and take him to the dungeons." The official, suddenly startled, watched as the guards swiftly approached to apprehend him. "Your Majesty, I speak from the heart. My loyalty is unwavering, all for the sake of Qi," he pleaded as he was taken away. The emperor did not spare him a glance. Instead, the chief eunuch, Chaochao, stepped forward to retrieve the discarded memorial. Standing once more behind the emperor, Emperor Jingxian raised his eyes slightly, surveying the officials behind him. "Is this what you all believe? That I should issue a self-reproaching edict?" A smile played on his lips, yet his gaze was frigid. Regardless of their internal thoughts, none dared to voice dissent, hastily kneeling and declaring, "We would not presume." The emperor did not command them to rise, but instructed Chaochao to summon the astronomical bureau. "Yes, your Majesty." The bureau chief, wiping sweat from his brow, knelt to plead for forgiveness, expressing his fears. "This celestial phenomenon has never been seen before, and we lack the means to measure it. However, it is not only visible within the palace, but throughout the entirety of Qi." The emperor frowned, turning to the now standing officials. "What are your views?" They had previously debated this matter to no avail and still shook their heads. Only the Grand Tutor spoke softly, "Your Majesty, though we do not know the nature of this phenomenon, since it is visible to all, the common people will surely gossip, and I fear some may take advantage of it." Another official chimed in, "Indeed, Your Majesty, the screen is currently motionless. Yet those lurking in the shadows may not wait to exploit the situation." The emperor nodded, acknowledging this reality. Even among the officials, there were fools suggesting he issue a self-reproach edict. Those who thrive on chaos would surely seize the opportunity to stir trouble. He entrusted this matter to the Grand Tutor, directing the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War to collaborate and devise a reasonable explanation. Furthermore, he commanded that orders be dispatched to all provincial governments to ensure the populace remains calm. "Understood," just as the Grand Tutor acknowledged. Another official suddenly pointed at the celestial screen and exclaimed, "It moves! The screen is moving! There are people inside." Chapter 10. The Reunion of Mother and Daughter People. The entire court of Qi, including the emperor and the common folk, collectively lifted their gazes. The previously still celestial screen began to stir, leaving everyone breathless with astonishment. Particularly when figures emerged from within, they dared not make a single movement, as if those within might leap from the image at any moment. Only the villagers from Shangliu were ecstatic, exclaiming, "It's Zhao Zhao! Zhao Zhao has appeared in the sky! Look, it's Zhao Zhao!" Lin Lan clenched her fingers, feeling a mix of anxiety and hope. Zhao Zhao was indeed safe. yet she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. In her mind, she called out to the system. Ashan, Ashan, why are you silent? Naturally, Ashan could not respond. It had been forcibly shut down after ensuring Zhao Zhao's safe arrival. After calling out for a while without a reply, Zhao Zhao's heart sank, feeling both disappointed and helpless. A chill swept through, causing her to shiver. She was still dressed in the thin attire from the Hu family. Zhao Zhao understood that she could not remain here any longer. If she did not move, she would freeze to death. However, in this unfamiliar place, she did not know where to go. Standing up, she glanced around in confusion, hesitating about which direction to take when she suddenly heard rustling noises ahead. Startled, she looked up to see someone approaching her. The next moment, she froze in place. A young and beautiful woman was walking towards her, dressed in unfamiliar yet seemingly warm clothing. Her long black hair was held back with a peculiar clasp, slightly disheveled as if she had hurried. For some reason, Zhao Zhao felt a sense of familiarity. Upon seeing Zhao Zhao, the woman immediately halted in her tracks. The moment Zhao Zhao laid eyes on her, the woman recognized her as well. Encountering this strange stranger, Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of fear and cautiously took a small step back. Just as she was at a loss, the woman suddenly called softly, Zhao Zhao? Zhao Zhao's heart raced. How did she know her name? In the next instant, the woman rushed forward a few steps and enveloped her in an embrace. Zhao Zhao's entire body stiffened, every nerve on edge, and she dared not move. Despite her reluctance, she wished to retreat from the woman's arms. Yet before she could act, she felt warmth at her neck and heard faint sobs near her ear. Panic surged within her. What is wrong? Jian Yunsang struggled to suppress her emotions, fearful of scaring Zhao Zhao, but as she held the small, frail body in her arms, she could not hold back. When Zhao Zhao spoke, it nearly shattered her composure. All she wanted was to hold her, to feel her tangible presence, to reassure herself that this was not a dream, not a figment of her imagination. It was her. She had found her. Zhao Zhao felt even less inclined to move, listening to Jian Yunsang's choked sobs. For some reason, she too felt an urge to cry. Sensing the gentle tremors in her embrace, Jian Yunsang took a deep breath, finally loosening her hold slightly. She gazed intently at the little girl before her, not daring to blink, her eyes greedily tracing Zhao Zhao's features inch by inch. After a long while, she spoke in a quivering voice, "I'm sorry, dear. Did I frighten you?" When she awoke, the sun had already risen, and she was drenched in sweat, her heart racing from the vividness of her dream. In the past 2 years, Zhao has indeed appeared in her dreams, yet many times she could not recall them clearly. This time, however, the dream felt like a guiding light, something she had never encountered before. Despite its mysterious nature, Jian, in her desperate quest to find her daughter, was willing to grasp at any glimmer of hope, even if it was merely a dream. What harm could come from futile search? After all, she had endured countless fruitless endeavors over the past 2 years. Moreover, her intuition this time was particularly compelling. Thus, she could hardly contain herself, hastily tidying up before driving to the foot of the mountain. In truth, she had already made a considerable circuit around the base, her heart growing colder with each turn. She had originally thought this was yet another figment of her imagination, when suddenly a small figure unexpectedly entered her line of sight, causing her to question whether she was hallucinating. It was only when she held the child in her arms that a profound sense of reality surged within her. "Mama?" Zhao's voice sounded oddly familiar. The child's puzzled tone almost brought Jian to tears once more as she gazed at the frail little body before her, dressed in tattered clothing, and felt the sharp bones beneath her touch. It was evident that these past 2 years had been exceedingly harsh for her daughter. No, they had been terribly dreadful. She was so gentle. Zhao hesitated in her motion to remove her down jacket. "Biological daughter? So you were my mother?" The last few words were spoken so softly that they were nearly inaudible, laced with a palpable anxiety. "Mama?" Upon hearing this title, Jian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Perhaps the place where Zhao had spent the last 2 years was quite remote, or perhaps the address had remained unchanged from the past. "Yes, I am your mother." Jian gently caressed her daughter's somewhat dirty face. Zhao had scarcely changed from her appearance 2 years prior. In fact, she seemed even smaller, as if at 5 years old, she still stood at the height of a 3-year-old, a clear sign of malnutrition. Zhaozhao felt a flicker of joy, though uncertainty lingered. Are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? As if struck by a thought, she quickly extended her hand to retrieve a jade pendant. This, please take a look. ASH and had said this was something she wore before her disappearance, and she believed that if it belonged to her family, they would surely recognize it. Chapter 11. Celestial Artifact. This is a vehicle. The bond between mother and daughter can be quite extraordinary, even after 2 years apart, despite no longer resembling the chubby child of yesteryear. Gnyn was confident that this was indeed the daughter she had longed for. Zhaozhao bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly as she realized that she was cherished, that she too could be a treasure. The little girl quietly observed the woman before her, and after a moment, she timidly tugged at the hem of her sleeve, hesitated, moved her lips, and mustered great courage to nod her head in agreement. All right. Gnyn beamed with a broad smile, finally recognizing that she had been holding her breath all along. Zhaozhao joined in her laughter, but soon remembered something and began to remove her outer clothing. This time, Gnyn did not refuse. Her oversized down jacket was ample enough to envelop Zhaozhao within. Concerned that her mother might tire, the little girl softly said, I can walk by myself. However, Gnyn encountered, but I have not held you in 2 years. Will you grant me this opportunity? A hint of shyness flickered in Zhao's eyes. All right. Gnyn lifted her slightly, and instinctively, Zhao wrapped her arms around her neck, unwilling to let go. Her mother smelled so sweet, felt so soft, so comforting. Unable to resist, she gently rested her head on Gnyn's shoulder, and in the next moment, she felt a pair of gentle hands caressing her head. Zhaozhao could not help but smile, filled with joy. If LN were to know that she had found her mother, and that she was her precious child, she would surely be delighted for her. LN would indeed be happy, for at this moment, Ingli village was eerily quiet. Yet, how is it that the celestial realm seemed so similar to their own? Did the celestial realm also boast such mountains? Observing the grass, although different in some respects, appeared quite similar. Did those in the celestial realm also walk? What was strange about that? They simply prefer to walk. Moreover, Zhaozh's mother had expressed a desire to embrace her. Regardless, it was evident that Zhaozhao was not one of them. Just look at the clothing worn by that woman. It was vastly different from their own. If only Gushi were present. He was well-traveled and might possess knowledge on the matter. However, Gushi was indeed unaware, gazing up at the celestial canopy, perplexed. At that moment, he was still in the county town, intending to report this matter to the magistrate, but he had arrived too late. The magistrate was not present. It was said that after the appearance of the celestial canopy, some individuals from Ying town had taken the opportunity to stir up trouble, spreading rumors of divine retribution. Upon receiving the news, the magistrate had hurried to address the situation. While he waited, he saw Zhaozhao appear within the celestial canopy, seated in a tea house, desperately parched from his hurried journey. The murmurs of the townsfolk surrounded him, filled with a greater sense of concern than those from Ingli village. What do you think that is hanging in the sky? I heard it is divine retribution, meant to punish wrongdoers. Are you seeking death? How dare you speak of divine retribution? Upon recalling the magistrate's prohibitions, the individual fell silent. Yet the fragmented discussions did not cease. For the majority, the celestial canopy was an unprecedented sight, suspended in mid-air with a person appearing within it. Surely, they must be celestial beings. Others speculated that the images within the canopy resembled their own surroundings, perhaps an accidental glimpse into a distant locale. Opinions varied. Some believed the figures need not be celestial beings, while others contended that even if they were not, it was still a miracle. In any case, the Hu family was the least eager for the notion of a celestial realm. At that moment, the Hu family, too, gazed out the window at the celestial canopy. Zhang was fervently searching for evidence to support her claims, observing that the woman seemed to feel cold. Would celestial beings fear the cold? And look how unsteady she walks, so cautiously, constantly watching her footing. Do celestial beings truly fear falling? Hu nodded repeatedly. From what I see, they are not much different from us, just dressed differently. Talk of curses and karmic retribution. Zhao is surely trying to deceive us. Just as the words left his mouth, a change finally occurred within the celestial canopy. Gnynsing, carrying Zhao, exited the mountain's base and approached the vehicle parked by the roadside. The road suddenly became much smoother, and the scenery ahead transformed dramatically. The once drowsy Zhao could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Upon reaching the car, she turned her head in wonder. Gnynsing opened the rear door and placed her inside. A safety seat occupied the back, which she had never removed, believing that one day she would find her daughter, and thus had preserved everything belonging to Zhao, even accumulating more items as if she had never been gone. What is this? Zhao asked, nervously watching as Gnynsing fastened her seatbelt. Gnynsing was momentarily taken aback. Had Zhao really never seen a vehicle in the past 2 years? She gently patted her head and patiently explained, "This is a car. Our home is 30 kilometers away, and it will be a quick journey. Just sit tight. I will drive." Zhao, though confused about the distance, nodded obediently. Gnynsing draped a blanket over her, then smiled as she closed the door and walked around to the driver's seat. Once seated, she turned to Zhao and asked, "Shall we set off?" "All right." The seat beneath her was soft, the backrest yielding, making for a slightly unfamiliar yet comfortable experience. The blanket was incredibly soft. The vehicle soon set off, and Zhao turned to gaze out the window. As the shadows of the trees zipped by, she found herself gasping in awe. "Wow, it's so fast." Simultaneously, the citizens of DQ were taken aback, collectively inhaling sharply at the sight. Even the one seated upon the dragon throne rose abruptly at the very moment the vehicle sped away. She had just inquired, "Is this a carriage?" Chapter 12. This house is too tall. The onlooking officials gradually closed their mouths, and the Minister of War beside the Emperor spoke solemnly. "Though it differs from our carriages, this white box with 4 wheels is undoubtedly a vehicle. Yet, astonishingly, it requires no oxen or horses to pull it. Observe how effortlessly that woman drives. One cannot fathom the reason. Not only that, but the speed is remarkably swift. Just look at how the shadows of trees recede. They are entirely indistinguishable." The woman had mentioned a distance of 30 kilometers. One wonders how long that would take. Based on the speed of our horse-drawn carriages, 30 kilometers would take over an hour, assuming the road conditions are favorable and the horses are strong and mature. The issue is, even if the carriage travels that quickly, the ride would surely be jarring on a well-trodden path, and after 30 kilometers, one would likely feel disassembled. Yet within the vehicle beneath the canopy, there was no sign of jostling. The child appeared utterly still, as if seated comfortably in a chair at home. Emperor Jingxian felt a pang of envy. If we could possess such a vehicle, would we not alleviate the delays in relaying information across the realm? The officials exchanged glances, and one remarked, "Your Majesty, just look at the ground beneath them. Even if we had such a vehicle, we would not have roads as smooth to traverse, were it not for the canopy above." Several officials from the Ministry of Works would have eagerly approached the screen to scrutinize it closely. What was being revealed beneath the canopy? Could it truly be the realm of the heavens? Someone murmured softly, and Emperor Jingxian cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent. The realm of the heavens? It seemed plausible yet implausible. Uncertain, they continued to watch. As they did, their gazes grew more fervent. The vehicle within the canopy began to decelerate. Initially, while on the outskirts, Gnynsing had driven swiftly, but upon entering the city, the number of vehicles increased. The officials observed buses, freight trucks, tankers, vans, electric vehicles, bicycles, and various wheeled transports traversing the spacious roads, leaving them astounded. This vehicle appeared taller and larger, seemingly accommodating many individuals, perhaps even dozens. It was laden with numerous goods, primarily wooden planks. If we were to transport these planks using our horse-drawn carriages, it would require no less than 4 carts to carry this load. This vehicle, with only 2 wheels, appeared compact and lacked a roof, yet I find it appealing. While the other vehicles seem operable with mere hands, this one still requires feet to pedal. The discussions among the officials grew increasingly animated, each offering critiques of the passing vehicles, even beginning to express personal preferences, as if their liking could somehow manifest ownership. This gradually calmed those few timid officials who no longer felt compelled to kneel in reverence. until someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the canopy, "Look at that house. It is far too tall." After a pause, another whispered, "How can a house be built so high without fear of collapse? How is it even possible?" Several officials from the Ministry of Works could not help but inch closer for a better view. However, the canopy abruptly darkened, leaving the crowd astonished, and Emperor Jingshuan's brow furrowed. They realized they could only see the interior of the vehicle. The exterior was obscured. Jian Yunsang noticed that Zhao Zhao had fallen asleep while they were halted at a red light. She opened the sunshade on the rear window to shield her from the glaring light, allowing her to rest more comfortably. The imagery within the canopy revolved around the environment and visuals surrounding Zhao Zhao, who had been curiously gazing out the window, and thus everyone could see as well. Yet, Zhao Zhao was utterly exhausted. After a full day of labor, she had been roused in the middle of the night by Shan to assist in rescuing someone, followed by a series of supernatural occurrences, ultimately bringing her to the modern era. Being so young, she was already struggling to keep her eyes open. Coupled with the vehicle's comfort, the warmth of the blanket, and the cool air conditioning, the plush seats made it nearly impossible to resist sleep. Had it not been for the astonishing scenery outside, she would have likely succumbed to slumber the moment she boarded. Now, while she rested, the people of the Chaochao were in an uproar. The officials in the capital, though well-versed and maintaining a sense of reverence towards the uncertain, remained relatively composed, whereas the common folk outside firmly believed these vehicles were divine artifacts. The villagers of Shang Lu Ciyuan were silent, but the children were envious of Zhao Zhao riding in such a celestial vehicle. If I had played with Zhao Zhao before, would I now also be able to ride in that carriage? They lamented their parents, who claimed that walking alongside Zhao Zhao would bring misfortune. Now it seems those who do not walk with her are the ones cursed. My grandparents also said Zhao Zhao was dirty and smelly. They even splashed water on her. "Oh, your family is doomed. Hurry and separate from your parents and grandparents." The children's words were both innocent and cruel, causing the adults to darken in countenance. At this moment, their resentment towards Hu Laifu and the Zheng family intensified. Where could Hu Laifu and his wife find the words to express their thoughts? From the instant the vehicle took off at high speed, they felt their doom was imminent. Zheng began to frantically pack, muttering, "We must leave quickly, get away from here. I do not know if she can seek revenge on us, but I know that if we do not depart now, those who have wronged Zhao Zhao in the village will not spare us," just like Jiang Laosan. When they were at the Lin family gate, many glared at them, wishing to pounce and tear them apart. At that moment, the canopy had remained still, leaving these individuals uncertain. But now Zhao Zhao's figure appeared within the canopy, and that vehicle and tall building were clearly beyond the realm of mere mortals, leading them to increasingly believe in Zhao Zhao's extraordinary origins. The villagers who had previously offended Zhao Zhao were already aware that it was the couple's machinations behind the scenes, and they would undoubtedly seek retribution come autumn. Zheng knew the villagers' character all too well. They simply wanted someone to take the blame, to prove their own innocence. While Hu Laifu hesitated, Zheng stepped out of the main room. Chapter 13. As she reached for the door, it opened. Hu Laifu looked up to find her expression grim. "What is it?" "I warned against connecting with the Jiang family courtyard. Indeed, Jiang Laosan has been lurking like a thief on our wall. Now he sits upon the wall, watching us, and we cannot leave." Upon hearing this, Hu Laifu felt a jolt of fear and leaned out to look, discovering Jiang Laosan casting a dark glare their way. His face twisted with malice. This expression seemed to suggest that the moment they stepped outside, he would rally the villagers to besiege them. Hu Laifu, who had previously harbored doubts, now felt resolute. "You are right. We must leave. We cannot stay in this village any longer. Let's go to your family's home. We shall set off at night." "No, if the village realizes we are missing, they will immediately think of my family." Zheng hesitated to mention that her family knew Zhao Zhao and was aware of their intentions toward her. Her parents had never valued her, and given such a situation, who could predict their reaction? Alas, Zhao Zhao had taken the rings and jade pendants before leaving, and they now had little money. "Wait, perhaps we can make a trip to my family." "All right, we shall leave when night falls. For now, let us gather our belongings." As Hu Laifu and Zheng hurriedly collected their things, they remained vigilant, watching the outside, fearful that the villagers might burst in at any moment. Fortunately, the canopy stirred once more, redirecting everyone's attention. Jian Yunsang had arrived at the community parking lot. She turned to look at Zhao Zhao, who was soundly asleep, hesitating to wake her. Just as she completed 3 orders, a faint rumbling sound emanated from the back seat. Jian Yunsang was momentarily taken aback. Turning her head to see Zhao Zhao, who had just awoken, she promptly stowed away her phone and smiled, asking, "Did you wake up?" Zhao Zhao had been roused by hunger, though she felt too shy to admit it. She gently nodded her head, only then realizing the surroundings were quite dim. "Have we arrived home?" "Indeed, we are home. If you're still tired, we can head upstairs to rest," Jian Yunsang replied, unbuckling her seatbelt as she lifted the small Zhao Zhao into her arms. Curious, Zhao Zhao surveyed her surroundings, wondering if this was what their home looked like. Certainly not, Jian Yunsang reassured her as she carried her to the elevator. Their home was located on the 9th floor, positioned in the center, offering a broad view and a pleasant environment. Everything she saw was novel, and Zhao Zhao couldn't comprehend why they were entering a box, feeling somewhat frightened. Yet, nestled in the warmth of Jian Yunsang's embrace, she felt a sense of security. Upon reaching the 9th floor, the elevator doors opened with a magical allure. "What is the matter?" Jian Yunsang inquired, noticing the hint of fear in Zhao Zhao's expression. "Are you afraid of the elevator?" 2 years prior, she would not have been, but after everything she had experienced, it was possible that she might feel fear now. Zhao Zhao quickly shook her head, insisting, "No, I'm not afraid. I'm just astonished." Satisfied that she truly felt no fear, Jian Yunsang stepped out of the elevator. The building featured 2 elevators serving 2 households, and just a few steps forward led them to their door. "Magic, this is undoubtedly magic," the onlookers below marveled. In the blink of an eye, the scenery shifted. With a mere gesture, the door swung open, prompting one individual to kneel in awe, convinced that mere mortals could not achieve such feats. Emperor Xian of the Qi Dynasty narrowed his eyes, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, intently focused on the door. As it opened, a wave of warmth greeted them, and Zhao Zhao gasped in surprise at the cozy atmosphere within. Jian Yunsang removed her down jacket and slipped on her slippers. Observing this, Zhao Zhao instinctively curled her toes, her own shabby shoes exposing her dirty little toes. The floor beneath them gleamed, so immaculate that she hesitated to step on it. Jian Yunsang gently patted her head and produced a pair of fluffy slippers. "Put these on. They are yours." She set Zhao Zhao on the shoe-changing stool and, without giving her a moment to react, removed her shoes. In that instant, Jian Yunsang's hand froze, trembling as she noticed the condition of Zhao Zhao's feet, far worse than she had anticipated. A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, but she took a deep breath, saying, "All right, you sit here for a moment while I fetch some water to clean you up." She quickly returned with a basin of warm water, while Zhao Zhao continued to eye the slippers, her small hands wavering between reaching out and holding back. Suddenly, her feet were enveloped in warmth. "I can do it myself," Zhao Zhao protested, but Jian Yunsang held her small foot, observing the scabs and swollen toes, her heart aching as if immersed in bitter waters. Fearing that speaking would bring tears, she lowered her head and bit her lip, gently massaging Zhao Zhao's feet. "All right," Zhao Zhao said, carefully stepping into the warm slippers. "Can I wear them from now on?" "Of course, they are your shoes. You can even hug them to sleep if you wish." Zhao Zhao shyly smiled. "Who hugs shoes to sleep?" "Well, actually, hugging such beautiful shoes to sleep is perfectly acceptable, much cleaner than cuddling with straw." Jian Yunsang took her hand and led her through the entrance, and the next moment, Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in amazement at the spacious and luminous living room. The room was adorned with cream-colored fabric sofas, a coffee table holding teacups and a fruit platter, and a potted daffodil that had just begun to bloom, seemingly heralding the safety the household had prayed for. Chapter 14. Lighting a fire with bare hands? Zhao Zhao found it difficult to move her feet. This place was entirely different from the Hu family home. No, it was infinitely better than both the Hu family and the village chief's house. This place was clean and tidy, devoid of any mud or unpleasant odors, even carrying a sweet fragrance. She felt as if she were in a dream, terrified that any movement would cause it to vanish. Jian Yunsang guided her to sit on the sofa, asking if she was hungry. "Let's have some biscuits first. Mama will make wontons for you. You used to love them." After saying this, she retrieved a pack of biscuits from beneath the coffee table, tearing open the packaging and offering a piece to Zhao Zhao. Instinctively, Zhao Zhao took a bite, her eyes widening at the soft, sweet taste. "What is this? I've never had something so delicious. Is it a pastry?" Jian Yunsang chuckled. "Just enjoy for now. Mama will change her clothes. After savoring a piece, Zhao Zhao felt reluctant to part with it, wishing to save some for the next day to ensure her satisfaction. Carefully tucking the biscuit away, she noticed Jian Yunsang tying an apron in the dining area and dashed over, nearly tripping in her unfamiliar slippers. Jian Yunsang gasped, quickly catching her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhao Zhao quickly shook her head, cautiously assessing Jian Yunsang's expression. Seeing no anger in her gaze, she let out a small sigh of relief. "Why don't you sit and eat your biscuits? I can help you cook. I'm really good at starting fires, and I can also make wontons. Don't worry. I want to sneak a bite." Jian Yunsang's fingers tightened as she looked at the anxious, cautious Zhao Zhao, her heart aching. "You don't need to start a fire." Immediately, she noticed Zhao Zhao's uneasy demeanor and added, "We don't have a stove. I don't need you to start a fire. The wontons are already made and stored in the refrigerator. Just boil them." Understanding that Zhao Zhao might feel insecure in this unfamiliar place, Jian Yunsang took her hand and led her to the kitchen. "Can you help Mama set the table?" "Sure," Zhao Zhao replied, still wishing to start a fire. Setting the table seemed simple. She longed to prove her usefulness, believing that despite her small stature, she could accomplish many tasks. She wanted to stay in this warm and secure home, willing to be a diligent little helper. However, upon reaching the kitchen, she was taken aback. The kitchen was not large, yet lacked a stove, firewood, rice barrels, or water tanks. The items present were entirely unfamiliar to her. Confused, she looked at Jian Yunsang, who had already retrieved the frozen wontons from the fridge. As the refrigerator door opened, a rush of cold air enveloped Zhao Zhao, and before she could ponder, the door closed again. Jian Yunsang then filled a pot with water and placed it on the stove, asking Zhao Zhao to step back a few paces. She turned on the gas valve and twisted a knob. In an instant, a flame erupted, prompting Zhao Zhao to take a step back in astonishment. How did she do that? Lighting a fire with bare hands. It's magic. The crowd beneath the sky erupted in excitement once more. Even those in the palace began to feel restless. No fire starter, no kindling, and no charcoal. She conjured it from thin air. And look, just a slight movement of that round thing allows the fire to grow and shrink at her will. While it may not have been so exaggerated, after all, street performers could also breathe fire. People assumed she must have used something similar to alcohol. Yet, the duration of the flame was remarkable. Moreover, the area where she retrieved the wontons appeared shrouded in mist. What mist? That's just ice. You enter your own ice cellar in the same manner, do you not? Is that truly an ice cellar? Ice can be stored in the kitchen without fear of melting due to excessive heat. The ministers clamored, having already divided into several factions. Emperor Jingxian did not intervene. His gaze was fervently fixed upon everything in the kitchen. Impatiently, he inquired of the attendant beside him. Has the Qintian Observatory not yet discerned the origin of the celestial canopy? Furrowing his brows, Emperor Jingxian grew increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, Jian Yunsang had already prepared the wontons. Noticing that Zhao Zhao appeared somewhat dazed, she smiled and asked, "What troubles you?" Just as she was about to inquire about the cooking fire, Zhao Zhao's expression suddenly faltered, her face slightly flushed as she hesitantly held her stomach. I need to use the restroom." The pristine surroundings made it difficult for her to voice such a request. In truth, she had long wanted to go, but upon entering the house, her attention had been diverted by various intriguing sights, and now she could no longer hold it in. After speaking, she cautiously observed Jian Yunsang's expression, fearful of inciting any displeasure. Jian Yunsang felt a pang of discomfort, accompanied by a torrent of anger. She had noticed that whenever the little one expressed a desire or spoke, she would scrutinize her expression, worried about saying something wrong. Despite her efforts to present herself well and avoid being a burden, she was only 5 years old, yet her life was filled with trepidation. Only by living in such an environment could one develop such a precarious habit. What kind of life had she endured over these 2 years? What had those who adopted her done to her? Jian Yunsang reminded herself to be patient, to take her time. Zhao Zhao still lacked a sense of security. Once she recognized that she was loved and would never be cast aside, she would surely flourish. Taking a deep breath, she took Zhao Zhao's hand, saying, "Mama will take you." Upon opening the restroom door, Zhao Zhao's face was once again marked by confusion. She needed to go to the restroom. Why was she being brought into such a pristine room? Jian Yunsang had surmised that Zhao Zhao must have previously used an old-fashioned toilet when she spoke of needing to go. Tenderly, She explained to Zhao Zhao. This is a toilet. You can sit here. After you finish, there's a button you can press, and water will come out to wash away the waste. Would you like to try? Zhao Zhao looked up, and under Jian Yunsang's encouraging gaze, she pressed the button. Immediately, she watched in astonishment as the water in the toilet swirled down rapidly. Her mouth fell slightly agape, and Jian Yunsang chuckled. Would you like Mama to help you? Zhao Zhao shook her head vigorously, and Jian Yunsang demonstrated how to use the faucet, saying, I will wait for you outside. If you have any questions, just call for me. All right. The restroom door closed, and the celestial canopy of the Great Qi Dynasty dimmed as well. This was a flaw that the charity system had repaired before shutting down. Leaving aside other matters, one must ensure that privacy is safeguarded to depart peacefully. Chapter 15, County Magistrate Gao. I am numb. The people beneath the celestial canopy had become numb. The need to use the restroom was inconsequential, but that toilet was remarkably convenient. No wonder such a small restroom could be so clean and tidy. Had the woman within the canopy not mentioned it, they would have suspected it was a place for tea and meals. However, some were not so pleased, especially the farmers in the village. Although it was clean, where did all the filth go? With a flush, did it not simply disappear? How could they use that water to fertilize their crops? If you say you're foolish, then you truly are. That is the realm of the immortals. Do the immortals need to cultivate crops? Even if they did, they certainly would not require fertilization from such filthy substances. The crowd seemed to find this reasoning quite sensible. When the celestial canopy illuminated once more, Zhao Zhao emerged from the restroom. She had spent quite a while inside, not for any other reason, but because she was taken aback by the large mirror before her while washing her hands atop a small stool. The Hu family possessed only a small bronze mirror in Zheng Ye's room. Zhao Zhao had looked into it while cleaning, but the reflection was so blurred that one could hardly discern their own features. One might as well gaze at the surface of water. Yet, no reflection could compare to the clarity of the mirror before her. What a magnificent mirror! How much could it possibly cost? As she exited, she occasionally turned her head to glance back, wondering if this truly was not a place inhabited by deities. Everything here was delightful and comfortable. The wontons were ready. Jian Yunsang placed them on the tea table and sat down on the soft carpet to eat. Go ahead, they are a bit hot. Take your time. Zhao Zhao accepted the small spoon, gripping it with both hands, and waited for Jian Yunsang to take a bite before cautiously scooping one herself. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. How delicious! Is there meat inside? Indeed, it is filled with meat. Jian Yunsang smiled as she handed her a napkin to wipe her mouth. I have never eaten meat before. I never knew it could taste so good. The Hu family had made wontons, but they would not be so extravagant as to fill them entirely with meat. They would include some vegetables and, on special occasions, a bit of egg. However, Zhao Zhao had never tasted them, let alone meat. She could only smell the aroma and imagine how delightful it must be. Jian Yunsang paused momentarily before continuing. If you like it, Mama will cook you meat every day, whether pork, beef, chicken, duck, fish, or shrimp, whatever you desire. Zhao Zhao could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in delight. The allure of meat was overwhelming, and she hastily scooped another piece. Then, because it was too hot, she spat it out. Yet, halfway through, she regretted it and merely held it in her mouth. Jian Yunsang was startled and quickly reached out, urging her to spit it out. Didn't I say to eat slowly? What if it burns? That piece of wonton landed on the napkin, and Zhao Zhao felt a wave of guilt wash over her, her eyes reddening with trepidation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to waste the meat. Please don't be angry. Mama is not angry. I'm just worried you might burn yourself. Come, open your mouth. Let me take a look. Jian Yunsang softened her voice, and upon confirming that there was no issue in her mouth, she sighed in relief. Seeing that Jian Yunsang was not displeased, Zhao Zhao felt somewhat reassured and obediently opened her mouth for inspection. She then felt a surge of happiness, realizing that Mama was only anxious for her well-being. Previously, she had gotten hurt in her eagerness, and Sister Linlon had scolded her while applying medicine. You just mentioned that you have never eaten meat, correct? Was it because the family you lived with previously had no meat, or did they refuse to give you any? Zhao Zhao indeed slowed her movements, her voice barely above a whisper. They said I was just a servant girl and could not eat. Yet many girls in the village could eat meat. Jian Yunsang frowned. That is nonsense. In this world, what men can eat, women can consume as well. The term servant girl is merely an excuse. They are both wicked and stingy, fabricating reasons to deceive you. The topic of gender inequality is far too complex, but anyone who speaks of servant girls is not a good person. And being stingy is quite normal. Zhao Zhao blinked, finding her reasoning sound, and nodded obediently. Then how did you end up at the foot of the mountain this morning? This revelation astonished Jian Yunsang. Logically, Zhao Zhao lived in a remote and impoverished area. A 5-year-old child, if unaccompanied, would likely struggle to venture out. Zhao Zhao replied, "It was Ashan who brought me." Ashan? Jian Yunsang narrowed her eyes. "Where's Ashan now?" Zhao Zhao shook her head. "I don't know either. I fainted, and when I woke up, Ashan was there, but he was gone." Fainted? Jian Yunsang pondered deeply. So, Ashan was aware that Zhao Zhao had been abducted and mistreated by that family, and he quietly rescued her. As for why he needed to render her unconscious, could it be that he was from that place as well? There were too few clues, and Jian Yunsang could not ascertain anything. Noticing that Zhao Zhao had taken a few bites, she asked, "What was the name of the place where you lived for the past 2 years?" Shangyu Vilyaga. There exists a village name, yet its scope remains too limited. Searching for it may require considerable effort. After a brief pause, she continued to inquire, "What about the county town? In which county is Shangyu village located?" Zhao Zhao shook her head, expressing her ignorance. Afraid of disappointing her, she hurriedly added, "But I know about Shali village, Zhangjiao village, and Tongkao village." She had never ventured beyond Shangyu village and was unaware of the world outside. While some villagers had traveled to the county town, they merely referred to going to the county rather than specifying which one. The villages that Zhao Zhao mentioned, Shali village, Zhangjiao village, and Tongkao village, were all situated in the vicinity of Shangyu village, and the Zheng family's maternal home was in Zhangjiao village. Her daily tasks left her with little interaction with others, thus limiting her sources of information primarily to the village itself. "I apologize," Zhao Zhao said, her head bowed in guilt. "I am rather ignorant." "Knowing several villages is quite impressive," Jian Yunsang remarked, intending to search for these village names shortly, suggesting they should enjoy their wontons first before they became cold. She refrained from further questioning, and the mother and daughter quietly resumed their meal. Meanwhile, under the celestial canopy, the county magistrate Gao of Huaiping County felt as though he had been struck by lightning. As the magistrate, who was diligent in his duties, he was acutely aware of the villages under his jurisdiction: Shangliu Village, Shali Village, Zhangjiao Village, and Tongkao Village. If only Shangliu Village were mentioned, Gao might have dismissed it as mere coincidence. However, upon hearing the names of the other villages, he realized they undoubtedly referred to Huaiping County. Gao had never anticipated that this celestial phenomenon would be linked to him. Upon witnessing the canopy that morning, he understood chaos was imminent and, neglecting breakfast, commanded his officials to closely monitor the citizens' reactions, threatening severe repression if necessary. Indeed, rumors of divine punishment quickly surfaced from Yangshu Town, and some individuals took the opportunity to incite unrest. Without hesitation, Gao led his subordinates towards Yangshu Town. While other areas were of lesser concern, Yangshu Town had settled many refugees a few years prior, resulting in a chaotic mix of individuals, necessitating his attention. Unfortunately, Yangshu Town was somewhat distant, and by the time he received word and set out, it was already late. When Guoxiuzai arrived at the county office seeking him, Gao had only just exited the city gates. At that moment, Gao was still preoccupied with the affairs of Yangshu Town. He felt a headache coming on, utterly astonished that the child in the celestial canopy had previously lived in Shangliu Village. Thus, this so-called celestial phenomenon was not a sudden occurrence. Was it, in fact, a consequence of this child? More troubling was the fact that the family who had taken Zhao Zhao and had mistreated her. Consequently, the appearance of the celestial canopy raised questions about whether it would ultimately bring fortune or calamity to the Great Qi Dynasty, with Gao suspecting that the latter was more likely. Gao hesitated and, after a moment, stated, "I must first resolve matters here. The canopy is already in place, and whether it brings fortune or misfortune, we cannot evade it. However, if we do not address the situation in Yangshu Town, many innocent lives may be at stake. The immediate priority is to quell the unrest here." Many citizens of Huaiping County were likewise aware of Shangliu Village. They were equally bewildered. Who could have imagined that the little celestial being they had been discussing was living in their midst? The mention of Shangliu village prompted those with quick wits to suppress their unease and hasten to inquire about news from Shangliu village. In no time, Shangliu village was besieged by a surge of visitors. Yu Chai, the village head of Shangliu village, found himself obstructed at his doorstep by a throng of officials and wealthy gentry rushing to gather information. The atmosphere in the village was abuzz with activity, as relatives and in-laws came together in unprecedented numbers. Having witnessed the entire sequence of events, the villagers of Shangliu village eagerly recounted the story, sharing it repeatedly, ensuring every detail of Zhaozhao's life over the past 2 years was thoroughly communicated. Outsiders listened in astonishment, and with the villagers' fervent promotion, they became increasingly convinced that the images displayed upon the canopy were indeed from the realm of the divine. The Zhang family, too, faced interruptions from unexpected visitors. A multitude of guests arrived, compelling Jiang Laosan, who had been perched on a wall observing the Zheng family, to descend and partake in the food brought by his good friend. Hu Leif and the Zheng family had been keeping a close watch on him, and upon noticing the influx of visitors, they realized an opportunity had arisen. Without waiting for nightfall, they decided to leave immediately, amidst the crowd and chaos. Even if they fled, they would not draw undue attention. Zheng Shi hastily retrieved the belongings she had prepared, anxiously grasping Hu Baoduan's hand. Though reluctant, he obediently followed her out, limping noticeably as they walked. Hu Baoduan had been beaten. Being young and somewhat slow-witted, he was unclear about the situation, especially upon seeing Zhao Zhao in the canopy. He shouted at the top of his lungs for her to descend and serve him. Initially, Hu Leif and Zheng Shi ignored his outburst, but as Zhao Zhao began eating wontons, Hu Baoduan grew increasingly agitated, rolling on the ground and even throwing stones at the canopy. Hu Leif and Zheng Shi, already frazzled, could no longer tolerate their son's antics. For the first time, Hu Leif, who had always indulged his son, raised a rattan stick to strike Hu Baoduan, a tool he had previously employed against Zhao Zhao. Zheng Shi felt a pang of sympathy, but ultimately refrained from intervening. Hu Baoduan, familiar with pain, ceased his fussing after receiving a few blows. Now, as his parents hurried him out, he remained silent. The 3 members of the Hu family stealthily exited their home. Originally, Yu Chai had heeded Gua Xiaocai's advice and stationed someone to watch over their household, but with so many people arriving in the village, their attention was diverted. In the brief span of time, the Hu family swiftly departed from Shangliu village. The celestial canopy continued to cast its presence above, and Zheng Shi silently scoffed before making her way to Zhengjia village. While most residents of Zhengjia village were of the Zheng surname, many were no longer present. Even Zheng Shi's maternal relatives, upon confirming that the child depicted in the canopy was indeed Zhao Zhao, rushed to seek out Hu Leif. However, the Hu family had taken a secluded and winding route to evade the crowds, thus narrowly missing them. For Zheng Shi, this turn of events proved fortuitous. Observing that only the elderly matriarch and her caretaker, Zhou Shi, remained at the Zheng household, Zheng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. When Zhou Shi saw her sister-in-law arrive, she was taken aback, neglecting to inquire about the large basket and bundles they carried, as if preparing to relocate. At that moment, her concern lay with the celestial canopy, and she hastily pulled Zheng Shi aside to ask, "Why have you come at this hour? We have seen the canopy, and your brother and the others are heading your way. Sister-in-law, please do not rush. We came specifically for this matter. Where's mother? We have something very important to discuss with her." Zheng Shi replied hastily, then dashed into the house to see the matriarch, insisting on speaking with her privately. Zhou Shi and the matriarch assumed her inquiry was related to the celestial phenomenon. Curious, Zhou Shi reluctantly excused herself to fetch water. Just as she left, Zheng Shi suddenly lunged forward. The elderly matriarch gasped in shock and was about to scream when Zheng Shi covered her mouth. She stared at her daughter in disbelief. In the next moment, Hu Leif stepped forward, binding the matriarch securely with a length of rope. As Zheng Shi tied her mother, she whispered, "I'm sorry, mother. We are at a dead end. Please help your daughter and grant us a way out. I promise to repay you when the opportunity arises." The matriarch's eyes widened in fury, wishing to bite off a piece of her daughter, but being physically impaired and confronted by the strong figures of her daughter and son-in-law, she could do nothing but emit muffled sounds of protest. Zheng Shi could easily surmise that the elderly woman would utter some foul language, but it mattered little since they could not hear her. Once the old lady was securely bound, Zhang Shi opened a chest at the head of the bed, revealing a box at its very bottom under the elderly woman's furious gaze. The Zhang family was relatively well off. The earnings of her several sons were entrusted to the elderly matriarch, who managed their household finances. Moreover, 2 years prior, when Zhang Shi sold Zhaozhao's ring, it was the elderly woman who facilitated the transaction, earning herself 5 taels of silver in the process. Thus, Zhang Shi was well aware of the elderly woman's wealth. As they plotted their escape, they found themselves short on silver, and although they had previously seized a jade pendant and anklet from Zhaozhao as a potential fallback, they now had nothing and had to rely on the Zhang family's resources. As expected, when the small box was opened, it was filled to the brim with silver coins and a silver note. To her astonishment, Zhang Shi counted a total of over 200 taels. Hu Lai Fu was equally shocked. How could a farming family with so many members possibly save such a substantial amount? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Zhang Shi turned her head to glare at the furious old lady and asked, the money from selling the ring was certainly not merely 20 taels. Was it? A flicker of guilt crossed the elderly woman's eyes, igniting Zhang Shi's anger. In the next moment, she noticed a small, intricately designed cloth bag tucked away in the corner of the box. Upon opening it, her expression darkened considerably. Inside the bag were rings, the very ones taken from Zhaozhao. She had asked the elderly woman to help sell 2, yet it appeared that only 1 had been sold. Moreover, that one had fetched far more than 20 taels. Enraged, Zhang Shi spat at the elderly woman. I had initially intended to leave you half, but it seems that's unnecessary now. With you cheating your own daughter, do not blame her for being unfilial. With that, she emptied the contents of the small box in her own pockets, taking everything for herself. The elderly woman wailed even more desperately, occasionally banging her head against the bed frame, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Shi ignored her, exchanging a glance with Hu Lai Fu before making their exit. Though Zhou Shi was busy in the kitchen, she glanced over occasionally. Zhang Shi called out to her, sister-in-law, mother wants you to prepare 2 extra dishes for dinner. Our Bao Dun wishes to have winter bamboo shoots, so please go dig up a couple from the bamboo grove. Do not worry, I will take care of mother here. Zhou Shi was reluctant, but seeing that the elderly woman did not object, she realized the elderly lady was in agreement and reluctantly took a basket and left. Once she was gone, the Hu family hastily departed from the Zhang household. Soon after, they heard the elderly woman's anguished cries. When the Zhang family finally pieced together the entire story from her fragmented sobs, they were left in shock and quickly stormed off to confront Zhang Shi. However, by that time, the Hu family had already vanished without a trace. In a similarly chaotic scene, Yu Chai, upon seeing the officials arrive, led them to the Hu residence only to find it completely deserted. Feeling a sense of dread, Yu Chai hurriedly brought them to Zheng's village, where they encountered utter disarray. Bewildered, Yu Chai realized the Hu couple had acted with ruthless determination. In stark contrast to their turmoil, Zhaozhao, under the celestial canopy, found herself enveloped in bliss. She lay obediently on a soft, large bed, cocooned in a fluffy comforter, while her mother hummed a gentle lullaby to soothe her to sleep. Here, there were no drafty corners, no tattered blankets that failed to ward off the chill, no scurrying mice at her feet, and no frightening sounds of scolding and blows. She feasted on sumptuous meat dumplings, feeling completely satiated. She could also drink warm water, a luxury she could scarcely remember experiencing. Not only that, but she was also able to bathe in warm water, the marvelous showerhead providing an unending stream of heat that washed away all the grime, leaving her feeling a little embarrassed. Yet, her mother did not scorn her. Instead, she applied fragrant cream to her face, which had once been dry and cracked, now transformed into a soft, supple visage. This cream was infinitely superior to the greasy ointment found in Zhang Shi's room, lacking any foul odor. It truly felt like a dream. However, Zhaozhao found it peculiar that only her mother was present at home. Where's her father? She pondered asking, but hesitated, fearing she might say something amiss, ultimately deciding against voicing her curiosity. Reluctant to close her eyes and succumb to sleep, she feared awakening to the harshness of her previous life filled with beatings and scoldings. Yet, Jian Yunsang's melodic voice was gently hypnotic, lulling her into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, as the sky dimmed, Jian Yunsang listened to Zhao Zhao's steady breathing and paused her actions, exhaling softly as she observed the little one clinging to her clothing. Lying beside her, she scrutinized the child, her heart tightening with each passing moment, her expression darkening with fury. Shanlu village, is it? I will certainly find them. No matter where they are, she vowed silently. Mommy, came a soft murmur from Zhao Zhao's lips. Instinctively, Jian Yunsang responded, Mommy is here. Looking down, she saw Zhao Zhao still asleep. Her expression softened, her eyes glistening with tears as she tenderly repeated, Mommy is here. The next morning, Zhao Zhao awoke feeling somewhat groggy. Her biological clock had already adjusted. She was accustomed to rising at dawn. Today was no exception, yet it felt different. She felt warmly enveloped, as if still dreaming. Dreaming? As she gathered her senses, she turned to see Jian Yun saying, still asleep. Tentatively, she raised her hand to gently touch her mother's face, feeling the warmth, confirming that this was indeed reality. Jian Yun Sang had grown accustomed to light sleep over the past 2 years, and as soon as Zhao Zhao reached out, she stirred awake. Pulling her child closer, she whispered, It's still early. Shall we sleep a little longer? When you wake up, I will take you somewhere special. Chapter 18. Washing machine and dishwasher. Zhao Zhao giggled, feeling content that her mother was still there upon waking. Although she still felt sleepy, she allowed herself to drift back to sleep under Jian Yun Sang's gentle patting. When she awoke again, daylight had fully arrived. Turning to glance at Jian Yun Sang, who was still slumbering, she carefully got out of bed and quietly descended to the floor. Jian Yun Sang, awake but motionless, watched Zhao Zhao rise, her face reflecting satisfaction. Zhao Zhao proceeded to the bathroom, presumably to wash her face. After experimenting with the faucet, she remained intrigued, lingering there for quite a while. When she finally emerged, she found Jian Yun Sang still lying on the bed and tiptoed out of the room, closing the door behind her. However, once outside, she was at a loss for what to do. In the past, upon waking, she would tend to the chickens and ducks, then head to the vegetable garden to harvest and wash the produce. Once Zheng Shi arose, she would assist in cooking. Afterward, she would wash the dishes and sweep the floor, followed by laundry chores. If time permitted, she would help in the fields or do whatever Zheng Shi instructed. But here, there was no need to tend to the chickens or ducks, no requirement to gather vegetables, and certainly no need to start a fire. As for washing dishes, she had intended to do so last night, but after finishing her meal, she had gone to the restroom, and when she returned, the dishes had vanished. Sweeping the floor was out of the question as well. The pristine surface was so spotless that not even a speck of dust could be found, cleaner than the bed where Zheng Shi and the others slept. When it came to laundry, she had changed out of her clothes the previous night, but she had no idea where her mother had put them. Wanting to be useful, she felt unsure about handling the unfamiliar household items, worried about making mistakes or causing damage she could not afford to pay for. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Zhao fidgeted with her hands, feeling lost. Leaning against the doorframe, Jian Yun Sang's lips tightened. Little Zhao Zhao had once been outgoing and cheerful, unafraid to ask questions and greeted everyone she met. Now, she timidly curled up on the sofa, gazing at the potted plant on the coffee table, lacking the courage to take even a single step forward. She gently closed her eyes for a moment, straightened herself, and walked ahead. After sitting on the sofa for quite a while, she ultimately could not resist and headed toward the balcony. The balcony featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, and standing here, she felt as though she could tumble down at any moment. Just yesterday, she had ventured a few steps toward it, but dared not approach too closely, stopping a meter away from the window. She adored this place. It was so bright and warm, with sunlight streaming in, uplifting her spirits immensely. After a brief hesitation, she could not help but move her little feet closer, cautiously placing her hand on the glass to touch it. The sky of the Qi Zhao had opened early, following her steps as she explored, ultimately landing her gaze upon the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The Jingxian Emperor was once again envious. Captivated by the beautiful glazed tiles that were both transparent and sturdy, even used as walls, he desired no more than half of it. Contemplating this, he turned to find the Minister of Works, Yu Kongsheng, asking if they could produce such tiles in their region. Yu Kongsheng's eyes sparkled, but he regretfully shook his head at the emperor's inquiry, stating that it was not possible. The Jingxian Emperor stroked his chin, pondering. Then you should try to produce such tiles by next year. Yu Kongsheng replied, Your Majesty, do you think this can be accomplished with mere experimentation? There's even a deadline. However, before the Jingxian Emperor finished speaking, he added about the water dispensing device. What was it called? A faucet. suggesting they should create one for convenience, ideally one that dispensed hot water as well. Yu Kongsheng thought, do I appear capable of such a task? Additionally, there was the stove that produced fire. Zhao Zhao exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was here. She dashed over and quickly dragged the laundry basket closer. Inside, it contained not only her clothes, but also her mother's. She intended to wash them all before her mother awoke, as this would surely bring her mother joy and allow her to stay. With that thought, Zhao Zhao hurriedly made her way toward the bathroom with the laundry basket. Just as she reached the living room, Jian Yunsang approached. She instinctively explained, I'm going to do the laundry. Doing laundry, are we? Jian Yunsang smiled and took the laundry basket from her. That's wonderful. Shall I teach you how to wash it properly? Zhao Zhao initially wanted to assert her ability to wash, but upon seeing the beautiful garments of Jian Yunsang within the basket, she chose to remain silent. Her mother's clothes appeared exquisite, and she worried about washing them incorrectly. She obediently nodded, agreeing, all right. Zhao Zhao wore an expression of confusion, pondering her whereabouts and what had just transpired. Doing laundry. Is it like this? Indeed. Let us prepare breakfast first. After we eat, we shall head out. Zhao Zhao looked up, inquiring this. This machine washes clothes by itself? Yes, it is called a washing machine. It not only washes clothes, but can also dry them for immediate wear. However, today, the sun is quite pleasant, so we shall air dry them instead. It feels more comfortable. Jian Yunsang guided her toward the kitchen. There is also a dishwasher here. We place the dishes inside, and it will clean them for us. Zhao Zhao suddenly understood. Realizing why she had not seen the dishes yesterday, they could clean themselves. Although she was intrigued, she still desired such wondrous items, thus turning to Yu Kongsheng for confirmation. Yet, the latter had already retreated to a corner, hidden from sight. The villagers of Shang Lu Siyuan were filled with envy, exclaiming how marvelous it would be if they possessed such miraculous tools. While they daydreamed, someone rushed in, announcing quickly, the county magistrate has arrived and is heading to the village chief's home. Chapter 19. County Magistrate Gao arrives at Shang Lu Siyuan currently. The authorities had dispatched individuals to search for leads, but due to the chaos surrounding the Sky incident, their resources were stretched thin, making the search quite challenging. Particularly since the suspect had just acquired over 200 taels of silver, the disparity between wealth and poverty was immense. County Magistrate Gao felt a throbbing headache. Yet he had no time to linger. He needed to head to Shang Lu Siyuan, having spent the night without rest. He was extremely fatigued, but could not afford a moment's respite. If this matter was not handled properly, his position would be at stake. Upon arriving at Shang Lu Siyuan, Yu Chai awaited him at the village entrance, drenched in sweat, alongside Scholar Gua. The day before, upon hearing Zhao Zhao mention Shang Lu Siyuan, he realized he would not need to explain much to the magistrate. The county office would send someone to investigate the situation. And indeed, a constable had visited the previous day, and today County Magistrate Gao had come in person. Without pleasantries, the county magistrate directly stated, let's first go to the Hu family. The group swiftly made their way to the Hu residence, where a constable was already stationed at the entrance. The county magistrate entered and took a brief look around. Most belongings of the Hu family remained, as they had left stealthily, not wanting to attract attention, thus limiting what they could take. Some commonly used clothing and bedding were absent, and a few pots and pans might have been taken, but nothing of significant value remained. The county magistrate then wandered into the courtyard, where Yu Chai remarked that the family had originally kept 5 chickens, 2 ducks, and a pig. Now, with 1 chicken and 1 duck missing, they must have been taken as well. The county magistrate nodded, exiting the main room to inquire, where does the young girl reside? Yu Chai's heart sank, and after a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself to lead the way, saying, this way, my lord. The door to the storage room was still ajar. After Zhao Zhao had run out that night, it had not been closed again, revealing everything inside. The worn sheets and straw scattered on the floor starkly illustrated the young girl's previous living conditions. The county magistrate took a deep breath, crouching down to touch the boards, which still bore splinters. He instructed Yu Chai and the others to step back, personally examining the items in the storage room. These objects likely accompanied the young girl through many difficult days. The county magistrate neatly arranged the items, quickly uncovering some straw in the corner, where he discovered scratch marks on the ground. He furrowed his brow and asked, what is this? Yu Chai and Scholar Gua stepped forward to inspect, but were equally perplexed. Scholar Gua, as if struck by inspiration, suggested perhaps we should inquire with the villagers who were close to Zhao Zhao. The county magistrate stood up, agreeing. That is a good idea. I was just about to seek information regarding the young girl's past behavior. Yu Chai immediately dashed out, declaring, I will find Lin Lan and the others. In truth, he did not need to run far, as Lin Lan and the others were already at the entrance of the Hu residence. They felt a deep sense of regret, realizing that had they known the village chief was so unreliable, they would have kept a closer watch on the Hu family. Upon hearing that the county magistrate had arrived, they hurried to the Hu residence. As Lin Lan and the others followed Yu Chai into the courtyard, faced with the county magistrate's inquiries, the others shook their heads in response, while only Lin Lan spoke up, saying these scratch marks were specifically noted by Zhao Zhao to remember the kindnesses she received. Kindnesses? The others looked on in confusion. Speaking of this, Lin Lan felt a pang of sorrow. Despite her young age, Zhao Zhao had not had an easy life with the Hu family, yet she was truly a kind-hearted girl. Zhao Zhao had mentioned that she might not be able to do much right now, but she would grow up and repay the kindness of those who had helped her in the village. These scratch marks were her way of ensuring she would not forget. Here is a bun I gave her, a pair of socks from Granny Zhou, firewood carried by Uncle Dashin, and 2 old garments from Aunt Yu, along with a grasshopper crafted by Liang Ping. As she spoke, Lin Lan's voice grew heavy. These were all small gestures that seemed trivial to them, but Zhao Zhao had taken them to heart. She has endured hardships all her life, yet has never complained about the unfairness of fate. Instead, she often expresses gratitude, acknowledging that while many in the village have treated her poorly, there are still those who care for her. Indeed, she is not entirely alone in this world. The tears could not be restrained by Granny Zhou as she reflected on the unjust treatment of such a lovely girl by the Hu family. It was truly a sin. Is retribution not already upon them? Liang Ping scoffed, eager to see how far they could flee. The celestial canopy hangs above, and no one can escape the grasp of Zhao Zhao, the little immortal. Aunt Yu remained unperturbed, agreeing with Zhao Zhao's belief in karmic retribution. Good deeds are rewarded while evil deeds are punished. Just within a single day, the evidence has manifested itself. Those who once looked down upon them now approach with courtesy, especially since the Lin family had amicably divided their household. County Magistrate Gao listened quietly to their discourse, his emotions growing increasingly complex as he glanced at the scratches on the ground. Just yesterday, he pondered the misfortune that befell the girl at the hands of her abusers, and now the celestial canopy, appearing due to her presence, might bring calamity or fortune to the Qi Zhao. However, he now considered the possibility that it could indeed be a blessing rather than a curse. How could such a grateful and kind-hearted girl have encountered the Hu family? Yes. Once outside with the crowd, County Magistrate Gao inquired, I have heard that the young girl gifted you something before her departure? The moment he spoke, Lin Lan and the others felt a pang of unease, instantly becoming wary. Gao seemed oblivious to their reaction, continuing, let me see it. Lin Lan and her companions were reluctant. As common folk, they harbored a natural fear of officials. They had allowed their excitement to carry them away earlier, but now they hesitated. Yu Chai urged, quickly show the magistrate. Yes, it is what Zhao Zhao gave us, Liang Ping murmured softly, stealing a glance at Gao, genuinely worried he might demand it from them. Guo gently reassured, Magistrate Gao is a good official who serves the people. You need not worry. He will certainly return it after viewing. Gao regarded him with a questioning gaze, unsure whether he was being praised or challenged. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Lan finally produced the anklet. Granny Zhou and the others exchanged glances, then passed the ring forward. Gao examined the trinkets closely, furrowing his brow slightly. While the anklet was clearly made of silver, the rings, though visually appealing, left him uncertain regarding their material. He was not well versed in such matters, but these items piqued his interest. He raised his head and addressed them. I wish to purchase these pieces to present them to His Majesty in the capital. Lin Lan and the others immediately turned to Guo, bewildered. Didn't you say he would return them to us? Guo quickly clarified. Purchase. The magistrate intends to buy them, not take them for free. Zhao Zhao did mention selling them and splitting the money, did she not? The magistrate will offer a fair price. But we do not wish to sell, Uncle Dashin interjected, raising his voice slightly. Though we are short on money, these treasures were left by Zhao Zhao. They are our mementos, and we cannot part with them. Gao smiled knowingly. I advise you to reconsider selling them. The group frowned in contemplation. These trinkets were given by the little girl from the celestial canopy, and this is not a secret. If you keep them, people will inevitably covet them. After all, they do not belong to the Qi Zhao, and many believe them to be celestial artifacts, coveted by all. Lin Lan and the others exchanged glances, realizing they had not considered this aspect. Gao continued, if you encounter well-meaning individuals, they may offer to buy them, or worse. They could resort to coercion or theft. In the face of those with malicious intent, you may not even survive. As ordinary villagers, possessing treasures, yet lacking the means to protect them, is precarious. It would be wiser to sell them to me. Once they enter the government's possession, few will dare to covet them. Moreover, when I present them to His Majesty, you will be recognized for your contribution. Clearly shaken, Lin Lan and her companions found his argument compelling. Yet, they felt a deep reluctance to part with the items. Seeing their resolve wavering, Gao delivered his final point. Did you not say that the little girl hoped you would sell the jewelry and improve your lives? Her intentions were kind. And should you refuse to sell and invite trouble upon yourselves, it would be a betrayal of her goodwill, and she might be seen as a harbinger of misfortune. We will sell, Lin Lan declared decisively. The others nodded in agreement. Gao smiled. Very well, I shall purchase these trinkets. Turning to Yu Chai, he inquired, I heard the Hu family sold 2 rings previously. What was the price? The villagers were initially ignorant of the Hu family sale, and the couple had not boasted about it. However, following the recent calamity that befell the Zhang family, Yu Chai learned from the old lady that the rings had sold for 50 taels each. Yet, she had informed the Zhang family that the price was only 20 taels for both. Gao pursed his lips. 50 taels? Quite steep. While he was not entirely devoid of wealth, he was not affluent either. Moreover, the price had likely surged due to the celestial phenomenon. Very well, I will offer 80 taels for each piece. He intended to document this expenditure in his report, hoping for reimbursement from the emperor, although not a significant sum. Once the items reached the capital, rewards would surely follow. Lin Lan and her companions nodded in agreement. Gao collected the jewelry and proceeded to inquire further about Zhao Zhao, asking both about those who had treated her kindly and those who had mistreated her. He remained composed, merely glancing at the trembling villagers before instructing Yu Chai to keep a close watch on the Hu family and report any findings directly to the magistrate. Yes, sir. As Gao departed, he finally had a moment to rest in the carriage. However, just as he closed his eyes, a sudden announcement from the celestial canopy startled him, causing him to lean toward the window, fixating on the sky. The mother and daughter above were having breakfast. Jian Yun sang, having completed her laundry tasks, asked Zhao Zhao what she wished to eat. Yet, after having indulged in meaty wontons for lunch and a rich chicken porridge for dinner the previous day, she felt that was already quite extravagant. As she patted her little belly seriously, Jian Yun sang paused at the mention of wild vegetables. She suspected that Zhao Zhao was not expressing a preference, but rather indicating what she typically consumed. She squatted down and smiled. Unfortunately, we have no wild vegetables at home, but we cannot skip breakfast. How about I make the decision? Zhao Zhao obediently nodded, okay. Jian Yun sang, then entered the kitchen and checked the refrigerator. In truth, her food supply was quite limited. Living alone meant she kept a modest stock, often opting for takeout rather than cooking. Thus, she refrained from storing too many perishables. Fortunately, she could still prepare a decent breakfast. She took 2 eggs, one to make a steamed egg custard for Zhao Zhao and the other to boil. After preparing a mixture of black rice, yellow beans, and millet porridge, she sliced an apple. Yesterday, she had given a piece to Zhaozhao, who seemed to relish it, exclaiming that they called it a red fruit in their area, where it grew in the mountains, albeit small and less sweet. Quite different from this apple. As for vegetables, there was a large head of Chinese cabbage available. When it came to staples, GNYNSing searched around and discovered they had no flour left, but there were a few sweet potatoes. This would suffice for now, as they had protein, staple food, vegetables, and fruit all covered. Today, she planned to purchase some fresh vegetables, so she could prepare a variety of dishes for Zhaozhao in the future. Thus, Zhaozhao watched as the steamed egg custard was served alongside the porridge, the apple cut into rabbit-shaped pieces, and 2 elongated items, finally accompanied by a plate of vegetables. Among these, she had only ever tasted the Chinese cabbage before. Let us eat. We'll keep it simple today, and I'll prepare something different for you tomorrow. GNYNSing said as she seated Zhaozhao and handed her the spoon. Is this really simple? Zhaozhao appeared bewildered. realizing that breakfast could be so lavish. The common folk beneath the heavens shared the same sentiment. There were so many varieties, yet they called this a simple meal. The wealthy families, however, were unimpressed, not perceiving the meal as particularly exquisite, and had the leisure to critique. Those among the celestial beings present seemed to have plenty of intriguing items, yet the food appeared not much different from their own. She had expected something like celestial peaches or divine nectar. Indeed, yesterday's wontons and chicken congee were rather unremarkable. Today's offerings. While the egg custard was a daily staple in their home, the porridge was finely made, the cabbage prepared rather simply, and the red fruit was just passable. But what were those two elongated items? They seemed unfamiliar. Nearby, a commoner overheard their conversation and could not help but roll his eyes. After observing that nothing had gone awry under the heavens for a day, he grew bold enough to voice his critiques. However, he too was curious about the elongated items. At that moment, Zhaozhao took a bite and savored the sweet taste. Ing had been attentively observing her. She noted the joy and reverence with which Zhao ate the egg custard, but her expression turned peculiar upon tasting the sweet potato, as if it were something extraordinary. What is the matter? Don't you like it? Have you eaten too much before? Essing wondered, feeling somewhat regretful for not considering that she might not enjoy it. No, I've just never had it before. I didn't know it was sweet. Zhaozhao replied. Never had it before? That shouldn't be the case. If the family that adopted you lived in a remote area and was not affluent, they would likely have stored plenty of sweet potatoes. Yin Ypsilon N snuggle amused. Yet, it was unwise to assume. Perhaps that region simply did not yield such crops. If you like it, I'll buy more today. You can eat as much as you wish, but you can fill up on just one. Your appetite is small. Half would suffice for most of the day. Zhaozhao shook her head repeatedly, insisting, No, I'm fine with just this. I don't want to spend so much money. I don't need to eat so lavishly. She wished to avoid the impression of being a burden, asserting that she could eat wild vegetables. Ing gently patted her head, reassuring her that it wouldn't cost much, as this was quite cheap. Cheap? Zhaozhao thought she was merely comforting herself. Indeed, it's cheaper than eggs, apples, this bowl of porridge, and even the Chinese cabbage. Of course, quality varies. There are expensive ones too, but that need not be mentioned. Zhaozhao's eyes widened in surprise. She had always believed that the things she had never seen were the most expensive, not realizing that this was the cheapest among them. Why is it so inexpensive? Do we have a lot of it here? This is clearly much tastier than coarse flour buns. While the cultivation of sweet potatoes was not widespread, the yield per acre was substantial, typically over 6,000 pounds, and with high productivity, it could reach 10,000 pounds. Furthermore, they could be stored for extended periods. Zhaozhao was still trying to grasp the quantities of 6,000 and 10,000 pounds, feeling pity for her lack of kindergarten education and understanding. However, the citizens beneath the heavens were in an uproar. The county magistrate, upon hearing that sweet potatoes yielded over 6,000 pounds per acre, leaned out from his carriage to inquire of the driver. Did you hear that correctly? 6,000 pounds? How much would that be? Currently, their grain yield was only a couple hundred pounds per acre. The disparity between 10,000 pounds and a couple hundred was staggering. All present swallowed hard, especially those who were impoverished and had little grain. They could only envy such a crop. If they too possessed such excellent seeds, would they need to fear hunger after paying their taxes? Emperor Su-in paced restlessly in the great hall, occasionally placing his hands on his hips, then tugging at his hair, appearing quite agitated. Yet, no one paid him any mind. All present were as if petrified. After a while, someone murmured, 6,000 to 10,000 pounds per acre? Is this truly no jest? Did you hear her? She said this food is very filling and can be stored for a long time. How extraordinary is this grain? Indeed, in their mortal realm, how could such divine food be cultivated? Surely this must be the realm of deities. Yet unexpectedly, Emperor Su-in abruptly waved his sleeve and sat down on the dragon throne, his voice cold and eyes blazing. Gentlemen, the heavens have presented this to us. You've pondered through the night. Can anyone tell me, is this truly the realm of deities? The ministers stood in two lines, exchanging glances. After a long pause, the Grand Tutor was the first to step forward from the crowd. Your Majesty, the places depicted in the heavens are far too few. As it stands, we can only see two individuals, and they remain indoors, making it difficult to ascertain. The emperor narrowed his eyes, prompting the Grand Tutor to continue. However, I believe this should not be considered the realm of deities. I concur. If it were the realm of deities, they likely would not need to eat. Soon, several others supported the Grand Tutor's viewpoint. Yet, there were also dissenters questioning how to explain the 10,000 pounds per acre of grain, if not divine rice. And what are the self-washing clothes and the rapidly moving carriages? Such celestial artifacts could hardly be within the reach of mere mortals. Emperor Su-in pondered as the discussion among the gathering grew heated. Not so. They, like us, eat, sleep, wash, and relieve themselves. Is this not the life of ordinary people? If deities lived as we do, would they still be called deities? As for those celestial artifacts, while they may indeed be rare and astonishing to us, I believe that with diligent research by the Ministry of Works, they could certainly be manufactured. After all, the Mo family's mechanized techniques have produced many remarkable inventions that have dazzled the world. Minister of Works, I have not provoked any of you. The ministers whispered to one another, realizing that the elements they deemed divine were those artifacts. If they could also create such items, then their gazes fell upon the Minister of Works, filled with anticipation. I truly have not provoked any of you. Emperor Su-in seemed to lean towards the latter conclusion, feeling quite pleased, bursting into laughter. You all make valid points. If what is displayed in the heavens is not of the celestial realm, then we have hope of obtaining seeds that yield 10,000 pounds per acre. Before that, I need you all to find out exactly who they are and where they are located. His eyes gleamed with excitement. We must find them. The ministers felt the emperor might be indulging in fanciful thoughts. Even if it was not the realm of deities, it surely did not belong to their DQ. They thought this, but understood they could not ignore the emperor's command. Though they held little hope, they complied. Fortunately, the heavens remained visible. As long as it continued, they could gather more clues, and perhaps they might truly find them. Truth be told, they too yearned for those sweet potatoes yielding 10,000 pounds per acre. It was simply too tempting. With this thought, their expressions grew increasingly earnest as they gazed at the heavens. Zhaozhao has already finished her breakfast. With a small appetite, she consumed the egg custard, ate half of a sweet potato, and took a couple of sips of rice porridge before feeling rather full. A sense of worry and apprehension crept over her as she pondered whether she could save the remaining food for lunch. Yunzing shook her head, indicating that it was unnecessary. She poured the rice porridge in front of Zhaozhao into her own bowl and finished it in just a few bites. Mom, Zhaozhao exclaimed anxiously. That was my leftover. She was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her mother appeared quite pleased. For reasons unknown, she too felt a flicker of happiness. Hey, Yunzing replied joyfully. Let us finish breakfast. We need to head out. As for the fruit, she suggested they could enjoy it as a snack on the way. Zhaozhao slid down from her chair, asking where they were going. To the hospital. Yunzing intended to take Zhaozhao for a comprehensive checkup. She had numerous visible injuries, and there were surely more hidden from sight. Moreover, it was evident that Zhaozhao was suffering from malnutrition, as her height and weight did not meet the standards. Yunzing also needed to seek advice on proper dietary supplementation. The hospital? Under the vast sky, the others around them might have thought they meant a clinic. Do immortals also require doctors? Surely, even celestial beings must seek the aid of skilled healers when injured. That made sense. Zhaozhao seemed to grasp that hospital was synonymous with clinic, but her little brows furrowed in concern. Mom, are you unwell? After uttering the word mom for the first time, calling her became less daunting. She cherished the term mom and disliked addressing her as Nyang. Yunzing shook her head, assuring her that she was fine, but it was Zhaozhao who needed attention due to her injuries. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Going to the clinic is expensive. Last time, Sister Linlon caught a cold, and it cost a lot of money. My grandparents wouldn't part with any silver, and Sister Linlon almost couldn't be taken to the clinic in time. Intrigued by the mention of Sister Linlon, it seemed that Zhaozhao held her in high regard. Furthermore, she wondered why Zhaozhao referred to the hospital as a clinic, a term more commonly used in ancient times. Don't worry, it's just a checkup. It won't cost much. Can you do that for your mom? Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao hesitated. Before she could dwell on it further, Yunzing led her into the dressing room. The dressing room spanned over 10 square meters, with cabinets lining both walls filled with clothes. One wall was entirely dedicated to Zhaozhao's belongings. As soon as the cabinet door opened, Zhaozhao was taken aback. "Look, these are all your clothes. Which outfit would you like to wear today? Choose one, all right?" Zhaozhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "All these clothes are mine." Although she had managed to buy outfits for her at 5 years old, her current height would likely only allow her to wear clothes for 3 to 4-year-olds. Ji and Yun's Ing selected a few pieces for her. "See, you can wear one today, another tomorrow, and then change into a new one the day after." "How does that sound?" Zhaozhao swallowed hard, recalling the one set of tattered clothes she had during winter in the 6th village, which provided little warmth. The array of colorful garments before her was simply enchanting. She looked up at Ji and Yun's Ing, her small hand subtly clutching the hem of her mother's clothing. "Can't decide?" "No worries, take your time." "I'll go change," Ji and Yun's Ing said, her spirits lifting. She dressed Zhaozhao in a new outfit, styled her hair, and adorned her with new shoes, making her look fresh and adorable. The little girl gazed at her reflection in awe, reluctant to step down for fear of dirtying her new attire. "All set. Let us head out." Ji and Yun's Ing effortlessly lifted her up, slinging a bag over her shoulder as they stepped outside. Chapter 23. The doctor is surprisingly female. Ji and Yun's Ing proceeded to the maternal and child healthcare hospital, situated 5 to 6 kilometers away. She had hurriedly registered, having only found the opportunity to do so the previous afternoon. However, regardless of whether it was a general hospital or a provincial pediatric clinic, securing an appointment was nearly impossible. During her pregnancy, Ji and Yun's Ing had visited this hospital once. It had undergone renovations a few years back. Both the inpatient and outpatient areas were remarkably pleasant. The obstetrics waiting area featured sofas, while the pediatric floor boasted a play area, sprawling in size. Additionally, the medical facilities were comprehensive, with doctors displaying patience and warmth, free from the chaos and congestion typical of larger hospitals. As they arrived at the hospital and parked in the above-ground lot, Zhaozhao stepped out of the car, her mouth agape as she gazed up at the towering building. "Is this the clinic? It's so large. Aren't clinics supposed to be small?" Though she had never been, Sister Lin Lan had described it to her before. Ji and Yun's Ing took her hand and led her into the outpatient hall, bustling with people. Spotting a directional sign, she noted that the pediatric department was on the 3rd floor. "Let us take the elevator." Zhaozhao was already familiar with elevators. Earlier that day, when descending, they had entered a small room, and before long, they had arrived at their destination. Unable to contain her curiosity, she had asked about it. Ji and Yun's Ing explained, and while Zhaozhao only partially understood, she grasped that this small room facilitated movement between floors. "Ah, so there's one here too." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Zhaozhao was astonished to see a play area not far off, where 7 or 8 children were already playing. They climbed the stairs, traversed through a series of tubes, and slid down the other side, all appearing to have a splendid time. Ji and Yun's Ing observed the little one's envious expression and whispered, "Would you like to play? We'll check up first, and then we can come back." Zhaozhao quickly shook her head. No, I don't want to play." She averted her gaze, indicating that she was not at all tempted. She blinked, captivated by the beautiful and amusing things around her, wondering how there could be so many. Before entering, Ji and Yun's Ing gently instructed, "The doctor will examine you shortly and may ask a few questions. If anything feels uncomfortable, make sure to tell her and don't hide anything, all right?" Zhaozhao nodded. As they approached the examination room, a child emerged, crying loudly and resisting their parents' attempts to pull them away. "I don't want a shot. I don't want a shot." Ji and Yun's Ing stepped aside, allowing the child to pass. Once they were gone, she bent down to take Zhaozhao's hand when she suddenly noticed her face had gone pale, her small hand gripping her tightly, terror etched across her features. "What's wrong?" Ji and Yun's Ing asked, alarmed. "Are they going to give me a shot?" Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears as her small body trembled. "Can we not have a shot, Mommy?" Ji and Yun's Ing hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. Just as she was about to respond, something clicked in her mind, and she asked, her voice slightly hoarse, "Has someone given you a shot before?" It hurts so much." Tears streamed down her cheeks as memories flooded back of an incident where an elderly lady had ordered her to fetch water. But she had stumbled and spilled it on her. The lady, furious, had grabbed a needle from a nearby basket and jabbed it into her. It really hurt, so long and sharp, it felt like I was dying. Ji In-yunzing quickly enveloped her in an embrace, her own body trembling as she reassured, "It's okay. We want to have a shot. Don't be afraid. Mommy want to let anyone give you a shot again." By the end, her words were nearly a growl, and tears threatened to spill from her own eyes. Zhaozhao wrapped her arms around Ji In-yun's neck, inhaling the comforting scent of her mother while listening to her soft words of reassurance. Gradually, her emotions settled. At that moment, the call from the examination room echoed again. Ji In-yunzing wiped her face, took a deep breath, and led Zhaozhao through the door. The doctor looked up and was momentarily taken aback at the sight of both mother and daughter with red-rimmed eyes, her pen halting in midair. What kind of incurable ailment is this? The onlookers outside were equally astonished. How is it that the doctor is a woman? Ji In-yunzing gently placed Zhaozhao on a chair nearby and softly said, "Mom will speak with the doctor for a moment. Can you wait here?" Zhaozhao nodded, and Ji In-yunzing stood up, walking over to sit in front of the doctor. The doctor slightly straightened her back and, with a serious expression, inquired, "What illness has the child contracted?" In truth, Ji In-yunzing felt a pang of anxiety. If she did not articulate clearly, the doctor might be taken aback by the wounds on Chaochao when she examined her, potentially frightening the child in an emotional outburst. Just yesterday, while bathing Chaochao, the child had been startled. Dr. Lu's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as she nodded, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I understand." She added also, "She has been pricked with a needle, so we shall refrain from any blood tests for now." Dr. Lu furrowed her brow momentarily, but quickly relaxed, saying, "All right, please bring the child over." Ji In-yunzing approached with Chaochao in her arms. The little girl, facing a stranger, instinctively shrank back into her mother's embrace, demonstrating her timidity. As they drew nearer, Dr. Lu noticed the child's frail appearance. After glancing at the records, she observed that a 5-year-old child like Chaochao was significantly smaller in both height and weight. Those vile human traffickers truly deserved the harshest punishment. With a silent sigh, Dr. Lu smiled and said, "Your name is Chaochao, correct?" Upon receiving a nod from the child, Dr. Lu's smile softened further. "What a lovely name. It resembles the sun at dawn, warm and illuminating the world. Your parents love you dearly. You are such a polite and well-mannered child." Chapter 24. Their hospital is enormous. Dr. Lu spoke gently, approaching the inquiry about the child's condition as if engaging in casual conversation. Through this dialogue, the origins of Chaochao's injuries were revealed, offering a glimpse into her life over the past 2 years. Clearly, Dr. Lu shared this sentiment, as she refrained from delving too deeply, merely touching upon the child's physical condition before concluding her examination. After a brief glance at Ji In-yunzing, she stood up and said, "All right, Chaochao, let's proceed to examine your body, shall we?" In the examination room, there was a small bed, and with a pull of the curtain, a private space was created. Chaochao obediently lay down, while Ji In-yunzing assisted Dr. Lu in removing the child's clothing. Simultaneously, the sky darkened. The townsfolk below blinked in confusion, one of them suddenly exclaiming, "The physicians there speak so kindly. I remember when I visited the clinic last time. The doctor spoke softly, but I couldn't hear, and I was scolded instead." There were also doctors in the clinic who frowned, scoffing at the situation. What a pretense. Is this a clinic? Is this how one practices medicine? There are no medicine cabinets, no pharmacists, no pulse diagnosis, no prescriptions. What chaos is this? Besides, she's a woman. What does she know about ailments? Indeed, their physicians are extraordinary. Unlike you mundane practitioners, came a counterargument. Their clinic is vast, with many floors, far more grand than your little apothecary. Some are focused on different aspects. Did you hear what the celestial child said? She mentioned her injuries were inflicted by beatings and that she had been pricked by needles. I too was pricked by my grandmother when I was little. I never imagined the celestial child would endure such experiences. Do you think those beings in the sky truly dwell in the celestial realm? They were now somewhat perplexed, sometimes feeling it was true, other times not. When the sky brightened again, Chaochao had already dressed and emerged. "Thank you, Dr. Lu." After finishing her notes, Dr. Lu quickly printed out several sheets of paper. Ji In-yunzing took a glance and then stood up, leading Chaochao out. The townsfolk exchanged glances, bewildered by what they had just witnessed. That peculiar contraption had produced paper. Was the doctor writing a prescription? Doesn't it require handwriting? They pondered over what had been said about examinations, struggling to comprehend whether the previous checkup was incomplete and if there were many more to come. Furthermore, They questioned why so many sheets were needed for a prescription. It seemed excessively wasteful and extravagant. Chaochao, still somewhat dazed, followed Jian Yunseng out of the examination room and back to the entertainment area. She lifted her head and asked, "Are we done?" "Not yet. We still need to see a few more doctors." "Are you afraid, Chaochao?" "Not afraid." "Excellent." Yin Yunseng praised her. Glancing at the list, she saw that the vision and hearing tests were on the same floor, with no one in line ahead of them, so she led Chaochao inside. Chaochao gazed curiously at the strange devices as the doctor instructed her to approach a machine. She found it quite fascinating. After the examination, Jian Yunseng took her to the emergency department, which was more crowded. After signing in, it seemed they would have to wait a while for their turn. Jian Yunseng checked the list and asked Chaochao, "Do you need to use the restroom?" Chaochao hesitated, then shyly nodded. Then let us first do a urine test." This examination took place on the second floor, where the testing window was small, situated next to the blood draw area, resulting in a larger crowd. After collecting the sample and presenting the glass tube at the window, Chaochao curiously watched the blood draw station beside them. Just then, a little boy next to her took a deep breath and, with a brave gesture, extended his trembling hand, exclaiming, "I am a big boy, and I am not afraid of needles. Needles are not scary. Those who are afraid are cowards. I'm not a coward. My mother, I will not cry, right?" The boy's mother could be heard in the background, her voice tinged with tears. Chaochao instinctively clutched Jian Yunseng's clothing, realizing that this little boy was also about to be pricked, causing her body to shiver. Jian Yunseng immediately intended to lead her away, but the boy's gaze had already fallen upon Chaochao. Not wanting to be ridiculed, he puffed out his chest and said, "Sister, don't be afraid. I will show you how it's done. It's just a little blood. I have plenty of blood. Take as much as you want. My mother said that after the blood draw, she will buy me a digger. For the digger, I can give them a whole barrel of blood." Jian Yunseng's heart sank. The boy's mother appeared mortified, wishing to cover her son's mouth. She offered an apologetic smile towards Jian Yunseng, saying, "He often exaggerates." "I'm not exaggerating," the boy retorted, then turned to Chaochao, stating, "I've never been afraid of blood draw since I was little. I've had it done many times, probably enough for several barrels." Chaochao's eyes widened in shock. Did that mean he had been pricked since he was small? Doesn't it hurt? She found herself asking without realizing it. Jian Yunseng had intended to leave, but paused, noticing it was Chaochao's first time initiating conversation with a stranger. Perhaps communication among children might be more effective? The boy waved dismissively. "What pain? It's just like being bitten by a mosquito." The doctor across from him raised an eyebrow, thinking perhaps it would be better not to wave one's hand while making such statements. Chapter 25. Baoduin's grandmother pricked me ultimately. The little boy was restrained by his mother and presented to the doctor, where his arm was secured with a rubber band. As the syringe was produced, the boy pouted, and the next moment he began to wail, "It hurts so much, wah." Those present could only shake their heads. The needle hadn't even been inserted yet. The doctor, quick and efficient, swiftly drew the blood, applied a cotton swab to the injection site, and promptly called the next patient. After the blood draw, the boy ceased his crying, wiped his face, and proudly approached Chaochao, declaring actually it wasn't that bad. "I was just playing a trick on the doctor to make her gentler. Sister, don't be scared. It's normal to get pricked when we're unwell. You must be brave. It will be over soon. We draw blood for our health." He glanced around uncertainly, then reached into his mother's handbag and pulled out a transformer. He hesitated for a moment, then resolutely offered it to Chaochao. "Here, this is for you. I always bring a transformer with me when I get my blood drawn to give me courage. Now I give it to you." "For me?" No. Zhaozhao shook her head in a flurry, bewildered by the unexpected gift from a stranger whose name she did not even know. I want it." The little boy insisted as he pressed a toy into her arms. "I'll have an excavator soon. I can bring it next time I have a blood test." Zhaozhao felt at a loss and turned to Jian Yunseng for guidance. Before Jian could respond, the boy's mother spoke up. "Just take it. We have plenty at home. He likes you, which is why he wants to give you his favorite toy." The boy nodded earnestly, patting Zhaozhao's shoulder like a miniature adult, saying, "That's right. You really catch my eye." Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. "You like me?" "Yes. Although my affection may feel burdensome, one must bear the weight of their desires." The boy's mother smiled awkwardly at Jian Yunseng. "Don't mind him. He is always getting into trouble with his wild imagination. Please accept the toy. It's his own choice." With their encouragement, Jian Yunseng relented and nodded to Zhao Zhao. "Then thank you. big brother. Although Zhao Zhao found the toy odd in appearance, she sensed the goodwill behind it. She expressed her gratitude, but then hesitated, but I have nothing to give in return. As Mao Mao had other matters to attend to, he waved goodbye to Zhao Zhao. Watching the mother and son depart, Zhao Zhao felt a bit dazed. She glanced at the transformer in her arms, and then up at the little boy, who was now bouncing away, seemingly unbothered by the recent blood test that had brought him to tears. Suddenly, the thought of getting a needle didn't seem so terrifying. Summoning her courage, she looked around at the others waiting for blood tests. Among them were adults and children, some even heavily pregnant, while others were cradled in their parents' arms. Yet, everyone appeared unfazed by the prospect of needles. Some even laughed, claiming it didn't hurt at all. Mao Mao had mentioned that blood tests were for the sake of one's health, which reassured her that this experience would be different from when Zheng Laopa had pricked her. It was indeed different. Jian Yunsang observed her silently, knowing that no amount of words could compare to her own experience. Zhao Zhao recognized the distinction and took a deep breath, looking up at Jian Yunsang. Mom, didn't the doctor say I should also have a blood test? Yes, the doctor could determine what's wrong with you and what medicine you need from your blood. So it's necessary. Zhao Zhao bit her lip, gathering her courage, then I want to do it too. Jian Yunsang's voice trembled slightly. All right. Just as Zhao Zhao was about to say something further, she felt a slight prick in her arm, very faint. She turned to see the nurse smiling at her as she withdrew the needle. All done. You were very brave. Zhao Zhao blinked, somewhat confused. Is that it? Jian Yunsang picked her up and sat on a nearby chair, asking, did it hurt? It felt like a mosquito bite, not painful at all. Indeed, it didn't hurt. It was merely a bit intimidating at first. Compared to the other injections she had endured, it was hardly noticeable. Jian Yunsang, relieved that Zhao Zhao was no longer resistant, hesitated for a moment before casually asking, was it also a doctor who gave you injections before? Did it hurt? Fortunately, Zheng Laopa had limited mobility and had only visited the Hu family a couple of times, primarily to inquire about the ring. As for visiting Zheng's home, she had never done so, perhaps due to her different experiences with injections. Zhao Zhao now spoke of Zheng Laopa without fear. She felt as if the woman was a distant memory, one she might never encounter again. Meanwhile, Zhangjiao village was in an uproar. The villagers had learned who Zhao Zhao was. They knew she was the child bride taken in by the Zheng family, and had likely heard of the mistreatment she endured from Hu Laifu and Zheng. However, these matters had little to do with the villagers, and they felt sympathy for her plight, especially after hearing her heart-wrenching cries. They were taken aback to discover that she had the audacity to use a needle on a child, regardless of whether the child was special or not. It was inappropriate to use a needle on someone so small. I knew something was off with the Zheng family. This is clearly retribution. It was surprising that the seemingly gentle Zheng Laopa could harbor such malice. How could she be so cruel to a child with whom she had no deep-seated grudge? A group of villagers marched towards the Zheng family, particularly those who had always held a grudge against them, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The Zheng family was in disarray, having just suffered a significant loss of their inheritance. Complaints filled the air as they grew increasingly dissatisfied with Zheng Laopa for allowing the Zheng family to stay. Suddenly, the news broke that she had dared to use a needle on the little girl. A few daughters-in-law exchanged nervous glances, knowing full well what had transpired. They were aware of Zheng Laopa's intent to discipline Zhao Zhao, believing that as a child bride, she needed proper training to prevent any ill intentions. The daughters-in-law had only murmured amongst themselves before, but now realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the villagers were approaching with purpose, ready to hold Zheng Laopa accountable. You're the reason for this chaos. It's no wonder your daughter is just as malicious, having learned from you. Come out, Zheng Laopa. Stop hiding like a coward. Zheng Laopa, overwhelmed by the blow of recent events, was nursing a headache and had no inclination to listen to the commotion outside. However, the noise grew louder, and she caught snippets of their accusations. Leaning against her pillow, she called out to her second daughter-in-law. He sure, what is all that racket outside? Can't you get them to leave? I'm in agony. He sure, once respectful, now had little patience for her mother-in-law's complaints, especially since the recent calamity had left them destitute. Why should I chase them away? You brought this upon yourself. They're here to settle accounts with you. Zheng Laopa was incredulous, realizing her daughter-in-law was turning against her following the chaos. She cried out, "Come quick! Your wife wants to kill me. She is utterly ungrateful." Zheng Laoduo rushed in, confronting he sure, is this how you care for your mother-in-law? I'll divorce you if you continue this way. Go ahead, divorce me. With your family's reputation in tatters and no money, I'd like to see who would still marry into this mess. The tension escalated as the third couple exchanged glances, contemplating their own positions amidst the villagers watching with keen interest. Zhang Laopa, distraught, called for her third daughter-in-law, Li Shi. I'm at my wit's end, utterly infuriated by these ungrateful children. The wife of the third son, quickly come in and pour me a glass of water. Zhang Laopa was enraged. Are you blaming me? What is wrong with me taking 2 egg cakes? I have a headache, and I can't even indulge myself a little. Those cakes are merely a trivial indulgence, incapable of providing any real nourishment. I maintain that I can indulge, and yet you provoke me, you wretched woman. I am your mother-in-law. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Zhang Laopa's face flushed crimson as she hurled whatever she could grasp from the bed. However, her strength was lacking, and as she exerted herself, she lost her balance and tumbled from the bed. Li Shi was startled and rushed to assist her, but it was too late. When Zhang Laopa attempted to rise again, her eyes were vacant, and saliva dribbled uncontrollably from her mouth. When the eldest daughter-in-law, Zhao Zhao, heard the commotion and entered, she was met with this alarming scene. With a piercing scream, she summoned the others into the room. Zhang Laoda and his wife immediately pointed at Li Shi, accusing her of wrongdoing against their mother. Li Shi, quick to respond, retorted, "What could I possibly do? Mother was already upset yesterday due to my sister-in-law's actions, and now there is this uproar outside. I merely attended to her and served her water, having done nothing else. It is you, elder sister-in-law, who was at home yesterday and allowed the family's wealth to be robbed." Nonsense. The two factions quickly descended into a heated argument, which escalated into a physical altercation. No one attended to Zhang Laopa, nor did anyone think to summon a doctor. By the time the villagers, growing impatient at the commotion, rushed in, both factions bore injuries. Zhang Laopa had suffered a stroke, her face askew, and the doctor merely shook his head, advising that she be well cared for. Yet, the question of who would provide that care remained. The rift between the elder and third families had widened irreparably, rendering cohabitation impossible. With no funds available to Zhang Laopa, each family sought to evade responsibility. The Zhang family convened to discuss the division of property, which became a tumultuous affair. Ultimately, the elder family received a greater share of the estate. Thus, the responsibility of caring for the elderly matriarch fell upon them. The villagers regarded this development with pity, further convinced that those who had bullied Zhao Zhao would meet with ill fate. When this news reached Shanglu village, those who had wronged Zhao Zhao were filled with trepidation. Of course, these were matters for another time. Chapter 27. The actions of Jiang Laos and the turmoil within the Zheng family was confined to the small Zhengjia village, while the wider populace of Deqizhao remained focused on the blood testing issue. Some doctors understood that blood tests could indeed assist in diagnosing conditions. But given their current capabilities, relying solely on blood to ascertain a diagnosis was quite limited. Yet, the implication from above seemed to suggest that this blood testing was of paramount importance. The physicians from a Thai hospital had been intently observing since Zhao Zhao and her companions entered the hospital. They held no particular opinion regarding the female doctor from above, as the palace also employed female physicians for women's gynecological issues. Thus, they were not without skill. How were they to assess this? Blood and urine tests were not particularly unusual, but the hollow needle used for the blood draw was quite remarkable and not easily executed. After drawing blood from one patient, the needle was immediately discarded, which seemed extravagant. Vision and hearing tests also yielded normal results, and the method for testing vision was rather intriguing. However, what was this color ultrasound? And what are the multitude of peculiar large instruments? Completely baffled, they continued to observe. Physicians across the realm were captivated, following Zhao Zhao through her series of examinations. Some grasped the situation, while others remained utterly perplexed. Yet, one thing was clear. The methods employed for medical examinations were entirely distinct from their own. It appeared that each doctor specialized in a specific area, with dedicated examination rooms and physicians for the eyes, blood draws, and even oral and auditory assessments. It was no wonder their medical facilities were so vast and their number of physicians so abundant. Were doctors nowadays so easily made? In our county town, there are only 4 or 5 medical establishments, each housing only a handful of doctors. Some physicians were of questionable skill. So how were the doctors in the celestial realm so numerous? Perhaps they had specialized institutions for training physicians. What a fanciful thought. The transmission of medical knowledge is not so easily acquired. The citizens of Zhao engaged in lively discussions, while Jian Yunsang had already completed Zhaozhao's examinations. They had arrived at the hospital later than others, and although the tests were concluded, the results for the blood work would not be available until the afternoon. Thus, lunch was taken in the hospital's cafeteria, which was quite convenient, sparing them from the elements. Jian Yunsang listened intently, nodding seriously, her fingers unconsciously brushing Zhao Zhao's face. The series of examinations had been quite stimulating for her, and her eyes felt somewhat strained. Dr. Liu reviewed the results, noting that vision was fine, but regarding hearing, I would advise you to have a thorough examination at a specialized hospital. Jian Yunsang's heart sank. Was there an issue with Zhao Zhao's hearing? Dr. Liu examined the report and confirmed that there was indeed a decline in hearing. She turned to Zhao Zhao and inquired, has your ear ever been submerged in water? Or have you experienced any trauma? Zhao Zhao contemplated carefully before shaking her head. Observing Jian Yunsang's worried expression made her feel uneasy. Dr. Liu pondered for a moment before asking, have you ever experienced a sudden ringing in your ear, as if you could not hear anything? Yes, Zhao Zhao nodded, recalling that half a year ago, Jiang Laosan from next door had slapped her, causing her ear to ache and rendering her momentarily deaf. Jian Yunsang's fingers tightened. A slap? Jiang Laosan next door? Thus, it was not only her adoptive family that had bullied Zhao Zhao, but also that Zheng Laopa. With even the neighbor being so harsh towards a mere child, it seemed the entire village was filled with villains. However, Zhao Zhao had mentioned that Sister Lin Lan seemed to treat her well, as did Ashan. Jian Yunsang struggled to temper her rising anger in order to continue heeding the doctor's advice. Meanwhile, the Zhang family beneath the celestial realm was in turmoil. He thought to himself that the county magistrate likely would not hold them accountable, and he felt a slight relief. Little did he know that just as he exhaled, he would hear Zhao Zhao mention his name in the afternoon, claiming that he had caused her deafness. His fate was sealed. He was finished. Indeed, not long after, the constable dispatched to guard the Hu family by the esteemed county magistrate made his way to the Jiang family. Upon seeing the constable, the Jiang family was thrown into disarray. The first and second branches of the Jiang family harbored intense resentment towards Jiang Laosan. In contrast to Jiang Laosan, they bore little malice toward Zhao Zhao, while they were displeased that Zhao Zhao had disrupted the third son's marriage and tarnished his reputation, resulting in his continued bachelorhood and the disruption of family harmony. They acknowledged that Jiang Laosan himself was not easy to deal with. Who could predict how he would behave after marrying? Presently, he was idle, and it was possible he would bring his wife home to partake in the family's affairs. Furthermore, it was Jiang Laosan's own cowardice that had led to the downfall of his future mother-in-law, and he could not blame anyone else. Moreover, it was now confirmed that the fire was not Zhao Zhao's doing. She was entirely innocent. They were all adults, well aware that Jiang Laosan was merely venting his anger, placing blame on Zhao Zhao to appear less feeble and ineffectual. Unfortunately, Jiang Laosan was the apple of the elder's eye, and they could not criticize or advise against him. At most, they could only resort to bullying Zhao Zhao at the neighboring Hu family, calling Jiang Laosan down from the wall to divert his attention. Thus, when Zhao Zhao departed, they felt a twinge of anxiety, but were not overly guilty. However, now it seemed Jiang Laosan had indeed implicated them. Initially, they had thought the slap Jiang Laosan had delivered to Zhao Zhao was merely the one from 2 years ago, only to discover that there had been another incident 6 months prior. This scoundrel, how old was he, and how young was Zhao Zhao? The first and second branches could no longer tolerate the situation, especially the two sisters-in-law, who, before the constable entered, addressed the elders of the Jiang family, saying, "Father, mother, we will not concern ourselves with Jiang Laosan's affairs. Whether he is captured or beaten, do not expect our assistance." Chapter 28. Jiang Laosan captured upon hearing the news. The two elders of the Jiang family felt a sense of discontent brewing within them. However, as they observed the approaching constable, their resolve faltered, and they could only murmur softly, "Sir, this is all a misunderstanding. Our Laosan acted inadvertently." Jiang Laosan trembled as he hastily nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. It was not intentional. I merely brushed past her accidentally." The constable nearly laughed, incredulous. Accidentally brushed past? can that lead to someone having your problems? Do you take me for a fool? No, sir, I am not lying. I possess considerable strength, and that day, Zhao Zhao was carrying something and had not eaten. After being beaten by the Hu family, she was already frail, which is why the situation became so severe. It was not entirely my doing, truly. You are lying. A 7 or 8-year-old girl suddenly appeared, hiding behind Jiang Laodi, pointing at Jiang Laosan. That day you lost money gambling outside, and in a foul mood. You took it out on Zhao Zhao. She was already avoiding you, yet you deliberately approached her, threw her firewood to the ground, and slapped her. When I rushed to help her as she lay on the ground, you tripped me, causing me to knock out my tooth. Jiang Laodi's wife was taken aback. You mean you lost your tooth because of your uncle? Did you not claim you fell accidentally? The little girl, looking aggrieved, replied, I was afraid to speak up. I'm a girl, and my grandparents never liked me or my parents. If I told, they would blame me for meddling, and my uncle would bully me even more. Such occurrences were not uncommon. She had already learned her lesson. Jiang Laosan glared fiercely at her, his temper flaring. You didn't speak up before, but now you have the courage to stand out? Laodi's wife rushed forward to strike him. You heartless wretch, this is your own niece. How can you treat her this way? What wrong have we ever done to you that you would be so malicious? Though Jiang Laosan endured a few blows, he was a man and quickly retaliated, pushing Laodi's wife to the ground and landing 2 punches on her. Jiang Laodi, who was usually quiet and reserved, surged forward, kicking Jiang Laosan to the ground and delivering 2 strikes. The parents of the Jiang family were immediately distraught. Laodi, have you lost your mind? This is your brother. They attempted to intervene. Unbeknownst to them, the elder couple stood in their way. Father, mother, the constable is still here. We should inquire how this matter will be handled. If you continue to coddle Laosan, our entire family will suffer the consequences. The constable observed the chaotic scene without intervening. When Jiang Laosan was thoroughly beaten and unable to retaliate, he finally spoke. I must report this matter to my superiors. However, Laosan, you must accompany me now. Jiang Laosan lay on the ground, wailing, but the constable ignored him, pulling him up and leading him away. The parents of the Jiang family wished to plead for him, but were held back by the elder couple. As Jiang Laosan cried and begged for mercy, no one paid him any mind. Upon exiting the courtyard, they encountered a throng of villagers gathered outside, watching the spectacle. Some sighed, others felt anxious, and some quietly cursed his misfortune. Yet, as Jiang Laosan was taken away, many from the village, who had previously bullied Zhao Zhao, flocked to the village chief, Yu Chai. Chief, you must save us. We haven't done anything wrong. At most, we've exchanged a few harsh words, but never laid a hand on anyone. Indeed, we aren't devoid of conscience. We merely thought the little girl was unlucky and avoided her. We were misled by the Hu family. Jiang Laosan and Granny Zheng are the real culprits. Their capture by the authorities is well-deserved. We are truly innocent. My grandson merely pushed her once. But aren't children prone to such play? Chief, please help us. Yu Chai felt overwhelmed. He himself was in turmoil, believing his own fate was sealed, let alone helping others. His headache intensified as he sought advice from Guo since his family wouldn't bother him with such matters. He only learned the details of Zhao Zhao's situation after the incident. Guo could do nothing, and Yu Chai could only reassure the villagers, you need not panic. As you said, you have done nothing to Zhao Zhao, so you should not face any repercussions. The county magistrate did not say anything before leaving today, right? Jiang Laosan was taken away for injuring the little girl's ear. Rest assured, Zhao Zhao is a kind-hearted girl. She will not hold anything against you. His words provided little comfort, and the villagers remained anxious. They contemplated the possibility of fleeing, like the Hu family of 3, wondering if such an escape could be a viable solution. Yet they realized that it was improbable for the entire family to flee. They could wish to escape, but their families would not consent. And how could they evade capture? The Hu family, lacking travel documents, could not even leave Huaiping County, and their whereabouts were unknown. The trio, mentioned earlier, were currently hiding next door in Yangshu Town. They had intended to go to Yangshu Town, the farthest place from their village. But due to recent disturbances, the county was now closely monitoring the area, and they dared not venture there. Thus, they remained in Yangshan Town, fortunate to have some money for food and lodging. They cautiously concealed themselves while keeping a discreet watch on the unfolding events. This situation could not continue. Huaiping County was not vast, and they would inevitably be discovered. What should we do? Zheng Shi remarked irritably. Are we to hide in the mountains? Hu bowed and objected. I refuse to go to the mountains. I want to eat eggs and chicken legs. Why should that wretched girl get to eat while I cannot? Chapter 29. Jian Yunsang is divorced. Hu Baoduan's envy was palpable. Earlier, when Zhao Zhao had enjoyed egg custard for breakfast, he merely grumbled a bit, but did not make a fuss, as he had eaten his fair share of eggs. However, when Jian Yunsang brought Zhao Zhao to the hospital cafeteria for a small chicken leg at noon, he began to salivate. Why should she, that shameless girl, enjoy such delicacies? She had meat all day yesterday, and now she has more. She is my betrothed. Shouldn't she serve me and reserve the best for me? How dare she eat it all? He vowed to punish her upon their next meeting, determined to teach her a lesson. Zhang Shi quickly covered his mouth, saying, "All right, my little ancestor, be quiet. Don't let anyone outside hear you." Hu Laifu shot him a glare. Clearly, the girl was merely putting on an act. The recent disturbances were indeed strange, and they had no idea how they had come to be. However, the situation had undoubtedly brought them considerable trouble, forcing them to hide like this. Hu Baodan frowned. Did they not say she has no parents? How can that be? The one in the disturbances is her parent. Upon recalling Jian Yunsang's appearance, Zhang Shi felt a pang of jealousy. Both of us have given birth. Why does she look so youthful and radiant, with skin as fair as a peach? They say she has had that wretched girl for 2 years, yet she does not appear to have aged. Hu Baodan, is that one in the disturbances the daughter of that wretched girl? What about her father? Zhang Shi paused, exchanging a glance with Hu Laifu. Come to think of it, her mother does seem to live alone. Hu Laifu squinted, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Is her father deceased? Even if he is, what of her grandparents and uncles? Surely they're not all gone. Zhang Shi seemed to recall something and said maliciously, I suspect that wretched girl's mother was cast aside and sent away. Otherwise, why would she never mention her husband? In the past, a child from Xingjiakan was abducted by a beggar. Her mother incessantly lamented the loss, which annoyed her husband to the point that he refused to have another child with her. Ultimately, he divorced her and expelled her from their home. While her family was unwilling to take her back, she eventually vanished without a trace. Zhang Shi believed that this woman was largely to blame. Had she not heard her speak of searching for that dead girl for the past 2 years? Who would search for a dead child for such a prolonged period? Furthermore, who would squander money on new clothes for her? How could her husband's family possibly allow her to waste their resources in such a manner? Just wait. This woman does not work and insists on taking Zhaozhao to seek treatment for her ears, while also demanding the best in terms of food and living. With such extravagant expenditures, she would soon find herself destitute. By then, the dead girl situation would likely be worse than when she lived with us. The couple chuckled at the thought. Indeed, they just needed to endure for a little longer. Originally, Jian Yunsang intended to purchase some groceries and snacks from a supermarket. But after Zhao Zhao learned from Dr. Liu that she had an ear problem requiring treatment, her worries about household expenses weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her in a state of gloom. Jian Yunsang, unwilling to burden her further, opted to order takeout instead, having fresh food delivered to their home. Zhao Zhao was aware that a visit to the medical clinic could be quite costly. Many in Lu village fell ill. They either foraged for herbal remedies or simply endured their ailments, refusing to spend money on medical treatment unless absolutely necessary. If medication could be obtained cheaply, they would seek that option. Jian Yunsang understood her thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Zhao, do not fret. Treating your ears will not cost a fortune. It's not a serious issue. Besides, we have health insurance that will cover part of the expenses. In the end, it'll probably only amount to a few thousand. A few thousand? Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that really the equivalent of several thousand taels? But 1 tael of silver could sustain a family in Lu village for an entire year. A few thousand taels, wouldn't that be an enormous sum? Zhao Zhao shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, No, mama, that's too expensive. Jian Yunsang paused. It's really not that expensive. I currently have several million, and a few thousand is merely the cost of a few meals. Well, those extravagant banquets that cost over 1,000 a table can indeed be consumed in just a few meals. Zhao Zhao blinked in astonishment. Just a few meals? Her mind began to swirl, struggling to comprehend the difference between thousands and millions. Mama, how much is that? Jian Yunsang pondered for a moment, providing a simple analogy. For instance, a pound of pork belly costs about 20 yuan. With 1,000 yuan, you could buy approximately 500 pounds of meat, which translates to several pigs. The money I have could even fund an entire pig farm. Under the vast sky, The common folk of the Qi swallowed hard, realizing just how wealthy she was. Not only the commoners, but also some affluent families began to mentally calculate the implications. Although the prices of pork varied between lean and fatty cuts, the average price hovered around 20 to 30 per pound. Thus, their currency was roughly equivalent to a single won. After doing the math, it became clear that this young woman possessed considerable wealth. The Hu family was left speechless. Even if they were not adept at calculations, they understood that the girl had some financial backing. Moreover, if ear treatment did not cost much, they would not have to wait long for the mother and daughter to fall into destitution. A few individuals also took note of Jian Yunsang's mention of health insurance. What exactly was this insurance? Emperor Jingxian stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering its connection to medical treatment. From the girl's words, it seemed that this insurance could reduce medical expenses. He gestured to the recording official beside him, instructing him to take note of this for future consideration. Understood, Your Majesty. Emperor Jingxian resumed, gazing at the vast sky. Zhao Zhao, having grasped the concept thanks to Jian Yunsang's explanation, finally appeared less despondent. Noticing her improvement, Jian Yunsang sought to divert her attention. Zhao Zhao blinked. But I don't have. Who says you don't? Jian Yunsang took her hand and led her to the children's room. Look at all these toys. Come, see for yourself. As the cabinet door swung open, a large plush toy came into view. Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. Mama, this is a stuffed toy, one you loved to cuddle and sleep with when you were younger. Go ahead, feel it. It's still soft, Jian Yunsang explained, squatting down to retrieve several balls and an electronic piano. When she brought out the larger item, Zhao Zhao couldn't help but gaze at it. Finally, Jian Yunsang presented a few toy cars, pointing to a yellow one. This is the excavator that your brother Mao Mao mentioned. Zhao Zhao, who was transfixed by the attractive electronic piano, immediately shifted her focus upon hearing this and carefully reached out to grab it. Jian Yunsang smiled. Let us take these out and choose at our leisure. Zhao Zhao swallowed hard as they pushed a toy-laden cart into the living room, where they sat beside the coffee table to select their favorites. Zhao Zhao hesitated. Are all these mine? Of course. You used to play with all sorts of toys. Some you bought yourself, and others given as gifts. This is just a small portion. You even had a dedicated playroom filled with various items. Zhao Zhao was astonished, glancing down at the excavator in her hands, unsure of how to play with it. After Jian Yunsang explained, she tentatively held it, pondering its use. Jian Yunsang refrained from interrupting her, simply arranging the toys neatly. Ultimately, succumbing to her innate curiosity, Zhao Zhao found herself enchanted by the array of toys. Observing her engrossment, Jian Yunsang decided to wash some fruit in the kitchen. Unexpectedly, when she returned with the fruit bowl, Zhao Zhao suddenly rushed over. Jian Yunsang was taken aback. What's wrong? Have you chosen a gift for Mao Mao? Zhao Zhao shook her head, pointing toward the door. Someone is knocking. Knocking? Jian Yunsang set the fruit bowl on the coffee table and took Zhao Zhao's hand to open the door. However, there was no one outside. Zhao Zhao stood there, bewildered and anxious. Where is everyone? I really heard someone knocking, Mama. I'm not lying. Her voice trailed off, filled with uncertainty. She truly believed she had heard a knock, but why was there no one there? Had her hearing deteriorated to the point where she could no longer discern the sound of knocking? Unable to resist, Zhao Zhao tugged at her ear. But Jian Yunsang grasped her hand gently. I know you're not lying. Someone indeed knocked. It was the delivery person dropping off something your mama ordered. Look, isn't there a box on the ground? Zhao Zhao's gaze shifted, and she spotted a small box on the floor. Is it something Mama bought? Yes. It's a gift for you, Zhao Zhao. But isn't it left right at the door? What if someone steals it? Jian Yunsang chuckled. That's unlikely. Even if someone were to take it, we would see their face. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Really? Really? She then caught a glimpse of her mother and herself opening the door on the screen. This is so amazing. The people under the vast sky gasped in surprise, realizing that they too had a similar sky. This sky was smaller than theirs, yet could be manually adjusted. Emperor Jingxian squinted, marveling at the device that allowed those inside the house to see the outside world, even revealing who had passed by so clearly. He couldn't help but glance at Chaochao, who remained elusive. Emperor Jingxian turned his attention back to the sky. Jian Yunsang held the tablet upright. We'll place it here. We can see anyone approaching. If a bad person comes, we'll know. Zhao Zhao nodded vigorously, her curiosity piqued by the device. For the duration that followed, she frequently glanced at the tablet, Before long, she spotted another figure approaching the door, carrying numerous items. This person did not knock, but simply placed the items down and walked away. Zhao Zhao eagerly looked up. Mama, someone else is delivering something. Just as Jian Yunsang turned to look, her phone buzzed with a message. The groceries she had ordered had arrived. She rose with a smile as I went to fetch something. To my surprise, at that moment, another figure appeared on the tablet. Chapter 31. Chaochao's father Chaochao's attention remained fixated on the kitchen, merely glancing at the tablet, assuming it was another delivery person. However, when she looked again, she noticed that the individual had not departed. Intrigued, she observed closely and soon realized something was amiss. The person seemed to be empty-handed, not there to deliver anything. An unexpected wave of anxiety washed over Chaochao as her gaze remained locked on the tablet. She watched as the figure lingered at the door, occasionally glancing up and then down, their behavior peculiar. Chaochao's small hands instinctively clasped together. Was this person a villain? Did he know that only she and her mother were at home and intended to steal? She recalled a story from when they lived in Shanglu village, where a single mother and her child were targeted by ruffians from a neighboring village, who not only stole their chickens, but also assaulted them to gain entry for theft. At that time, Sister Linlan had remarked that a household without a male figure was vulnerable and easily targeted. The man at the door was tall and imposing, combined. She and her mother would not stand a chance against him, and there seemed to be no one to call for help. Chaochao stared intently at the tablet. Her breath held, silently praying that her instincts were wrong and that he would leave soon. However, after a considerable time, not only did he remain, but he also sat down at the entrance. Chaochao abruptly sprang to her feet, unable to wait any longer, and dashed toward the kitchen. Jian Yunsang had just finished arranging the last dish when she was startled by Chaochao's panicked entrance. What happened, Chaochao? Mama, Chaochao gasped. There's a bad person at the door. Watching our house, Jian Yunsang responded with a perplexed him, and followed Chaochao to the coffee table, casting her gaze at the tablet. In the next moment, her body stiffened slightly, and her expression grew complex. How could she have forgotten? Jian Yunsang forced a smile, momentarily at a loss for words, until Chaochao tugged at her hand. Mama, he is not a bad person. He is. Jian Yunsang hesitated, her tone softening. He is your father. Father? Chaochao's eyes widened in realization. Is he my dad? The words dad echoed under the sky, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, particularly the Hu family, who exchanged incredulous glances at Chaochao. How could she have a father? Wasn't he dismissed? Wasn't it just the two of them, a mother and daughter? Why was there a father? Others began to murmur, speculating about the absence of Chaochao's family in recent days. Some believe her father must have married another woman. Otherwise, why wouldn't they live together? Observing his continuous pacing at the door, it was evident he was hesitant to confront them. Upon hearing Chaochao's declaration, Lin Lan and the others exhaled softly, but soon. More questions arose, accompanied by growing concern. Chaochao herself had many questions, but ultimately asked just one. Does Dad not live with us? The matter was rather complicated. Jian Yunsang furrowed her brow. How could she explain? After Chaochao went missing, Jian Yunsang had been in a poor state. Initially, she was solely focused on finding her daughter, which prevented any conflict. However, as time passed and hope began to wane, she felt herself unraveling. After returning from yet another fruitless search, she could not help but redirect her frustrations toward Chaochao's father, Hinanzhou. Rationally, Jian Yunsang understood that Hinanzhou was innocent in this situation. He was just as anxious and remorseful, tirelessly searching for their daughter while managing the family business. Yet, her emotions spiraled out of control. The weight of Chaochao's absence felt like the world was collapsing around her, leaving no room for calm. Consequently, Hinanzhou became the target for her frustrations. Gradually, she became more extreme in her reactions. Hinanzhou noticed her emotional instability and took her to see a psychologist. The doctor advised distraction and prescribed medication, but the effects were minimal. One night, Jian Yunsang awoke, her eyes red, and instinctively reached to choke Hinanzhou. Frightened by her own actions, she feared that one day, she might not stop at her hands but resort to a knife, leading to tragic consequences. Acknowledging that this could not continue, the doctor suggested they live apart for a while to allow Jian Yunsang to improve. Hinanzhou, unable to put her at ease, proposed that she move into the He family home while he vacated, but she declined. He then offered to arrange for a living assistant to help with her daily needs, but she refused that as well. Following the doctor's advice, She needed to separate from the He family for her own well-being. With no other options, He Nanzhou assisted her in relocating. The residence she moved into was one Jian Yunsang had purchased prior to their marriage, fully furnished according to her own design, which she had been reluctant to rent out. Thus it remained vacant. After acquiring some appliances and minimal furniture, she moved in with a portion of Chaochao's belongings. Though the house was smaller than the He family residence, and she could not bring everything, after relocating, she lived independently. Initially, He Nanzhou was concerned for her safety and often appeared near the neighborhood. However, he soon realized that his presence would trigger her condition, leading him to observe from a distance instead and to send supplies to the property management to assist her. Jian Yunsang was aware of these gestures. She never anticipated that He Nanzhou would appear at her doorstep today, and even more so, that Chaochao would see him. Chaochao let out a sigh of relief, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 32. A father-daughter reunion. Jian Yunsang approached the door, took a deep breath, and reached for the handle. Chaochao instinctively hid behind her, feeling anxious and retreating slightly. Unfortunately, it was merely someone resembling Chaochao. He recognized her immediately, but did not knock or reach out. What could he say upon seeing her again? Should he bring more disappointing news? There was no need to burden her with sorrow. He simply wished to linger at the door for a while, feeling closer to her even through a barrier. He Nanzhou was taken by surprise, his nerves taut. Sang, why are you out here? I apologize, I just happened to pass by, and thought I would take a look before leaving. Wait, Jian Yunsang sighed. Our daughter has been found. You know? He Nanzhou appeared flustered, covering his face with a hand and forcing a smile. I'm sorry, but we still haven't found her. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them until Chaochao peeked out from behind Jian Yunsang, her gaze locking with He Nanzhou's. He Nanzhou, he gasped in disbelief. Chaochao. His eyes widened as he slowly lifted his gaze to Jian Yunsang, then backed down, trying to catch a glimpse of Chaochao. In the next moment, he raised his head again, his voice hoarse as he struggled to articulate. I think I just saw Chaochao. Hope and trepidation mingled in his expression, as she bore an uncanny resemblance to Chaochao. It had been so long since Jian Yunsang had witnessed such an expression on his face. Her own countenance softened as she lowered her gaze and gently nudged Chaochao forward. Do not be afraid. Your father is simply very happy, which is why his voice is so loud. Chaochao cautiously stepped out from behind her, gazing up at him. Papa, you are so tall. Taller than all the men in Shanglu village. He Nanzhou's face was a canvas of astonishment. This was no illusion, no dream. This was indeed Chaochao, his daughter. In truth, she was completely engrossed in her moments with her daughter, forgetting everything else. Consequently, when she spoke those words, Jian Yunsang felt a twinge of guilt. However, at that moment, He Nanzhou was oblivious to her feelings. His fingers were stiff, his breath grew heavy, and he didn't dare to blink. Frozen in place, as if any movement might cause the daughter he had sought for 2 long years to vanish once more. When Zhaozhao, feeling somewhat fatigued, lowered her head to take a breather, her small frame was suddenly enveloped in a gentle embrace. Startled, Zhaozhao heard He Nanzhou's gravelly voice whispering, Zhaozhao, I'm sorry. Daddy didn't protect you well and lost you. 2 full years had passed, and throughout that time, both he and Jian Yunsang had never abandoned their search for their daughter. Yet many believed she was lost forever, and considering the circumstances, the likelihood of her survival seemed slim. They subtly urged him to give up and try for another child. Hearing such words only filled He Nanzhou with incredulity and anger. Give up? That was his daughter. If they, her parents, were to surrender their hopes, what hope would Zhao Zhao have left? What if she was suffering somewhere, waiting for them to rescue her? What if they were just a hair's breadth away from finding her? Why should they relent? Even if it took 10, 20, or 30 years, or a lifetime, he would continue the search. He was certain that his daughter was waiting somewhere for them. Now, that extravagant hope seemed to materialize into reality. The frail body in his arms was warm, alive, and filled with curiosity as she looked up at him. His daughter. Zhaozhao. How wonderful, how delightful. Zhaozhao sensed his distress and hesitated to embrace him tightly. Yet she could feel the same anxious love from him and her mother. As He Nanzhou, even while holding her, was cautious not to apply too much pressure for fear of hurting her. Unable to restrain herself, Zhaozhao turned a glance at Jian Yunsang, who nodded encouragingly. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her small hand and awkwardly patted He Nanzhou's back, murmuring, "It's okay, Daddy." Hinanzhou trembled slightly, instinctively tightening his embrace. "Let us go inside," Jian Yunsang suggested, understanding the tumult of emotions he felt, having experienced similar feelings herself. "Speak freely inside, but do not frighten Zhao Zhao." Hinanzhou responded with a low affirmative, and still holding Zhao Zhao, he stood and stepped into the room. Reluctant to release her, he sat on the sofa with Zhao Zhao. Only then did she turn to look at his face and noticed his red-rimmed eyes, filled with concern. Hinanzhou offered her a smile, apologizing. "Did I scare you, my dear?" "Not at all." Zhao Zhao quickly shook her head. Jian Yunsang poured him a glass of water, advising, "Drink some water to calm down." Hinanzhou was acutely aware of Zhao Zhao's frailty, realizing that her past 2 years had likely been far from easy. The thought of what she might have endured left him restless. Jian Yunsang softly remarked, "When I think back, it feels quite miraculous. I dreamt of finding Zhao Zhao, and in the dream, a voice told me to go to the foot of the mountain where she originally went missing. She would be there." Even though Hinanzhou had prepared himself for the unexpected, he was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. A dream? It was hard for him to believe. "I find it absurd, yet it truly led me to her at the foot of the mountain." The emperor under the celestial dome squinted, though he held little faith in the notion of divine intervention. He himself felt somewhat confused, just as he was about to seek counsel from his ministers. Before he could speak, an urgent voice called from outside, "Your Majesty, urgent news from Huaiping County. 800 li away." Chapter 33. The urgent message from the county magistrate 800 li away. 800 li away? The Jingxian emperor narrowed his eyes, frowning as he pondered, is this another disturbance caused by the celestial dome? Is there unrest in Huaiping County? Unable to contain his frustration, he struck the armrest of the dragon throne, exclaiming, "These treacherous ministers truly believe the appearance of the celestial dome is in their favor? It is utterly laughable." This marked the third urgent message of the day, with the previous 2 reporting disturbances taking advantage of the celestial dome's appearance. The local officials were utterly incapable, unable to manage even such small disturbances. He could not refrain from angrily inquiring, "Who is the magistrate of Huaiping County?" It seems he no longer deserves his position. Among the officials, someone familiar with County Magistrate Gao stepped forward to defend him, saying, "Your Majesty, Gao Hongfei has always been diligent and cautious, performing his duties with utmost care, and he has a good reputation in the region. It seems the unrest in Huaiping County is indeed significant. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious. I implore your Majesty to reconsider." Just then, the official carrying the urgent message was ushered in. Though he was displeased with the local officials' incompetence, the urgent report was of great importance. Was it possible that a significant crisis had erupted in Huaiping County? Could it be that within just 2 days, someone had seized the opportunity to revolt and take over the county seat? Many turned to the official from the Ministry of Personnel who had just defended Gao, questioning, "Didn't you say Gao Hongfei was quite capable?" The official himself began to feel anxious. It was then that the Minister of War stepped forward to ask, "Your Majesty, has there been a major incident in Huaiping County?" "Indeed, a significant incident," the Jingxian emperor replied, repeatedly striking the armrest of his chair, his expression complex. "Shangliu village is actually under the jurisdiction of Huaiping County." The crowd fell silent, some still processing the information, while the quicker-witted among them gasped, "Is that the Shangliu village mentioned in the celestial dome? Is that the very place where the young girl lived? Could it be a coincidence in names?" The Jingxian emperor waved his hand dismissively. "No, as Gao Aiching has stated. Not only Shangliu village, but also Shali village, Zhongjia village, and Tongkao village are all in that area of Huaiping County. If it were merely a name shared by one village, that would be one thing. However, for 3 or 4 villages to share the same name, it must be the same location. So now it's Gao Aiching?" Other ministers exchanged glances, their expressions varying. It was no wonder the celestial dome had appeared in Qi. It was indeed related to our Xia. How unfortunate that the young girl had suffered greatly in Shangliu village, and now the celestial dome had manifested over the entire Qi. They had initially assumed the appearance of the celestial dome was merely a coincidence, marveling at the wonders it displayed, with some sympathy for Zhao Zhao's plight, but not feeling it deeply, as such children were numerous. There were many impoverished families in Qi whose circumstances were even more dire than Zhao Zhao's, and some had even drowned at birth. Of course, all of this had been under the assumption that it had no bearing on them. Now, it was evident that not only was it significant, but it was their own actions that had caused the young girl suffering. A sense of fear began to creep into their hearts regarding the Celestial Dome's intentions. The appearance of the Celestial Dome, could it truly be a form of retribution against the Qi? Your Majesty, someone couldn't help but interject. Has County Magistrate Gao indicated how to deal with those who abused the young girl? Has he mentioned why the Celestial Dome appeared, how the girl came to be into Qi, and how she left? He turned to the next page, only to find there was no further information. The Jingxian Emperor's face darkened. No further information? The crowd was taken aback. What did he mean? No further information. Gao Hongfei had written that Shangliu village was within Huaiping County, but nothing followed. He hurriedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, it seems that Gao Darren, upon receiving news of Shangliu village, dispatched someone to hasten the message to the capital, possibly without the opportunity to investigate Zhaozhao's background. I believe once all details are confirmed, Gao Darren will surely report the complete context. This was not without merit, as when County Magistrate Gao learned that Shangliu village fell under his jurisdiction, he was still occupied in Yangshu town dealing with rumors and unrest. Only visiting Shangliu village the following day, the Jingxian Emperor felt he would likely not sleep well tonight. He was agitated and called out to the commander of the Imperial Guards, Liang Wei. I am here. You are to personally go to Huaiping County and investigate the details regarding the young girl from the Celestial Dome. Report everything to me in full. Those who have wronged the girl are to be executed without delay and imprisoned. The Jingxian Emperor had initially intended to execute them immediately, but after some contemplation, he decided to observe the Celestial Dome first and determine how to handle the situation based on the circumstances. Understood. Liang Wei received his orders and did not dare to delay for even a moment. He set off immediately. Emperor Jingxian rubbed his temples and, upon gazing at the sky, felt an added weight upon his heart. The scene unfolding in the heavens, however, was rather heartwarming. Jian Yunsang had already explained the events of the past 2 days to He Ninzhou. The latter, casting his gaze upon the sleeping child on the sofa beside him, suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice, I will find the location of Shangliu village. I will locate those individuals and ensure they are brought to justice. Jian Yunsang nodded in agreement, acknowledging his extensive connections might lead to swift results. No rush, she replied. They both understood that the emotional scars in Zhaozhao's heart were no less painful than physical wounds. Did you say she has hearing issues? He inquired. Yes. The doctor recommended a follow-up at a specialized hospital. Chapter 34. How can a man enter the kitchen? He Ninzhou gazed at her, his expression growing complex. After a moment, he could not help but ask, why didn't you take her to the private hospital under the He family for an examination? Jian Yunsang felt a lump in her throat. She had forgotten to inform He Ninzhou and had not even thought of the He family's private hospital. Having distanced herself from the He family over the past 2 years, she had severed ties with all privileges associated with them, living a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Therefore, when considering taking Zhao Zhao for a checkup, her first thought was to register at a nearby hospital. Only when He Ninzhou mentioned the He family's private hospital did she realize she had taken the long way around. He Ninzhou, well acquainted with her demeanor, discerned her implications instantly. Since we need to take Zhao Zhao for a follow-up, let's take her to the He family's private hospital tomorrow. I will inform the director first. I recall that Director Fong is an authority in otology. With him overseeing, there is no cause for concern. Jian Yun sonoded, and He Ninzhou cast one more glance at the sleeping Zhao Zhao before rising to make a phone call in another room. This call lasted a while. He not only contacted the hospital's director, but also sought information about the whereabouts of Zhangjia village in Shangliu. When he emerged, He Ninzhou found Jian Yunsang had fallen asleep beside Zhao Zhao. His gaze softened as he quietly approached, gently draping a light blanket over her, then sitting beside them, observing the mother and daughter. In that moment, He Ninzhou felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. This warmth allowed him to relax completely, and after a sleepless day and night filled with emotional turmoil, he too gradually succumbed to sleep. The sky above fell into a chilling silence, yet beneath it, the common folk gazed upon the tender scene of the family of 3 and felt a rare stir of emotion. Lin Lan wiped away her tears, realizing that Zhao Zhao finally had both a mother and a father. Indeed, having both parents nearby was worth more than anything else. However, the Hu family seethed with resentment, having previously remarked that Zhao Zhao had a mother but no father, deeming the 2 women abandoned. How could it be, so soon after their declaration, that a father emerged? Moreover, this father was remarkably handsome, exuding a sense of responsibility and kindness toward the mother and daughter. Why should such advantages be claimed by that little girl? While the family fumed in discontent, they remained blissfully unaware that their fortunate days were numbered. Emperor Jingxian, too, pondered the implications of this private hospital. Privately established? Yet from the earlier conversation, it seemed this facility was superior to the one Jian Yunsang had taken Zhao Zhao to before. Was the other not private? Was it established by the court? His irritation grew. The sky above was filled with incomprehensible matters that required endless speculation. Fortunately, he had many civil and military ministers. After lengthy discussions, they began to grasp the essence of the situation. The next stir in the heavens came when Zhao Zhao awoke. She had slept early and was the first to rise, discovering her parents lying beside her, their heads close together. Zhao Zhao felt immense joy, wishing this moment could last forever, never wanting to part from them. Henan Zhou, still somewhat groggy, was the second to awaken. Turning his head, he noticed a little girl silently smiling to herself. He extended his finger and softly shushed her. They exchanged smiles without making any further movements until Jian Yunsang opened her eyes. Is it already dark outside? Jian Yunsang quailed, glancing out the window, and then at the time, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Henan Zhou's previously cheerful expression abruptly stiffened. Just as Zhao Zhao began to find this odd, he suddenly stood up, declaring, "Indeed, it is getting late. I shall prepare dinner. The ingredients should be in the refrigerator." Jian Yunsang had merely noted the falling darkness, without any intention of rushing him. Moreover, Zhao Zhao had just reunited with him. She was not in a hurry. She could not help but smile, but when she glanced down, she saw the astonished expression on the little girl's face. "Daddy, you're going to cook?" "He cooks?" "Yes, believe it or not. Your father is quite skilled in the kitchen. When you first learned to eat, he even took the time to learn and prepared various snacks for you." Zhao Zhao was even more astonished. "Can men really cook?" Jian Yunsang was taken aback, laughing. "Why can't men cook?" Because Zhao Zhao could not articulate her reasoning. In Shanglu village, men did not cook. They rarely entered the kitchen, as chores such as washing dishes and cleaning were considered women's work. She was unaware of the reasons behind this. It was simply the way things had always been. Jian Yunsang held her hand and led her to the kitchen door, softly asking, "If men shouldn't cook, why are most chefs in restaurants male?" Zhao Zhao blinked, having never been to a restaurant, so she did not know if the chefs were men. However, Sister Lin Lan had mentioned that in most workplaces, except for embroidery workshops, they primarily hired men. Thus, what her mother said made perfect sense. Zhao Zhao nodded, realizing the truth in her mother's words. The people beneath the sky were momentarily taken aback, and then one irate scholar exclaimed, "Nonsense! A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. This principle has long been established. Such tasks should not be performed by men." Nearby, a brave woman dared to question, "But is there anything wrong with what was said in the heavens? Chefs in restaurants are indeed men. That is different." "How is it different? Is a restaurant kitchen not a kitchen?" The speaker was rendered speechless. Many women nearby stifled their laughter, feeling inexplicably vindicated. They soon began to gaze enviously at Jian Yunsang in the heavens, appreciating the affection of a husband who cherished her, and even though they had only one daughter, she was still treasured, receiving blankets when she slept and having her father willingly enter the kitchen to prepare dinner as night fell. Moreover, the woman had just mentioned that during Zhao Zhao's early years, it was he who prepared her meals. This man, seemingly unconcerned with the ridicule of others, focused solely on showering love upon his wife and daughter. Chapter 35. Silence is the great revelation of tonight. Henan Zhou's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Before long, he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup, artfully arranged on the table. The colors were vibrant, the aromas rich, and the presentation exquisite. Jian Yunsang secretly hoped that they could enjoy such meals occasionally in the future. However, tonight, the dining table was unexpectedly laden with 5 or 6 dishes, each more delectable than the last. With only 3 of them, could they possibly consume so much? Jian Yunsang was not surprised. She had not had time to buy groceries the previous day, and considering Zhao Zhao's inadequate diet over the past 2 years, she was concerned about her digestive health. Thus, she had only prepared light, nourishing meals to ensure an adequate intake of protein and vegetables. After visiting the hospital today, she had specifically asked the doctor, Lu indicated that Zhao Zhao indeed needed to regulate her stomach and advised against overly greasy or spicy foods, suggesting that ordinary home-cooked meals would suffice. Consequently, she had purchased an abundance of ingredients, steering clear of those that might hinder stomach health, and aimed to prepare a hearty meal. Nevertheless, her culinary skills were no match for Henan Zhou. Some individuals possess an innate talent for cooking. Zhao Zhao swallowed hard, while Henan Zhou expertly removed his apron, arranged the bowls and chopsticks on the table, and gently placed Zhao Zhao in her dining chair. After Jian Yunsang served rice for the three of them, Henan Zhou skillfully began to peel shrimp. Once he had prepared a small bowl, he placed it in front of Zhao Zhao. Seeing the little girl gazing at him with her mouth slightly agape, Henan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle, urging her to eat before it cooled down. He then returned to peeling shrimp, his movements both graceful and swift, effortlessly removing the shells. Soon after, he had prepared another small bowl and placed it in front of Jian Yunsang, playfully suggesting she taste his cooking to see if his skills had diminished after a long hiatus. Under the vast sky, the onlookers remained silent. As it was a grand evening for the Qi, many families, also enjoying their dinners, stared at their meals in a contemplative hush. Eventually, someone softly remarked, "That man must be his son-in-law, right? Didn't that woman claim to be wealthy? It's not surprising for her husband to be his son-in-law. Yet, typically, only those lacking capability, with average looks, and in dire straits would take on such a role. This man is tall and handsome, and he possesses remarkable culinary skills. His wife even mentioned his extensive connections. Such a person would attract numerous women. How could he possibly be his son-in-law? But how do we explain his cooking and peeling shrimp? In our town, even the most assertive women have husbands who wouldn't serve them this way. Not to mention, the most honest man who came to our village, Wang Laosi, has never peeled shrimp for his wife." The crowd buzzed with speculation, while the Hu family remained resolute in their belief that he was indeed a son-in-law, as Zhao Zhao's father lacked any ability. Emperor Jingxian inquired of those present, "What do you think?" At that moment, everyone was still in the palace, as Emperor Jingxian had graciously invited the officials to dine in the imperial garden. As they enjoyed their warm meals amidst the chilly breeze, they remarked, "This man possesses an extraordinary demeanor and sharp gaze. He does not appear to be a subordinate to his wife." "I agree," another minister chimed in, "though he genuinely seems to cherish his wife and daughter." "Not just cherish, but rather indulge," another added, noticing the woman's calm demeanor, indicative that such occurrences had happened before and had become routine. Emperor Jingxian observed the shrimp in his hand, taking a bite, and for some reason felt it lacked the flavor of the already peeled shrimp in the sky above. Zhao Zhao found everything delicious. All the dishes were delightful. Not only the food, but her parents also appeared charming, sitting on either side of her, occasionally wiping her mouth, inquiring about the taste, reminding her to eat slowly, and serving her vegetables, resembling an ordinary family's warmth. Previously, Hu Laifu and Zheng Shi had treated Hu Baodun in a similar manner, and she often watched with envy from the steps outside the hall. But now, she no longer needed to envy. She too had parents and relatives who loved her dearly. The meal was not consumed hastily, as Jian Yunsang and Henan Zhou adjusted their pace to accommodate Zhao Zhao, and by the time they finished, it was quite late. As Henan Zhou began to clear the table, he cast a few glances at Jian Yunsang, his movements languid. When she finally looked over, he cleared his throat and asked, "Sang, may I stay over tonight? I don't have a change of clothes. I'll have Xiao Jiang bring them over," he added. Jian Yunsang glanced at the puzzled Zhao Zhao before eventually responding, "There are sheets in the guest room. Make your own bed." Henan Zhou chuckled, as he had no intention of sleeping in the master bedroom. He hastened his actions, quickly placing the dishes in the dishwasher. Just as the mother and daughter exited the dining room, he promptly took out his phone and called his assistant. "Xiao Jiang, please bring over a few sets of clothes for my house, along with my daily necessities." Jian Yunsang, who had her back turned to him, wondered how many sets he intended to bring. Did this imply he planned to stay long-term? However, she said nothing, instead taking Zhao Zhao to the bathroom to wash her hands. She was surprised to think that he intended to stay in Yuhua community. Did Miss Jin agree to this? Henan Zhou affirmed, "Yes, Yuhua community." "Understood. I'll take care of it," Assistant Jiang responded promptly. Assistant Jiang arrived swiftly, and within an hour, Zhao Zhao was still awake when he arrived at the Jin family's door, knocking as he carried a suitcase. Zhao Zhao was the first to hear the knock. Instinctively, She glanced at her tablet and saw a person outside holding a peculiar large box, assuming it was another delivery. But who would deliver at such a late hour? The sky had grown exceedingly dark, yet she felt no fear, for with her parents by her side, even if a bad person came, the three of them could surely handle one. Chapter 36. They had no curfew. Nanzhou opened the door, and Jiang Yangping did not enter, but greeted Jian Yunsang, who was approaching. He then turned to Nanzhou, saying, "Mr. He, when I visited the He family, I encountered the chairman and his wife. Chairman, he inquired about the outcome of the trip to Lingcheng, and I was candid with him. He refrained from mentioning the search for Zhao Zhao, fearing that Jian Yunsang might still be unaware. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Nanzhou paused in his attempt to take the suitcase, exchanging a peculiar glance with Jian Yunsang, their expressions laden with confusion. Nanzhou rubbed his forehead, realizing he had also neglected to inform others about finding Zhao Zhao. He understood Jian Yunsang's feelings. Having finally located their child, all of one's thoughts were consumed by her well-being, ensuring she was well-fed and cared for, with everything else relegated to the background. "Mr. He?" Jiang Yangping questioned, observing the odd demeanor of the two. He speculated that Mr. He and Miss Jian must have reconciled. Otherwise, he wouldn't be staying in Yuhua community. As he pondered, a small head suddenly peeked out from beside Jian Yunsang, looking up at him with a mix of curiosity and shyness. "Jiang uncle, what's going on?" "Mr. He, could it be that they have decided to give up searching for Zhao Zhao and have instead adopted child?" Nanzhou beckoned to Zhao Zhao. "Come here, Zhao Zhao. This is your uncle Jiang." Zhao Zhao took Nanzhou's hand, looking at Jiang Yangping with confusion. "Uncle Jiang?" "Uncle Jiang is your father's personal assistant, helping him with various daily matters. He has held you before and bought you delicious treats." Zhao Zhao obediently called out, "Uncle Jiang." Jiang Yangping, his eyes wide with disbelief, struggled to process what he had just heard. What did Mr. He just call her? He looked between Nanzhou and Zhao Zhao, and, after a moment, it seemed he found his voice. Is this Zhao Zhao?" Jiang Yangping swallowed hard. "So they found her? This is too sudden. I was completely unprepared." As he left, he felt dazed, even thinking that it would be more reasonable if Mr. He had simply adopted a new child rather than this. Nanzhou contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, deciding to inform them tomorrow. If he revealed it now, they would undoubtedly rush over to see her. It was already quite late, making it inconvenient. Even if he prevented them from coming, they would likely be too excited to sleep. The elderly already had trouble sleeping, and this commotion would surely leave them exhausted the following day. "What about your parents?" Jian Yunsang inquired, shaking her head. "Let us talk to them tomorrow." She paused before saying nothing further. Lowering her head, she took Zhao Zhao's hand and said, "Let's go take a bath. It's late, and it's time for bed." Nanzhou watched the two of them walk away, remaining silent for a moment before pushing the suitcase toward the guest room. The sky darkened the instant Zhao Zhao entered the bathroom. It was getting late, and for the citizens of the Qi, it was well past their bedtime. Yet, many still struggled to keep their eyes open, determined to wait until the end. As the sky darkened, he finally stood up and walked toward the palace, asking Chao Qing, who followed behind, that assistant Jiang, should he have come from quite a distance. Chao Qing silently stood behind, observing the emperor's silhouette as he paced back and forth. His adopted son leaned closer and whispered, "It's quite late. Has His Majesty mentioned which noble lady he will be resting with tonight?" Earlier, a servant from Shu Fei's palace had come to say that the lady had specially prepared a stew. Before he could finish, Chao Qing interrupted. "Silence. His Majesty is not visiting anyone today." The young eunuch fell silent, intimidated. Under the vast sky, another group remained awake, steadfast in their belief that Nanzhou was a mere son-in-law. Yet, doubt began to cloud their minds. Was that assistant dealing with mundane affairs truly a subordinate? A son-in-law, accompanied by a retinue? Surely, it must be the wealthy woman providing servants for the man. Yet, how could she lack even a maid by her side? The crowd murmured, pondering this conundrum, unable to arrive at an answer. The Hu couple exchanged silent glances, their faces marred by resentment. The more they observed Zhao Zhao thriving, the more discomfort they felt. Initially, they had believed that Zhao Zhao and her mother were solely reliant on each other, destined for a life of poverty or to be bullied. Suddenly, the appearance of a father figure who seemed to indulge them made them suspect he was an unworthy son-in-law, lacking any true capability. Zhang Shi slammed her hand on the table, startling Hu Baodan, who had already settled down for the night, causing him to cry out. Hu Laifu hurried to comfort him, casting a reproachful look at Zheng Shi. Enough, enough. Sleep quickly. We need to find a place to stay tomorrow. Zheng Shi begrudgingly lay down. Unbeknownst to them, Hu Baoduan's cry had drawn the attention of the inn's staff, who lingered outside their door momentarily before rushing to inform the manager. The trio's furtive behavior raised suspicion, as they had been overheard cursing under the celestial canopy. Indeed, it was prudent to keep an eye on them. By morning, I shall discuss the matter with the constables, as they are near Yangshu town. Let's hope that troublemakers from there have not come to stir chaos here. As dawn broke the next day, the citizens of the Qi began to adjust to the new reality. In the previous days, they had been taken aback, ceasing their tasks to gaze at the heavens. Now, they managed to carry on with their lives while still listening to the celestial happenings, albeit with diminished efficiency. Discussions predominantly revolved around the celestial events, but they did not perceive it as a divine punishment. Life must go on. Some children, upon Zhao Zhao's awakening, eagerly anticipated her meals, speculating on what she would eat that day, swallowing in anticipation. However, Zhao Zhao had nothing to eat in the morning. Jin Yunsang had explained that they needed to go to the hospital for a blood test, which required fasting. Nothing could be consumed, not even water, until after the blood was drawn. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao was an obedient child, accustomed to mornings without breakfast during her time in Lu village. She no longer feared needles, though she remained anxious about expenses, yet she dutifully accompanied her parents. The citizens of the Qi were aware that they would return to the hospital today, having seen it the previous day. However, this visit seemed to lead them to a larger, more opulent facility. The doctors appeared much more amiable. As the family arrived, a young nurse greeted them and guided them to undergo a fasting ultrasound before proceeding to Director Fong's office. This was a private hospital belonging to the He family, ensuring utmost confidentiality regarding patient privacy. Even the blood draw occurred within Director Fong's office, allowing the nurse to leave immediately after, sparing Zhao Zhao the need to run around. Director Fong's tone was gentle, and the instruments used were far more sophisticated. After a brief examination, he instructed Zhao Zhao to lie down and checked her ears. Upon completion, Zhao Zhao felt invigorated. After the checkup, He Nanzhou and Jian Yunsang finally prepared to take Zhao Zhao for breakfast. Having completed the blood draw, Jian Yunsang offered Zhao Zhao some water and a few biscuits to tide her over. However, the little one was still somewhat anxious and lacked appetite, eating only a small piece before requesting to be checked first. Now that the results indicated no major issues, she relaxed and followed her parents to eat. However, time had slipped away, and the cafeteria on the upper floor of the outpatient building offered limited options. The trio decided to eat outside. Just as they passed the emergency entrance, a pregnant woman, drenched in sweat, was hurriedly wheeled from an ambulance onto a stretcher. The nurse, while escorting her inside, announced, "The patient is carrying twins and is 38 weeks along. She fell and is prepared for a cesarean section." He Nanzhou halted, cradling Zhao Zhao, waiting for the ambulance to depart before proceeding. At that moment, a middle-aged woman chased after the departing stretcher, shouting, "No cesarean. We want a natural birth. A cesarean is harmful to the children. We must adhere to the natural order." Jian Yunsang frowned, incredulous. Twins and a fall, and she still insisted on a natural birth? How absurd. Fortunately, another middle-aged woman, carrying a delivery bag, followed closely behind, confronting the first one. "What nonsense about natural order? My daughter is carrying twins. Even without a fall, she requires a cesarean. If anything happens to her, I will hold you responsible." "Oh dear, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Who says twins cannot be born naturally? People in our village have done it, and their children are now thriving and intelligent. The notion that twins must be delivered via cesarean is a hospital lie, merely to extort our money. And you, coming to a private hospital to give birth, one expense. One could just as easily give birth at home." The woman with the delivery bag ignored her, urgency driving her to care for her daughter, not bothering to respond. Without waiting for the old woman to utter another word, she dashed inside. The elderly woman, exasperated, slapped her thigh and began to wail, "What a tragedy." Just as she lamented, she spotted Jian Yunsang's family, seemingly seeking an ear to share her plight with, and began to approach them, exclaiming, "My son is ungrateful." Before she could finish, a hospital security guard stepped in her way. He Nanzhou did not spare her a glance. Holding Zhao Zhao in one arm and taking Jian Yunsang's hand with the other, and simply walked away. Jian Yunsang whispered, "What's wrong? Did that frighten you?" Zhao Zhao shook her head, pondering before softly speaking, "Was that person being taken inside, carrying two little babies?" Jian Yunsang was surprised she understood, responding, "Yes, two little babies." Zhao Zhao continued, "They wouldn't be in danger, right? There was an aunt in our village who also carried twins, but they didn't make it." She had heard from Lin Lan that those expecting twins faced great peril, as often the mother expended all her strength delivering the first child, leaving her unable to bear the second. Yet, the woman they had just seen was not only carrying twins, but had also fallen. Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou exchanged glances, holding Zhao Zhao's small hand, assuring her, "Do not worry. She has been taken to the hospital, and the doctors will perform the cesarean. This hospital has skilled obstetricians, and both mother and babies will be safe." "A cesarean?" Zhao Zhao was puzzled. "What is that?" Jian Yunsang hesitated briefly before explaining. "It means the doctor makes an incision in the mother's abdomen to deliver the baby and then stitches it up afterward." Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. "A cut on the belly? And then sewn back up? Isn't that going to hurt terribly?" The onlookers from Qi gasped in disbelief. How could that be possible? Indeed, this is sheer madness. How can a person survive with their belly cut open and sew it back up? The human abdomen is not mere cloth. Just as that child remarked, the agony of a cesarean section is already unbearable. To then stitch it up, one could fear being painfully tormented to death. Perhaps she was merely comforting the child, for that little girl was evidently quite frightened. If she were to be told outright that survival was impossible, nightmares would surely haunt her at night. The opinions among the people of the Qi Dynasty were remarkably unanimous. They did not believe that a stitched-up belly could still live, fearing that the life of the mother was beyond saving. On the third day since the appearance of the celestial veil, many began to realize that this was no realm of immortals, for surely celestial beings would not partake in the mundane acts of eating, drinking, and excreting, nor would they bleed or weep. Thus, it was only natural that the beings within this celestial veil could perish. Emperor Jingxian was lost in thought as he gazed at the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, who had been summoned not far away. Could a cesarean section be feasible? The latter shook his head, stating that he could not accomplish such a feat. Although there have indeed been historical instances of cesarean sections, those were performed under the grim condition of the mother's demise to extract the child from a lifeless body. To attempt such a procedure while the mother still lived, even with the wounds sutured, survival would be nearly impossible. Not to mention that the mother is at her weakest during childbirth. Even a robust individual, with their abdomen cut open, might survive the immediate ordeal, but would likely suffer from persistent fever and deteriorating wounds thereafter, making survival exceedingly rare. There exists a possibility of life, yet the odds are slim. After a brief pause, he continued, noting that the mother had also fallen, leading to an early delivery. Thus, a cesarean section would only ensure the child's safety. An official inquired, so that young lady, Jian, was indeed comforting the child? It is also possible that they had the capability to perform a cesarean and achieve survival thereafter. They had observed the celestial veil for several days, witnessing many astonishing occurrences that had come to fruition. The crowd raised their heads, eager to see how Jian Yunsang would elucidate the matter. Faced with the astonishment of the onlookers, Jian Yunsang could not help but chuckle, proclaiming that no one would die from the pain, for there exists anesthesia. With the administration of anesthesia, one becomes oblivious to sensation and cannot feel pain. The head of the Imperial Medical Institute felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Indeed, it is through the use of substances that one's pain perception can be dulled. However, they refer to it as peasant, while those within the veil call it anesthesia. Jian Yunsang continued to explain to Zhao Zhao that cesarean sections are now a well-established surgical procedure. Some individuals bear multiple children, some children are too large, some present in incorrect positions, and some may face unforeseen complications before term. Additionally, some mothers may choose to undergo a cesarean. Hence, cesarean sections are not to be feared. Although the abdomen is opened, it can still heal once stitched. After speaking at length, she realized she had perhaps over-explained. For Zhao Zhao was merely a 5-year-old child and could not possibly comprehend such complexity. It was indeed a remnant of her past as a teacher, overly inclined to elaborate, an occupational hazard. Zhao Zhao opened her mouth slightly in awe, astonished that someone would willingly choose to have their abdomen opened. How impressive! Indeed, your aunt once bore twins and underwent a cesarean at this very hospital. Now, your cousins are already 18, and your aunt is in excellent health, with no issues in her annual checkups. Zhao Zhao recalled the jade pendant, a gift from her aunt. The pendant hung around her neck, and she could not resist taking it out to show Zhao, saying that her mother mentioned this was a birthday gift from her aunt 2 years ago. Zhao had seen the pendant before, but its reappearance now was quite surprising. During the 2 years of Zhao Zhao's disappearance, life had been arduous, and those who adopted her had treated her poorly. By all reasoning, this pendant, being of fine quality, should have been lost. How could it still be in Zhao Zhao's possession? Zhao quietly inquired if the Hu family had not taken her pendant. It was indeed ashen, yet why had he, as Zhao Zhao's benefactor, suddenly vanished? He left without leaving her any message, nor did he consider meeting her family. Zhao smiled, saying, "Your aunt is somewhat like me." Zhao Zhao regarded Zhao curiously. Her father was male, and she found it difficult to envision her aunt's appearance. "Where is she now?" Jian Yun sang. "Do you wish to see your aunt?" Zhao Zhao hesitated but nodded, timidly asking if it was possible. She spoke delicately, for this was her first request, and she feared her parents might disapprove. Yet her mother had said that one must express gratitude upon receiving a gift. This pendant was given by her aunt, and she was uncertain if she had said thank you 2 years ago, but she wished to do so once more now. "Work? What is that?" Jian Yun sang explained that her aunt holds a high-ranking position. There are many matters to attend to, and she is not in Jiangxing. Even your cousins rarely get to see her. A high-ranking official? Another unfamiliar term for her. In simpler terms, it means someone in office. Zhao Zhao understood this and promptly nodded. Recognizing that officials must serve the people, there must be many responsibilities, and she resolved to wait until her aunt was free to express her gratitude. Zhao found it amusing that Zhao Zhao was aware that officials must serve the people. Sister Lin Lan mentioned that. Zhao Zhao felt a tinge of shyness, but also a hint of pride. She wasn't ignorant, for she remembered everything that was explained to her. Sister Lin Lan had once said that the county magistrate in the county town was an official, and during a visit, she had heard that magistrate declare that being an official means serving the people. However, Sister Lin Lan had also noted that many high officials merely speak eloquently but fail to fulfill their promises. Yet, Zhao Zhao believed firmly that her aunt must be a person of integrity. "My aunt is surely a good official," she declared with confidence. Nonetheless, the crowd beneath the celestial veil appeared dazed and confused. Chapter 39. The urgent dispatch from 800 Li arrives again after a considerable time. Someone incredulously asked their companion. They were referring to an aunt, correct? An aunt is a female, is she not? Of course. Is your aunt a man? Yet they continued. That little girl's aunt is a high official. Can a woman really hold such a position? Moreover, what does high official mean? Is it more senior than a county magistrate? Those with some education solemnly remarked that our dynasty operates on a provincial system. The Qi comprises 15 provinces, each with its own prefectures and counties. Which do you think holds greater authority, a county magistrate or a high official? Those less informed gasped in shock at this revelation. Good heavens! Does that mean a high official is several ranks above a county magistrate? Indeed, they're even more formidable than a prefect. Gasp! A woman can not only hold office, but can also attain such a high rank. This cannot possibly be true. Emperor Jingxian had initially found this discourse fascinating, but now his brows furrowed in discontent. How can women hold office? Is this place truly allowing women to partake in the imperial examinations? Surely, the young Lady Jian within the celestial veil must be literate. She must have studied extensively. Furthermore, the physician Liu in the hospital is not only literate but also a doctor. In their realm, it appears that what men can do, women can also accomplish. Hence, holding office must surely be within their reach. However, to ascend to such high positions, this office seems excessively elevated. The ministers below began to murmur among themselves, with some archaic officials expressing their indignation. Absurd! How can women hold office? This is a violation of nature. How could the men within the celestial veil allow women to rise above them? If this continues, chaos will surely ensue. This is utterly unreasonable, simply outrageous. An official nearby cast a sidelong glance at him, unperturbed, and remarked coolly, "Why not voice your complaints loudly to the celestial veil instead of whispering?" The agitated man shot him a glare, unable to comprehend. The clamor in the court gradually escalated, the majority opposing the notion. They were unfazed by the sight of a female doctor or by Hinanzhou peeling shrimp for his wife and daughter. However, upon hearing that a woman could hold office, it felt as though their interests were being threatened. Their prior admiration for the celestial veil shifted instantaneously to discontent and pointed criticism. Emperor Jingxian, now growing impatient, was about to admonish them to be silent when a sudden urgent voice called from outside, "Your Majesty, a dispatch from Huaiping County, 800 li urgent." A single utterance instantaneously quelled the previously clamorous court, as all eyes swiftly turned towards the individual entering from outside. The esteemed Emperor Jingxian rose with urgency, extending his hand. Chao Qing hastened a few steps forward, presenting the memorial to the emperor. The officials below exchanged glances, and the Grand Tutor stepped forward. "Your Majesty, is this news regarding the origins of the young girl seen in the Tianmu, sent by County Magistrate Gao?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingxian let out a cold snort, filled with disdain. Indeed, as recounted by the villagers of Shangliu village, the Tianmu initially appeared solely above Chaochao's head, only becoming visible elsewhere after her departure. Grand Tutor, the young girl spoke numerous ambiguous words before leaving, proclaiming notions of good begetting good and evil begetting evil, which led the villagers to perceive her as a celestial child. Good begetting good and evil begetting evil? The emperor held no belief in her being a celestial child. As long as he dismissed that notion, he suddenly rose and instructed Chao Qing, "Send a pigeon to Liangwei," instructing him to conduct a thorough investigation of Shangliu village and ensure that this individual is found. "Certainly, Your Majesty, the Grand Tutor has already reviewed these items," expressing some sentiments, and then raised his hand to point at the tray held by Chao Qing, which also contained a silken pouch. He lifted his hand, and Chao Qing promptly handed over the pouch. Emperor Jingxian extracted a pair of anklets and a ring from within. While the anklets were indeed delicately crafted, they were clearly made of silver. However, the material of the ring remained a mystery to him. After glancing around, he could discern nothing further, so he placed the items back onto the tray for Chao Qing to present to the others. Then, he fell into deep contemplation, adding, "Inform Liangwei to arrange for the Hu family of 3 to be escorted to the capital, as well as the household associated with the young girl, for I wish to personally inquire into their circumstances over the past 2 years." Emperor Jingxian murmured, perhaps this would unveil the reasons behind the appearance of the Tianmu, and lead to discovering a means to reach their realm. At this thought, a fervor ignited within him. If he could find them, would it not be possible to obtain the sweet potatoes yielding 10,000 jin per mu? Pausing briefly, he seemed to recall something and added, "Have Liang Wei grant Gao Hongfei 500 taels of silver, considering these ornaments as my purchase." Ridiculous, to subtly request silver from me. Is this county magistrate truly so impoverished? To audaciously ask for several hundred taels of silver. Yet, given his contributions, let him receive some reward. Chapter 40. The capture of the Hu family of 3 at this moment, Liang Wei, whom Emperor Jingxian had just mentioned, had already arrived in Huaiping County. After meeting with County Magistrate Gao, he was soon informed that the Hu family's whereabouts had been spotted in Yangshan Town. Before Gao could utter a word, Liang stepped forward. "Magistrate Gao, I shall head to Yangshan Town." Gao Hongfei was more than eager. He was already overwhelmed with tasks and could not spare the manpower. Other areas were manageable, but everyone in Huaiping County knew where Shangliu village was located. Not only the locals, but many outsiders were also flocking here, inquiring about the Tianmu. The situation in Shangliu village had become quite chaotic. The magistrate's personal involvement in apprehending them would surely ensure success. I could not ask for more. Gao Hongfei expressed his gratitude, but added a reluctant request. "Please speak freely, Magistrate Gao. The situation in Shangliu village is currently fraught with danger. The emergence of the Tianmu is related to Chaochao, and I fear that some may take advantage of the confusion to create trouble in Shangliu village. Although the issue in Yangshu town has been temporarily suppressed, there are undoubtedly those who remain discontent, and one cannot predict what actions they might take." Liang Wei understood. "I will assign personnel to monitor Shangliu village. His Majesty's edict allows Magistrate Gao to act as the situation dictates." He had brought a considerable number of men, and furthermore, His Majesty had indicated that he could call upon additional personnel from the capital if necessary. Liang Wei, having stated this, wasted no further time and swiftly set off towards Yangshan town. Yangshan town was not large, making it quite easy for strangers to be noticed upon entry. While the Hu family was lodged at an inn, they were overheard vocally cursing the Tianmu, making it difficult for them to remain inconspicuous. Early that morning, they had vacated their room, seeking a temporary residence. Hu Laifu suggested that they avoid finding a place in town, as they were still evading detection. And being in town would draw too much attention, risking recognition from the villagers of Zhengjia in Shangliu. Instead, he intended to seek a remote village below Yanshan town for shelter. After all, they had money, and with some pretext, they could even bribe someone to concoct a story about visiting relatives, allowing them to reside quietly in a mixed village. Remote villages would not easily harbor acquaintances, thus reducing the likelihood of being discovered. Zheng Shi was somewhat reluctant, arguing that Shangliu village was not particularly remote and was less convenient than residing in town. Furthermore, in remote villages, even acquiring necessities could prove difficult, as peddlers seldom visited. However, after some contemplation, she recognized the necessity of maintaining a low profile. Their current situation of constant evasion was quite uncomfortable, especially upon hearing Chaochao mention the jade pendant. She regretted not having sold it earlier for a sum of money. Hu Laifu shot her a sidelong glance, stating that it was pointless to lament now, as they still possessed a ring. Once the storm had passed, they could sell it and obtain some funds, and for that, they had to thank her mother for keeping it. Although Hu Laifu and Zheng Shi had some foresight in recognizing the need to escape Shangliu village, they remained unaware of the severity of their situation, oblivious to the fact that those searching for them included not only the villagers of Shangliu and the Zheng family, but also the imperial court. They still believed that once the interest in the Tianmu subsided, they would be able to live well with the money they had. As they conversed, they suddenly heard the mention of the term official by Jian Yunsang from the Tianmu. The couple froze, halting in unison, gazing upwards. An official? That wretched girl's aunt is an official? How could that be? Zheng Shi seethed with rage, questioning how a woman could hold any office. This implied that the wretched girl's father was certainly not a son-in-law, with a sister who was an official. It would be impossible for a brother to marry into another family. As this realization dawned on her, Zheng Shi grew increasingly resentful, wondering why all good fortune seemed to favor that girl. The officials, that must be them, their demeanor suspicious and unfamiliar. I even heard their son cursing the young girl in the Tianmu, calling her a harbinger of doom. They are undoubtedly up to no good. Hu Laifu and Zheng Shi were taken aback, instantly exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? When did we ever curse the Tianmu? Our child was merely misbehaving and scolding. You must have misheard. Indeed, the innkeeper, just because we haggled a bit over our stay, holds a grudge against us, bringing trouble upon us. This is utterly excessive. You, as an innkeeper, conduct business this way? I wonder who will dare to stay at your establishment in the future. As Zheng Shi raised her voice significantly, she deliberately made sure the passers-by could hear. Indeed, many stopped to observe them, and Liang Wei furrowed his brow. Seeing the innkeeper's unwillingness to relent and engage in further debate, he raised his hand to silence him and coldly inquired of Hu Laifu, Are you Hu Laifu, head of the Hu family of 3 from Shangliu village? Liang Wei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the couple, fully aware of their deceit. His gaze fell upon Hu Baodan, and he asked, What is your father's name? Where do you live? Zheng Shi nearly instinctively moved to cover her son's mouth. But Liang Wei's men had already blocked her. Liang Wei exuded an air of authority and indifference, causing Hu Baodan to feel intimidated. He spoke candidly, I am Hu Baodan. My father is Hu Laifu, and my family resides in Shangliu village. Liang Wei nodded, gesturing for his men to take them away. His subordinates swiftly pounced, binding them and gagging them before dragging them off. The innkeeper stood in shock, processing what he had just heard. Shangliu village? The Hu family of 3? Yes, they were the family mentioned by Chaochao in the Tianmu. Is it that family who has mistreated her? No wonder they are cursing at the heavens. It turns out there is this layer of connection. The innkeeper felt a wave of dread. They only ran a small inn where guests were not asked about their backgrounds, as long as they paid. Thus, when Hu Laifu claimed his name was Wang Dashan, the innkeeper did not inquire further. Fortunately, he had been cautious, seeing the man's hostile demeanor towards the heavens. He feared he might be a ruffian from the neighboring Yangshu town. As soon as the man checked out, he reported him to the authorities, thus performing a commendable deed. Indeed, when Liang Wei took the man away, he was rewarded with 10 taels of silver for his successful tip-off. Chapter 41. Do not force me to slap you. The Hu family was taken away, their cries for justice stifled, their mouths gagged, faces etched with terror. Helpless, they could not break free as the officers showed no mercy, shoving them onto a mule cart. With the curtains drawn, their visibility to the outside world was obstructed. However, the passers-by had still pointed and whispered about them, having overheard Laifu's words, leading many to realize the identities of the three individuals. The common folk spat in disdain. Yet some in the crowd regarded them with a contemplative gaze as they departed. Meanwhile, Jian Yunsang was fastening Zhao Zhao's seatbelt and said, "Although we may not see your aunt for a while, how about we visit your grandparents today? They miss you dearly." Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. "Do I really have grandparents?" A hint of anxiety crept in. She wondered if her many relatives would like her. "They will love you. They do not know how much they cherish you. So let us go surprise your grandparents, shall we?" Zhao Zhao swallowed hard, gripping her hands tightly, and agreed. He Zhao smiled as the vehicle glided smoothly forward, swiftly heading towards the He family estate. The He residence was located in the eastern part of Jiangxing, where Jinfeng Villa was a serene enclave of villas, sprawling and sparsely populated, with luxury vehicles entering and exiting amidst a picturesque environment that ensured utmost privacy. This was the home of He Nanzhou's parents. After marrying Jian Yunsang, He Nanzhou had purchased a property conveniently located between their workplaces. Upon arriving at the He family's entrance, the gate opened automatically after the vehicle was recognized. He Nanzhou drove into the garage and then carried Zhao Zhao out. Throughout the journey, Zhao Zhao had pondered about her grandparents, failing to notice the changing surroundings, until she was set down and nervously adjusted her hair and clothing, asking if she looked presentable. Jian Yunsang shook her head repeatedly, reassuring her that she was indeed very beautiful. Zhao Zhao, having rarely received compliments, felt shy yet elated as her parents praised her frequently over the past few days. The garage connected directly to the foyer. As the family of three prepared to change their shoes, they heard voices emanating from the living room beyond the partition. "So, what exactly brings you here today?" Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou exchanged glances, recognizing the voice of He Mu, Song Zhun. It seemed there were guests at home. Indeed, another familiar voice followed, "Sister-in-law. I heard that Nanzhou stayed at Yunsang's place yesterday." Jian Yunsang recognized it as Wang Pingxiu, He Nanzhou's second aunt. However, the familial connection was somewhat distant. The second uncle and He Fu shared the same great-grandfather. "Song Zhun, your news travels fast." "Oh, it was just that when He Rong went to work today, he only saw his elder brother and didn't notice Nanzhou, so he casually inquired. After all, they used to go to work together." Song Zhun frowned upon hearing this. He Rong, her second cousin, was diligent and capable, but he tended to share everything with his wife, and Wang Pingxiu, in particular, was quite shrewd. Jian Yunsang's ordeal regarding Zhao Zhao's disappearance and her mental state was known only to the He family. It had not been shared with outsiders. Yet, her nearly 2 years of living apart from the He family had been evident to all. Wang Pingxiu even assumed they had quietly divorced, which explained her shock upon hearing that He Nanzhou and Jian Yunsang were once again living together. Song Zhun could no longer contain herself. She abruptly stood up. "Wang Pingxiu, please be quiet. Do not force me to slap you." "Wang Pingxiu, what did she just hear?" "Sister-in-law, why have you become so rude? Have you learned bad habits from Jian Yunsang?" Song Zhun, growing impatient, retorted, "Why do you not reflect on your own unpleasant speech, chattering away like a machine gun, leaving no room for others to speak?" I was only looking out for you." Wang Pingxiu's face flushed with indignation. She wished to further express her concern, but a cold voice interrupted her. "No need. This is a matter for our He family. If you have spare time, why not concern yourself with your own nephew instead? I hear he's taken a liking to a married woman and was beaten so badly he ended up in the hospital." Wang Pingxiu turned abruptly, her expression shifting dramatically as she beheld He Nanzhou, her heart racing. To speak ill behind someone's back only to be overheard by the very person was truly alarming. For reasons unknown, Wang Pingxiu felt an inexplicable fear of Jian Yunsang. However, Song Zhun, upon seeing the couple together, immediately approached them with joy. Chapter 42. Grandma Zhao Zhao. At this thought, Song Zhun shot her son a significant glance. After 2 years, progress had finally been made. The couple would no longer be separated. Jian Yunsang found herself at a loss for words, unable to interject. Meanwhile, He Nanzhou bent down to reveal the shy Zhaozhao, who had been hiding behind Jian Yunsang. "Mom, there is no rush regarding the move." "There is no rush?" Song Jun shot him an exasperated glare, but before she could finish, a small figure caught her eye. Her smile froze as she stared at the little girl before her. Zhao Zhao, having built up her courage, softly called out, "Grandma." Song Jun gasped, wiping her eyes. "Zhao, is that you? Is it truly you?" Song Jun stared, bewildered, first at Zhao Zhao and then at Henan Zhou, who nodded affirmatively. Overwhelmed with emotion, Song Jun was ecstatic, and Zhao Zhao, sensing her joy, felt no fear. She extended her little hand, gently patting her. "Grandma, do not cry." All right, do not cry. Grandma is not crying." Song Jun, perhaps unaware of her own ramblings. Tears flowed freely as she struggled to contain her emotions. She wanted to embrace Zhao Zhao, but Henan Zhou gently stopped her. Wang Pingqiu, upon overhearing their conversation, was utterly stunned and rushed forward, indeed seeing the little girl in Song Jun's arms. She blurted out, "Zhao Zhao, how is it possible? You should not be alive. Ji Guanjia, throw her out." Henan Zhou felt he had been too polite in his earlier remarks, leading to such unrestrained curses directed at his daughter. Ji Guanjia, who had been nearby, naturally heard and witnessed the scene. He signaled to the equally excited Zhao Ma, and together they dragged Wang Pingqiu out. Wang Pingqiu could hardly believe it. How dare they treat her this way? Where was their politeness or decorum? "Henan Zhou, I am your elder. I am your second aunt. How can you treat me like this? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by others?" No one paid her any mind. The family was immersed in the joy of reunion. Song Jun was oblivious to Wang Pingqiu being thrown out. Her heart and eyes were solely focused on Zhao Zhao. "My dear, our Zhao Zhao has suffered. I am well, Grandma. I am currently living a delightful life with abundant food and warm clothing, which fills my heart with joy. Although the constant concern for Zhao Zhao is a burden, it pains me even more to see Song Jun's heartache." The phrase "now able to eat and wear" warmly signifies that previously, even these basic necessities were unattainable. Poor child, so small, and yet the precious gem of the He family, must endure such hardships. Wiping her tears, Song Jun, upon noticing the worried gaze of the little girl, felt a pang of sorrow swell within her heart. She quickly smiled, assuring her that happiness is what matters most. She then called out, Zhao Ma, please prepare more dishes for lunch, especially those that Zhao Zhao and Sang enjoy. I remember Zhao Zhao used to love honey-glazed chicken wings. Did we buy any today? All right, let's get Zhao Zhao a snack first," Song Jun chattered on, as if her continuous words would help soothe her agitated emotions. She then leaned down to Zhao Zhao and said, "From now on, whatever you wish to eat, just tell Grandma, and she will buy it for you. Grandma has money. She can buy you a whole house if you desire." Speaking of houses, she remembered that Grandma had been keeping Zhao Zhao's room tidy, filled with her favorite things. "Would it be all right for you to stay here tonight?" Zhao Zhao instinctively turned her head to look at Jianyun Sang, uncertain whether she should stay here. As she always listened to her mother, Song Jun followed her gaze, her eyes filled with hope. Faced with two pairs of similar eyes, Jianyun Sang found it hard to refuse. She smiled and nodded. Song Jun knew that not only would Zhao Zhao stay tonight, but Yun Sang would as well. She felt an immense joy. In the past 2 years, she had never been this happy. Holding Zhao Zhao's hand, she said, "Come, let us go see your room and choose a color for your bedding." Zhao Zhao blinked and followed Song Jun upstairs. As they moved, she finally noticed the grandeur of the house. She was taken aback by the high ceilings, spacious living room, bright floor-to-ceiling windows, and exquisite crystal chandelier. It even had a second floor. Was this truly a place fit for a princess? How could it be so vast and beautiful? Song Jun led her to the second floor, and soon they stood at the door of a room. "Zhao Zhao, this is your room. Do you remember?" Zhao Zhao shook her head. She had no recollection, yet she had a room at her mother's house, which she adored. Back in Lu village, girls typically did not have their own rooms. Even Lin Lan did not have one, sharing space with her uncle's daughter. As for Zhao Zhao, she had to stay in a drafty wooden shack. Now, she was being told that not only did she have a room at her mother's house, but also one at her grandmother's. Was this real? Just as she pondered, the door swung open, and in the next moment, Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this my room?" she exclaimed, astonished. The room was spacious, adorned in warm shades of light yellow, exuding a cozy and inviting atmosphere. It featured a grand princess bed, adorned with plush toys taller than Zhao Zhao. There was a desk, a small sofa, and a bookshelf. Beyond the usual furnishings, the most eye-catching elements were the swing and slide nearby. Yes, Zhao Zhao never imagined that a swing could be installed in a bedroom. The slide was reminiscent of those she had seen in the hospital, yet even more beautiful, with balls scattered at the bottom. Beside it stood a small tent that Grandma referred to as a pavilion. Zhao Zhao found it puzzling why a tent would be placed in a room, especially one unlike the simple cloth tents she had seen in Lulu Village. The room was so expansive that she hesitated to step inside. She asked once more, "Is this really my room?" "Of course, it belongs solely to you. Do you see that swing? We used to have one in our yard, but you said it was too cold in winter. So, your grandfather had one installed in your room that very day. You loved it, never wanted to leave it for hours," Songjin explained. Unfortunately, shortly after it was set up, Zhao Zhao went missing. Since then, every time she and Fu saw that swing, it felt like a knife to the heart. "Gulme, Grandma will take you to play." Zhao Zhao, filled with curiosity and anticipation, carefully sat on the swing and gently swayed. Songjin then led her to the slide. Zhao Zhao felt a bit awkward, but was overwhelmingly happy. After sliding down a couple of times, she looked up to see 3 adults in the room watching her with smiles. Suddenly feeling nervous, she hesitated to continue playing. Songjin immediately urged Henan Zhou and Jianyun, saying, "Don't just stand there, go attend to your own matters." They exchanged glances and moved aside, not exiting the room, but rather turning their backs to converse in the cloakroom. At that moment, Zhao Zhao still lacked a sense of security, and they were reluctant to leave her line of sight. Indeed, when Zhao Zhao noticed they had not left, she paused, secretly relieved. Songjin observed and could not help but tenderly pat her head. Zhao Zhao lifted her gaze in response, suddenly recalling something and quietly asked, "Grandma, may I ask you a question?" "Of course, what would you like to know?" Songjin encouraged. It's just that." Zhao Zhao hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Why did that person say that my mother has no father and no love from her parents? Doesn't my mother have grandparents?" Earlier, Wang Pingxiu had spoken too quickly for Zhao Zhao to fully comprehend, but now it dawned on her that the Yun Sang she mentioned was indeed her mother's name. She now had parents, but what if her mother truly did not? The thought of a life without parents, which Zhao Zhao had experienced, was painful, and she wished for her mother never to be sad or hurt, as it would break her heart. Songjin was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Zhao to absorb Wang Pingxiu's words. She felt a surge of irritation. She should never have allowed Wang Pingxiu into their home to utter such nonsense and worry Zhao Zhao. Sighing softly, she replied, "Your mother certainly has her own father and mother. Then why did that person say there's no love from them?" Zhao Zhao asked anxiously, not meaning to pry into such matters. "Let me handle this," Jianyun Sang said, taking Zhao Zhao into her arms as they sat on the sofa to talk. Henan Zhou smiled, but chose not to comment further. The two observed the mother-daughter duo within the room, as Jianyun Sang gently explained the dynamics of parental relationships and the meaning of divorce, clarifying that while the parents had separated and were no longer together, it did not imply a lack of love. Even though they are divorced, they still care for your mother deeply. They contributed half the cost for the house we stayed in a couple of days ago. Indeed, changes had occurred, but for Jianyun Sang, it was not something she found particularly painful. Unlike the harmonious atmosphere of the He family, Jianyun Sang's parents had divorced during her elementary school years due to incompatible personalities. Despite frequent arguments during their marriage, they parted ways amicably. Jianyun Sang stayed with her father, and after 2 years, her mother remarried, subsequently moving away due to her husband's job transfer. A year later, her father also remarried, soon welcoming another daughter. At that point, Jianyun Sang was in the 5th grade, old enough to understand. Her father treated her well, providing for all her needs, ensuring a comfortable life while also being attentive to her education and friendships. Her stepmother was kind to her, never neglecting her even after having her own daughter. Her room remains that sunlit space with a southern balcony, where the dining table is perpetually adorned with her favorite dishes. Her academic supplies are meticulously prepared without any concern on her part. Warm clothing is provided as the weather turns cold, and her pocket money is never insufficient. Moreover, she is gently reminded by her mother that, as a young woman, she deserves privacy, prompting her father to knock before entering. The monthly support payments from her mother are diligently saved for her, without ever being questioned. Yet, the bond they share differs from that of a biological mother and daughter. Jianyun Sang and she maintain a polite, yet affectionate relationship, each respecting an unspoken boundary. However, being still young, she finds her heart heavy whenever she witnesses the warmth of their little family together. Thus, during her middle school years, she opted for a boarding school. It was during this period that she uncovered her innate talent for making money. Chapter 44. Jian Yunsang's talent. Upon entering university, Jian Yunsang commenced her search for part-time employment. She embraced a myriad of roles: waitressing, distributing flyers, delivering takeout, and tutoring, experimenting with each. Ultimately, she discerned that sales were particularly suited to her. The primary allure was the high commission. During the 2 months of summer break, she ascended to the position of sales champion and, upon returning to school, her manager made efforts to retain her, promising a job after graduation without the need for an interview. During the summer of her junior year, she ventured into real estate sales, where she first encountered Henan Zhou. At that time, she had successfully persuaded a client on the verge of purchasing a villa, only to discover that this client was a friend of Henan Zhou. When the client returned with Henan Zhou, he meticulously pointed out every flaw of the villa. Jian Yunsang felt her composure falter, nearly losing her smile. Ultimately, Henan Zhou remarked that, despite its shortcomings, the villa was still a viable option. Jian Yunsang nearly lost her temper, but shortly thereafter, Henan Zhou added her contact information, inviting her to work at HES after graduation. He must have researched her performance in real estate sales, recognizing her as a talent in this field. Jian Yunsang was taken aback and touched, but decisively declined his offer. Henan Zhou did not press further, and their paths diverged. As the semester commenced, during a student council event seeking sponsorship, she was compelled to join due to her sales experience. Being friends who had supported her on several occasions, Jian Yunsang could not refuse. Not only did she contribute significantly to securing sponsorships, but she also encountered Henan Zhou once more. The CEO of the company they approached was yet another friend of Henan Zhou. Jian Yunsang thought to herself, Henan Zhou certainly knows a number of prominent individuals. Recognizing her, Henan Zhou observed her prowess in persuading his friend and once again invited her to join HES after graduation. Jian Yunsang firmly declined yet again. While Henan Zhou made no further comments, the CEO, who had initially intended to sponsor them, also withdrew his offer. Jian Yunsang felt a surge of frustration, and her fellow student council members, incredulous, urged her, "Do you not understand what HES represents? It is a coveted job opportunity, and you turn it down? Are you out of your mind?" Jian Yunsang countered, "Have you forgotten my major?" The member faltered briefly, but soon dismissed the concern, stating that securing a job aligned with one's field of study was increasingly rare for university graduates. "Look at you. You haven't studied business administration or tourism, yet you excel in sales and guiding. HES is an opportunity many would kill to have. You're foolish to let it go." Before Jian Yunsang could respond, Henan Zhou, having overheard, appeared contemplative. At that moment, he was reviewing stocks and pointed to several on his computer screen, suggesting, "Choose two, and I will persuade General Qi on your behalf." Jian Yunsang was puzzled, but her companions urged her on, assuring her that selecting 2 stocks required little effort. Thus, she chose 2, unaware that Henan Zhou, in her presence, invested 20 million in those very stocks. Jian Yunsang gasped, "Are you joking, Mr. He? I chose those at random. What if they plummet?" Henan Zhou chuckled. "Randomly chosen? I think not. Have you dabbled in stocks, Jian? Those 2 are precisely among my favorite picks." Suddenly, Jian Yunsang fell silent, realizing that her choices were not so arbitrary after all. Over the years, she had accumulated some wealth, which she had invested in the stock market under the guise of financial management. That sum had quickly multiplied, and by the time of her graduation, she had already amassed over $1 million. It must be said, some individuals possess talents that manifest in the most unusual ways, such as Henan Zhou's culinary skills or Jian Yunsang's investment acumen. Jian Yunsang maintained a modest demeanor, concealing her financial success from her peers, who continued to perceive her as a humble student struggling to make ends meet through various part-time jobs. Eventually, the student council indeed secured sponsorship. As a result, Jian Yunsang's connection with Henan Zhou flourished, particularly due to the substantial investment. Henan Zhou ceased to propose employment at HES, while Jian Yunsang moderated her stock trading. She was not a greedy person. She understood that the stock market could lead one to obsession. Her goal was simply to earn enough to establish a home in Jiangxing, a place she had grown accustomed to during her studies. She longed for a residence to call her own, as her parents' separate homes left her feeling unanchored. With over $1 million at her disposal, she could afford a modest apartment, providing her with a stable refuge. Jian Yunsang was somewhat aware of her family's financial situation. Her father relied on a meager salary, and her aunt's employment was unstable. 80,000 represented a significant portion of their savings. Yet, her father would not allow her to refuse, insisting that he owed her for the years past and that her acceptance of the money was necessary for him to face her. When her mother learned of this, she called Jian Yunsang, transferring 200,000, a sum she had somehow saved. Her mother did not manage the household finances. They were handled by her uncle. It was evident that persuading her uncle to part with 20,000 would not be easy, especially considering the monthly support her mother had provided over the years. With this newfound wealth, Jian Yunsang abandoned her plans for an apartment and instead purchased a large unit in Yuhua community, though she still needed to pay off the remainder over 2 years. After acquiring the property, Jian Yunsang took the teacher qualification exam and became a proud high school teacher, leading a remarkably stable life. However, the apartment would not be delivered for 3 years, and before she could move in after renovations, she and he Nanzhou married, leaving the apartment unoccupied. Thus, she told Zhao Zhao that although her parents had divorced, they had never neglected her. At least within their capacity, they had endeavored to meet her needs. Therefore, Zhao Zhao, one should heed certain words without letting them weigh heavily on the heart. My mother is wonderful, and my grandparents care for me deeply. During your absence these past 2 years, they have likewise been concerned for you. Chapter 45. A child as Car Zhao Zhao nodded, partially understanding. The concept of divorce was still too foreign to her. Yet, if her mother said they were doing well, it must indeed be so, and she felt reassured. Upon observing that their conversation had concluded, Song Zhen approached with a smile, saying, Zhao Zhao, are you no longer worried? Come, Grandma will take you downstairs for some snacks. Zhao Ma just mentioned she made your favorite milk-flavored yam cakes. Let us go for a drive. Drive? Song Zhen pointed ahead, where he Nanzhou had already rolled out a toy car, a small white vehicle perfectly sized for 2 children. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened. It resembled the car her parents drove, albeit much smaller. Song Zhen opened the car door for her, saying, Come, sit inside. Zhao Zhao felt a flicker of excitement as she glanced at her father, cautiously climbing into the car, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. He Nanzhou squatted beside her, instructing, This is the steering wheel. If you wish to turn left, twist it this way. If you want to turn right, twist it that way. This is the brake. Press it down to stop the car. Want to give it a try? Don't worry. Daddy will keep an eye on you and ensure you don't crash. Zhao Zhao, filled with excitement, nodded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of driving the same car as her parents, feeling quite impressive indeed. She lowered her head to touch the steering wheel, attentively recalling he Nanzhou's words. After a moment of hesitation, she nervously drove forward. The car indeed began to move, startling her, yet it seemed not too difficult. She turned left when she wanted to go left, and right when she wished to go right, her movements smooth and fluid. However, when she reached the staircase, she froze, unsure how to descend. Song Zhen, standing behind her, suggested, Let's take the elevator. Zhao Zhao followed her into the elevator, and they soon arrived downstairs. Heading straight to the kitchen, she found it novel and entertaining. With this little car, wouldn't she be able to travel anywhere quickly and conveniently? Equally excited were the children of the Qi beneath the sky curtain. Upon spotting the toy car, few could resist its allure. That car looks so fun. I wish I had one too. They realized there were not only adult cars, but also ones for children, appearing remarkably simple, even easier than driving a donkey cart. I could drive it too. They admired Zhao Zhao's splendid home, noting the spacious hall and kitchen, everything so grand. Look, there's a swing set in the room. Her room is 3 times the size of mine. What is that milk-flavored yam cake? I've never heard of it, but it sounds delicious. Even the younger children from Lu Village were licking their fingers and inquiring of Lin Lan, Sister Lin Lan. Have you tried that cake? Lin Lan, holding her younger sister while basking in the sun at their doorstep, gazed at the sky curtain, feeling content and carefree since moving out after the division of their family. The once endless chores seemed to have diminished significantly, allowing her to enjoy the sun without worries for the first time. Observing Zhao Zhao beneath the sky curtain, Lin Lan's heart swelled with gratitude as she smiled, saying, Of course, I've never had it. Then, will Zhao Zhao share some with you? Another child asked. Nowadays, the children of Lu Village flocked to Lin Lan, believing that with all of Zhao Zhao's delightful treats, she might secretly send a portion to her beloved sister Lin Lan. And they might get taste too. Lin Lan chuckled at the thought. Zhao Zhao is far away under the sky curtain. How could she share with me? Yet, they mused, but she is a little fairy now, Perhaps you will leave it by your bedside when you're not paying attention. Sister Linlon, if that's the case, could you save a bit for me to try tomorrow? Even just a lick would be fine. The other children's eyes lit up as they exclaimed. We want a lick too, Linlon remarked. You all have quite the imagination. Their envy grew as they witnessed Zhao Zhao in the kitchen, genuinely enjoying the milk-flavored yam cake, her expression of surprise further stirring their longing. The children swallowed their saliva, knowing they didn't need to eat it. Merely seeing it was enough to assure them it was a delicacy. Some younger ones were already clamoring to their parents for one. However, the sorrows of adults did not align with those of the children, while adults also coveted the little car and the yam cake. Their thoughts were preoccupied with the divorce mentioned by Jian Yunsang. So the young lady's parents have divorced? How could they buy her such a large house to live alone? Surely, that Jin girl is just boasting. What right does a girl have to divide her family's property? Why would her step-parents agree to that? It must be false. Jealousy brewed among them. And that grandmother, leaving such a large room for a little girl, doesn't she have a big grandson? Observing the size of their home, they concluded it must belong to a wealthy family, perhaps with an official aunt. Thus, they surely lacked for nothing. So what if they left a big room for the girl? Our daughters from affluent families have their own courtyards, much larger than a single room. As the sky curtain unfolded, those with even a modicum of common sense no longer regarded it as the realm of fairies. They recognized that the people within the sky curtain likely resided in a world far removed from theirs. Yet, a small faction persistently attempted to persuade others to believe it was indeed a fairy realm, their strongest evidence being the existence of the sky curtain. Without celestial magic, how could such a curtain be suspended above everyone's heads? What mortal could achieve that? And what are those celestial artifacts? Could they truly be mere illusions? Such arguments swayed many, and the notion of divine retribution seemed to flicker back to life. In Huaiping County, the center of events, Gao Hongfei sensed something amiss. It appeared that someone was inciting public opinion, heralding signs of disorder. The arrival of the sky curtain left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. He sighed, unable to resist glancing upward. Zhaozhao had finished the milk-flavored yam cake, its delightful aroma lingering as she wiggled her little feet in delight. Song Zhun watched her with satisfaction, finding her increasingly irresistible, succumbing to temptation and indulging into herself. Just as she was about to reach for a third, hurried footsteps echoed from the living room. Chapter 46. Paternity test. Hinanzhou looked astonished at Hifu, who entered without even changing his shoes and asked incredulously, Dad, how did you know? As he spoke, his gaze finally rested on Zhao Zhao, whose mouth still bore remnants of her snack. She cautiously pinched the remaining piece, lifting her head at the sound, her eyes glistening like a fawn's. It was Zhao Zhao, his very own Zhao Zhao. She looked at the somewhat stern yet affectionate figure before her, nervously wiped her mouth, and timidly called out, Grandpa? Yes, it's Grandpa. At that moment, seeing Zhao Zhao, he had little to say, yet his gaze remained fixated upon her. Conversely, Song Zhun gently nudged him. If you keep looking at her like that, Zhao Zhao will be too nervous to eat. Jian Yunsang, noticing her father-in-law's reddening eyes and his turned head, understood he felt somewhat uncomfortable, so she suggested, Mom and Dad, why don't you chat while we take Zhao Zhao for a stroll in the yard? Go on, go on. Zhao Zhao still clutched her little cake, glancing worriedly at Hipu, but she obediently followed her parents outside. Didn't I just call you? Wang Pingqiu remarked, her words swift. Yet each time, they felt disappointment upon initially seeing the child, knowing instantly that it wasn't Zhao Zhao. Until half a year ago, a business partner of the He family brought a child who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Zhao, also rescued after being abducted. At first glance, Song Zhun and Hipu were convinced it was Zhao Zhao. They didn't wait for a paternity test and declared her their granddaughter. The resemblance was uncanny. Later, they called Hinanzhou and Jian Yunsang. Hinanzhou was away, but Jian Yunsang arrived promptly. Upon seeing the child, she shook her head, insisting, This is not my daughter. Song Zhun remained unconvinced, questioning, How can that be? She looks just like her. Yet after the paternity test confirmed the child was not Zhao Zhao, this time, upon seeing Zhao Zhao, both Hinanzhou and Jian Yunsang, as well as Song Zhun and Hipu, were convinced she was indeed their child, without a doubt. However, Hipu insisted on conducting a paternity test. He furrowed his brow, saying, You go ask. It's not appropriate for a grandfather to speak with his daughter-in-law. Then you can speak with your son. Hipu, however, was inclined to listen to Yunsang. Song Zhun pursed her lips, clearly leaning towards avoidance. Two individuals were enveloped in silence when they heard the voice of Jian Yunsang. "What are you talking about?" Song Jun abruptly lifted her head, noticing the coat in Jian Yunsang's hand, and realized she had entered to retrieve Zhao Zhao's clothing. She felt somewhat awkward and nudged Hipu. Under Jian Yunsang's puzzled gaze, Hipu cleared his throat and, with a forced bravado, said, "We would like to inquire about the paternity test, Yunsang. Please do not misunderstand. We certainly believe this child to be Zhao Zhao's. It's merely a precaution, just in case." "Yes, indeed, that is precisely my intention," Hipu sighed in relief, his tone becoming considerably more relaxed. You cannot imagine the nonsense Wang Pingqiu spewed when she called he Rome, claiming that Zhao Zhao was merely a substitute selected for their resemblance. I was truly infuriated upon hearing that. Once we have the paternity test, I wonder what else they might say. Jian Yunsang nodded, acknowledging that the doubts were not limited to outsiders. Even family members might harbor suspicions. While unspoken doubts could be tolerated, voicing them would surely cause Zhao Zhao great distress. Chapter 47. Never seen a tomato. Jian Yunsang addressed Hipu and Song Jun. "This afternoon, Nanzhou and I will take Zhao Zhao to the identification center. If expedited, we should have results by tomorrow. There's no rush. Perhaps you could simply collect a few strands of Zhao Zhao's hair for Nanzhou to take," Hipu suggested. "The child is small, and it would be quite taxing for her to run around." "That makes sense," Jian Yunsang agreed, considering that Zhao Zhao had spent the past few days in the hospital and would benefit from resting at home. After she departed with Zhao Zhao's clothes, Song Jun lamented. Wang Pingqiu also mentioned that Yunsang does not come from a prominent family, criticizing her for this and that. In truth, she is quite gracious and rational. It is a blessing for the He family that Nanzhou married her. Indeed, should we wait for the test results before informing the eldest and second brothers? Hipu nodded. Yes, we'll speak with them once we have results. As he spoke, he stood up, invigorated, declaring, "Let us go see Zhao Zhao." He was eager to leave, while Song Jun chuckled softly, shaking her head as she hurried to catch up. "Just look at the floor. It's dirty from your shoes. You didn't even change when you came in." Upon entering the courtyard, they found Zhao Zhao already clad in her coat, happily holding her parents' hands and curiously gazing around. The He family's estate was expansive, featuring a private swimming pool and a small pond teeming with fish, alongside a quaint pavilion. Crossing a little wooden bridge revealed a row of cabinets filled with fishing nets and bait. Years prior, the elderly patriarch had entrusted most of the company's affairs to He Nanzhou, leading a semi-retired life where he occasionally enjoyed fishing by the pond, living quite contentedly. The thought invigorated Hipu further. In a few days, once He Nanzhou has had his fill of bonding with his daughter, he can return to the company, allowing me to enjoy my days with grandchildren, he mused joyfully. Not far away, there was an open flower house, a pastime for Song Jun, where a swing had previously been installed. The garden also boasted several fruit trees, with the pomegranate and grapefruit trees heavily laden with fruit. He Nanzhou reached up to pluck 2 grapefruits, sitting beside Zhao Zhao on a nearby bench to peel them. Jian Yunsang softly remarked, "Lunch will be served shortly. Do not peel too many." "Understood," he replied. "I just want to taste them." "Do you like grapefruit, Zhao Zhao?" Zhao Zhao shook her head in confusion, having never tried grapefruit before. In a village, someone grows grapefruit, but we're not allowed to pick them. The wild grapefruits in the mountains are harvested before they ripen. I have never tasted them. Standing a short distance away, Hipu felt a pang of sympathy. There were plenty of grapefruits at home, and if Zhao Zhao liked them, they would be hers. "You don't need to take so many," Zhao Zhao insisted, shaking her head. Song Jun leaned closer to Hipu and whispered, "The family that previously fostered Zhao Zhao was quite dreadful. She endured much hardship, becoming much more timid and overly considerate. She now fears asking for too much. Worried we might dislike her and send her away. Seeing her like this pains me." Hipu clenched his hands, his expression tightening. "Is it possible to locate that village? I am uncertain. This matter is in Nanzhou's hands." He Nanzhou's demeanor grew serious as he replied, "It is strange. We cannot find any trace of the village Zhao Zhao mentioned, Shanglu. Cannot find it? Perhaps it is actually Sanglu or Sanlu village. We have checked. It is neither. Moreover, the other villages Zhao Zhao mentioned are also untraceable." Hipu furrowed his brow, perplexed. "So bizarre?" "I know," she admitted, feeling somewhat lost. Initially, she thought the lavish feast prepared by her father yesterday was quite extravagant, but today she was astonished to find an entire table brimming with dishes. many of which she had never seen before. Yipu took a seat, declaring, "Let us eat." He turned to Zhao Zhao. "Eat well. In your own home. You may have whatever you desire. If you cannot reach something, just let us know." "Yes, yes, here, try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, your favorite, sweet and tangy." Song Zhen served her portion. Zhao Zhao blinked, puzzled. "Tomato? What is that?" Song Zhen was taken aback. "You have never eaten a tomato before?" "But tomatoes are quite common in the village. Some families even grow them." Zhao Zhao shook her head, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "It's delicious." Song Zhen glanced at Jian Yunsang, who appeared contemplative, realizing that Zhao Zhao had never encountered common items like sweet potatoes or tomatoes. How could that be? Under the vast sky, the common folk of the Qi could not help but salivate at the sight of Zhao Zhao, enjoying her meal. Yesterday, it was sweet potatoes. Today it was tomatoes. Both looked delectable, vibrant, and juicy, resembling fruit, sweet and tangy. What to do? I want to eat more. Some officials were discussing the sky, while others continued to argue that lifting the maritime ban was an act of defiance against ancestral traditions, urging him to reconsider. He was not merely contemplating. He had reflected thoroughly. Only by lifting the maritime ban could he stimulate the economy and enrich the national treasury. Yet these ministers remained obstinately opposed. Strangely, he too found himself yearning for a taste. "Chao Qing, Your Majesty, the talented individual has only been gone for 2 days." Chapter 48. The frantic little boy, however. He arrived rather late, and even if expedited, results would not be available until the following day. Zhao Zhao, unaware of the significance of the paternity test, only knew that her father had asked her to pull a few strands of hair. In a moment of exuberance, she had pulled too many, causing the adults to feel immense concern. For reasons unknown, witnessing their reactions secretly delighted her. This felt wrong, and Zhao Zhao scolded herself inwardly for feeling this way. That evening, she stayed at the He residence, sharing her princess room with her mother. Perhaps due to the comfort she had experienced over the past few days, her biological clock gradually shifted, and she awoke the next morning at 8 o'clock. Despite it being winter, the sun shone brightly outside. As she opened her eyes, she felt somewhat dazed. However, the room was silent. There were no sounds of Zhang's incessant scolding, no banging on the door from Hu Baodan outside, no cold winds howling, and certainly no grumbling from a hungry stomach. She felt warm and comfortable all over. A faint sound of the door opening signaled Jian Yunsang's entrance. Upon seeing the little girl, sitting up with her hair in disarray, she couldn't help but smile. Awake? Zhao Zhao felt a bit shy and hurriedly scrambled out of bed. I will brush my teeth and wash my face right away. No need to rush. We aren't going anywhere today. Take your time. Zhao Zhao nodded, though she quickly changed her clothes and washed her face. By the time she descended the stairs, a variety of breakfast items had already been laid out on the table, all still warm. Songjin beckoned her. Come. Zhao Ma has prepared a feast for breakfast. What'd you like? There are eggs, custard buns, Xiao Mai noodles, porridge, and round dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and egg pancakes. For Zhao Zhao, who was once limited to cold water for breakfast, this spread was an overwhelming delight. In truth, not only Zhao faces such dilemmas, the adults and children of Sh share similar concerns. Breakfast is but a simple meal, yet there is an overwhelming variety. With so few inhabitants in their household, can they truly consume all this? It would be wonderful if they could share with them. Lin Lan pondered. Did they truly say when she would visit again? Surely, she would bring a bounty of delightful gifts. Lin Lan's lips twitched as she contemplated locking the courtyard gate the next time, pretending she was not at home. However, that would not do, as her mother was still in confinement. A wave of worry washed over her. Lin Lan lifted her gaze toward the sky once more. Zhao had already finished her meal and looked around the dining area curiously. Where were her father and grandfather? Your grandfather has gone to work, and your father has stepped out for a moment. HNNZHU has gone to collect the results of the paternity test. Zhao had come to understand what going to work meant. However, she found it peculiar that her grandfather, at such an advanced age, still had so much to do. In CN, many individuals over the age of 50 relied on their children and grandchildren for support. Her grandfather was already in his 60s, and there were only a handful of elderly people over 60 in the village, with her grandfather still so industrious. Zhao felt compelled to contribute in some way. Although her grandparents adored her, she could not simply stand idly by for what would happen in the future. With these thoughts, Zhao turned to Song Jun and asked, Grandma, is there something I can do? Song Jun felt a pang in her heart. She had heard her son mention yesterday that Zhao felt insecure, believing that if she were deemed useless, she would be cast aside. Seeing her in such a state was disheartening. She crouched down, intending to reassure her that as long as she played well, the household chores would be taken care of by others. However, before she could utter the words, Jianyun Sang interjected, Grandma has planted many flowers. Zhao, don't you have your toy car? Aren't you proficient at driving it now? Let us head to the courtyard and use the little car to transport the flowers to the front yard, arranging them separately. How does that sound? Zhao's eyes brightened at the suggestion. All right. Song Jun smiled, pleased that Zhao could engage in both play and work simultaneously. The trio quickly made their way to the courtyard, which featured an open structure with a roof. Inside, there were numerous potted plants, some quite large, which the little car could not transport. Therefore, Jianyun Sang and Song Jun selected smaller pots to place on the other seat of the car, cushioning them with plastic wrap. Zhao nervously gripped the steering wheel, as though entrusted with a significant mission, her demeanor serious. Noticing her tense expression, Jianyun Sang chuckled, let us go on the first trip together, and I'll show you where to place them. Afterwards, you could drive by yourself, all right? Okay. Zhao relished the little car, driving slowly and steadily without any bumps. Jianyun Sang could walk faster than it. Upon reaching the front yard, Jianyun Sang pointed to a corner, placed them here every 5 or 6 meters apart. Is that all right? Absolutely. Zhao responded with remarkable conviction. After speaking, she lifted the pot from the seat and placed it in the corner, setting down the first flower. Song Jun suggested to Jianyun Sang, why don't you wait in the front yard while I choose the pots here? Let Zhao do the transporting? No need. She can manage it. Let her place them herself. This way, she can expend some energy. Otherwise, there aren't too many small pots, and she would finish quickly. Song Jun smacked her forehead. Of course, their main purpose was to accompany Zhao in play, not to rush through the tasks. All right, we shall take our time. However, Zhao was quite swift. After just 2 trips, she realized she was moving too quickly, as her mother and grandmother had yet to prepare. She slowed her pace, not wanting to appear as though she were hastening them. She noticed a large vehicle approaching and recalled her mother's words about moving aside when encountering such large trucks. Thus, she parked her little car in the corner and only resumed her journey to the backyard once the truck had passed. Yet, just after driving a mere 10 meters, a strange child's voice called out from behind, Stop. Who are you? This is my car. How can you play with it without my permission? Zhao halted in shock, turning to see a small boy rushing toward her, visibly upset. Instinctively, she stepped down from the car, feeling somewhat flustered as she gazed at the boy approaching. Chapter 49. The little golden grandson of the H family. The boy in front of her appeared slightly older, taller than HBODN. Seeing him glare at her in anger reminded her of HBODN, who often bullied her. And fear crept into her heart, prompting her to take 2 steps back. She blurted out, I am sorry. I didn't mean to. The boy blinked, taken aback. You're apologizing already? Suddenly feeling like a little bully, he noticed the little girl before him was on the verge of tears, and his demeanor shifted to one of embarrassment. As he contemplated what to say next, Ji Guanjia rushed over, panting, Yuan, this is Miss Zhao. Also, wasn't he your little car dismantled by you? This belongs to Miss Zhao. The boy identified as Yuan blinked again, a dawning realization washing over him. He clapped his hands, oh right. My car was completely wrecked by me. I was too impulsive. He was about to apologize when something seemed to click in his mind, and his eyes widened. Wait, ISNT that my uncle's daughter. My father's niece, my grandparents' granddaughter, my cousin? Ji Guanjia nodded weakly, then leaned toward whispering, this is young Master Yuan, your older cousin. 1 year your senior. You needn't be afraid. He simply made a mistake. This car is yours. Zhao still felt apprehensive. Her past experiences with HBODN left her wary. Yuan inhaled sharply. So, my little cousin has been found. It's you? Zhao took another small step back, and Ji Guanjia, sensing her fear, quickly suggested to Yuan, why don't you head inside and drop off your backpack? Isn't it heavy? Yuan's attention remained fixated on Zhao, but upon Ji Guanjia's reminder, he finally remembered the large backpack he was carrying and dashed into the house. Zhao felt a chill run through her limbs. She looked up, helplessly seeking Ji Guanjia's gaze. I want to find my mother. All right, let us go right away. Ji Guanjia mentally berated himself for his carelessness. He should have rushed over the moment he saw Yuan's vehicle arrive. Zhao drove her car back to the backyard at a rather brisk pace. Under the vast sky, the common folk of DQCHO exchanged glances. It was evident that, given her domineering nature, this little girl would face her share of difficulties. Ultimately, girls were not as cherished as boys. Observing the little girl with her car, one could be certain she would not retain it. In the end, it would belong to the boy. Meanwhile, the H family trio, now imprisoned, clutched the bars tightly, unsure if it was a deliberate act by the county magistrate, as their cell was above ground, allowing them to glimpse the outside world. They gritted their teeth, declaring, just wait. What love from grandparents? She is merely a little girl, and will soon lose favor. Ha ha ha. Will she also fetch water to wash the feet of that boy? Ha be oten queriet. Of course. Her good days are coming to an end. I'll be sure to see which side her grandmother stands on. She might be cast out soon. Nearby, the guards observed their manic behavior, disdainfully rolling their eyes. Honestly, it's just a matter of being locked up. They haven't even been interrogated yet, and they're already losing their minds. At that moment, Liang I stood not far away, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, inquiring of GOH and GFI. Have we yet to locate the individual who purchased the ring for Zhao? The remaining rings and anklets had all been delivered to J. Ingsu ND. The only ring that was sold has mysteriously vanished. It is rumored that the purchaser was a traveling merchant, contacted at the time by Zhang Leopozi. Although Zhang had met him once, the particulars of their transaction and the merchant's background remain shrouded in ambiguity. Unfortunately, Zhang Leopozi has since suffered a stroke, rendering her speech unclear and making inquiries impossible. Gao Hongfei even sought the assistance of a physician from the county for her, but the doctor lamented that the rescue attempt was too late, and she could only be left to endure in her current state. The passage of time has made it exceedingly difficult to recall, as the merchant's stay in Huaiping County was brief and unassuming, leaving little impression on those around him. Liang Wei nodded, urging for expedience. As the emperor was pressing for results, Gao Hongfei grimaced. He too was eager for resolution. He sighed and turned his gaze toward the heavens. Jian Yunsang had been engaged in light-hearted banter with Song Zhun when she noted a change in his demeanor and quickly crouched to inquire about his distress. The attendant, Steward Ji, recounted the events, concluding that Yuan had gone inside to place his school bag down. Song Zhun, rubbing her forehead, remarked on the mischief of the child. Jian Yunsang, feeling helpless, gently grasped Zhaozhao's small hand and softly reassured her, do not fear, that is your eldest uncle's brother. He may be somewhat impulsive, but he possesses a kind heart. He used to play with you often, sharing his treasures. When you went missing, he grieved deeply and cried for days. Zhao gradually calmed, trusting her mother's words. Yet, she cautiously asked, he is different from Baodan, right? Indeed, Jian Yunsang affirmed, inwardly scolding the boy named Baodan. He would never harm her beloved daughter. Just then, Zhao heard Yuan's voice nearby. Sister, I am here. Were you not supposed to wait for me in the front yard? Chapter 50. This is my cousin Yuan rushed in with great enthusiasm, halting abruptly in front of the flower room. He greeted Song Zhun and Jian Yunsang with remarkable politeness. Greetings, grandmother. It has been a while, aunt. His apology was sincere, and Zhao, feeling a bit flustered, murmured, It's fine. Before she could finish, Yuan enveloped her in a hug, causing her to freeze in surprise. Despite not recalling their past interactions, the name Zhao was familiar to Yuan. His heart had longed to reunite with his sister, having heard her name so often. No, it's not necessary, Zhao hurriedly gestured. Yes, it is necessary, Yuan insisted with seriousness, waving his small hand. Fortunately, I brought a bag filled with goodies, including my favorite snacks from Lassie's shop. Come, I shall share half with you. No, rather 2/3. As I am the older brother, and it is my duty to look after you. Yuan was brimming with excitement, eager to provide her with all the delightful treats he could muster. Afterward, he reached for Zhao's hand, but she instinctively withdrew her small hand behind her. Song Zhun, you little actor. Jian Yunsang, have you been watching too many videos about green tea lately? The citizens of the Qi under the sky observed. What a polite and caring brother. This is the upbringing of a well-bred child from a prominent family. Quickly forgive him. Zhao Zhao, what should we do? He appears so forlorn. Zhao Zhao's small hand twitched, and she hesitantly extended it forward. Halfway, Yuan swiftly grasped it, joyfully exclaiming, "Sister, have you forgiven me? Cool me. Let us go indulge in delicious food." Zhao Zhao turned to Jian Sang, who held her other hand, and with a resigned smile said, "Let us go. Mother will accompany you inside." Feeling reassured, Zhao Zhao then sensed the warmth of Yuan's hand. It was a curious sensation for her, as although she had held many hands before, this was the first time she held one so small. In the past, while living in Lu village, she had no companions. The demands of work left little time for friendships, and the other children, influenced by rumors, regarded her as a jinx and kept their distance, making it unlikely for anyone to approach her, let alone hold her hand. Furthermore, any child who dared come close would be met with Hu Baoduan's bullying. Thus, for Zhao Zhao, holding hands with another child was a rare and cherished experience. Yuan led her up to the third floor, exclaiming, "This is my room. Let me show you around." As they walked, he continued to introduce, "This room belongs to my brother, and beyond it is my parents' room." Zhao Zhao paused, astonished. "You have a brother?" As he spoke, Yuan had already flung open the door to his room. Unlike Zhao Zhao's warm and inviting princess room, Yuan's space was filled with disarray. Nevertheless, he appeared quite pleased, proudly declaring to Zhao Zhao, "What do you think? Isn't my room amazing? I designed it myself. Look, this bed is custom-made." Zhao Zhao gazed at the bed, which appeared to resemble the front of a vehicle. Uncertain, she took another look. The walls were adorned with numerous images, unfamiliar to her. Yuan explained, "This is Diga Ultraman, this is Gaia Ultraman, this is Dana Ultraman, and this is Ultraman's mother." Zhao Zhao's eyes widened, nearly spinning in confusion. Were they not all the same? How could there be so many names? After introducing Ultraman, Yuan showcased a large model on the floor. "This is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Next to it was a smaller model. This is a pterosaur. And an even smaller one. This is Oviraptor." Zhao Zhao felt lost. Was this truly what dragons looked like? The room contained not only various items, but also a climbing frame, reminiscent of the swing and slide in Zhao Zhao's own room. Finally, having completed his tour, Yuan felt a surge of accomplishment and exclaimed, "I almost forgot. I need to share my snacks with you." He looked up at Song Zhen and Jian Sang, saying, "Grandmother and aunt, please step outside. This is a secret between me and my sister." "Are snacks really a secret?" "Of course. We children need our own space. You wouldn't understand." Yuan wore an expression that conveyed children-esque worlds should not involve adults. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Sang crouched down to ask Zhao Zhao, "Would you like to play with your brother?" Zhao Zhao had never played with other children before. The sincerity in Yuan's gaze was disarming, and it felt as though if she rejected him, he might cry. "Zhao Zhao," Jian Sang's voice called from outside. "Mother is right here. Just shout if you need assistance." Feeling somewhat reassured, Yuan led her to sit on the carpet. He pulled out a large backpack and, turning it upside down, shook it vigorously, causing an array of snack wrappers to cascade onto the carpet. Yuan dug through the pile, finally emerging triumphantly with a large bag. "Look, these are my favorite snacks." Chapter 51. Zhao Zhao in peril. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened as she beheld the bright red packaging before her. An inexplicable sense of foreboding flashed within her. However, before she could ponder further, Yuan swiftly tore open the bag and inhaled deeply. Ah, this is the scent delightful. The spicy strips were indeed the most delectable. Zhao Zhao felt a slight cough arise, yet the aroma was undeniably enticing. "I must tell you, this is called chicken-flavored fried noodles. My good friend gifted it to me. I rarely get to eat such things. It is a rare treasure. Because you are my sister, I am willing to share it with you. With others, I wouldn't even let them smell it. Do you see how much I care for you?" Zhao Zhao, bewildered, nodded, "Thank you, brother." "No need for thanks." Yuan waved dismissively, then retrieved a small handful of spicy strips, preparing to indulge. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly halted, recalling his promise to care for his sister. "No, I shall give you the first bite. I shall grant you 2/3. Thus you shall consume 2 bites while I take 1. Now, open your mouth." Zhao Zhao hesitated for a brief moment, yet ultimately parted her lips and ingested the spicy strips that Yuan held. However, the next instant, her countenance changed drastically, and she instinctively gasped for air, only to erupt into a fit of violent coughing. "Cough, cough, cough." This is unbearable. My tongue is in agony. Is this poison? Tears streamed down Zhao Zhao's face as she coughed, startling Yuan Yuan, who was about to partake as well. What happened? Are you all right, Zhao Zhao? The citizens of the Qi beneath the vast sky widened their eyes in astonishment, some even rising from their seats. The Hu family erupted in laughter. I told you, our grandson is too precious. It's merely a slip of the tongue. How could it warrant such a severe reaction? He even offered her a treat to eat. It was all an act. They were merely waiting for this moment. And that chicken-flavored stir-fry? I suspect it's poison stir-fry. She complained about us bullying her, but look, our Bao Dun only gave her a few taps, while that so-called brother of hers intended to take her life. Lin Lan from Shanglu village was beside herself with worry, clutching her sister and pacing anxiously. Could it be? That little boy, who seems harmless, truly intends to harm Zhao Zhao? I must tell you, the lies hidden within wealthy households are numerous. They may appear grand, yet who knows what dark corners conceal a life. But this child is exceedingly bold. Zhao Zhao's parents are present. I find it perplexing that a mere slip of the tongue would lead to apologies, reparations, and offerings of food. Is this some form of revenge against Zhao Zhao? Such deep thoughts for a child. Lin Lan's unease grew with the words of those around her. Surely Zhao Zhao wouldn't come to harm. Even Emperor Jing Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise and questioned Chao Qing, who stood nearby. Do you think that little boy truly means to harm her? I couldn't even perceive it. Emperor Jing Xian chuckled heartily and continued to gaze at the sky. At that moment, outside the door, Jian Yunsang had heard the commotion and entered without hesitation. She immediately spotted Zhao Zhao sprawled partially on the floor, her eyes and cheeks flushed. Zhao Zhao, what happened? Jian Yunsang's heart raced as she hurried to lift her up. What do you feel unwell? Don't worry. Mama will take you to the hospital. She paid no mind to Yuan Yuan beside them and swiftly carried her daughter away. In her haste, she noticed several strands of spicy strips on the floor. Spicy strips? Jian Yunsang's gaze snapped to Yuan Yuan, who indeed clutched a handful of the spicy strips, looking utterly flustered. Yuan Yuan, did you give Zhao Zhao spicy strips? Yuan Yuan, feeling guilty, stammered. It was just a few. Jian Yunsang was on the verge of scolding him, but she quickly set Zhao Zhao down, rushed to the water dispenser, filled half a cup, returned, and helped Zhao Zhao sit properly. Here, drink some water to soothe your throat. It's all right. It's just a bit spicy. You'll feel better soon. Zhao Zhao, feeling somewhat better, took several gulps from the cup. The cool water alleviated the pain in her mouth significantly. Yet, shortly after, her tongue began to ache again, though it was no longer unbearable. Jian Yunsang sighed in relief and fed her a few more sips. Hearing the commotion, Song Zhen ascended the stairs, hurriedly inquiring, "What happened?" Jian Yunsang replied tersely. Yuan Yuan gave Zhao Zhao spicy strips. Spicy strips? Song Zhen's eyes narrowed at Yuan Yuan, whose guilt was palpable. Upon realizing he still clutched the spicy strips, he quickly attempted to hide them behind his back. Song Zhen's anger flared. Where did you get those? Who allowed you to eat this? I knew it. You were babbling incoherently. I thought you were merely mumbling. You dare feed this to your sister? Don't you know she needs light food now? Are you asking for a beating? Hand over the spicy strips, quickly. I didn't mean to. Yuan Yuan realized he was in trouble and began to retreat. As Song Zhen lunged to take them, he hastily stuffed a handful into his mouth, hoping to consume them all before they could be confiscated. Yet in an instant, a cacophony of coughing filled the room once more. Chapter 52. Children do not poison. Yuan Yuan had taken a mouthful far exceeding Zhao Zhao's consumption, causing his entire face to contort in distress. He coughed while attempting to stick out his tongue to ease the pain, and in a moment, tears and snot streamed down his face in a comical disaster. This scene left the three present momentarily speechless. No, the entire populace of the Qi watching was taken aback. Zhao Zhao had only eaten a few strands and reacted this way, yet he had stuffed a handful into his mouth? Was this an attempt to cover up a scheme gone awry, or simply a reckless act to avoid punishment? Song Zhen was the first to regain her composure. She swiftly smacked him on the arm. You little rascal. She hurriedly fetched a cup of water, holding it out to Yuan Yuan, urging him to sip it slowly. Song Zhen's lips twitched as she said, You better keep quiet. I am definitely telling your brother about this. Yuan Yuan froze. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Song Zhen. Grandma, I'm in this much pain, and you still want to tell my brother? He will take away all my snacks. In the entire He family, Yuan Yuan feared his 15-year-old brother the most. For some reason, seeing Yuan Yuan in such a predicament made Zhao Zhao want to laugh. She had initially thought that Yuan Yuan's brother disliked her, akin to Hu Baodan, who seemed intent on tormenting her in various ways. However, witnessing Yuan Yuan's eagerness to share the spicy strips with her completely transformed her perspective. Zhao Zhao now believed that Yuan Yuan truly wished to share something delicious with her. After all, that spicy strip must have been delightful in his eyes. Or else he wouldn't have been so reluctant to let Grandma take them away. Yet, Jian Yunsang remained unconvinced. She softly asked Zhao Zhao, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable? How about your stomach? Does it feel like it's burning?" Zhao Zhao shook her head. "I'm fine. I just choked a bit. And I coughed out most of it. I probably swallowed just one strand." Jian Yunsang and Song Zhen looked down and indeed saw the remnants of the spicy strips on the carpet, which eased their worry slightly. "If you feel unwell, you must tell us, all right?" Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment before asking, "Mama, can I eat this chicken-flavored stir-fried noodle?" Jian Yunsang chuckled softly. "You can eat it, but those who enjoy it find it delightful. However, the spicy strips are quite hot. Only those accustomed to spicy food can handle it. Since you haven't eaten spicy food before, it may not suit you. And given your current weak stomach, spicy foods are off-limits for now. Once you're better, I'll prepare a milder spicy dish for you to try." "Okay." Zhao Zhao thought to herself that indeed, Yuan Yuan's brother wasn't indifferent to her. "I understand. Then do you still acknowledge me as your brother?" As he spoke, his nose, eyes, and mouth were all red, creating a pitiful yet comical sight. Zhao Zhao couldn't help but laugh. "Brother." Yuan Yuan beamed with joy, kneeling on the ground and pushing the snacks he had collected toward Zhao Zhao. "Then all these snacks are for you. They're not spicy. My brother doesn't allow me to eat too many snacks. These are hard-earned. Don't worry. You can have them all." Afterward, he glanced at Song Zhen. Song Zhen took a quick look and confirmed that all the snacks were those prepared for him at home. Clean and safe, so she nodded. Yuan Yuan then cautiously turned to Jian Yunsang. "Aunt, I was wrong. Please punish me." Jian Yunsang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. While she could scold him for his mischief, it was evident he hadn't acted with malicious intent. However, acknowledging this did not absolve him of his antics. She let out a huff. "You acknowledge your punishment?" "Yes, I am a responsible young man." "Very well. As punishment, you will refrain from snacks for 1 week." Yuan Yuan gazed at Jian Yunsang in astonishment. "Auntie." Yuan Yuan instantly shrank back, having agreed to just 1 week, no more. After saying this, he glanced at the snacks on the ground, pouted, and stuffed them all back into the bag, handing it over to Jian Yunsang. "Here." Jian Yunsang accepted it without hesitation, but still felt the need to remind him. "Zhao Zhao, there are many things you cannot eat now. Auntie knows your intentions are good, but in the future, you must consult the elders. Understood?" "Understood." Yuan Yuan nodded earnestly. Under the vast sky, the people of Qi found it hard to believe. So, it was a misunderstanding? The child wasn't actually trying to poison anyone. Emperor Jing Xian squinted, recalling their earlier conversation about spicy strips. Spicy? Did that mean it was flavored with dogwood? He chuckled to himself, realizing his thoughts had been overly complicated. Indeed, if it had been poison, the reaction wouldn't have been so exaggerated. Although Yuan Yuan promised that such an incident would not occur again, Jian Yunsang remained uneasy, keeping a watchful eye on Zhao Zhao for the time being. To divert attention from the snacks that could not be eaten, Yuan Yuan suggested taking Zhao Zhao to drive. However, as the wind picked up outside, they could only play in the living room downstairs. Fortunately, the living room was spacious enough for them to have fun. Zhao Zhao, being a straightforward person, failed to grasp the implications of his words and nodded seriously. "Okay, I won't call you, don't worry, brother. I won't eat in front of you. I'll eat when you're not around, so you won't see." Yuan Yuan, Jian Yunsang, and Song Zhen listened and nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 53. Zhao Zhao mentions there are scholars in Lu Village. Inside the document bag was presumably the result of the paternity test. Yuan Yuan spotted Hinanzhou and, reminded of his actions, promptly turned away, muttering softly, "Let's hurry." He had already been deprived of snacks for a week and certainly did not wish to receive another beating. Jian Yunsang and Song Zhen also turned their attention to Hinanzhou, noting the relaxed smile on his face. They did not need to ask to know the outcome. Song Zhen, unable to contain her excitement, wiped her eyes. While she believed Zhao Zhao was her granddaughter, only upon receiving the confirmation could her heart finally be at ease. Hinanzhou handed the document bag to her and then sat down on the sofa, addressing Jian Yunsang. "Now that we have the result, you should call your parents later." "All right." Jian Yun Sang nodded, adding that it would be good to have Zhao Zhao video call her parents. My dad is likely to come over, but as for my mom, she trailed off, recalling that when she purchased a house, her mother had given her 200,000, which had caused her uncle to be displeased ever since. In the past, whenever she visited her mother, she would go directly to their home, but since then, their meetings have been arranged outside. Though she said this, after starting her job, she regularly sent money to her mother. However, after marrying He Nanzhou and learning about the He family's background, her uncle's attitude had changed. He no longer hindered their meetings and would even warmly welcome her when she visited. Unfortunately, this situation lasted only until Zhao Zhao went missing, after which she moved out of the He family, and her uncle's demeanor shifted once more. He Nanzhou was aware of all this. He patted her hand, suggesting they say it was inconvenient and find another time for her mother and younger brother to meet Zhao Zhao. All right, He Nanzhou then mentioned Zhao Zhao's uncle and aunt. I'll notify them shortly. At this, he glanced at the two small figures not far away. Why is Yuan Yuan here? Isn't it the weekend? Your sister is going out of town for a banquet, and Yuan Yuan didn't want to accompany her. Unfortunately, Jian has matters at home these days. You know how Yuan Yuan becomes like a mouse in front of his older brother, fearing being forced to study. He Jian was Yuan Yuan's older brother, currently in his third year of junior high, and a very disciplined individual. He Nanzhou understood, so, when he saw me, he ran away? What mischief has he been up to? The moment he voiced this, He Nanzhou confirmed his suspicions. So, he really has done something wrong. Yuan Yuan and Zhao Zhao approached He Nanzhou hand in hand. Sister isn't holding it against me, so you shouldn't either. He Nanzhou narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Is this related to Zhao Zhao too? Songjin couldn't help but facepalm, thinking, isn't this just making things worse? Is this truly her grandson? Yuan Yuan hid behind Zhao Zhao, tugging at her clothes. Quick, help me plead my case. Zhao Zhao stole a glance at He Nanzhou, whose expression softened immediately. Feeling reassured, she whispered, Daddy, brother didn't mean to. Can I plead for him? He Nanzhou's heart ached. She had to cautiously ask to plead for him. The old Zhao Zhao would have directly come over and started to act cute. He picked up the little girl, saying, You can say whatever you want. No need to plead. Whatever request you make, Daddy will agree. So, I won't blame brother anymore, okay? Zhao Zhao felt relieved and turned to Yuan Yuan. Brother is fine now. You're the best, sister. He rushed over to hug her arm and then looked up to explain He Nanzhou, Uncle, it's not my fault. It's all that Gong Xingwen's doing. He told me it wasn't spicy at all. He Nanzhou squinted. Spicy? So he snuck some spicy strips? Song Zhun and Jian Yun Sang exchanged glances, both feeling helpless, realizing he had inadvertently revealed everything. Zhao Zhao, curious, asked Yuan Yuan, Is that Gong Xingwen your good friend? She felt a twinge of envy, as she had no friends. Unexpectedly, Yuan Yuan angrily replied, From now on, we are no longer friends. Zhao Zhao was taken aback and turned to He Nanzhou for help. No, I misspoke. I didn't mean to make my brother lose a friend. He Nanzhou chuckled. This has nothing to do with you. Their friendship was already quite fragile. Yuan Yuan waved his hand. Right, it's not my sister's fault. Don't worry. Even without Gong Xingwen, I still have Gu Wenrui and Yu Zicheng. All my classmates at school are my friends. I have a wide circle of friends. Zhao Zhao gazed at him with wide eyes, sparkling with admiration, feeling envious of how many friends her brother had. However, she was curious. School? What is that? School is just a place for studying. Yuan Yuan scratched his head, surprised that Zhao Zhao didn't know this. Studying? Is brother learning to read? Zhao Zhao felt even more envious. Yuan Yuan was utterly confused by her expression, as if studying was something remarkable, when in fact it was quite a painful endeavor. Zhao Zhao, can I go to school? But doesn't school cost a lot of money? In Lu Village, only a few boys can attend school, and over the years, only one scholar has emerged. Jian Yun Sang and He Nanzhou suddenly perked up, realizing what they had just heard. Chapter 54. We now have 9 years of compulsory education. A scholar? The notion of scholars still existing today? Jian Yun Sang and He Nanzhou exchanged glances, both looking at Zhao Zhao in astonishment. Wow, brother is so impressive. It's nothing special. We should be modest. Yuan Yuan waved his hand. I'll tell you, even though I didn't come in first, I'm the top of my class. When you enroll, just use my name, and no one will dare bully you. Zhao Zhao still seemed uncertain. Can I really go to school? Yuan Yuan tilted his head. Puzzled, sister, why do you keep asking these questions? Don't you want to go to school? Just between us, I don't want to go either. But we have no choice. Everyone must attend school, boys and girls alike. To ensure we can go to school, the government even waives tuition fees. The catch is that we must attend for at least 9 years, and free schooling lasts for 9 years. Isn't that outrageous? Although my international private school charges a lot, which makes me even more desperate. The Qi Zhao, Emperor Jingxian, abruptly rose from his dragon throne, gazing incredulously at the ministers he had summoned to discuss state affairs not long before. Did you all hear that? He inquired. The ministers, who had been engrossed in deliberation within the imperial study, occasionally distracted by the sounds emanating from the celestial canopy, were well aware of the astonishing announcement. Even the usually composed Grand Tutor took a moment to close his mouth, slowly nodding as he stated, "Education is now free for 9 years, and moreover, for everyone, every child, free access to education for 9 years." His voice trembled with the weight of the revelation. The other ministers, having hastily followed Emperor Jingxian outside, gasped in disbelief upon hearing the Grand Tutor reiterate the news. They were not surprised that girls could receive an education. In their households, daughters were educated and literate, with many accomplished women well-versed in literature. Moreover, prior hints from the celestial canopy had indicated that women could serve as doctors and even hold official positions, signaling that female education was not an unusual occurrence. However, the notion that every child could attend school for free for 9 years seemed utterly implausible. What immense financial resources would a nation require to sustain such an expense? This was a concept beyond their wildest imaginings. After a prolonged silence, one minister finally swallowed hard and suggested, "Surely, what the child said cannot be taken seriously. Children often exaggerate. Perhaps it was mere jest." The others turned to him, incredulous. "Exaggerate? Do you see any of the adults here refuting it? It must be true, so much so that even a child perceives it as commonplace." Those present in the imperial study were seasoned individuals accustomed to the grander scope of life, yet they were equally astounded. Outside the palace, the commoners of Daki were in an uproar, particularly the scholars, who found it hard to believe. Some claimed it was false, while others thought Yuan was being hyperbolic. Yet many firmly believed in the words of the celestial figure. Regardless of their stance, all eyes were fixed on the canopy, unblinking. After absorbing Yuan's statements, Zhao Zhao took a moment to react, her eyes widening in astonishment. Free schooling? Did I really not miss here? In Shangliu village, only a few could attend private schools, often at great family sacrifice, with tuition consuming an entire year's worth of family resources. Not to mention Scholar Gua, whose family had sold 2 acres of prime land to fund his education, a feat only possible due to their relatively affluent status. Yet Yuan's expression did not suggest deceit. Could it be that she truly could go to school? Did this mean that after 9 years, she could take the examination for scholar? Can I too? Yuan blinked, tilting his head as he mused. Scholar? Isn't that a term from ancient dramas? Huh, what is that? Yuan continued, and why strive to be a scholar? After 9 years, we should prepare for high school and university. Scholars were from ancient times, and we have none today. Zhao Zhao was momentarily at a loss. What did it mean that scholars were only from ancient times? Why did she not understand? She glanced at Jian Yunsang, who confirmed that she had indeed heard Zhao Zhao correctly repeat the term scholar. Thus, in Zhao Zhao's understanding, was the goal of education still to become a scholar? Jian Yunsang inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising unease, and pulled Zhao Zhao into her embrace, asking, "Have you ever met a scholar?" Yes. Scholar Gua from Shangliu village is quite learned," Zhao Zhao replied, perplexed. "Mom, what does ancient mean? Why is being a scholar only an ancient concept?" Jian Yunsang explained. Ancient refers to past dynasties, such as those from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. In ancient times, scholars had to be literate, pass examinations to become scholars, and ultimately serve in government. However, we no longer use the term scholar, as the last one existed over 100 years ago. Chapter 55. Zhao Zhao comes from the future with a loud thud. Emperor Jingxian, who had been observing the celestial canopy with rapt attention, stood up once more in shock, inadvertently knocking over a teacup in the process. Silence enveloped the corridor outside the imperial study. Ancients? They began to question if they were imagining things until Emperor Jingxian murmured, Chao Qing. Chao Qing only responded when his name was called a second time, hastily kneeling and pleading for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am utterly at fault. Repeat what that young lady Jian said to me, quickly." Gaoqing Hodiden Zikao. Ancient refers to the past, hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Only in ancient times could scholars take examinations and serve in government. The term scholar has become obsolete, as the last one lived over 100 years ago. He stuttered, attempting to clarify his understanding. The Grand Tutor swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. The figures in the celestial canopy are not celestial beings from a distant realm, but rather our descendants? Those present were taken aback, realizing that they were witnessing the descendants of their own lineage from centuries ahead. Chao Qing promptly announced, "Summon all the ministers to convene and discuss state affairs." Once Emperor Jingxian regained his composure, his gaze turned steely, issuing commands in a low voice. Yes. Chao Qing hurriedly departed, leaving the corridor outside the imperial study enveloped in silence once more. The ministers remained quiet, their expressions inscrutable, their eyes fixed intently on the celestial canopy, unwilling to miss a single detail. After hearing Jian Yunsong's explanation, Zhao Zhao remained bewildered for a moment. Mom said there are no scholars now. So why is there a scholar Gua from Shangliu village? A scholar from hundreds of years ago? Zhao Zhao felt dizzy. Surely, hundreds of years was a long time. Once Jian Yunsang finished her explanation, she failed to notice Zhao Zhao's confusion. She pondered for a moment and then asked Yuan Yuan, "Could you fetch us some water?" Yuan Yuan, puzzled, replied, "But there is tea on the table, and Aunt Zhao is here." He thought this, yet still scratched his head and walked away. After he left, Jian Yunsang, filled with hope, inquired, "Zhao Zhao, tell me about Shangliu village. Which dynasty is it from?" "Which dynasty?" Zhao Zhao shook her head. "I don't know." She genuinely had no idea. She didn't even know that Shangliu village belonged to Huaiping County. Discussions about dynasties were typically reserved for village leaders or scholar Gua. As a child preoccupied with daily tasks, she had no one to discuss such matters with. Her interactions were limited to overhearing gossip about neighboring villages or snippets of conversation from the Hu family. Occasionally, elder sister Linlon would share daily tidings with her. But as for the matters concerning Huaiping County and the Great Qi Dynasty, Chaochao had never even heard of them. Jian Yunsang was not surprised. She cast a glance at Yinan Zhou. The latter suppressed his inner astonishment and hugged Chaochao, smiling as he inquired, "How about you tell Daddy about Scholar Gua?" "However, I know very little. Much of it was conveyed to me by elder sister Linlon." "It's fine. Let us converse casually." Under the expansive sky, Scholar Gua's reputation was tarnished by Liang Ping, and now the entire world was aware that he had wept over a book. Furthermore, could we perhaps refrain from discussing his matters? Chaochao had nearly finished her narration. Meanwhile, Yinan Zhou and Jian Yunsang, along with Song Zhan, who had been listening intently with bated breath, felt a chill descend upon them. They had always assumed that Chaochao had been abducted to a remote, secluded mountain. This was why they could not trace her back to Shangliu village, why her parents still referred to each other as father and mother, and why relics of feudal practices like child brides still persisted. The preference for sons over daughters was so severe that girls were denied an education. But now, what had they just heard? Scholar, rest day, private school, copper coins. This Shangliu village was not even in the modern era. It was evidently situated in an ancient time, the specifics of which remained unknown. Jian Yunsong's breathing grew rapid. She found it utterly inconceivable that such an outrageous and absurd occurrence could happen to Chaochao. Time travel. Chaochao had astonishingly traversed into an ancient era. It was simply too sensational, akin to a novel. Song Zhan felt as though she might faint, truly feeling helpless, as she could not help but look up at her son and daughter-in-law. Jian Yunsang murmured, no wonder Chaochao had never encountered tomatoes or sweet potatoes. These two foods, indeed, were introduced to Huagua only during the Ming Dynasty. Emperor Jingshuan's eyes widened suddenly. Ming Dynasty? His expression turned serious as he spoke softly. Ming Dynasty. Ming Dynasty, it does not yet exist. It must be the dynasty following the Qi. The ministers swallowed hard, their gazes fixed on the sky. Yes, we have not heard of it prior. It appears that the talking officials from later times have fallen silent. After all, the existence of the subsequent Ming Dynasty implied the demise of their Qi. Although everyone knew that no dynasty could endure through the ages, it was still unwise to articulate such truths. However, Emperor Jingxian paid no heed to these matters. He gazed intently at Jian Yunsang on the sky and urged, please continue. From where did the sweet potatoes that yield thousands of jin per mu come during the Ming Dynasty? He was exceedingly anxious. unwilling to miss a single change in expression among the individuals on the sky. Initially, he believed that the sky depicted an otherworldly realm unknown to them, where grains yielding thousands of gene were unique to them. For the Qi to acquire such knowledge, they would have to find a way to access that otherworld. Now, the sky revealed that these items had existed since the Ming Dynasty, implying that the grains from this ancient era had surely been available to the Qi as well. The question remained, where did they come from? Not only Emperor Jingxian, but also others present, including officials hurrying to the palace, closely monitored the sky, especially the personnel from the Ministry of Agriculture, who could hardly restrain themselves from rushing forth to pry more information from Jian Yunsang. Nevertheless, Jian Yunsang merely murmured a few words and did not elaborate further on sweet potatoes and tomatoes. She offered a bitter smile and glanced at Henan Zhou, who had initially contemplated locating the Shanglu village and finding the Hu family to deliver those traffickers to justice, but now. Henan Zhou tightened his lips. Reflecting on it now, Chaochao's disappearance in the forest had been quite sudden. She had inexplicably vanished, and despite many people chasing after her, even if a wild boar had charged out, it would not have led to her complete disappearance, as if she had teleported. Yet she simply vanished, which had left everyone perplexed. Rumors later circulated that Chaochao had been snatched away by wolves or some ferocious beast. Otherwise, how could her sudden disappearance be explained? It turned out that she had traveled through time. The two were momentarily at a loss for words. Jian Yunsang and Henan Zhou exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Ashan, Jian Yunsang urgently inquired, Chaochao, who is this Ashan? What does he look like? Emperor Jingxian was equally curious. He had certainly heard of Ashan's name and believed that he resided in Qi, near Shanglu village, prompting him to instruct Liang Wei to search there. As for whether he was an immortal, Emperor Jingxian found that unlikely. If he were an immortal, why would he have Chaochao rescue people in the dead of night, or make her utter cryptic words? What was his true intention? Surely it could not be so complicated, especially when it almost led people to believe she was a divine child. This aspect was highly suspicious. Consequently, Emperor Jingxian was now also intrigued by Ashan. Jian Yunsang and Song Jun suddenly stood up, their expressions shifting drastically upon hearing the term energy. Even Henan Zhou's demeanor grew solemn. The Qi Dynasty. Emperor Jingxian clearly observed the three adults' changed expressions. He knew they had gleaned some information from that phrase. However, he was unsure what words had elicited such reactions. Yes, it was about accumulating energy, but what did that truly mean? Several ministers below were deep in thought. The Grand Tutor speculated. Could it be that doing good deeds accumulates energy, perhaps referring to merits? That seems likely. Emperor Jingxian pondered further, if it merely referred to merits. Why did the expressions of the three appear so peculiar? The assembly remained perplexed. They could only continue to await the sky to elucidate their uncertainties. However, before Jian Yunsang could say anything further, Yuan Yuan had already approached with a teacup, followed by Mama Zhao, who assisted with a tray. Henan Zhou immediately whispered to Chaochao, in the presence of others, do not mention anyone or anything regarding Shanglu village, nor should you share a previous conversation with anyone else. Understood? Although Chaochao was puzzled, she nodded in agreement. As Yuan Yuan and the others drew closer, Jian Yunsang, Henan Zhou, and Song Jun instinctively ceased their discussion. Once Yuan Yuan set down the teacup, Henan Zhou said to Chaochao, all right, go play with your brother Yuan Yuan. Chaochao nodded and was led away by Yuan Yuan, who, just before departing, murmured a few words. I knew you were definitely whispering about me just now, as if I wanted to listen. I'm not that nosy. Despite saying this, after walking a few steps with Chaochao, he immediately lowered his voice and asked, Sister, what were you two just talking about? Chaochao, having received her instructions, naturally kept silent. She simply did not understand many things. That did not mean she was foolish. Clearly, the matter of disassembling the cart was far more pressing than inquiring about their conversation. The two figures receded further away, causing Emperor Jingxian to nearly extend his hand in desperation, thinking, don't go yet. If you leave now, how will you hear what Jian Yunsang and the others are saying? Yet, no one heard his silent plea. However, Emperor Jingxian, to his surprise, faintly caught the words spoken by Jian Yunsang and the others behind him. Did Chaochao mention a system? Several individuals pondered deeply, and after a moment, shook their heads in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of the phrase, which they surmised must have originated later, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Emperor Jing, mildly vexed, wondered why they had departed. His gaze fell upon two young boys in the sky, already wielding tools to dismantle a vehicle, causing his teeth to itch in frustration. As the ministers gradually arrived, Emperor Jing inquired, "Esteemed officials, what are your thoughts on the matters just spoken of in the heavens?" "Your Majesty," began Chaochao, the Minister of Works, "since the beings depicted in the celestial realm are our descendants, the items they utilize must surely be producible. I beseech your Majesty to summon the talented individuals from across the realm to collectively explore the creation of the devices seen in the sky." He stepped forward, visibly agitated, asserting the practicality of certain inventions. Take, for instance, the smooth roads. If the Qi could possess such infrastructure, it would greatly facilitate travel and transportation of goods. Furthermore, while some technologies may be complex, our artisans have already fashioned a prototype of the faucet, which is not as intricate as automobiles or washing machines. With collaborative brainstorming, we could refine it into a workable form. The mere thought invigorated Chaochao, his face flushed with excitement, as he continued. Imagine an elevator that can transport individuals effortlessly between floors, a door lock that opens with merely a touch of a finger, and lighting as bright as day. These are indeed remarkable innovations. Emperor Jing felt a surge of enthusiasm at his words. Indeed, these were all things he longed for. He nodded in agreement, but before he could grant his approval, the Minister of Agriculture interjected, "Your Majesty, these are mere trinkets. Our pressing concern lies with the sweet potatoes yielding 10,000 jin per mu. If the Qi could cultivate such bountiful crops, it would be a blessing for your Majesty, for the common folk, and for the nation itself." The Minister of Revenue promptly echoed this sentiment, stating, "I concur, your Majesty. The urgent priority is indeed the search for the sweet potatoes. Last year's drought in Jiangbei left the populace destitute, and although the court provided disaster relief and reduced taxes for 2 years, the earthquake in Jinan earlier this year prompted further tax exemptions and the dispatch of emergency supplies. Yet, despite these efforts, many still find themselves without food, becoming refugees. With the treasury depleted, if we do not devise a means to generate revenue, the Ministry of Revenue will soon be unable to disburse funds." Chaochao, somewhat discontented, countered, "The construction of roads is also a matter of national interest and public benefit. Improved transportation would facilitate the movement of goods from south to north, thus contributing to the treasury. Moreover, the celestial realm indicated that sweet potatoes were introduced during the Ming Dynasty. We currently have no leads, and we cannot conjure them from mere imagination. The heavens have provided scant clues, and the notion of 10,000 jin per mu is but an empty promise. The Minister of Revenue claims our treasury is empty, yet you still wish to construct roads? Do roads not require funding? You speak of transporting goods from south to north, yet the roads must be completely developed first. Where shall we procure such funds? Surely we cannot reduce the expenditures of the Ministry of War and its soldiers." This remark drew the attention of the previously indifferent military officials, who were now embroiled in the discussion. "Your Majesty, I believe the search for sweet potatoes is of utmost importance." "Your Majesty," another minister interjected, "though the celestial realm has not revealed the location of the sweet potatoes, it stands to reason that they must exist. If we increase our manpower to search various regions, we shall surely find them. The entire populace of the Qi has witnessed the heavens and knows the appearance of the sweet potato, making the search significantly easier." The ministers clamored in heated discussion, leaving Emperor Jing with a throbbing headache. Today's celestial display had indeed provided ample information, yet felt painfully incomplete, leaving him disheartened. At Jinfo Mountain Villa, Jian Yunsang and her companions waited until the two children had wandered far before they solemnly broached the subject of Shan. "Could it be a system?" asked Zhao. In today's world of information overload, even someone like Zhao, who seldom used his phone, had gleaned concepts of cyberpunk and artificial intelligence from watching a few science fiction films. Furthermore, there were individuals in the He family engaged in these fields. The notion of a system was not entirely foreign, even to Songjun. Thus, after contemplating the possibility that Zhao Zhao had traversed back to ancient times, the introduction of a system did not seem implausible. However, the very thought of this potentiality only deepened their anxiety. Zhao nodded, "It is quite likely." It mentioned that Zhao Zhao must perform good deeds to accumulate energy. At the very least, this suggests it does not harbor malicious intent. Was it not responsible for Zhao Zhao's disappearance? Song Zhun clenched her hands, her voice trembling. Why did it send Zhao Zhao away, yet not others? Will it do so again in the future? As soon as she voiced this concern, a heavy silence enveloped them, their bodies tense with an undercurrent of anxiety. This was precisely what He Nanzhou and Jian Yunsang feared. Indeed, this system appeared to come and go without warning, devoid of any discernible motive or predictable actions. He Nanzhou took a deep breath, contemplating the situation optimistically. Perhaps it holds goodwill toward Zhao Zhao. 2 years ago, had it not intervened, Zhao Zhao might have faced life-threatening circumstances. Jian Yunsang speculated. Could it be that its energy was depleted? Once again, silence fell upon them, and they found themselves considering this as a plausible truth. What shall we do now? Song Zhun asked anxiously, glancing at Zhao Zhao, who was currently engrossed in the task of dismantling a vehicle. Chapter 58. The plans of Zhao Zhao's parents. He Nanzhou's expression turned cold. Since we are uncertain of Ashan's intentions, we ought to inquire directly. And how shall we do that? If our suspicions are correct, and Ashan has ceased to appear due to depleted energy, then we must find a way to accumulate energy. Zhao Zhao mentioned that performing good deeds would generate energy, so let us do just that. Jian Yunsang agreed. Indeed, rather than remaining in suspense, fearing Zhao Zhao might be taken away at any moment, it would be wiser to awaken the system and ascertain its true purpose. Having already lost Zhao Zhao once, she could not bear the thought of enduring that pain again. Regardless of the outcome, they now possessed knowledge of Zhao Zhao's whereabouts over the past 2 years and the means by which she had traveled there. Their original objective had been to locate Shanglu village. Now, they simply shifted their focus. So, we will engage in good deeds with Zhao Zhao from now on, Song Zhen proposed. Perfectly. Our Chaoyang Charity Foundation operates under Zhao Zhao's name. Thus, every act of charity will count towards her. The He family maintained its own charity foundation, albeit as an extension of the company, with a broad scope of charitable endeavors. Following Zhao Zhao's disappearance, He Nanzhou established the Chaoyang Charity Foundation specifically in her name, dedicated to children's welfare, particularly concerning the trafficking of women and children. He Nanzhou and Jian Yunsang surmised that the system's revival would hinge significantly upon the efforts of the Chaoyang Charity Foundation, as Zhao Zhao had not had the opportunity to perform good deeds while in Shanglu village. He Nanzhou gently tapped his fingers twice before turning to Jian Yunsang. What arrangements have you made regarding the school? Has the principal approached you several times? Jian Yunsang nodded. Her previous teaching performance had been exemplary. Although teaching provided a stable career, she pursued excellence in all her endeavors. Even as a teacher, she had managed to raise her class's average score significantly in her first year, earning the title of Outstanding Teacher the following year, and subsequently attracting parents eager to enroll their children in her class. However, she recognized that Jian Yunsang possessed both capability and determination, having excelled during her university years. 2 years prior, she had resigned from her teaching position, yet had continued to earn a substantial income through investments and other part-time jobs. Jian Yunsang. The Chaoyang Charity Foundation is not managed by Nanzhou. I intend to invest in establishing a research laboratory. Jian Yunsang abruptly turned her head. Do you mean that He Nanzhou exhaled softly? In dealing with the awakening system, he must not only do good, but also prepare for contingencies. He must safeguard against any eventuality, should the system indeed activate in the future and even attempt to take away Zhao Zhao, posing a threat to her. He must devise a means to eliminate it. This matter requires consultation with his elder brother, He Beizhou, who is a researcher focusing on artificial intelligence. It is imperative for him to invest in creating a research laboratory to thoroughly investigate artificial intelligence. Even though traversing time with the current technology seems exceedingly difficult, he feels compelled to make an attempt. Furthermore, the fewer people who are aware of Zhao Zhao's journey to ancient times, the better. Apart from us, and informing Dad and my brother, all others must remain in the dark. Song Zhun nodded repeatedly, agreeing that it is crucial for no one to know. Should those with ulterior motives overhear, Zhao Zhao would be in peril. The thought of Zhao Zhao's uniqueness and that research on tissue samples sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, she recalled that while they are fine, Zhao Zhao is still young and innocent, despite instructing her not to mention the events of Lu village. It is inevitable she might slip. What should they do then? Song Zhun pondered similarly. As long as there are no scholars or private school eyes watching, it seems other matters would not be exposed. After comforting herself, She expressed her concern to Hinanzhou, suggesting he call his brother. That is acceptable. Song Zhun concluded and hurriedly dialed He Pu. Chapter 59. The shock of the Lu village residents. He Pu was already distracted at work. Had it not been for an important client meeting, he would have opted to stay home with Zhao Zhao. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed Yuan Yuan and Zhao Zhao joyfully dismantling a vehicle. Hearing his wife's anxious voice on the phone, he feared something serious had occurred. But upon seeing the two children playing merrily, he finally relaxed. However, his relief was premature. As soon as he entered the living room, Song Zhun seized him, explaining Zhao Zhao's time travel and the system. He Pu was utterly bewildered. He suspected his wife had watched some bizarre television drama recently. But upon seeing the serious expressions of his son and daughter-in-law, he finally grasped that this was indeed reality. It struck him as absurd. How could such a thing happen? Hinanzhou remarked that they could easily explain the unbelievable, but there was one aspect that would be difficult to gloss over. What aspect? Song Zhun inquired urgently. Jian Yunsang also recalled the police station. After Zhao Zhao's initial disappearance, they had reported it to the police, who had been assisting in the search for the past 2 years. Now that she has been found, they must close the case, and the police will undoubtedly need to take statements, requiring Zhao Zhao to provide details. This indeed posed a problem. Being a child, she might struggle under the police's meticulous questioning, and they could not assist in filling in the gaps. Subsequently, the group discussed charitable endeavors in the research laboratory for an extended period, while the adults whispered in the study. Yuan Yuan and Zhao Zhao were diligently working on the vehicle outside. After dismantling it completely, both were covered in dirt. Zhao Zhao looked at him suspiciously, sensing his lack of confidence. Yuan Yuan puffed out his chest, claiming he was also tired from the task, sweating profusely in the winter due to his nervousness. Zhao Zhao contemplated and decided they could reassemble it the next day. Yuan Yuan sighed in relief. However, certain individuals in the Qi realm grew anxious. No, let us finish assembling it today. Hurry up. I didn't pay close attention earlier. Many officials from the Ministry of Works had been watching Yuan Yuan dismantle the vehicle, and their necks ached from craning. But now this lad has stopped. How can work be conducted like this? The officials were infuriated, nearly losing their minds. Simultaneously, other citizens of Qi, as well as the villagers of Lu Village, remained in stunned silence. Lu Village had been quiet for quite some time, and they were still bewildered. They felt as though they grasped the meaning of what was being proclaimed in the sky, but also didn't. The promise of free education for all children for 9 years was already enough to shock them. What else was said? Only in ancient times could there be scholars? What does ancient mean? What does it mean to refer to people from hundreds of years ago? At Linland's small courtyard, many people remained. The children looked up at the silent adults, puzzled by their tranquility. They continued to watch the celestial display, observing Zhao Zhao indulging in a delightful dessert called pudding, drooling at the sight, until one child remarked, Zhao Zhao's life is truly splendid. She eats meat every day and enjoys a variety of snacks without having to work. This is a life of a divine being. She is not a deity. Suddenly, a jarring voice broke through the crowd of silent adults, asserting that she is not a deity, nor a celestial child. She is a person from the future, a child from the later generations. This statement seemed to press play on the paused crowd, who finally found their voices, filling the courtyard with a cacophony of chatter. Some slower individuals gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that it felt like a dream. Zhao Zhao had indeed come from hundreds of years in the future. How could such a miraculous occurrence exist? She arrived in our time from centuries ahead. What was the world like hundreds of years from now? How were those tall buildings constructed? Did the government truly provide free education for everyone? Do you think their population is small? Yet soon, dissonant voices emerged. I always said she wasn't a celestial child. When she left, she deceived us, claiming that good deeds are rewarded and evil punished, making herself appear formidable and fooling us all. Indeed, it was because of her that many families in our village split apart. Those who had spoken ill of her now lived in fear, as if retribution might befall them. Lin Lan scanned the individuals who had spoken. They were the very ones who had bullied Zhao Zhao previously. Ever since her departure, they had lived in trepidation, wary of facing consequences. Now that they realized she was not a celestial being, they immediately reverted to their old ways. Truly, one cannot change their nature. Chapter 60. Taking Lin Lan and others to the capital. As Lin Lan stood up, ready to retort, other villagers had already begun to shout. What do you mean by deceiving us? Before Zhao Zhao left, did she ever deny being a celestial child? No. Didn't she claim to be from another world? That was not a lie. You all did wicked deeds and felt guilty, praying she would not punish you. Now that you know she is merely human, you have changed your tune. Moreover, have Lin Lan, Grandpa Zhou, and Liang Ping's lives improved? Isn't that evidence enough? The rebutted individuals were infuriated. Do you really need to speak for her? She isn't truly a celestial child. Could she bestow blessings upon you? Your flattery won't earn you a grain of rice from her. Nearby, someone sarcastically chimed in, their tone dripping with envy, suggesting that they merely wished to bask in Lin Lan's newfound fortune. The county magistrate had given them a substantial sum of silver. Previously, the Lin family could barely muster 101 without feeling grateful. Lin Lan turned abruptly, addressing the disrespectful remarks of the villagers. Is your harshness a result of not benefiting from this fortune? You once believed Zhao Zhao was a harbinger of disaster, and while that was forgivable, it has now been proven that the misfortunes were caused by the Hu couple. Yet you still harbor malice towards her. That reveals a rather dark heart. Those around her nodded in agreement, urging the naysayers to leave if they disliked the Lin family. As the man prepared to retort, a sudden commotion at the entrance caught his attention. A group of individuals had arrived. Who is Lin Lan? The unfamiliar voice echoed from the doorway, causing everyone in the courtyard to turn in unison. They soon spotted 7 or 8 stern-faced men standing at the entrance, led by a man exuding an imposing aura. Clad in a crimson robe, his countenance was cold and resolute, one hand resting on the hilt of a dagger at his waist, as if ready to take a life at the slightest provocation. Upon closer inspection, the individual guiding them was none other than the secretary who had accompanied County Magistrate Gao a few days prior. The secretary's respectful demeanor suggested that the person before them held a significant status. The villagers scrutinized the newcomer cautiously, and Liang Wei, with a keen gaze, swept the area. The ant who had been speaking sarcastically just moments ago pointed towards the center of the courtyard, exclaiming, Master, she is Lin Lan. Her voice trembled with a hint of excitement as she uttered the last word. What would they possibly want with Lin Lan? Was it because they had discovered that Chaochao was not a celestial child, thus seeking to trouble her? It seemed likely. After all, why else would they arrive precisely when Chaochao's true identity was revealed? She whispered with a sense of schadenfreude to those nearby. They must be here to capture her. Just wait and see. The Lin family's good days are numbered. How pitiful. Lin Lan felt a similar trepidation as she regarded the unfamiliar figures entering the courtyard. Her fingers clenched tightly. Fortunately, her younger sister was asleep with her mother inside. Otherwise, her anxiety might have prevented her from even holding her. Aunt Yu had quietly approached her side, gently squeezing her icy hand, and whispered, Do not be afraid. Steeling herself, Lin Lan took a slow, deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady in the presence of the formidable Liang Wei. Esteemed sir, do you seek me for something? A low chuckle resounded from the side. Lin Lan, have you committed some transgression? As soon as the words left her lips, Liang Wei shot her a glance, causing her to promptly close her mouth, her expression stiffening. Liang Wei then turned to Lin Lan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, though his gaze was notably less frigid. The accompanying secretary hastily introduced Miss Lin. This is Lord Liang from the capital. He has come on the Emperor's orders to escort you all to the capital. To the capital? Lin Lan exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening alongside those of the other villagers in the courtyard. The secretary smiled as he elaborated. The Emperor is aware that Miss Chaochao hails from Shangliu village and has learned of your benevolence towards her. Given her extraordinary background, the Emperor wishes to understand her life over the past 2 years. Thus, he has summoned you to meet him. This is a tremendous honor, as it is exceedingly rare for commoners to have an audience with the sovereign. You are indeed fortunate. A collective gasp swept through the villagers at the thought of Lin Lan meeting the Emperor. After a moment of stunned silence, one villager, fumbling with his words, approached Lin Lan, stammering, Esteemed sir, does this mean our family must go to the capital as well? The secretary looked to Liang Wei, who shook his head, replying, It is up to you. The Emperor's decree states that Lin Lan, Liang Ping, Granny Zhou, Aunt Yu Deshandia, and all others mentioned by Chaochao must attend the audience. As for your accompanying family members, a maximum of 3 is permitted. The secretary added, Yes, if it is convenient for you, You may all go together. If not, that is fine too. It will be nice for few of you to have company. Rest assured, all expenses for your journey will be covered by the government, and you will not need to spend a single coin. We will travel by horse-drawn carriage to Chaochao dock, then proceed by water to the capital. It will be a swift journey. As for your families, the government will allocate 50 taels of silver to each household as a token of the emperor's grace for your care of Chaochao. Accept it with peace of mind. Lin Lan's stiffened body gradually began to relax as the reality of her impending audience with the emperor dawned upon her. Just the thought of it made her legs tremble. Thus, she leaned on her father with one hand and Aunt Yu with the other. Her father, having mentally prepared himself, remained steady, while Aunt Yu nearly faltered at Lin Lan's touch, almost collapsing, but Lin Lan quickly steadied her. Aunt Yu murmured, "I am to go to the capital as well, and receive 50 taels of silver?" Previously, when Chaochao sold the rings to County Magistrate Gao, their families had divided the proceeds, each receiving over 30 taels. Now, with an additional 50 taels and free provisions for the journey to the capital, it seemed too good to be true. The secretary smiled and said, "You are Aunt Yu, correct? Chaochao spoke highly of you within the celestial realm, so naturally, you must go. After all, we have lived for decades, and opportunities to venture out are few and far between. A trip to the capital is worth a lifetime." Indeed, it is worth it, came the chorus of agreement. Chapter 61. Is this the end? Is this fortune? Liang Wei instructed, "Please gather your belongings swiftly. We will depart early tomorrow morning. As for the other families not present, find someone to inform them." "I will do it," said Yu Chai, who had finally found an opportunity to speak. He instructed Guo Xiuzai to host Liang Wei and the secretary properly before hurriedly departing. Once he left, Liang Wei also intended to exit, turning to Guo Xiuzai and saying, "Take me to the Hu family." "Certainly, esteemed sir," Guo Xiuzai replied. As Liang Wei and his entourage departed, the Lin family's courtyard fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, someone took a deep breath, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Lin Lan and the others. "I said it before, Chaochao is a blessing. We're going to meet the emperor. I never even dared to dream of such a thing." As they spoke, the individual cast a sidelong glance at another, who had previously claimed that the Lin family was doomed. "See, is this what you call doom? This is fortune." The person being addressed wore an uncomfortable expression, but managed to force a smile, attempting to edge closer to Lin Lan and the others. "Lanzi." About what Auntie said earlier. However, before they could finish, Lin's father ushered them out. With their departure scheduled for the following morning, they needed to pack their belongings and discuss their travel plans. It was evident that not everyone could accompany Lin Lan to the capital, especially since Lin's mother was still in confinement. Such a long journey would not only be detrimental to Lin's mother, but also pose a potential risk to the newborn, as even a slight fever could lead to dire consequences. However, Lin's father was also uneasy about letting Lin Lan travel alone. Ultimately, it was Lin's mother who suggested, "You accompany her. I will remain in the village. We are all neighbors here, and nothing untoward will happen." Furthermore, with newfound wealth, they could hire someone to assist with cooking and tending to the fields, especially since winter brought fewer tasks. When spring came, they could quickly plant the 2 acres of land that had been allocated to them. While Lin's mother made a valid point, Lin's father couldn't shake the worry about the people from the old Lin residence. In recent days, those individuals had kept a low profile, fearing the wrath of the heavens and avoiding any encounters with them. However, now that they were aware that Chaochao was not a celestial child, they might become emboldened, just like those who had spoken with bitterness earlier and might seek to cause trouble. Even if Lin Lan went to the capital to meet the emperor, providing some deterrent to the old Lin residents, the possibility of them continually causing distress to Lin's mother during her confinement loomed large. Moreover, with over 100 taels of silver in their possession, the old Lin residents could easily feign illness, demanding money from Lin's mother, and there would be little anyone could do to oppose them. With filial piety on their side, Lin's mother, as the daughter-in-law, would find it difficult to contend with them. After all, they were not completely severing ties, merely splitting the family. At that moment, Aunt Yu and Liang Ping arrived, aware of the family's concerns. Aunt Yu suggested, "Why not let your sister move in with me? My mother-in-law is quite spirited and unafraid of the Lin family. But how could she go to someone else's home during confinement?" Lin's mother shook her head. Aunt Yu reflected on this. realizing that it would also be inappropriate to have her mother-in-law come over to help, given that this was the Lin family, and the people from the old residence could easily come to cause trouble. Besides, her own family also had young children requiring her supervision. Liang ping-ponged her for a moment and suggested that perhaps Uncle Lin should stay behind, as there were many of us going to Jingcheng who could look after Linlan. Despite this reasoning, it remained a fact that Jingcheng was indeed a daunting place, and Lin Mu would undoubtedly be unable to rest easy. Not to mention the impending audience with the emperor, which would surely make Linlan anxious and fearful. Let's try our luck at the Hu family. This was spoken by the typically reticent Deshan. If the people of the Lin family were truly obstinate, even the village chief would find it difficult to intervene. Yet, this esteemed Lord Liang from Jingcheng was evidently a man with blood on his hands. The villagers dared not utter a word to the ordinary officials of the Yamen, let alone defy Lord Liang. A mere warning would suffice to keep the Lin family from approaching their doorstep. The others exchanged glances. While it was easy to speak of courage, did they not fear Lord Liang themselves? Deshan remarked with a hint of melancholy that if they were already frightened now, what would happen when they faced the emperor in Jingcheng? The crowd realized they needed to bolster their courage. Lin Fu gritted his teeth and declared that he would go. He indeed made his way to the Hu family, where Liang Wei was meticulously surveying the premises. He examined it with greater scrutiny than County Magistrate Gao, discovering not only the scratches in the woodshed, but also some faded inscriptions that seemed to have been etched long ago. After careful examination, he discerned that they appeared to be a string of 11 digits, albeit faintly marked. Initially, Liang Wei was unfamiliar with these symbols, but after observing the celestial canopy over the past 2 days, he recognized them as the numerals used by people from a future era, though he remained perplexed as to what this string of numbers signified. He speculated that it must have been recorded 2 years prior when he first arrived in this world. Lest he forget, when Lin Fu arrived, Liang Wei had just exited the woodshed. He instructed someone to take note of the string of numbers, and then listened as Lin Fu cautiously conveyed his predicament. In the past, Liang Wei would have dismissed such trifles, focusing solely on fulfilling the emperor's commands, leaving their troubles for them to resolve. However, he glanced at the anxious Lin Fu and nodded, assuring him that he would send someone to the Lin family to issue a warning, preventing them from causing any trouble. Lin Fu was elated, expressing his gratitude profusely. Fortunately, the village chief, Yu Chai, was quite competent and had already taken care of these trivial matters. Yu Chai envied Lin Lan and the others for their opportunity to go to Jingcheng to meet the emperor. He wished he could go, but felt he was not qualified. However, Guoxiu, who had been frequently mentioned by Chaochao over the past few days and was the only scholar in the village, would be accompanying them, providing a sense of reassurance for Lin Lan and her companions. If Guoxiu were to meet the emperor with his talents, he might gain the emperor's favor, and perhaps their village could produce an official. Contemplating this, Yu Chai looked up at the celestial canopy, feeling that Chaochao was indeed a fortuitous star. Were it not for the Hu family, their village might currently be experiencing great fortune. Chapter 62. Chaochao. I think I have a friend meanwhile, the Hu family, who had been on the village chief's mind, found their voices hoarse from protest, yet they persisted in their futile attempts to justify themselves. You all heard it. Chaochao is not a celestial child, and this place is not the realm of immortals. Even if we had scolded and mistreated her, she would not bring down punishment upon us. Zheng Shi, now weary, added, Why won't you let us go? She is merely a child from the future. I fed and cared for her. Is it not expected that she should help with some chores? If it weren't for us, she would have perished 2 years ago. A child who came from the future, unfamiliar with this world, and lacking any celestial arts. She should be grateful to us for taking her in. They cried, This is ingratitude. True ingratitude. My lord, we are truly wronged. Please release us. The jailer supervising them could hardly contain his amusement. This family was indeed lively. Just the day before, they had quieted down after a lengthy tirade. Yet now, following the revelation of Chaochao's origins, they seemed rejuvenated, ranting even more vehemently than before. Despite their hoarse voices, they showed no signs of resting. The jailer shook his head, listening to their shouts as a backdrop while he gazed at the celestial canopy above. Eventually, Gao Hong arrived and instructed him to prepare the Hu family for transport to Jingcheng the following morning. The jailer was taken aback. They were to go to Jingcheng? Indeed. Gao Hong pondered for a moment and advised them to keep quiet during the journey, as further outbursts would do them no favors. Yes, My lord, the jailer replied. And once Gao Hong departed, he made his way toward the Hu family. Hu Lai Fu, seeing someone finally approaching, eagerly grasped the railing, stretching his neck to inquire, Officer, have you seen the celestial canopy? We are innocent. I beg you, release us. Enough of the shouting. Save your strength for the journey tomorrow, the jailer retorted. Hu Lai Fu was alarmed, while Zheng Shi turned pale, asking, what does on the road mean? Are we to be executed? The jailer replied impatiently. Executed? Whether your heads are to be spared depends on the emperor's will. You are to set off for Jingcheng early tomorrow. I advise you to refrain from any further outbursts, or I might silence you myself. Startled, both Hu Lai Fu and Zheng Shi hastily covered their mouths, exchanging bewildered glances. What does this mean? We're going to Jingcheng? It took them a moment to process the jailer's words, but soon after, Hu Lai Fu's eyes gleamed with excitement. To Jingcheng, yes. If the county magistrate will not take our side, we shall appeal to the emperor. Surely, he will advocate for us. Zheng Shi felt a tremor of fear at the thought of meeting the emperor, but considering their current predicament, it could not possibly worsen. Thus, she resolutely declared, yes, going to Jingcheng offers us a chance. They would remain silent on their journey, conserving their energy to make a compelling case. With this thought, they lifted their gazes to the celestial canopy, knowing that the young girl had played a trick on them before her departure. It would not be so easy for her to do them in. Chaochao stifled a yawn, preparing for bed after a day spent playing with Yuan, feeling exhausted yet fulfilled. Previously, her labor had been tiring, but this weariness felt entirely different. Now, she was invigorated and content, though she had not anticipated Yuan's boundless energy. As she lay in bed, she recounted the day's adventures, including their attempts at fishing by the pond, though Yuan, unable to sit still, had fidgeted and pulled at the fishing rod, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. Ultimately, it was the vigilant guard from the He family who caught a fish using a net, which was then taken to the kitchen by Zhao Ma for cooking. Jian Yunsang lay beside Chaochao, watching her speak softly, her eyes filled with joy. How wonderful it is. You seem to have become so much more spirited with Yuan around. Chaochao leaned closer, gripping her mother's collar, and whispered, Mom, I think I have a friend. Her heart swelled with happiness. Though Yuan was her brother, he was also her dear friend. Jian Yunsang felt a pang in her heart, gently caressing her hand and softly responding, Chaochao, you will have many friends in the future. Really? Will they like me? Chaochao inquired. Of course, Jian Yunsang assured her with a nod, adding, even if they do not, that is perfectly fine. No one can be liked by everyone. We, too, do not like everyone, do we? While eager to provide Chaochao with a sense of security, she was equally wary of being overly hasty, which could lead to misconceptions and the development of a people-pleasing personality. She had already begun to exhibit signs of such tendencies, fearing that others might not like her and constantly seeking approval. Chaochao raised her head to look at Jian Yunsang, contemplating before nodding and saying, yes. I have many people I like, as well as many I do not. For instance, Hu Baodun is not particularly fond of him, even if he wishes to befriend her. She remains disinterested. Jian Yunsang smiled, emphasizing that the paramount concern is our happiness. Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of joy in the presence of her parents, believing that she was the happiest child in the world. It was time to sleep, for she had made plans with Yuan to rise early the following morning to read together. She nodded vigorously, eager to explore the multitude of books in Yuan's room, which had piqued her curiosity. However, she understood the significance of books. Guoxiuzai had once wept over a damaged one, highlighting their preciousness. Thus, despite her desire to read, she felt too shy to voice it. Fortunately, when parting from her brother Yuan, he had mentioned that he would wake up early to read and invited her to join him, which filled Zhao with anticipation and excitement. Yet, knowing she needed to rise early, she hastily closed her eyes and prepared for sleep. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she soon drifted into slumber, dreaming of herself diligently reading. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Yuan appeared quite spirited, holding an instruction manual concerning a toy car. Regrettably, his limited vocabulary rendered most of the text unreadable. Moreover, it seemed the manual lacked installation instructions, which he found inconsiderate. With a sigh, he set the manual aside, his gaze falling upon his smartwatch, which sparked a sudden brightness in his eyes. Chapter 63. Zhaozhao meets her aunt Yuan swiftly tapped his smartwatch twice. But after a considerable wait, the call went unanswered. Was his uncle asleep? He scratched his head and checked the time. It was only 9 o'clock. Surely, adults were notorious for staying up late. It was unlikely that he had fallen asleep so early. It was not until after 10 that Shun Lei concluded his work and checked his phone. Upon seeing Yuan Yuan's message, he couldn't help but chuckle. However, he suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought, and looked up sharply. He Jingyi was also taken aback. Did you say Yuan Yuan disassembled Zhao Zhao's car? Impossible. If he dared to do that, my parents would surely punish him severely. Everyone knew that Zhao Zhao's belongings were off limits. Despite Yuan Yuan's youth, he was not reckless. He would not act without consent. In the He family, no adult would ever agree to such actions. Unless the two exchanged glances, and He Jingyi quickly said, "Show me the message Yuan Yuan sent." Along with the message came several photos, pictures of the disassembled toy car, now in disarray. He Jingyi enlarged one of the images and noticed a small girl squatting in a corner, holding a tiny wrench and tilting her head in confusion, her profile obscuring her features. However, He Jingyi recognized that they were situated in the He family's living room and not far away. There appeared to be a shadow of an adult watching them. In the He household, with an adult present, the one disassembling Zhao Zhao's toy car was a young girl. He Jingyi and Shun Lei exchanged astonished glances, both wondering if that girl could be Zhao Zhao. "I'll make a call to inquire," He Jingyi said, but was halted by Shun Lei, who pressed her hand down. "It's late. They must be asleep. Let us wait until tomorrow." He Jingyi suppressed her surging emotions, took a moment to compose herself, and set her phone down. However, that night, she tossed and turned, hardly sleeping at all. The following morning, she promptly called Henan Zhou. Hesitating for a moment, he finally initiated a video call, just as he contemplated how to broach the subject. He Jingyi's first words took him by surprise. "Has Zhao Zhao been found?" Henan Zhou was taken aback. "How did you know?" The moment he spoke, He Jingyi's expression darkened. After years of navigating the political arena, her demeanor shifted from casual to commanding in an instant. Upon hearing that the identification results had arrived, it confirmed that the young girl was indeed Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao had woken up, having just finished washing her face, and was about to seek out Yuan Yuan when she spotted Henan Zhou waving at her. "Zhao Zhao, come meet your aunt." Zhao Zhao paused, taking a few steps forward, glancing around in confusion. "Where's my aunt?" Henan Zhou turned his phone to face her, saying, "Here, say hello to your aunt." Upon raising her gaze, Zhao Zhao was startled to see a stern, yet smiling face looking back at her. She widened her eyes in astonishment. "Is that a surveillance camera? Is my aunt outside?" In Zhao Zhao's understanding, any device that displayed images on a small screen was akin to the surveillance camera she had seen previously. She did not recognize it as a phone, though she had observed her parents and grandparents using such devices. However, neither Jian Yunsang nor Henan Zhou had ever played with their phones in front of her, always seizing every opportunity to interact with her. To her surprise, this was also a form of surveillance. The others present were equally taken aback, realizing that such technology was remarkably convenient, allowing one to identify visitors at the door without needing a doorman. Yet, the next moment, they heard Henan Zhou cheerfully explain, "This is not a surveillance camera. Your aunt is not outside. She is in Xingqing, over 1,000 kilometers away." Understanding that Zhao Zhao lacked familiarity with many concepts, Henan Zhou and the others took care to explain things in great detail. This also made it easier for the people of the Qi to comprehend. At that moment, the citizens of the Qi were momentarily stunned, realizing it was not a surveillance camera. However, soon after, some quick-witted individuals gasped, "What did he just say? In Xingqing? Over 1,000 kilometers away?" Chapter 64. This is truly a marvelous device. The crowd found it astonishing that such a small object could connect them with someone over 1,000 kilometers away. Yet, the revelations did not end there. Henan Zhou encouraged Zhao Zhao to greet He Jingyi. With a hint of shyness, Zhao Zhao spoke, "Aunt, thank you for the jade pendant. I really like it." He Jingyi smiled warmly. "I'm glad you like it, Zhao Zhao. I have prepared a gift for you, but I fear I won't be able to see you for a while." As she spoke, she moved towards the door, suggesting, "When my brother and sister come to visit you later, I'll have them bring it along, all right?" "No, that's not necessary. I have plenty of things already. Your belongings belong to you, but the gift from your aunt is a gesture of love. You should accept it, for your aunt adores our little Zhao Zhao." Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and He Jingyi laughed, engaging in a brief conversation before reminding Zhao Zhao it was time for breakfast. Once Zhao Zhao left, He Jingyi's smile faded as she turned to Hinanzhou, asking, "Why is Zhao Zhao so thin? Has she suffered a lot? Where's she been these past 2 years? Was she mistreated by the traffickers? Have any arrests been made?" Hinanzhou briefly recounted Zhao Zhao's circumstances, and He Jingyi's frown deepened with each detail. "So, there are still no leads on the situation in Shangliu village?" "Correct," Hinanzhou replied. "We have discussed it, and the gathering will proceed as planned. But it will be a private affair for family to meet Zhao Zhao. She is still timid and not ready to meet too many strangers. We can revisit this when she is older." To be honest, the events 2 years ago at Zhao Zhao's birthday party still haunted them. After contemplating, He Jingyi agreed. "That's reasonable. Once the time is right, send me the details via phone. I can't attend, but I will ask Shenlei to take the children." Hinanzhou concurred, and they quickly ended the call. When he sought out Zhao Zhao again, the little girl had just finished her breakfast, while Jian Yunsang was on the phone with her father, Jian Zhongqing. Chaochao anxiously gazed at her phone, listening to the ringing for a moment before the screen transformed from black and white to color, revealing a weathered face. The other party paused upon seeing Chaochao, uncertainly asking, "Are you Jian Zhongqing?" His spirits seemed quite buoyant. Though younger than Hipu, he was presently sipping water from a thermos. Upon hearing this, Chaochao was so startled that the thermos slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, plunging the screen into darkness. Moments later, the display illuminated again, with Jian Zhongqing's face abruptly magnified as he leaned closer. "Chaochao, is that really you?" Jian Yunsang prompted Chaochao to greet him and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. After finishing the conversation with Jian Zhongqing, Jian Yunsang called her mother, Luo Yu, who responded with excitement, tears streaming down her face. Chaochao had encountered 3 relatives that morning, all of whom adored her and expressed their intent to visit and bring her gifts. She had scarcely risen from bed when she felt enveloped by happiness, to the extent that she forgot about her plans to study with Yuan Yuan. At this moment, she grasped Jian Yunsang's hand and inquired, "Mama, where are Grandpa and Grandma? Are they far away in Xingcheng?" "No, Grandpa is in Wucheng, and Grandma is in Fancheng, which is about 700 or 800 kilometers away, with Fancheng being slightly farther." Under the vast sky, the citizens of the Qi were in an uproar. The Emperor Jingxian suddenly gripped the armrests of the dragon throne, his breaths coming in quick succession. It was the time for the morning court, and the usual 5-day court schedule had been altered to every other day due to the celestial phenomenon, causing some important ministers to remain to discuss state affairs even after the court had adjourned. Today was no exception. Discussions regarding the information revealed by the celestial phenomenon continued fervently until the hour of Chun. Had it not been for the concern that some might not be able to endure the lengthy deliberations, the discourse would have persisted even longer. Consequently, as soon as the celestial phenomenon illuminated the sky, the Emperor Jingxian announced the adjournment of court. Little did they expect, just as the civil and military officials stepped out of the grand hall, the celestial phenomenon transmitted the gentle yet thunderous voice of Hinanzhou. They watched in astonishment as Chaochao conversed with her aunt over a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, and then with her grandparents, who were 700 or 800 kilometers away. The shock within them was beyond description. After a long pause, incredulous murmurs arose. Their device could truly connect them with individuals over 1,000 kilometers away? No, it meant anyone, anywhere could be reached. They could engage in conversation, and the clarity was astounding, allowing mobility with it in hand. It seemed as though everyone possessed one. This was indeed a miraculous invention. The Emperor Jingxian's gaze was piercing. Was it not a divine artifact? Vehicles, skyscrapers, washing machines, and dishwashers paled in comparison to this marvel. With such a device, communication of military orders would be effortless. One general was filled with fervor, exclaiming that if scouts were equipped with such a device, intelligence could be transmitted immediately to the camp, enabling commands to be issued even from 1,000 miles away. If every soldier possessed one, formations could be adjusted in real time, and tactics could be modified according to terrain and enemy conditions, rendering it a formidable weapon. Furthermore, with this device, divine intentions could be communicated accurately to distant locales, eliminating the need for urgent messages and doubts about the veracity of intelligence. Communication would be seamless and precise, averting any duplicity. With this device, no matter how significant an event, timely awareness would be assured, allowing for peace of mind even when away from home. The more they discussed, the more exhilarated they became. For them, this contraption known as a phone was a boon with no downsides, even more enticing than sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes were abundant and crucial as food, but they were not lacking in sustenance. It was this phone they yearned for. Chapter 65. I desire a phone with this thought. The crowd exchanged knowing glances towards the Minister of Works. Even Emperor Jingxian called out to him, Yu Kongsung, previously lively. Yu Kongsung now wore a grim expression as he stepped forward. Your Majesty, let the Ministry of Works experiment with it. I desire a phone. Yu Kongsung felt a wave of despair wash over him. Your Majesty, you cannot utter such impossible proclamations as a foolish sovereign. Other inventions like dishwashers and washing machines could be imagined, even if he didn't know how to create them. For instance, a washing machine operates through a cylindrical motion, presumably assisted by external forces, akin to a water wheel for irrigation. This provided a semblance of direction and a potential avenue to explore. Thus, he had previously been eager for the emperor to issue a decree to allocate funds for the Ministry of Works to experiment. But this phone, what was it? A device that allowed one to see and communicate with someone miles away was not of this world. It was beyond their imagination, let alone practical application. He could not even comprehend it, let alone determine how to create it. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he contemplated the impossibility of the task. Yet, seeing the determined expression on Emperor Jingxuan's face, he knew he could not voice his doubts. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously approached, saying, Your Majesty, I require more clues. The emperor regarded him briefly and replied with a non-committal hum. Yu Kongsung took a deep breath and raised his head, focusing intently on the celestial phenomenon, hoping that the young lady Jian would divulge more information about the phone, ideally providing him with a direction to pursue. However, he was destined for disappointment. Although Chaochao was equally curious about the phone after her call, she could not ask how such a device was constructed. She cradled the phone delicately, cautiously examining it from side to side. Jian Yunsang, noticing her curiosity, smiled and said, Would you like to try it yourself? Chaochao quickly shook her head. No, thank you. I'm afraid I might accidentally break it. As she spoke, she placed the phone on the table, unwilling to touch it further, choosing instead to observe with her eyes. This device was so impressive, surpassing everything she had ever seen, and it must surely be expensive. Jian Yunsang ruffled her hair reassuringly. Don't worry, it's not that easy to break. Even if it does break, it can be repaired. If it can't be fixed, we can always buy a new one. I've been using this one for 2 years and was just planning to upgrade. Chaochao looked up in surprise. 2 years? And you're already getting a new one? Aren't they very expensive? There are expensive ones and cheaper ones too. Understanding that Chaochao had traveled to an ancient time where she had never encountered a phone, Jian Yunsang elaborated, We each have one. Some people even have 2 or 3 to switch between. There are 2 older phones in my room that we don't use anymore because they aren't as good as this one. Chaochao found this astonishing. Everyone had one? Pretty much. But you're still young, so it's not suitable for you to play with phones. I'll buy you a smartwatch that can make calls and video chat for your wrist. Your brother Yuan has one. Have you seen it? Chaochao recalled seeing a peculiar object on his wrist that she had never encountered before. Just as she was pondering this, Song Zhun approached from the dining area, smiling and holding a delicate little box. No need to buy one. I brought one for Chaochao. Chaochao looked up with curiosity as Song Zhun opened the box, revealing a smartwatch similar to Yuan's. Song Zhun placed it directly on Chaochao's wrist, saying, This is a gift from your uncle. He Beizhou specialized in artificial intelligence. In following Chaochao's disappearance 2 years prior, he sought additional safeguard for the children in the family. Consequently, although the smartwatches were purchased, they had all been modified with chips, enhancing both functionality and sensitivity, and were serviced every 6 months. Though Chaochao had vanished 2 years prior, he Beizhou still prepared her share. After the last maintenance, it was placed directly in the He residence. The day the Hu family was slaughtered, it was lamentable that they existed in ancient times. They could not seek retribution for their grievances. Chaochao, however, did not feel the gravity of the situation. She was somewhat enamored with the item and worried she might accidentally damage it. Jian Yunsang taught her how to use it, saying, First, save your mother's number. She entered her own phone number for Chaochao, and just as she finished, Liang Wei abruptly stood up beneath the vast sky. It was this. The somewhat indistinct scratches in the Hu family's woodshed corresponded to these 11 digits. So it was That was the contact information for her mother that Chaochao remembered upon arriving into Qi. Upon realizing this, Zhang Shi felt a surge of anger. It was all due to that wretched girl. Had she been more forthcoming about her family back then, they might have guessed her origins from the future. Back then, she was so secretive, exhibiting such cunning at such a tender age. Zhang Shi snorted in disdain, just as she was about to utter a curse. An impatient voice came from behind, urging them to hurry and stop dawdling, as they were waiting for them. Zhang Shi was shoved from behind, nearly losing her balance, but was steadied by Hu Laifeng. After regaining her composure, she instinctively wanted to curse. But Hu Laifeng tugged at her sleeve and whispered a reminder that they had agreed to maintain a low profile on their journey to the capital, and they would present their grievances upon arrival. Though she understood, the treatment they received was simply too deplorable. They had just emerged from their prison cell and walked to the city gate to gather with others, preparing to depart for the capital. However, they were not the only ones going. Lin Lanyu and others were also in attendance. Chapter 66. Departure to the capital. The Hu family watched them with jealousy, their disdain almost palpable. It was one thing to see so many people, but Lin Lanyu and her companions were all smiles, clad in warm cotton coats, entirely devoid of the impoverished appearance they bore in the village. Clearly, they had sold the ring and anklet that the wretched girl had given them to acquire these belongings. What was even more outrageous was that Lin Lanyu was allowed to ride in a carriage, not even glancing at their family as she boarded. Meanwhile, they were shackled, permitted only to sit in a cart devoid of a roof, unable to shield themselves from the elements, and exceedingly cramped. Yes, they were accompanied by Jiang Lao-san, and in addition, a ruffian from the village known as Guangzi, who had frequently associated with Jiang Lao-san, indulging in petty theft and bullying widows and orphans in nearby villages. There was a widow whose husband had just died, left with a 3-year-old child, whom he had nearly driven to suicide. Had it not been for a passerby who intervened, both mother and child would have perished. Such a person was spoiled by his family, prone to kicking passersby for no reason. Thus, for Chaochao, dubbed a jinx, he felt an instinctual loathing, either cursing her or pushing her to the ground. The worst incident saw him push Chaochao into a river. Had someone not been washing clothes upstream and called for help, she might not have survived. Up to this point, Chaochao had not mentioned these events, hence, the common folk remained unaware of Guangzi's vile actions. However, the villagers of Shanglu knew better. When Gao Hongfei inquired about Chaochao's past, someone revealed Guangzi's misdeeds. Among the villagers of Shanglu, aside from those who treated Chaochao kindly, others either expressed pity for her plight, observed with indifference, or even cursed her, at most pushing her away from their doorsteps or snatching her belongings. For Gao Hongfei, none of these transgressions warranted arrest. Yet, upon encountering Guangzi, he wasted no time in having him apprehended. Guangzi was likely aware that his actions were reprehensible, for as Gao Hongfei approached to detain him, he was already attempting to flee. Now, he too was among those bound for the capital. Both Guangzi and Jiang Lao-san regretted their treatment of Chaochao. They had no grievances with her. Why they felt compelled to bully a young girl? Had they known she would end up in such circumstances, they would have endeavored to win her favor long ago. All of this was the fault of the Hu family. Yes, the Hu family. Thus, when the Hu family boarded the cart, the two of them attempted to kick them off. Although Hu Laifeng and Zhang Shi intended to keep a low profile, it was utterly unacceptable that they were not even allowed to board. They were not the type to back down easily, and soon became embroiled in a quarrel. Liang Wei observed them from a distance, saying nothing, allowing them to fight, as long as it did not escalate to fatality. He merely turned to instruct his subordinates that as long as the individuals on the cart remained alive, it was acceptable. He also advised them to watch over those in the carriage, particularly the elderly, to ensure they did not catch a chill in the cold weather. His subordinates nodded in affirmation. Liang Wei was typically taciturn, but this time he was unusually verbose, frowning as he cautioned them to remain vigilant. The individuals mentioned under the vast sky were all present, and if anyone intended to cause trouble, it was likely they would attempt something en route. His subordinates stiffened in response, assuring him they would exercise caution. Fortunately, he had brought skilled individuals along, and many were covertly following them. Thus, the situation should be manageable. With that thought, Liang Wei waved his hand, signaling to commence their journey. His subordinates complied, approaching the cart to observe the ongoing scuffle, and coldly remarked that if they continued to cause a ruckus, they would not be allowed to leave. With a swift motion, he drew his blade, his gaze icy. Were it not for their tight schedule, they would not have allowed these individuals to ride at all. How could they be so ungrateful as to quarrel? The individuals on the cart immediately ceased their commotion, trembling as they clambered aboard. Zhengshi pulled Hu Baodong close, afraid to speak. The occupants of the preceding carriages had been keeping an eye on the situation behind them. Upon seeing the Hu family finally settle down, Lin Lanyu lowered her hand from the curtain and shook her head at her companion, Yushu, saying that even at this point, they still had the energy to fight. Let them be. It has nothing to do with us, Yushu replied, cradling a hand warmer and letting out a comfortable sigh. Though the carriage could not compare to a proper cart for a girl who had never even sat in a cart, it was already a source of immense joy and excitement. The voice of the caravan leader rang out from outside. Let us depart. The group set forth in grand procession, with Yu Chai standing at the back, waving goodbye and wishing them a safe journey, a rare hint of envy gracing his features. He understood that from this moment onward, their fates would diverge sharply from those of the other villagers of Shanglu. All of this was brought about by Chaochao. Modern times. Jian Yunsang quickly instructed Chaochao on how to make a phone call, and she eagerly attempted it twice, brimming with excitement. Today, she had encountered yet another new marvel and possessed it. Jian Yunsang went on to explain several other functions, but before long, Yuan, visibly distressed, rushed over lamenting, Chaochao, I overslept. I forgot our morning reading appointment. Oh, how wretched I am. As a mere first-grade student, how can I be so untrustworthy, so fickle, so disloyal, and so capricious? Enough. I understand that despite being in the first grade, your command of idioms is rather impressive. There is no need to flaunt it further. Song Zhen's lips twitched slightly as she hurriedly raised her hand to halt him. Yuan pouted sadly. Grandma, why are you so lacking in understanding? I had so much more prepared to showcase just how remarkable a first-grade student can be. Jian Yun sang, is this how lacking in understanding is used? Chapter 67. New friends Zhao Zhao initially felt a twinge of guilt. After all, although she had remembered to read it first, she had been completely captivated by her phone and smartwatch, causing her to neglect her reading altogether. Upon seeing Yuan, she instinctively wanted to apologize. However, Yuan seemed to have forgotten all about reading and had already seated himself, digging into the breakfast that Zhao Ma had brought. Yuan had a habit of not chatting while eating, so Zhaozhao lost her opportunity to speak up. It seemed Yuan was particularly famished this morning, as he was eating much faster than usual. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and turned to Zhaozhao. Then his eyes lit up upon noticing something on her wrist. Sister, you have a smartwatch too. Wait here, I'll grab mine, and we can exchange contact information. With that, he dashed upstairs to fetch his watch. Once he had it, he quickly saved each other's numbers. Now that you have my number, if anyone bullies you at school, just call me. I'll come to teach them a lesson. I'm your brother, and I will always stand by you. Zhao felt a warm glow in her heart and nodded in agreement. After saving the number, Yuan glanced at the messages on his phone. He had fallen asleep the previous night without checking the messages from his uncle, which turned out to be about how to repair a car. Oh well, let's just give it a try. Just as Zhao pondered how to broach the subject of reading, Yuan suddenly exclaimed, let us go assemble the little car we took apart yesterday. Oh, okay. Zhao blinked and hurriedly agreed. Yuan took her hand and led her outside. But just a few steps in, his smartwatch beeped. Seeing the caller's name, Yuan snorted in annoyance, stopped, and answered the call. The caller's face immediately appeared on the screen. He's Yuan. Clarify your words. How have I wronged you? Yuan scoffed repeatedly. Gong Xingwen, how dare you say that? You told me those spicy strips weren't spicy at all. You deceived me. I didn't tea. I ate the ones that weren't spicy at all. Gong Xingwen was nearly infuriated. He had only meant to share some delicious snacks with a good friend. Yet this morning he received a message from that same friend, declaring their intention to end their friendship. I was so spicy that I nearly vomited. And you still deny it. If it were just me, that would be one thing, but you made my innocent, pure, and lovely little sister suffer too. That is simply unforgivable. Innocent, pure, lovely little sister? Zhao tilted her head. Was he referring to her? The little girl could not help but blush slightly, as she knew she wasn't that good. Yuan and Gong Xingwen were engaged in a fierce argument, neither willing to yield. Finally, they both shouted, I refuse to listen. You are undoubtedly up to no good. Gong Xingwen shouted angrily, you're talking nonsense. My intentions are pure. Wrong, they are dirty. They are white. Dirty. Where are you? I will show you my heart. Come on, I'll be waiting. Jian Yun sang, and Song Zhun both facepalmed. Is this what elementary school children argue about? I've learned something new today. However, Zhao Zhao was quite anxious, especially when Yuan Yuan angrily hung up the phone. She hurriedly explained, Brother, I wasn't really that spicy. It was just a little bit at first. It's fine now. You don't need to, sister. Yuan Yuan turned to her, placing his hands on her shoulders, his expression grave. This is no longer about whether it's spicy or not. The issue has escalated to whether his heart is pure. Huh? Zhao Zhao's expression twisted in confusion. It was one thing not to understand what adults said, but why was even her brother's words so difficult to comprehend? The Qi, who had been listening to their bickering with a headache, finally sighed in relief. All right, let us get back to business. The officials from the Ministry of Works straightened up, ready to record the process of assembling the car. However, Yuan Yuan was in distress, pulling at his hair in frustration. I follow my uncle's instructions. Why isn't it working? What did I go wrong? Zhao Zhao watched as he dropped hair on the ground, feeling a bit of discomfort herself. The officials from the Qi held their breath, eagerly watching Yuan Yuan, urging him on. Come on, how do we assemble it? Don't tell me you're stuck again. Yet after 2 attempts, Yuan Yuan was ready to give up when Gong Xingwen arrived. Following the guidance of the steward, he dashed over. Yuan, I'm here. Yuan Yuan's face brightened upon seeing him. Gong Xingwen, you've come. Quickly, come help me assemble the car. I've almost finished. The rest is up to you, right? Gong Xingwen suddenly stopped, looking bewildered. Huh? Without waiting for an explanation, Yuan Yuan pulled him down to the ground and handed him the steering wheel. Hurry, put this on. Gong Xingwen, confused as to where he was and what he was doing, could only stare blankly until Yuan Yuan urged him again. He finally looked down at the sparsely assembled car in front of him and disdainfully remarked, Isn't this simple? Watch me. Zhao Zhao thought. Is this the Gong Xingwen whom my brother wanted to sever ties with? The little girl watched as the two of them, heads together, earnestly discussed, and then began to argue, feeling a bit perplexed. Well, it's better if they don't end their friendship. Zhao Zhao sighed in relief and squatted obediently to watch. Gong Xingwen helped to install a couple of parts, but then stopped, scratching his neck and looking distressed. After a moment, he scratched his arm, continuing to fidget. A little while later, he scratched his face, looking increasingly overwhelmed. He hesitated to make his next move, prompting Zhao Zhao to look up at him, her gaze fixated. After a while, her little face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 68. Zhao Zhao. I want to get the flu. Zhao Zhao stared in disbelief at the red spots on Gong Xingwen's arms, her pupils widening. She suddenly leapt to her feet, took a step back, and hurriedly dashed toward the front hall. Yuan Yuan, hearing the commotion, looked up just in time to see Zhao Zhao's retreating figure, puzzled. What is wrong with my sister? Why did she suddenly run off without a word? Gong Xingwen shrugged, glancing at his arm again. Maybe she needed to use the bathroom. Yuan Yuan chuckled, while Zhao Zhao had already sprinted to the front hall. Jian Yun Sang and Song Zhun were discussing matters related to the Chaochao Foundation, with several document bags on the table that had just been delivered by Henan Zhou. He had gone to arrange the banquet, and they had already notified their relatives about the gathering scheduled for a week later. Perfectly timed for the weekend when the children would be free to come together. At this moment, her thoughts were more focused on the charity foundation. Since they now had a direction and understood the importance of doing good deeds, preparations must begin immediately. As Zhao Zhao rushed over, Jian Yun Sang had just set down a pediatric case file. Upon looking up, she was met with the sight of the little girl, out of breath. Jian Yun Sang immediately stood up and walked towards her, inquiring how she had entered so hastily and whether she was thirsty. However, before she could take a few steps, Chaochao abruptly shouted, Mom, don't come closer. Her voice was so forceful that Jian Yun Sang froze in her tracks. Even Song Zhun stood up in surprise. What was wrong with Chaochao? Mom, you mustn't come near me. It was only when Chaochao reached the front hall that she realized she shouldn't have rushed in like that. She had a phone watch and could have called her mother. So why had she acted so impulsively? Realizing this, she couldn't help but step back, her voice trembling with anxiety. Mom, I might be in trouble. Please don't touch me. Jian Yun Sang furrowed her brow, her expression growing serious. What has happened? Chaochao, don't be afraid. Mom, my brother Yuan brought a friend who has a lot of rashes on his body. It seems like symptoms of smallpox. I've heard that if you come into contact with someone who has smallpox, you can also get it. We were so close earlier. I might be about to break out in rashes too. So, please don't come near me. As she spoke, her voice began to quaver, the weight of her fear becoming evident. Tears blurred her vision. Chaochao quickly lifted her head, wiped her eyes, and was about to turn to leave when, in the next moment, Jian Yunsang scooped her up in her arms. Chaochao's eyes widened in shock as she looked at her, realizing what had happened. She hurriedly pushed against her mother. "Mom, put me down." Jian Yunsang held her tighter, playfully pinching her nose and gently wiping away her tears. "What nonsense are you talking about? Smallpox? We eradicated smallpox long ago, over 50 or 60 years ago." Chaochao paused, looking up in astonishment. Eradicated? The citizens of Qi shared her confusion. They were bewildered. What did it mean to be eradicated? Smallpox was a terrifying disease. Once contracted, it claimed the lives of at least 2/3 of those infected, often wiping out entire cities. Such a devilish disease had left even the nobility and royalty helpless. How could it possibly be eradicated? Emperor Jingxian gripped his dragon robe tightly, anxiously gazing at the sky. The term smallpox was all too familiar to him. His half-brother had succumbed to smallpox at the tender age of 4. The memories haunted him. He could still vividly recall the sight of his brother covered in blisters. The cold indifference with which the previous emperor ordered the palace to be sealed off, the hurried, silent movements of the palace servants, and the image of his mother, holding him tightly while shedding tears, utterly powerless. These memories were etched deeply in his mind. So much so that the palace where his brother had lived remained unoccupied to this day. Now he was being told that this disease, which had claimed countless lives year after year, had vanished. How could that be? Diseases could completely disappear? The countless citizens of the Qi beneath the sky were equally bewildered. If the bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes, the provision of free education, and the connection of phones from thousands of miles away sparked hope and envy among the populace, the eradication of smallpox left them all breathless. Smallpox was not an uncommon disease in Qi. Even Chaochao knew about it, which meant most people had heard of it or even suffered from it, many having lost loved ones to it. This included Hu Laifu, who at that moment had lost interest in his secret competition with Jiang Laosan and the others. Chaochao knew about smallpox because Hu Laifu's older brother had died from it in his childhood. After his brother's death, the disease had even spread to his sister, resulting in 2 deaths in the Hu family. Thus, Hu Laifu became the sole heir, spoiled and raised by his parents, which explained his current demeanor. Yet, every time he spoke of his siblings, he would fall into a gloomy mood, drinking heavily, which would inevitably lead to his drunken rages. Thus, Chaochao understood the terror of smallpox. Even though she had never seen it, she had heard of its symptoms. Therefore, upon seeing the rashes on Gong Xingwen's body, her immediate reaction was that it must be contagious smallpox. Chapter 69. Daqui, smallpox eradicated. Upon hearing Chaochao's explanation, Jian Yunsang finally understood her panic. Carrying Chaochao, she walked towards the small living room where Yuan was, saying, "Smallpox has indeed been eradicated. No one will contract it again, so you can rest easy. But I heard that no matter how skilled the doctor, they cannot cure it." Jian Yunsang replied, "It's not about curing it. It's about prevention." The physicians beneath the sky gazed intently, understanding that smallpox could be prevented. Inoculation with cowpox had already been implemented. However, this method still carried a risk of death, and some less skilled doctors had higher mortality rates post-inoculation. Thus, few dared to gamble on whether they would be the lucky ones. More people preferred to believe they would never contract smallpox rather than face the potential risks of inoculation. Consequently, the prevalence of cowpox inoculation was not high. What kind of preventive measure could completely eliminate the risk of death? Jian Yunsang gently stroked Chaochao's head and smiled. The cowpox vaccine is the prevention for smallpox. The cowpox virus infects cows, and through contact, it transmits to humans. The symptoms are milder, usually resulting in some blisters on the skin, but there are no serious consequences. Because the cowpox virus has the same antigenic properties as the smallpox virus, those inoculated with cowpox will not contract smallpox. So that was it. It was indeed so. The eyes of the citizens beneath the sky shone brightly. They had finally grasped the concept. After witnessing various marvels in the sky for days, these wonders seemed too distant for them to possess or create. Some things had never been explained in detail. But now, the sky had clearly stated the method to prevent smallpox. It could indeed be eradicated. Cowpox. Could it be that Qi could completely eliminate smallpox and no longer see anyone perish from this disease? Someone suddenly exclaimed, "No wonder." I have a distant relative who is not favored by his family and lives in a cow shed, taking care of the old cow. Later, when someone in his family contracted smallpox, they push him out to care for it, and they stayed in the same room, yet he never got infected. It turns out he had been inoculated with cowpox. In their hometown, an old woman who milked cows also cared for her child who had contracted smallpox, and she had remained unscathed. They had examples around them all along. They simply had never thought deeply about it. Emperor Jingxian suddenly stood up, calling out to the head of the imperial hospital, Zhang Yuan. Did you hear that? Feeling elated, he immediately prepared for experiments. I want to know the results as soon as possible. Go quickly. Yes, your majesty, I take my leave. Zhang Yuan departed, and Emperor Jingxian laughed heartily. Sky, oh sky, you finally stopped teasing my appetite. The ministers immediately knelt, congratulating the emperor on receiving this heavenly assistance. Since that young man Gong Xingwen did not have smallpox, what ailment did he have? If only it were one of the Qi's diseases, perhaps the sky would provide a solution. Chaochao, upon hearing Jian Yunsang's words, was quite astonished. Jian Yunsang had not yet seen it and was unaware, so she could only quicken her pace while holding Chaochao. Soon, the three of them arrived at the small living room. Yuan remained focused, diligently assembling components, while Gong Xingwen beside him appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally rubbing the corners of his mouth, seemingly uncomfortable. Jian Yunsang set down Zhaozhao and approached him in a few swift steps. Upon seeing Gong Xingwen, her expression shifted slightly. Hold on, Xingwen, did you eat something before you came? Yuan, who had initially been absorbed in his task, abruptly lifted his head, startled, and took a couple steps back. Xingwen, what happened to you? Jian Yunsang frowned. What do you mean it's just an allergy? Are you aware that you're allergic to mangoes? Jian Yunsang felt something was amiss with his words. Gong Xingwen nodded, I know. Song Zhun, having already contacted the family doctor, couldn't help but exclaim, knowing you still ate it? Gong Xingwen blinked and replied softly. Aunt Shui said it's fine. It's an allergy, so I should eat a little bit to undergo desensitization treatment. Once I get used to it, I won't be allergic anymore. Mangoes are quite delicious. That's nonsense, Song Zhun retorted, agitated. She's not a professional doctor. What does she know about desensitization treatment? Allergies can be serious. What if something goes wrong? Your Aunt Shui is being utterly irresponsible. As she spoke, she glanced around, not seeing anyone, her expression darkening further. Where's your Aunt Shui? She said she had other matters to attend to. She dropped me off and told me to call her when I was done having fun, Gong Xingwen replied, scratching at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be growing increasingly uncomfortable. Jian Yunsang, noticing his worsening condition, quickly asked Song Zhun, how long until the doctor arrives? Soon, about 15 minutes, Song Zhun replied. Jian Yunsang instructed a nearby security guard to carry Gong Xingwen inside. Having a slight understanding of allergy treatment, she hesitated to take action herself and asked Song Zhun to call the family doctor again to inquire about what needed to be done. After clarifying the situation, the family doctor sighed in relief, instructing Jian Yunsang to have Gong Xingwen rinse his mouth to cleanse any residual mango juice around his mouth. Not long after completing this, the family doctor arrived. After examining Gong Xingwen, he administered medication and applied ointment, ensuring that his symptoms had improved before advising him to rest and strictly forbidding him from consuming mangoes in the future. Once the doctor left, Song Zhun turned to the bedridden Gong Xingwen and said, call your Aunt Shui and tell her to come over quickly. Wasn't she hired by your parents to take care of you? How can she just abandon you like this? Gong Xingwen replied with an O, and Yuan couldn't help but smack his hand. How can you still be so oblivious? Can't you see that Aunt Shui is mistreating you? Hurry up and call her. Chapter 70, Judging Actions, Not Intentions. Gong Xingwen felt somewhat aggrieved. He was the one who was sick, yet Yuan was hitting him. Nevertheless, he took out his phone and dialed Aunt Shui's number. However, after the first ring, she did not pick up. Jian Yunsang and Song Zhun exchanged glances and decided to try again. Gong Xingwen dialed once more. The phone rang for quite a while, but still, there was no answer. Under the vast sky, Gong Xingwen realized that the call only connected if the other party answered. After 2 failed attempts, he was beginning to feel irritated. Jian Yunsang paused, asking for the number, and took out her own phone to call. To her surprise, after only 2 rings, the other party picked up. Hello, who is this? Jian Yunsang was exasperated. This is the He family. Is this Aunt Shui? Huh? Yes. Gong Xingwen has called you twice. Why didn't you answer? Aunt Shui's voice faltered, sounding somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, I had too many things. and my phone was at the very bottom of my bag. I just found it. That is quite a coincidence, Jian Yun Sang replied dryly. Not wanting to hear any further excuses, she abruptly ended the call. Song Jun, overhearing the conversation, couldn't contain her anger. What kind of person is this? She's getting paid to care for the child, yet she just drops him off and runs away. Now she is blaming him without understanding the situation. Does she really think she is his parent? Speaking of parents, Song Jun asked Gong Xingwen, does she often leave you alone while she attends to her own business? Do your parents know about this? Gong Xingwen looked somewhat confused, but shook his head. I don't know. My parents are very busy. Aunt Shui said not to burden them with these small matters. I'm grown up now and need to learn to be independent. Sometimes, she leaves me at the amusement park and picks me up after I've played all afternoon. Aunt Shui says that I have food, clothes, and education, which is much better than many others. He sighed. She is right. I've been to the orphanage with Aunt Shui, and I'm much happier than those kids. Indeed, Gong Xingwen's parents were quite busy. Although their financial status did not compare to the He family, they were better off than average. Both sets of grandparents were still working, so they hired a nanny. Aunt Shui was thoroughly vetted. She was efficient, healthy, and professionally trained, and they had observed her for several months before entrusting their child to her. Yuan, hearing all this, suddenly slapped her thigh. You fool. That Aunt Shui of yours is completely. Yes, you. Jian Yun Sang frowned. Indeed. Yuan patted Gong Xingwen's shoulder, sighing. I've always known you weren't the brightest, but I didn't realize you were so oblivious to being bullied. You really are unfortunate. Children in orphanages have it tough. They have no parents, but you do. That Aunt Shui makes you uncomfortable. You need to learn to speak up. Do you understand? Gong Xingwen felt somewhat indignant. Why am I not smart? I just think a real man shouldn't sweat the small stuff. Despite his words, his voice grew quieter. In truth, he wanted to address many issues, but Aunt Shui had told him that boys should be magnanimous, so he felt embarrassed to speak up. Thinking of this, Gong Xingwen felt a twinge of grievance. I only listen to her because she makes sense. I'm old enough to recognize which words are true. How can I disregard someone else's words just because they sound unpleasant and go complain? That would be no different from a brat. Jian Yun Sang interjected. Is that an alternative explanation for bratty behavior? This Aunt Shui truly has a talent. Yuan was nearly beside herself with frustration. You really want to tell your parents? You're being foolish. I want to say a word. Mind your own business. I'm not foolish, just go out. I'm not feeling well and need a rest. Saying this, he forcefully pulled the blanket over his head. Yuan shouted in exasperation before storming out, muttering angrily, you can complain to me about not feeling well, but have the guts to tell your Aunt Shui. Jian Yun Sang and Song Jun exchanged glances. The latter shook her head and said to Gong Xingwen, rest for now. We'll talk when your Aunt Shui arrives. Afterward, she rushed after Yuan. As Jian Yun Sang led Zhaozhao out of the guest room, Zhao looked up and asked, Mom, is that Aunt Shui a bad person? Jian Yun Sang provided an example. If you were allergic to something and it made you feel unwell or even endangered your life, but someone insisted you eat it, claiming it was for your own good, would you think they were good or bad? Zhao shook her head vigorously. Bad. Exactly. So remember, Zhao, when assessing people, we should not only consider what they say, but also what they do. We should judge actions, not intentions. Some may speak beautifully, but if they're doing things that hurt you, then they're not good people. Zhao, with a semblance of understanding, nodded thoughtfully beneath the vast sky. As many of the Qi people began to ponder, should we judge actions rather than intentions? Every time she faced punishment or scorn, she would wish for the comfort of her parents, yearning for a moment to share her grievances with them, which would bring her joy. As she struggled to discern whether Aunt Shui truly had her best interests at heart, we, as bystanders, perceived the missteps in Aunt Shui's actions, though she might remain oblivious to them. With her innocent demeanor, should we not inform her parents? Of course we cannot. The voice belonged to Yuan. Jian Yun Sang turned her gaze towards the sound and noticed Yuan had not wandered far, squatting at the stairway. Her small face squeezed through the gaps in the railing, round and chubby. Chapter 71. The wisdom of Zhao's words. Jian Yun Sang felt a chuckle rising within her. She looked at Yuan and inquired why they could not speak up. Yuan sighed, making an effort to pull her face back, rubbing her cheeks as she spoke with an air of maturity. We cannot be the ones to tell tales. As for Gong Xingwen, it is his choice. We must respect his decision. Though I feel angry, we cannot act like petty individuals. Zhao, not fully grasping the concept of respect, only understood a fragment. However, when a child falls ill in another's home, is it not customary to inform the parents? Back in Lu village, when Hu Baodun visited De Zhu's house, he accidentally hurt his lip, causing a scrape, and De Zhu's parents reported the incident to Hu's family. Aunt Yu told me that had De Zhu's parents not informed Hu's family, Hu Laifu would have blamed De Zhu's family. Now, with brother Xingwen covered in rashes, far worse than a scraped lip, if we remain silent, will his parents not hold us accountable? Jian Yunsang looked at the little girl with surprise, taken aback by her insightful reasoning. Yuan's eyes widened. Zhaozhao, what you said makes perfect sense. So, if we inform Gong Xingwen's parents, does that not constitute telling tales? The latter part of her statement was directed at Jian Yunsang, clearly seeking her opinion. Jian Yunsang crouched down, acknowledging Zhao Zhao's valid point. Since Gong Xingwen was visiting the He family and had fallen ill, having called a family doctor, it was indeed the responsibility of both her and his grandmother to clarify matters with his parents. They were not reporting him. Rather, they were merely explaining the situation to prevent any misunderstandings. However, his parents would surely inquire about the nature of the illness and how it occurred, and they could not conceal that, could they? Yuan nodded, affirming, yes, it is clearly not our fault. We cannot allow them to misinterpret our family's role. The He family certainly will not take the blame for Aunt Shui. Indeed, the nature of the situation had shifted. What initially appeared to be a matter of reporting had now transformed into a question of He families need to prove their innocence. Then let us speak, Jian Yunsang declared. She instructed Zhao Zhao and Yuan to have their lunch, and once they departed, she retrieved her phone. Although she did not possess Gong Xingwen's mother's number, she knew it would be easy to find. The other party seemed quite busy, taking a considerable amount of time to answer. Hello? May I ask who is calling? Hello, I am Jian Yunsang, the aunt of He Yuan. Are you Ms. Ding, Gong Xingwen's mother? Ding Qingpei hesitated momentarily. Despite her busy schedule, she was familiar with the name of her son's good friend. Ah, you're a teacher, Jian. Hello. Hello. Rumors circulated that Jian Yunsang had moved out of the He family due to issues with He Nanzhou, leaving her momentarily uncertain of how to address her. Fortunately, as a teacher, most people referred to her as Teacher Jian. Ms. Ding. The situation is as follows. Gong Xingwen had an allergic reaction to mangoes and is currently at the He residence. He is fine, so do not worry. However, I wish to bring a matter to your attention. Jian Yunsang recounted the entire incident involving Aunt Shui. Unsure of Ding Qingpei's temperament, whether she had overlooked Gong Xingwen due to her busyness or if she simply did not care. To avoid waiting for Ding Qingpei to ask questions, she proactively addressed the issue with Aunt Shui, succinctly presenting the problem to her. This allergic reaction was relatively mild, but Aunt Shui's unpredictable behavior was troubling. Who could predict what her next move might be? If something truly went awry, it would be too late for regrets. Thus, she emphasized Aunt Shui's actions, aiming to make Ding Qingpei realize the gravity of the situation. Gong Xingwen was still young and unable to assess certain matters, so perhaps she was meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Upon hearing this, Ding Qingpei's tone darkened, tinged with a hint of anger. I gave him mangoes, and she dares to say that? She added, Aunt Shui will be arriving shortly, and I'm unsure she intends to ask whether to record the conversation. Before she could finish speaking, Ding Qingpei hurriedly interjected, when she arrives, please have Teacher Jian call me again, so I can hear her intentions. Of course. I initially wanted to discuss this with Xingwen privately, but I realized I am merely a stranger to him. He trusts Aunt Shui more, and if I say too much, he might just relay it to her. Hence, I thought it best to call you, as it is more appropriate for a parent to handle this matter. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Jian. I understand. After hanging up, Aunt Shui arrived shortly thereafter. She was escorted to the guest room by one of the He family's maids, just as Jian Yunsang was walking back after reconnecting her call, with Zhao Zhao and Yuan hastily approaching upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Aunt Shui, Yuan shot her a glare, scoffed, and pushed the door open to enter. Aunt Shui opened her mouth, her apologies spilling forth. I am truly sorry. Our Xingwen. As she spoke, she stepped into the room, only to find Gong Xingwen lying on the bed, a rash adorning his face. Aunt Shui's heart sank as she comprehended the situation. Gong Xingwen, seeing her, brightened. Aunt Shui, you have come. Observing his expression, Jian Yunsang realized that her attempt to dissect the situation with Gong Xingwen was misguided. Aunt Shui had cared for him for years. Despite some of her words and actions discomforting him, he instinctively relied on her. Moreover, Aunt Shui's tactics were quite adept. She refrained from rebuking him, instead cloaking her actions in the guise of concern for his well-being. Jian Yunsang placed her phone on the nearby table and turned her attention to Aunt Shui, who had already sat on the edge of the bed, inquiring after Gong Xingwen's well-being. Once Aunt Shui had finished her inquiries, Jian Yunsang posed a question. Regarding the mango allergy, I wonder if Aunt Shui is aware of this issue? Then why did you give it to him? Aunt Shui sighed. Ms. He, you misunderstand. I offered him mangoes for his own good. You see, every time he sees others enjoying mangoes, he gazes longingly. This child, having never known want, has yearned for just this taste for quite some time. My heart aches at the sight of him like that. Yet, I was left with no choice but to take him away. He, being so well-behaved, does not cry or fuss, which only deepens my sympathy. I thought there must be a way, and I came across a desensitization treatment online, starting with a little bit to gradually help him adapt. Many cases have seen success, especially with children allergic to eggs. Now they can eat anything. That is why I began this approach. Jian Yun Sanshukud. Aunt Shui certainly knew how to articulate her thoughts. Chapter 72. Zhao Zhao's peculiar expression desensitization treatment. Jian Yunsang raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't such matters be discussed with Gong Xingwen's parents before proceeding? I intended to bring it up, but Gong Xingwen wouldn't allow me to, Aunt Shui replied, glancing at Gong Xingwen, who shrank back slightly, clearly indicating her truthfulness. Oh, how could I bear to refuse his request? Besides, the quantity of mango I offered him was minimal, merely a taste. Aunt Shui's expression stiffened. Why were the He family members so relentless? He was unharmed, after all. She was not his parents. Shui Ai explained, Madam He, I truly had no choice. Wasn't there a matter of urgency? I thought to myself, this is the He family. With so many members, surely Wenwen would be safe here. Moreover, it has been a while since he finished the mango, and he has not developed any rashes. So I assumed he'd be fine. This was indeed my oversight, and seeing him like this, I feel immensely guilty. How could I blame the He family for inadequate care? Jian Yunsang maintained her smile. Even if you had pressing matters, and even though Wenwen is in the He household, you should at least have informed them of the situation. By running off without a word, if something were to go wrong, wouldn't it still fall on the He family? Her question sharpened, and Shui Ai found herself overwhelmed, her tone involuntarily rising. Madam He, you truly misunderstand me. I admit I mishandled things today. However, I genuinely care for Wenwen. I treat him as my own child. As she spoke, she glanced at Gong Xingwen. Isn't that right, Wenwen? He nodded, affirming that Shui Ai treated him like her own child, treating both him and Yue equally. Whatever Yue eats, I eat. Whatever he wears, I wear. Whatever toys he has, I have too. Wenwen, Kuiayu readily interjected. Jian Yunsang chuckled and glanced at her phone. So your own child and your employer's child share the same luxuries? How intriguing. Not to mention, everything Gong Xingwen consumed or wore was of high quality, certainly not inexpensive. If Chui Ai's child had such conditions, why would she toil away for years? A single piece of clothing could equate to a month's salary. Chui Ai cast a furtive glance at Jian Yunsang, her expression somewhat awkward, and she attempted to clarify. Wenwen and our Yue have spent much time together. The two children have become good friends. They cannot help but share good things with each other. It has only happened a few times, not many. Yuan's brows knitted together in displeasure as he exclaimed, Aren't I your good friend? How could you hide from me that you have another dog outside? Kuiai frowned. What other dog? That's a rather harsh way to phrase it. And how dare you mention the spicy strips? If you hadn't brought it up, I would have almost forgotten. Yuan paused, his curiosity piqued. Are you saying that bag of spicy strips was given to you by that Yue? Chui Ai silently cursed her bad luck and was about to intervene when Jian Yunsang spoke first. Speaking of which, I am curious about those spicy strips. How could they be so spicy? Are you adept at handling spicy food? No, it was only my second time trying spicy strips, Gong Xingwen confessed honestly. I first saw Brother Yue eating it, and he shared a bit with me. I found it slightly sweet, so I asked him to bring me a pack next time, trading him a box of chocolate cookies. Jian Yunsang looked at Chui Ai with a bemused smile. A box of chocolate cookies in exchange for a bag of spicy strips? Chui Ai chuckled awkwardly, explaining, Our Yue must have taken a wrong one, mistakenly bringing the extra spicy. He only traded because he saw how much Wenwen liked them and hid it from me. Her words implied that she was unaware of the situation. Cui Ai, who had 3 children herself, felt anxious to take Gong Xingwen away from the He household. In Jian Yunsang's presence, she felt exposed, as if all her secrets would be revealed if questioned further. Some matters she could deceive Gong Xingwen about, but she could not fool Jian Yunsang. Regardless of how eloquently she spoke, her actions could not withstand scrutiny. Gong Xingwen did not understand why Cui Ai was in such a hurry, yet he obediently got out of bed and donned the coat she handed him. Jian Yunsang observed quietly for a moment and smiled. All right, once Xingwen feels better, he can come and play with Yuan Yuan. Absolutely, Cui Ai nodded repeatedly, feeling somewhat flustered as she led Gong Xingwen away. Yuan Yuan escorted them to the entrance, while Jian Yunsang stood in the living room, holding her phone, which was still connected to the call. She pressed the phone to her ear and quietly inquired, Ms. Ding, what are your plans moving forward? Ding Qingpei's voice was laced with evident anger. I truly misjudged the situation, inviting a wolf with ulterior motives into my home. It's one thing for my older son to be mistreated, but now the younger one is being bullied as well. Claiming it was a mix-up with the spicy strips is clearly a ploy to target my Wenwen. Such a treacherous family. She took a deep breath. Teacher Jian, thank you for today. I will video call Wenwen later and find an excuse to deal with Cui Ai. Rest assured, I will keep this call confidential. As it pertains to our Gong family affairs, there is no reason to involve you and disrupt the friendship between the 2 children. After expressing her gratitude multiple times, Ding Qingpei ended the call. Jian Yunsang could not have anticipated witnessing such a drama unfold. It was a classic case of the servant oppressing the master. How detestable these individuals were. She pondered how Ms. Ding would handle Cui Ai, as such a person deserved to be dismissed. As fate would have it, it was all thanks to Zhao Zhao. Indeed, Zhao Zhao is a great blessing. But wait, why has Zhao Zhao gone still? Her expression seems rather peculiar. Chapter 73. Energy bar increased. Jian Yunsang was the first to notice Zhao Zhao's unusual behavior. Zhao Zhao, what is the matter? Mom, did you hear any sounds? Jian Yunsang's heart tightened. Indeed. She immediately crouched down and softly asked, did Zhao Zhao hear something? Is it a Shan? Is it speaking to you in your mind? Zhao Zhao shook her head. It's not a Shan. His voice isn't like that. Although it has a peculiar tone, I feel a Shan's tone is gentler. But the voice that echoed in my mind earlier was cold, like ice. Taking a deep breath, Jian Yunsang asked, what did this voice say? It suddenly resonated in my head, saying, energy increased by 30. Jian Yunsang froze momentarily. Energy increased by 30? In the next instant, a wave of joy washed over her. It must be related to Gong Xingwen. Zhao Zhao had discovered Wenwen's rash and promptly informed them, allowing for urgent intervention. Later, it was Zhao Zhao who suggested informing Ding Qingpei and her husband. Now, with Gong Xingwen safe and Cui Ai on the cusp of dismissal, it will be far more challenging for her to act against Gong Xingwen in the future. Thus, the system recognized Zhao Zhao's good deed, and the energy bar began to rise. Jian Yunsang suddenly felt enlightened. Doing good does not necessarily require grand acts of charity. Even small, seemingly insignificant gestures in daily life can enhance others' lives and futures, embodying kindness. She mused about the significance of a 30-point increase and what the upper limit might be. Regardless, progress had been made. She gently patted Zhao Zhao's head. Our little Zhao Zhao is amazing. Today, you help someone again, and from now on, woman won't be bullied. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled. I didn't really do anything. It was Mom who did it. It was something we did together. Yes, the little girl beamed, her eyes curving into crescents. However, beneath the heavens, Emperor Jingshuan's expression darkened. What did Jian Yunsang's words mean? What was this about a Shan speaking in her mind? Wasn't a Shan still into Qi? Even if he were not into Qi, how could he communicate with someone in their mind? Emperor Jingshuan's breath quickened, and the ministers below began to murmur, their conversations growing louder. Suddenly, one voice rose above the others. That a Shan. Could he not be human? Emperor Jingshuan's head snapped up, feeling a sense of absurdity. The so-called Shan is not an enlightened monk or a recluse, but rather something beyond human comprehension. Tai Fu spoke in a deep voice, Your Majesty, if a Shan is truly not human, should we still continue our search? Thus, if Zhao Zhao is not an immortal, could it be that this Shan is indeed one? A military general behind them speculated. Yu Kongshang pondered momentarily, then raised his head. Your Majesty, might a Shan refer to the system they mentioned earlier? The Jing Emperor's pupils constricted. Indeed, it was the system they had previously discussed, a concept they had not fully grasped at the time. Although confusion still lingered, it was evident that the system was not human. The emperor furrowed his brow tightly and, after much hesitation, declared, regardless of what the system may be, we must clarify it. Continue the search. Instruct Liang Wei to change direction and bring along more skilled artisans. Skilled artisans? Everyone was perplexed. What did the emperor mean by that? This Ashan is certainly not an immortal. Otherwise, the people of later generations would not be so composed. The Jing Emperor thought that, being human, they would surely feel some reverence when confronted with supernatural matters. Yet, the members of the He family who speculated about the system appeared only solemn, as the items utilized by future generations seemed to be worlds apart from their own, akin to how a mobile phone appeared to them as a miraculous artifact. Perhaps the system might also be a similar kind of wondrous device. Everyone nodded in understanding. Indeed, we shall obey your command. The Jing Emperor exhaled, feeling a persistent sense of frustration. Truly, every day brought new challenges. Although the celestial screen had mentioned many advantageous elements for their grand endeavor, aside from one celestial flower, everything else remained elusive and intangible. A mobile phone would be acceptable, but at least provide a clue regarding the 1,000-gene sweet potato yield. The emperor's brow tightened further, and upon observing the celestial screen again, his expression grew increasingly irritable. At this moment, Zhaozhao was quite pleased. Having done a good deed, she felt fulfilled. She approached Jian Yunsang and weakly asked, Annie, will Gong Xingwen's mother dismiss Annie Cui? Yuan quickly became aware of the situation, having kept a close watch. However, Ding Peiqing, knowing the inner workings, had Auntie Cui divulge their location, and then had Gong Xingwen's grandfather confront Annie Cui, leading to the revelation of Gong Xingwen's condition, which ignited the conflict. Subsequently, a 3-panel review ensued, and Annie Cui could not escape scrutiny. Regrettably, her actions were of a psychological nature, making it impossible to convict her. Nor was there evidence for compensation. Her arguments, too, held some merit. The Gong family was infuriated but could only terminate her employment. However, this did not imply that the Gong family would let the matter rest. There were numerous ways to seek retribution. For instance, shortly thereafter, Annie Cui's eldest son lost his job, and his girlfriend broke up with him. The second daughter, who had finally managed to court a wealthy heir, was also cast aside. The youngest son, Yu Wei, faced disciplinary action for fighting and bullying classmates at school. As for Annie Cui, her reputation became tarnished, making it impossible for her to find a decent job in her field. The family was in disarray, blaming one another, and she quickly lost her former vitality. Of course, these were merely subsequent events. Chapter 74. So this is allergies? At this moment, Yuan was still unaware of these matters, feeling somewhat lethargic. Noticing this, Zhao sought to comfort him and divert his attention. Brother, are you allergic to mangoes? She earnestly searched for a topic, recalling the numerous rashes on Gong Xingwen's face, and felt a lingering fear about the severity of allergies. Zhao froze, her expression one of confusion. Huh? Have I eaten mangoes too? So, I'm not allergic, right? Observing her bewilderment, Yuan could not help but shake his head and sighed like an adult. Why are you so oblivious? It truly worries me. Zhao felt guilty. I'm sorry. I really am quite ignorant. Jian Yun sang. Everyone under the celestial screen. We are even more ignorant. Yuan, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, No need to say that. After all, you don't even have a kindergarten diploma. Therefore, as your brother, it is my duty to concern myself with your affairs. Come, let me take you to meet mangoes. Zhao immediately brightened. Okay. The two little friends held hands and walked towards the kitchen, with Jian Yunsang following behind, rubbing his forehead. Upon reaching the kitchen, they found Zhao Ma tidying up. Upon seeing them approach, she paused for a moment, then smiled and asked, What's the matter? Is there something you want to eat? I can make it for you. Yuan shook his head and inquired, Do we still have fresh mangoes at home? Yes, we do. Zhao Ma replied, while retrieving a bag containing 2 medium-sized mangoes. Would you like to eat them? I can cut them for you. Before she could finish, Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Wong Dugal? Not only she, but the villagers from Shanglu village also exclaimed, Am I seeing things? Is that Huang Dugua? This fruit is said to be deadly if consumed. Even Lin Lan and others stared blankly at the celestial screen. They were currently en route to the capital, the convoy moving slowly, with everyone looking through the car windows or doors at the celestial screen. Was Huang Dugua? Yuan Yuan asked, confused. Zhao Zhao wanted to explain, but after a moment of contemplation, she closed her mouth, simply shaking her head without saying anything. However, when Yuan Yuan leaned closer to Zhao Ma to watch her cut the mango, Zhao Zhao held Jian Yunsang's hand and quietly explained, Mom. So this is what a mango is. I've seen it before. In Shanglu village? At that time, when she could not fill her stomach, she sometimes went to the foot of the mountain to gather firewood and could not resist eating some discarded fruit. Those fruits were sour and unpalatable, but they could at least stave off hunger. Uncle Deshaun feared that she might not know what was safe to eat, so he specifically took her to see some inedible fruits, including mangoes. After all, mangoes are quite sweet, and he worried that Zhao Zhao might mistakenly consume something harmful. Uncle Deshaun remarked that this fruit was called Huang Dugua, though he did not know when it had started growing in the mountains. Someone in the village noticed the abundance of these fruits, and since birds could eat them without issue and they emitted a pleasant aroma, they could not resist picking a couple to eat. This incident truly frightened the villagers of Shanglu. From then on, everyone called this fruit Huang Dugua and dare not touch it. Jian Yun sang, contemplated. It was said that mangoes were introduced to Huagua during the Tang Dynasty. This implies that the era Zhao Zhao visited must have been after the Tang Dynasty. However, it was evident that mangoes were not yet widespread in that era, and most people likely did not recognize them. Most likely, Zhao Zhao was puzzled, but Gong Xingwen was fine. Jian Yun sang chuckled. Allergies can vary in severity. Mild cases, like Gong Xingwen's, may result in rashes, itching, and dizziness. More severe cases could lead to vomiting, diarrhea, or palpitations. In the gravest instances, one could experience respiratory distress, collapse, or hypotension. The villager Uncle Deshaun mentioned must have been someone with an extreme allergic reaction to mangoes. At this moment, the Deqi court was rather quiet, with many people looking up, listening to Jian Yun Sang's explanation, their expressions reflecting dawning comprehension. Among them, many had eaten mangoes. Shanglu village was a remote area with limited information, so it was quite normal not to be aware of certain novelties. However, in a place like the capital, many dignitaries had indeed tasted mangoes. They were not surprised by the fruit itself, but they gained a more intuitive understanding of the concept of allergies. Uncle Deshaun and others also wore expressions of enlightenment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Thus, allergies can range from mild to severe, if fortunate. One might be like the child named Gong Xingwen, merely developing rashes that resolve quickly. Conversely, if unfortunate, one might end up like that villager from Shanglu, unaware of how one lost their life. Zhao Zhao understood as well and exhaled, allergies are truly terrifying, Mom. Jian Yunsang chuckled softly, acknowledging that mango allergies were relatively mild. After all, it was merely a fruit, and one could simply refrain from consuming it upon realizing their allergy. In contrast, some individuals suffered from allergies to eggs, milk, and gluten, all of which are common ingredients in daily life, presenting a far more vexing predicament. Additionally, there were those who were allergic to pollen or animal fur, conditions that could not simply be avoided. There were even cases of drug allergies. Zhao Zhao, with her mouth slightly agape, pondered the complexity of allergies. A drug allergy means one cannot take a specific medication, right? Indeed, Jian Yunsang replied. Do you recall the time at the hospital when the doctor prescribed you medication and inquired about any drug allergies? Zhao Zhao struggled to remember. The doctor had spoken extensively, and she had to exert considerable effort to comprehend, with some points eluding her entirely. However, her mother had indicated that the doctor had mentioned it, which lent it credence. At that moment, under the vast sky of Deqi, a man suddenly shouted, followed by a fit of laughter that brought tears to his eyes. Ah, I see now. It wasn't that I prescribed the wrong medication. It was that person who had an allergy to a certain drug. The scene was met with astonishment from those nearby, who wondered about the cause of such a dramatic reaction. The surrounding individuals sighed, recognizing yet another tragedy unfolding. While food and pollen allergies might be manageable, drug allergies posed a significant challenge, as physicians could not inquire about every medication prescribed. Even if they did, how could patients be expected to know? Perhaps in a lifetime, a single medical institution would not encounter such cases. At this moment, the esteemed head of the Tai Hospital, Zhang Yuanshou, was diligently taking notes. benefiting immensely from Jian Yunsong's insights. The recent revelations brought forth by the celestial phenomena were a boon for him personally. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the eradication of smallpox, and now he found himself enlightened about allergies. Allergies were indeed not uncommon. They simply went unrecognized into Qi, where most allergic reactions manifested as rashes, referred to as xian, or as wind evil entering the body, treated based on symptoms or through medicinal washes. Of course, severe allergies might be beyond their capability to remedy, often regarded as grave illnesses or poisoning. Zhang Yuanshou hoped Jian Yunsang would elaborate further, particularly on how drug allergies might be diagnosed. Unfortunately, Jian Yunsang was not a medical professional, and her explanations had nearly reached their limit. Just then, Yuan arrived with mangoes to share with Zhao Zhao. Mangoes are so delectable. Gong Xingwen truly misses out, Yuan lamented. Zhao Zhao nodded, her eyes narrowing in delight as she savored the sweetness, feeling a wave of happiness. Jian Yunsang hesitated to let her indulge too much, fearing it might lead to discomfort. Zhao Zhao, ever obedient, refrained from overindulging, easily satisfied with modest portions. Setting down her fork, she recalled the unfinished toy car and couldn't help but glance at Yuan. Perhaps due to the unspoken bond between siblings, Yuan felt a pang of concern upon meeting Zhao Zhao's expectant, round eyes. Oh no, after everything, she still remembers the car? He silently placed his fork down, adopting a serious expression. Sister, let's take a nap. Children need their rest, or they won't grow tall. We can discuss anything after we wake up. Good afternoon. After Zhao Zhao settled down, the sky darkened. The citizens of the Qi, who had been quiet for some time, finally exhaled, seizing the opportunity to converse. The influx of information received today had been overwhelming, from the initial discussions about mobile phones to the topics of smallpox and allergies, all of which felt like a wealth of knowledge to digest. Emperor Jingxian could not help but release a sigh as he convened his ministers to discuss smallpox. Other matters could wait, but the prevention of smallpox was of utmost urgency. Simply informing Zhang Yuanshou would not suffice. A decree needed to be issued promptly to summon officials across the provinces to gather physicians for testing and implementation. The celestial phenomena were visible to all in Qi, and there was concern that if they did not act swiftly, the citizens might take matters into their own hands and begin vaccinations without proper understanding. If they were to misunderstand the procedure, it could lead to dire consequences. The imperial edict was soon drafted and disseminated. At this moment, Emperor Jingxian yearned for the convenience of a mobile phone. If only he possessed such a device, he could directly call the local officials and instruct them to act immediately, eliminating the worry of miscommunication or delays, thereby enhancing efficiency manifold. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Yu Kongsheng, who was engrossed in fervent discussion with several officials from the Ministry of Works. Their focus remained on the assembly of a toy car, and their expressions reflected a growing anxiety. The assembly process, which had already been delayed from yesterday to today, had become fraught with complications. Their despair grew as Yuan's earlier reaction indicated that he was clearly struggling with the subsequent assembly. This simply could not be allowed to remain unresolved. Yu Kongsheng, feeling the weight of the situation, addressed the officials. Let us complete what we can based on our current records. If opportunities arise later, we can continue, but if not, we shall have to figure it out ourselves. He found himself in a difficult position, hoping Zhao Zhao would remind Yuan to persist in their efforts. Unfortunately, when Zhao Zhao finally awakened, it was already quite late, and she had no idea how long she had been asleep. Unbeknownst to her, during her slumber, someone had quietly visited her room, gazing at her for a while before departing. All she knew was that a panda plushie had mysteriously appeared on her bedside, adorably soft and inviting. The little girl joyfully embraced it, wondering aloud, "Did Mom give this to me?" With that thought, she hopped out of bed to wash her face. Clutching the plushie, she padded down the hallway. The corridor was eerily quiet, and when she did not find Jian Yunsang, she resolved to head downstairs. However, before she reached the staircase, she heard voices coming from below. Peering through the railing, she was astonished to see a young man she had never encountered before sitting on the living room sofa, conversing with her grandmother, Songjun. The young man wore a gentle smile. Though seated, he appeared tall, with short, tidy hair that gave him a spirited and clean appearance. Zhao Zhao had never seen anyone like him. She struggled to find words to describe him, but he exuded a sense of reliability. Who is that? She mused. Just then, the young man seemed to sense her gaze, abruptly looking up at her. For reasons unknown, Zhao Zhao instinctively shrank back, hiding momentarily. Almost immediately, she was struck by the absurdity of her actions. Why was she hiding? From such a distance, she could not even hear their conversation, so it hardly qualified as eavesdropping. She should greet him openly. With a nod, she decided to look again, but to her surprise, the living room was now empty. Not only had the young man vanished, but her grandmother was also nowhere to be found. Zhao Zhao tilted her head, puzzled by their sudden disappearance, hoping it was not merely a figment of her imagination. Just then, a light laugh reached her ears. Why apologize? The young man's tone was exceptionally gentle, his smile warm enough to ease Zhao Zhao's tension. His gaze fell upon the plushie in her hands. Do you like that toy? Zhao Zhao paused, quickly processing his words before asking, Is this a gift from you? Indeed, I arrived in haste and had no time to select a gift, so I shall substitute this for the moment. Next week, during the banquet, I will prepare something more fitting for you, if that is agreeable. Zhao opened her mouth, intending to decline, but the youth gently ruffled her hair. You don't remember me, do you? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Hzhyn, your elder cousin. Elder cousin? Ziaga, Uzais Vidinid. Yuan Gij mentioned you. Hzhyn raised an eyebrow. He didn't speak well of me, did he? Zhou recalled Yuan's deeply resentful expression and pursed her lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Actually, Mother has mentioned you too, saying that you are exceptionally clever and excel in your studies, always ranking first. Zhou admired those who excelled academically. The villagers of Xiang Lu Cun revered Gu Shi for his scholarly achievements. Thus he earned their respect. She thought, if even Mother acknowledges this elder cousin, he must be deserving of esteem as well. Just as she contemplated this, a figure suddenly dashed down the corridor, creating a commotion, and quickly approached them. Hzhyn furrowed his brow, and, as the youth nearly collided with Zhao, he swiftly grasped him. Why are you running? Walk properly. Yun flailed his arms. Realizing he could not break free, he surrendered. With bright eyes, he looked at Zhao. Sister, come quickly. I have assembled the car. Let us go see it. Under the canopy, the officials of the Ministry of Works felt a wave of darkness wash over them. How could it possibly be assembled already? We have seen nothing. Curse it. I knew the dimming sky signified trouble. How could this rascal quietly engage in such activities without assembling it in front of it? Of course. Yun dared not do so in her presence, as he had enlisted outside help. Feeling somewhat insecure, he turned to Hzhyn, his expression displaying a hint of appeasement. The latter found this amusing, contemplating a playful dunk on the youth. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but upon inadvertently mentioning that the toy car belonged to Zhao, he realized the gravity of the situation. Before long, he had extracted all the concealed details from the youth. Hzhyn promptly declined his friend's invitation to play basketball and without hesitation made his way over. After all, it was a reunion with his sister, and it seemed inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. However, time was of the essence, and he could not think of a suitable gift. As they passed a shop by the roadside, he caught sight of a panda plush toy. He instructed the driver to turn around, purchase the toy, and proceeded to his destination. He learned that Zhao was asleep, so he accompanied his aunt to her room for a brief visit. Seeing the frail figure of the little girl, he realized she must have endured considerable hardship over the past 2 years. Consequently, his initial reluctance to assist Yun in assembling the toy car vanished when the latter mentioned Zhao's fondness for toy cars, prompting him to comply. After washing his hands post-assembly and conversing with her grandmother, he noticed a small head peeking from the second floor. Understanding her current timid disposition, Hzhyn and spoke gently. In front of Yun, he refrained from scolding, suppressing his impulse to chastise him. As a result, Yun grew increasingly brazen. Brother, let me go. I want to take Zhao to play. Hzhyn took a deep breath and released his grip, allowing Yun to take Zhao away. However, he could no longer contain himself. You may run off, but do not drag your sister with you. If she falls, I shall not spare you. Yun, albeit somewhat hesitant, soon slowed his pace but still walked briskly, leading Zhao to the assembled toy car. See, I told you I could assemble it. Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Brother, you are amazing. While I was sleeping, you were working hard. Yun, basking in her praise, felt elated. He truly had been diligent, foregoing his afternoon nap to call his brother. Once his brother arrived, he worked tirelessly to persuade him while assisting nearby. Without him, his brother would not have accomplished it so swiftly. Arrogance. Do not take advantage of Zhaozhao's gentleness. Did you assemble this car? Yun gritted his teeth. Why are you following us, big brother? You are far too old to be playing with us children. Go on, study your books. Zhyn raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Zhaozhao. Would you like to join your brother in studying? I heard from your aunt that you will be sent to school soon. How about I teach you some characters first? Zhaozhao's eyes lit up. She had long desired to learn to read. Previously, when Yun promised to take her, it never materialized. Can we do that now? She turned to Yun, who wanted to intervene, but found it difficult to dissuade her upon seeing her eagerness. With a huff, he declared, it's just reading. I could do that too, and he dashed ahead. Chapter 77. The teaching of future generations. Zhaozhao watched him run away with a hint of worry. Is Ain checha encre? No. When you see him again, he will surely be smiling. Zhyn reassured her, taking her hand as they walked outside. Come, let's go to the study. Zhaga obediently nodded. After a few steps, she hesitated and quietly asked, Elder cousin, did you assemble the car? Zhyn smiled, ruffling her hair. Zhaozhao is quite perceptive. However, let us keep this a secret. Do not expose him, as it may embarrass your Yun Gij. Zhaga nodded earnestly. I understand. I won't say anything, so he will be happy. Zhyn gazed at the little girl, her serious demeanor tugging at his heartstrings. How could such a clever and lovable sister encounter such despicable individuals? Once they found those scoundrels from Xiang Lu Cun, he would make sure to teach them a lesson. As they conversed, they gradually ascended to the third floor. Zhyn had a separate study here. Though not as grand as his grandfather's, it boasted a wide array of resources. Yun, still young, temporarily shared it with him. At this moment, he was already seated in the study, pretending to read. Upon seeing the two enter, he let out a scoff. However, the next moment, he shifted his book aside, making room on a small desk for Zhaozhao to share. Zhyn noticed this and smiled. Zhaozhao, however, was quite nervous. Upon entering, her breath caught sight of the three walls lined with bookshelves, filled to the brim with books. She hesitated to move, fearing she might accidentally damage something in the study. Thus, she remained close to Zhyn's side. Only when he gently pressed her small shoulder to sit on a chair did her tension ease slightly. Zhyn rummaged through a small bookshelf, retrieving a numerical picture book previously used by Yun, along with a blank notebook and several pens. He settled cross-legged beside Zhaozhao's small desk. Zhaozhao, let us begin with something simple. We shall start by recognizing numbers. Zhaozhao, are you all right? No, I'm fine. She hurriedly shook her head, then nodded. I just remembered I need to wash my hands. With that, she stood up and tiptoed out of the study to wash her hands. Zhyn mused to himself that there was indeed a washroom within the study. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly replied, I am ready. Zhyn could not help but rub his forehead and chuckle softly. He remained silent, knowing that after learning about Zhaozhao's experiences, he could surmise that for her, learning had been a rare opportunity. Indeed, it is not only Zhaozhao who harbors such a mindset. The majority of the individuals beneath the celestial canopy of DQ share this sentiment. This notion is not confined to the impoverished families who may never lay hands on a book. Even many scholars from respectable backgrounds believe that cleansing one's hands before engaging with literature is a fundamental requirement. However, once Zhaozhao settles down, an involuntary curiosity compels them to stretch their necks and observe how the teaching unfolds. Zhyn places the picture book before Zhaozhao, saying, let's first learn 10 digits. He points to the book and guides her through the pronunciation, subsequently taking a pen to inscribe these 10 numbers onto a page. As he writes, he explains, these are called Arabic numerals. The digits from 0 to 9 can all be penned in a single stroke. Do you find them easier to remember? He adds, here is something interesting. Each of these digits can become an 8 with just an additional stroke. As he speaks, he modifies all the numbers and Zhao stares in astonishment, exclaiming, "Really? How marvelous!" Although some of the transformed 8s appear peculiar, they indeed all conform to the numeral 8. Would you like to try it yourself? HZHYN offers her the pen. Initially hesitant, Zhao is unable to suppress her curiosity and cautiously moves the pen across the paper. In no time at all, she masters these numbers. Not only she, but the people beneath the celestial canopy of DQ are also engaged in learning, especially the common folk who lack the means to attend school, eagerly following along. Some of the more agile minds have even begun to trace these numbers in the dirt with twigs. This elder brother is an impressive teacher. I always thought I was rather dull, yet in such a short time, I have also learned 10 digits. Me too. Henceforth, I shall be considered literate. Hee. Others, however, pour cold water on their enthusiasm, saying, "What good is learning these numbers? They are characters of the future, distinct from ours. Even if learned, they will be of no use." Who says so? Now, under the celestial canopy, everyone can see and learn together. Is that not the same? This reasoning silences the skeptic, who can only snort disdainfully and depart. Many scholars, too, are following along. Compared to the common folk, they already possess a foundation in reading and writing, allowing them to learn more swiftly. These numbers are easy to recognize, write, and remember, far more convenient than what we currently use, especially the numbers following 10, which can be completed with just 2 or 3 strokes and occupy little space. Emperor N has also inscribed these numbers on a sheet of paper. Yet as he gazes at them, his brow furrows in contemplation. After a moment, he sighs, acknowledging these Arabic numerals are indeed simple and memorable. But therein lies a flaw. They are too easily altered. Did you not witness HZHYN's demonstration? All numbers can be transformed into 8. Zhaozhao, however, is not burdened by such thoughts. After mastering the digits, she turns her attention to the picture book, where she discovers a smaller, more intricate character beneath. Curious, she points to it and inquires of HZHYN. He explains, this is the uppercase numeral. Does it not appear challenging? Upon seeing this, nod. He smiles and continues. In ancient times, our scholars used such characters. Although we now use them less frequently, they are quite practical in important contexts. For instance, certificates and contracts will often have the Arabic numerals followed by the uppercase numerals written again to prevent forgery. As long as the Arabic numerals and the uppercase characters match, all is in order. Chapter 78. The court of DQ becomes chaotic. Emperor Jinx is taken aback, but soon nods, realizing the merit in this reasoning. So that is how it is. I thought as much. How could future generations leave such a significant loophole? Both numerals should be inscribed for rigor. Yin, now standing, seeks to provide Zhao with a more intuitive understanding. He rummages through the bookshelf and retrieves an old agreement to show her. Like this, would it not prevent alterations? As he speaks, he writes a few characters on a blank page, explaining, there is yet another expression for numbers. These are the lowercase Chinese numerals, which are not particularly difficult. The numerals we frequently use are Arabic and lowercase, as they offer convenience in writing and memorization. Observing struggling to commit all the numbers to memory, HZHY and gently moves the notebook aside. No need to rush. You will learn these gradually when you attend school. For today, we merely need to familiarize ourselves. Zhaozhao nods. And the commoners beneath the celestial canopy breathe a sigh of relief. Their capacity for memory is limited, and learning too much at once would be overwhelming. The thought of being able to learn alongside HO in the future brings them joy, even if they cannot afford the tuition to attend school. They too can become educated individuals. This concern has also crossed Emperor Jinx's mind, as well as many of the officials present. Several of them feel a sense of urgency. DQ is a feudal dynasty still adhering to policies of ignorance, believing that knowledge should be confined to a select few to maintain control over the populace and secure the emperor's position. However, the advent of the celestial canopy suggests a subtle shift in this status quo, instilling unease among those in power. Your Majesty, this cannot continue. If everyone in the realm becomes literate, chaos will surely ensue. This matter touches upon the interests of numerous noble families and royal kin, causing palpable agitation among them. Conversely, a minority expresses a starkly different perspective. Your Majesty, I believe it is not necessarily so. In future generations, everyone will be able to read and will undergo 9 years of education, yet they have not descended into chaos. How can you be certain that their society is devoid of disorder? We have only observed the celestial canopy for a few days, and our focus has been solely on Zhaozhao. We remain ignorant of the external circumstances. The clamor quickly melds into a cacophony, with discontented voices noticeably outnumbering the rest. Emperor Jinx watches them silently, seemingly unconcerned about the situation. After a lengthy pause, he turns to the Taifu, who has remained silent, seemingly in deep reflection, and inquires solemnly, "What is your perspective on this matter?" His voice, though soft, instills an immediate stillness within the hall. The Taifu steps forward, stating, "Your Majesty, my opinion is of little significance. In fact, the views of all present hold little weight. The celestial canopy hangs above. We cannot wish it away. The people can gaze upward, and we cannot command them to avert their eyes. Regardless, it is an unstoppable force. What can we do if we are unwilling? Will we blind the populace? Or issue a decree forbidding them from looking up? Is that even feasible? They can still hear." After all, the hall grows increasingly tranquil, as the breaths of those present seem to lighten. The individuals who were previously red-faced and vociferous now appear somewhat drained. Indeed, they are powerless to effect change. They can only devise strategies to cope with the chaos once it truly arises. Emperor Jinx closes his eyes. His prior silence stemmed from this realization. It seems that the celestial canopy represents an uncertain fate for DQ, a matter still too early to judge. After a moment of contemplation, Saching steps forward, saying, "Your Majesty, for the common folk, their wishes are quite simple, merely to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Although the celestial canopy enables them to read and write, it also provides us with clues to achieve a bountiful harvest. As long as we discover sweet potatoes, the populace will have hope for a better life. Why would they risk their lives to incite chaos?" The Taifu nods slightly in agreement, acknowledging that the desires of the common folk are indeed quite simple. They are indifferent to who holds power, as long as they can live well. Would they rebel when their bellies are full? Literacy may even empower many to comprehend matters more clearly. Emperor Jinx is taken aback, and the officials from the Ministry of Agriculture share a look of surprise. Unexpectedly, Yu Kongsheng, who had always regarded the search for sweet potatoes as a matter of little urgency, was the first to voice such a statement. He immediately stepped forward and expressed his agreement. Emperor Jingxian gazed at the sky beyond the hall, and with a sudden wave of his sleeve, declared, "You speak wisely. My dear minister, convey my command to increase personnel and expedite the search for the location of the sweet potatoes. Furthermore, pay close attention to other high-yield grains. Any discoveries will be rewarded handsomely." On that day, the people of Qi were filled with exuberance, while the aristocratic families still harbored concerns. The ordinary folk seemed to celebrate as if it were a festival, brimming with excitement over the knowledge they had acquired, many of whom found themselves unable to sleep through the night. Among those who also rose late was Zhao Zhao. When she awoke the following day, she found herself once again behind schedule, sitting on her bed, still somewhat dazed and not fully alert. Her mind began to cycle through the knowledge she had learned the day prior. She had not only learned numbers. Her cousin had also introduced her to the principles of addition and subtraction, albeit briefly. Her cousin had expressed concern that she might not grasp it all at once and advised her to take her time. Reflecting on this, Zhao Zhao felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet she quickly rallied her spirits. It was all right, for she had her parents, grandparents, and others like Steward Ji, Aunt Zhao, and Aunt Fu who cared for her, making her feel far from alone. With renewed vigor, Zhao Zhao rose from her bed. After brushing her teeth in the bathroom, Jian Yunsang entered. "Awake? I'm sorry, Mama. I overslept again today." Zhao Zhao felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had been increasingly lazy lately, a habit she needed to change. Jian Yunsang smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. We are not in a hurry. Finish brushing your teeth, and, after breakfast, your father and I will take you out." Zhao Zhao hastily rinsed her mouth, washed her face, and took Jian Yunsang's hand as they headed outside. "Are we going out today, Mama?" Chapter 79. The Government Office of the Future. Upon hearing that they were going out, Zhao Zhao remained in a state of bewilderment, while the people of Qi began to stir with excitement. Going out? They were thrilled at the prospect of Zhao Zhao venturing beyond the confines of their home. Although they had learned much in the past few days, their feet had been confined within the estate, never crossing the threshold of the front gate. Since discovering that the sky above revealed the lives of people from the future, their curiosity about this era had intensified, especially regarding the outside world, which remained a mystery to them. They had only glimpsed a hospital and had yet to see the living environment where Jian Yunsang resided. Now, with news of Zhao Zhao's outing, the people of the Qi braced themselves, eager to witness where she would go and whom she would encounter. Zhao Zhao, too, was curious. "Mama, where are we going?" "We're going to the police station." "Police station? What is that place?" The citizens of the Qi exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with the term and unsure of its purpose. However, Emperor Jingxian and several ministers seemed to ponder the meaning. Police, they mused, is to guard, while the act of observing is to investigate. Thus, the term police likely pertains to investigation and apprehension, somewhat akin to our constables. The crowd nodded in understanding and continued to observe. Jian Yunsang had already taken Zhao Zhao to the dining hall for breakfast, and after finishing, they departed with Yinan Zhou. Zhao Zhao, somewhat confused, nodded. "So, the police station is it a government office?" The citizens of the Qi grappled with the same question, wondering if the police were akin to their own constables. Had the officials truly been searching for Zhao Zhao for the past 2 years? This seemed implausible. Their own constables could hardly maintain such diligence for even half a month. However, it made sense. The He family was affluent and influential with a relative in government. Thus, the officers would surely exert themselves. "That does hold some truth," someone murmured, unable to contain their skepticism. "But I believe the future may differ from our current reality." The remark was too soft to be heard by others. Zhao Zhao nodded, her apprehension escalating upon realizing they were indeed heading to a government office, a place where ordinary citizens seldom dare to tread. The knowledge that they intended to question her further intensified her anxiety. As if struck by a sudden thought, she looked up, pressed her dry lips together, and quietly asked, "Mama, you mentioned the other day that I shouldn't speak of Guoxiuzai. What if I accidentally mention it?" "Do not worry. Your father and I will help clarify any misunderstandings. Even if you slip up, it is of no consequence. Do not feel pressured." "All right." Despite her mother's soothing words, Zhao Zhao's tone remained hesitant. Jian Yunsang recognized that she was still adjusting to encountering strangers. In truth, they could have resolved the matter without Zhao Zhao's presence, as the police were aware of her unique circumstances and might come to take her statement. Yet both Yinan Zhou and Jian Yunsang felt it was essential for Zhao Zhao to venture out, to meet others and experience different places, particularly the police station, which could be considered one of the safest places in the world. If she were afraid to go there, how could she ever face other locations, such as a kindergarten? The previous day, while Zhao Zhao was studying, Jian Yunsang had visited the study twice and had observed her focused and earnest demeanor. Zhao Zhao approached learning with a sense of appreciation and sincerity, which made her particularly diligent. Just before bed, she chattered enthusiastically about the things she had learned, clearly enjoying the process. Song Jun suggested that since she enjoyed it so much, they should send her to kindergarten. However, both Jian Yunsang and Yinan Zhou believed that given Zhao Zhao's current state, leaving her alone at kindergarten for an entire day would be inappropriate. She was in a fragile state of security, and the kindergarten was filled with strangers. Some children might inadvertently act maliciously, and Zhao Zhao, being sensitive and adept at enduring hardship, would likely suffer in silence without voicing her grievances. Thus, before taking her to kindergarten, they decided to expose Zhao Zhao to the outside world gradually. Soon they arrived at the police station, and upon stepping out of the vehicle, Zhao Zhao was greeted by the sight of a towering building with multiple stories. A large stone sign stood before them, emblazoned with red characters reading Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. Although Zhao Zhao could not read, the mere sight of the sign instilled in her a profound sense of authority. Clutching Jian Yunsang's hand tightly, she was suddenly lifted into the air by Yinan Zhou. Looking down, she saw Yinan Zhou smiling at her. "Do not be afraid. Your father and mother are here." Zhao Zhao took a deep breath and allowed her father to carry her through the entrance. The citizens of Qi widened their eyes, eager to observe every detail. "So this is the government office of the future. It is quite grand." They marveled at the multiple stories. "Will we perhaps get to meet the county magistrate?" Unlikely. The magistrate is far too busy to concern himself with such trifles. It is likely just the constables or clerks here to take notes." As they spoke, Jian Yunsang and her companions entered the lobby. The lobby featured a reception area, and since Nanzhou had made a call prior to their arrival, they were swiftly approached by a policewoman who greeted them. "You must be Mr. He. We received your call. Let us proceed to the reception room to take your statement." As she spoke, she produced a lollipop from seemingly nowhere and smiled at Zhao Zhao. "You must be little Zhao Zhao. Would you like some candy? Do not be afraid. I will only ask you a few simple questions." Chapter 80. The people of Qi. "Do not be absurd," the citizens of Qi gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. The fact that the police officer was a woman no longer surprised them, considering Zhao Zhao's aunt held a high-ranking position. What left them utterly flabbergasted was the demeanor of the officers, which contradicted their expectations. While it was one thing for a doctor to exhibit kindness, were not officers supposed to possess an air of authority? The constables they had encountered in their lives were often boisterous and commanding. Where had such amiability come from? Indeed, it is undoubtedly due to the power and influence of the He family. As I pondered this, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, an unkempt man, clad in tattered garments, carrying a worn-out backpack and dragging along a filthy blanket, his shoes riddled with holes, despite his attire being warmer than that of many commoners in Qi. In stark contrast to the He family of three, it was easy for those unfamiliar with the realm of Qi to recognize him as a beggar. What could a beggar possibly be doing at the yamen? Would he not be driven out? Such audacity is truly reckless. As I spoke, commotion arose from the police station, where a young officer hastened towards the disheveled man, smiling as he inquired, "Sir, do you require any assistance?" His speech was garbled, indicating a muddled mind. The young officer promptly guided him to a nearby chair, reassuring him, "No need to rush. We will take our time. Here, have some water." The old man replied, "Oh, I am so hungry." The young officer responded, "I will have a colleague bring you some food. What would you like to eat?" "Fried rice," the old man stated. "Very well, I will fetch it for you shortly. Please drink some water in the meantime." The old man gulped down most of the cup and resumed his rambling. The onlookers from Qi were astonished, for this was not at all in line with their expectations of how officials and constables should behave. Wasn't he a beggar? Why were they treating him with such kindness, supporting him, pouring him water, and buying him food? This was simply absurd. If they were so courteous to the He family, it might be understandable, but extending such treatment to an elderly beggar who had gone missing for years seemed rather unrealistic. They turned to observe the reactions of the He couple, who appeared unfazed, their expressions calm. In contrast, Zhao Zhao displayed a hint of surprise. Nanzhou, who had intended to accompany her and the female officer to the reception room, paused to observe the interaction between the young officer and the old man. While the female officer did not urge them to hurry, the young officer exhibited remarkable patience, asking, "Sir, you mentioned you've been away from home for many years. Where have you been living all this time? How did you come to be here today?" The old man replied in a disjointed manner, "I suddenly remembered something this morning and walked here from a distant place. I stayed last night at an abandoned construction site." Despite his muddled speech, he revealed fragments of information. The young officer whispered to a colleague, "He should have been registered at another precinct. The streets must have records of him. Please check for any leads." "Understood." The young officer turned back to the old man, saying, "Please do not worry. We will certainly help you find your family. For now, take a moment to rest here. If you remember anything or wish to do something, feel free to tell me. I need to use the restroom. Of course, I will take you there. Please follow me carefully." The young officer led the old man away, while Zhao Zhao's gaze lingered on their retreating figures, her expression one of astonishment. Only after they had completely disappeared did she turn her head, bewildered, to look at Nanzhou. He smiled gently, asking, "Are you feeling less anxious now?" "Yes," Zhao Zhao replied, her lips pressed together, her demeanor visibly more composed. Nanzhou then embraced her, and they followed the female officer towards the reception room. The reception room was modest, occupied solely by their family and two officers. With their parents nearby and the gentle demeanor of the officers, Zhao Zhao began to relax. The record took little time to complete, and Zhao Zhao spoke very little. The officers showed understanding, recognizing that a young girl, having endured great hardship and confined to a village with endless chores, would possess limited knowledge. The officer closed his notebook and addressed Nanzhou, "We have gathered the necessary information. We will continue our investigation regarding that village. If you happen to obtain any leads, please inform us. Thank you for your assistance. We shall take our leave now." Very well. The record was completed swiftly and smoothly, during which the populace of Qi remained remarkably quiet. They felt as though they were witnessing a theatrical performance, one that was both beautiful and surreal. For how could the typically fearsome officials behave in such a manner? Lin Lan could not help but glance at the guards accompanying them, realizing that those escorting them to the capital must also be officials. In truth, these officials had treated them quite well over the past few days, ensuring proper meals and accommodations. Lin Lan and her companions were taken aback by this kindness, yet it still paled in comparison to the police of later times. If she felt this way, how much more uncomfortable must the Hu family feel, who were treated with disdain? The guards showed them no kindness when hungry. They were given coarse bread. When thirsty, they were offered only cold water, and when cold, they were told to warm themselves. They still had 3 days to endure before reaching Chaochao dock. Zhang Shi exhibited envy as she gazed at the sky, murmuring, "How I wish I could go there. Even as a beggar, at least I would have fried rice to eat." Although she spoke softly, Zhang Lao-san, sitting nearby, caught her words and could not suppress a scoff, thinking her thoughts were rather fanciful. However, as he looked up at the sky, his expression mirrored her envy. The He family had not yet departed after completing their record. Upon exiting the reception room, they exchanged a few more words. Zhao Zhao, feeling idle, found herself gazing at the old man sitting on the sofa, devouring fried rice. He had washed his face, and although he still wore his tattered clothing, he appeared much fresher. He ate quickly, rice grains scattering on the table, yet the officer merely handed him a glass of water without reprimand. Zhao Zhao thought to herself, "The officials here are truly kind." Just as this thought crossed her mind, another figure entered the hall. Chapter 81. We are all equal now. The newcomer was a young woman, perspiration glistening on her forehead despite the frigid weather, as if she had rushed over. Upon entering, she placed a package on the table, exclaiming, "Officers, this is for you." "What is this?" One officer opened the black bag and gasped upon seeing its contents. Others leaned in to look, equally astonished. "Where did you get this much money?" "Young lady, what do you intend to do with it?" The young woman took a cup of water, gulping down a few sips before explaining, "I found this money along the way. I was wondering why anyone would carry such a large sum of cash in these times. It appears there are also red envelopes mixed in, suggesting someone must have had a joyous occasion and collected wedding gifts, but it must have fallen halfway. I picked it up 2 streets ahead and, having other matters to attend to, could not wait for the owner to come looking for it, so I brought it here instead, losing tens of thousands of coins. The owner will surely report it. I want to concern myself further." "Understood." The young woman provided her contact information and detailed the exact location and time she found the money, before hurriedly departing once more. Zhao Zhao stared in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, taken aback by the sheer amount of money left so casually there. Emperor Jingxian was similarly stunned, as they were now capable of converting the currency of later times. Tens of thousands of coins equated to several dozen taels of silver in their realm. Although such silver was trivial in Emperor Jingxuan's eyes, he understood that for common folk, several dozen taels could represent their entire family's savings. Yu Kongsheng murmured softly, "The trust in officials in later times seems quite excessive." Those who knew their own affairs were well aware of the nature of officials within the Yamen. If such an incident occurred in Qi, and someone were to hand over found silver to the officials, those several dozen taels would surely be divided among them, with no hope of waiting for the rightful owner. Yet, based on the demeanor observed in later times, this appeared to be an ordinary occurrence. The officials present remained silent, observing the scene before them while occasionally glancing towards the beggar, who had finished his fried rice and was now resting against the sofa, his eyes half closed. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions and diverse thoughts. He Nanzhou had concluded his conversation with the police and emerged with his wife and daughter. Jian Yunsang smiled as she inquired, "What do you think of the police, Zhao Zhao?" "They're quite good," Zhao Zhao replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding repeatedly. "It's entirely different from what I imagined. I thought they would be fierce." He Nanzhou exchanged a glance with Jian Yunsang and quietly asked Zhao Zhao, "Have you seen the officials from before?" "I have," Zhao Zhao answered. He Nanzhou was astonished. She had actually seen them. Zhao Zhao continued, "I saw them from a distance when they came to the village regarding tax matters, but I didn't get close enough to hear clearly. I just knew they were well, I can't quite describe it, but I knew that the villagers were afraid of them. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. The village chief said something, but the official scolded him without a second thought. It was quite frightening. After that, when the official left, the villagers merely whispered among themselves. Whenever the officials came, the Hu family would have to keep Hu bowed unrestrained, fearing he might offend them. Not only the Hu family, but many in the village warned their children not to run around or approach the officials. At that time, Zhao Zhao understood that those in power were not to be trifled with, especially for an orphan like her, who had no one to help her in times of trouble. Thus, she could not comprehend why the officials here were entirely different. Even the elderly and children could approach them without fear, as they were gentle and patient. This was precisely the purpose He Nanzhou and Jian Yunseng had in bringing her out. At this moment, He Nanzhou turned to her, pointing at a nearby banner. "Did you see those words?" Zhao Zhao nodded, but admitted, "I cannot read." He Nanzhou chuckled softly, explaining, "Those words say serve the people. We are the people. And their mission is to safeguard the lives and property of ordinary citizens like us." Zhao Zhao's mouth slightly parted, her expression one of confusion. He Nanzhou lifted her into the vehicle and, once they were settled, elaborated, "Today's police are different from the officials of ancient times. In the past, officials were of low status, their descendants were barred from taking the imperial examinations, and they were not treated well. Yet they wielded small powers, leading them to seek benefits from others to improve their lives. Naturally, ordinary citizens like us would fear them. The Qi Dynasty proclaimed, 'Enough. Are you not ordinary citizens? Everyone is equal.'" These 4 words resounded like thunder, striking the hearts of countless individuals into Qi, leaving them in shock. What nonsense was he uttering? How could everyone be equal, and what of the lowly? How could future emperors and nobles tolerate the idea of commoners standing on equal footing with them? Absurd. It was utterly ridiculous. After all, there are ranks in life. If everyone were equal, chaos would ensue, and no one would adhere to authority. He Nanzhou's words may sound appealing, but if equality were real, how could the He family have servants? Did he not have attendants himself? Let him be equal to one of those attendants and see if he would agree. While they fumed with indignation, a fleeting glimmer of hope crossed the faces of the common folk. Yet soon, they fell back into apathy, knowing that the notion of equality belonged to a future realm, not their current reality. However, such words held significant weight for Emperor Jingxian, whose temples began to throb. At times, he felt utterly helpless, wishing he could just close the heavens above. These words bore no forewarning, yet they filled him with increasing trepidation. Chapter 82. Why has the energy increased again? Emperor Jingxian should have anticipated it when a child named Yuan mentioned that everyone could receive 9 years of free education. He should have realized that the issue of equality was at hand. If there truly existed a distinction between noble and lowly classes, how could the nobles allow the lowly to receive 9 years of free education? Your Majesty, if this continues, we will face a grave crisis. A member of the royal family expressed with deep concern. If the existence of the heavens allowed all citizens of the Qi to read and write, inciting their resentment, then the statements made by He Nanzhou had genuinely instilled fear. While being literate was one thing, if they were then indoctrinated with the concept of equality, that would be excessive. Emperor Jingxian rubbed his temples. He desired the heavens to descend, yet also wished to close them. Your Majesty, the urgent task is to locate the system called Shan. If it activates, perhaps we can adjust the heavens. We can open or close it as needed, someone proposed. How audacious you are. You think you can simply turn it on and off at will? Yet, it seemed there were no better options. The Grand Tutor pondered for a moment, then stepped forward. Your Majesty, earlier, the He family mentioned that to accumulate energy, they must do good deeds in Zhaozhao's name. Could we not follow suit to provide a Shan with sufficient energy to activate? Only then can we determine how to proceed. Emperor Jingxian nodded, finding the Grand Tutor's reasoning sound. Issue an edict for Liang Wei to establish a charity orphanage in Huaiping County in Zhaozhao's name, with funds drawn from my private treasury. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Emperor Jingxian glanced at Yu Kongsheng as he spoke. The Ministry of Works has recently developed faucets. Selling them could yield a profit. This is an idea inspired by the heavens. In the future, perhaps the heavens will facilitate the creation of more convenient items, all thanks to Zhao Zhao. Thus, using this profit for charitable endeavors in her name would be quite fitting. Emperor Jingxian's eyes brightened slightly. Very well, let be as you suggest. We shall name it the Chaoyang Charity Orphanage, starting in Huaiping County. If all goes smoothly, we will gradually expand to other areas. The officials responded, we accept the decree. As the words fell, Zhao Zhao's figure within the heavens suddenly stiffened. He Nanzhou had not noticed, as he continued discussing the police with Zhao Zhao. So Zhao Zhao, do not fear them. In the future, if you encounter any issues and your father or mother is not around, do not panic. Seek out the police uncles and aunts. They will help you. In Jiangcheng, every district and street has places called police stations, large and small, where they wear uniforms. Do you understand? Zhao Zhao remained silent for a moment before turning to Jian Yun saying, with a puzzled expression, "Mom," that voice echoed in my mind again, but I clearly did nothing. This revelation startled Henan Zhou, who quickly pulled over to the side of the road. He turned to her. What did the voice say? Energy increased by 30. Zhao Zhao replied. Henan Zhou and Jian Yun Sang were both taken aback. Why has the energy increased again? The last increase had been due to helping Gong Xingwen. Although Zhao Zhao had not acted directly, she had played a crucial role. However, what had happened this time? They had not even done any good deeds, nor had they spoken much. Could it really have resulted from just a few words during the recording? Where had this 30 come from? Their brows furrowed, filled with concern. While an increase in energy was a good thing, its unclear origin left them unsettled. Besides informing you of the energy increase, did the voice say anything else? Jian Yun Sang inquired. Zhao Zhao shook her head, but soon hesitated, saying, although it didn't say anything more, its voice was crackling and not as clear and loud as before. It seemed to be coming from a distant place and was intermittent. Henan Zhou and Jian Yun Sang exchanged glances, puzzled. From a distant place? Does this imply that this good deed was not solely Zhao Zhao's action? Henan Zhou thought of the Chaoyang Charity Foundation and decided to call the chairman to inquire about any recent developments. He quickly finished the call and shook his head at Jian Yun Sang, indicating that there was nothing new. Then where did this 30 come from? However, the officials of the Qi Dynasty immediately understood. The Minister of War excitedly spoke up. It must be because of our Chuyang children's home, undoubtedly. Yes. His Majesty has just issued an order for supervision, and the energy of Chaoyang has immediately surged. This indicated that their direction was indeed correct. Establishing a Chaoyang children's home would increase its energy by 30. Emperor Jingxian slightly tightened his fingers, pondering that if this were the case, the individual named Ashan should soon be operational. Yet, Yu Kongsheng frowned, questioning whether 30 was too little. Last time, when Chaoyang accomplished a small task, the energy increased by 30 as well. Indeed, we are establishing a children's home this time, and there are not just a few people involved. It can be said that we are saving many lives. Why is the increase so minimal? How long will it take to reach the maximum? The group exchanged glances, realizing it was indeed too little. Could it be that the main increase relied on Chaoyang doing good deeds? The Grand Tutor hesitantly suggested. Could it be because the decree was just issued? The children's home hasn't even taken shape yet, let alone helped anyone. However, since His Majesty has spoken, this matter is set in stone, which is why it is only 30. Once it is established and takes in orphans and the elderly, the energy should increase significantly. That makes sense. The children's home isn't even in its infancy yet. The system surely would not be willing to grant such a large amount of energy. Then we must hasten to implement this matter and observe whether Chaoyang's energy increases. If it does, our speculation is correct. This decision was swiftly made, with no delay in the decree reaching Huaiping County. County Magistrate Gao and Liang Wei immediately began preparations. Chapter 83. A trip to Fan City, the final location for the Chaoyang Children's Home, was determined to be in Shangliu Village. This place was already well known, and moreover, it had been where Chaoyang had lived for 2 years. Upon seeing the children's home, everyone would think of Chaoyang. Of course, these were matters for later. At this moment, Chaoyang was unaware that a visit to the police station had not only opened a new avenue for her to gain energy, but also brought a lifeline to countless individuals in the Qi Dynasty. In contrast, Henan Zhou and Jian Yun Sang were somewhat distracted during their meal. Song Jun observed them several times, and, just as she was about to inquire, Jian Yun Sang's phone rang. Surprised, she glanced at the caller ID, raised an eyebrow, and answered. Hello. It was her younger brother, Yu Zimo. Their relationship was quite good, and though they did not meet often, there was no sense of estrangement. Jian Yun Sang narrowed her eyes, sensing something was amiss. What happened? Oh, nothing much. It's just that when my mom mentioned Chaoyang, my dad accidentally found out. You know, ever since he learned about Chaoyang's disappearance 2 years ago, he hasn't spoken to you, and his attitude hasn't been great. So he feels awkward about letting mom attend the He family banquet. Jian Yun Sang chuckled. Yu Zimo, to be honest, I'm being honest. Do you dare to hang up the phone? Let us do a video call. And you can look me in the eye as you say that. As expected, Yu Zimo's tone became hesitant. He fell silent, realizing that his sister was as sharp and precise as ever. Not speaking means I guess correctly, right? Yu Zimo mumbled in response, Sister, since you guessed it, then you can understand why Mom won't go, right? If she goes, Dad will definitely follow, and it would affect your mood. Chaoyang couldn't help but look at her. She had never seen this side of Jian Yunsang, who seemed quite stern. Yet curiously, she felt no fear. However, it appeared that her uncle was somewhat apprehensive. Indeed. On the other end of the line, Yu Zimo exclaimed, Sister, I'm wronged. I wanted to tell you the truth, but Mom wouldn't let me. So, Jian Yunsang abruptly stood up. How is she now? Is it serious? Not serious. She just had a minor surgery. She's still in the hospital. And the doctor wouldn't allow her to leave, which is why Mom asked me to call you. His mother was in a hospital gown and couldn't leave her room. If they video chatted, it would reveal everything. Even without a video, there were others in the ward, and if Jian Yunsang heard too much, she would quickly guess the situation. In fact, Yu Zimo believed that honesty should have been the approach from the start. His mother thought she could hide it from his older sister. But how could a naive high school student manage that? Look, he couldn't withstand 2 questions before confessing everything. Jian Yunsang's brows furrowed tightly. I will go to Fan City tomorrow. No, sister. Mom doesn't want you to come. Just send me the hospital address shortly. Without waiting for Yu Zimo to respond, she hung up the phone. Afterward, she looked at Nanzhou, hesitatingly saying, You and Chaoyang should accompany me. Songjin nodded in agreement. Yes, if the matriarch has encountered trouble, Nanzhou should certainly go help. I have matters to attend to and cannot go, but otherwise, I would like to see her. However, will it be too tiring for Chaoyang to accompany us to Fan City? Nanzhou smiled. Would you be willing to part with Chaoyang? Go ahead. Chaoyang's grandmother cannot attend the banquet, and she would certainly wish to see her. Songjin actually wanted to spend more time with Chaoyang, but she could also understand Luo Yu's feelings. Jian Yunsang pursed her lips and ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. Under the night sky, the people of Qi were amazed. Due to her good relationship with Chaoyang, she had unconsciously regarded Chaoyang's mother as her aunt. Aunt Yu nodded. It is quite far. Even if their vehicle is fast, it should take quite a bit of time to reach Fan City. Before he could fully comprehend, a nearby guard reported 12 hours. Lin Lan and others widened their eyes in disbelief. So fast. They knew that their journey to the capital took 3 days on land alone, followed by a water route, which would take at least another half a month. That vehicle was indeed quite convenient. The guard glanced at them and added, but they will need to eat and rest on the way, and they cannot drive continuously. That is true. If we disregard those times, it would likely take 2 days to reach Fan City. Yet even 2 days was remarkably quick for them. Chapter 84. We are taking a plane. Although Grandma Zhou was elderly, her memory was quite sharp. Lin Lan was somewhat concerned, wondering if this would be too much for Chaoyang, whose health was fragile. Others nodded in agreement. Despite Chaoyang having good meals and accommodations these days, she still appeared slender and delicate, as if she could collapse at any moment. Were they considering postponing the banquet? They expressed their confusion. However, regardless of their understanding, Jian Yunsang and the others finished their meal and began packing. They would only be gone for a few days and didn't need to bring much. Anything they required could be purchased in Fan City. Instead, Songjin prepared some supplements and insisted they take them to the hospital for Luo Yu, saying it was her heartfelt gesture. Many in Qi were calculating the timing. Most believed it was inappropriate to bring Chaoyang along, as she was too young for such a long journey. Unfortunately, they could not voice their opinions and could only sigh. That night, the He family slept soundly, and by 7 the next morning, the family of 3 was already downstairs having breakfast. As dawn broke, the people of Qi merely glanced upward. They felt there was nothing remarkable to see today. After all, they had a drive on the road, and the only scenery they would witness was the fleeting images outside the car window. They had all witnessed this before, and if the officials did not look outside, they would only see the scenes within the carriage, which was rather dull. Thus, everyone listened intently to their conversations, glancing over occasionally if something piqued their interest. Even Emperor Jingxian was no exception. He merely instructed his attendants to keep watch outside the hall and record any important discussions. Meanwhile, he deliberated on state matters with his ministers inside. Their speculation was correct. After breakfast, the 3 of them, Chaochao and her companions, loaded their luggage into the vehicle. Emperor Jingxian found nothing amiss, as such a long journey warranted the presence of attendants. Others nodded in agreement. It was uncommon for a young master to do everything himself. Such laborious tasks required assistance. Although they were uncertain of the safety of the roads ahead, having an extra pair of strong hands was indeed prudent. After this exchange, their attention returned to discussions of governance. After approximately 45 minutes, a voice echoed in the air, announcing that it was Nanzhou awakening Chaochao as it was time to disembark. Still a bit groggy, she had risen early that morning, feeling a flutter of nervousness at the prospect of visiting her grandmother and uncle. Once seated in the car, nestled in her safety seat, the warm temperature lulled her into a deep slumber. Consequently, the eager listeners who had anticipated overhearing conversations were met with silence throughout the journey. When Chaochao was gently lifted from the vehicle, she looked up in confusion and asked, "Have we arrived at Grandma's house? How could it be so fast?" Jian Yunsang descended with a bag in hand, smoothing her hair with a smile as he replied, "Of course not. We are currently at the airport, preparing to fly to Fancheng." Fly? The mention of this novel term caught the attention of the officials from the Chaochao, who glanced up in realization. They were not driving the entire way. However, the concept of flying elicited laughter from some. Will we really soar through the air, like having wings? Others dismissed the notion, incredulous that people could fly. What if they fell? They briefly discussed this before resuming their own affairs. Meanwhile, Nanzhou was instructing Jiang Yangping on certain matters, particularly to monitor the Foundation and to call him if anything unusual occurred. He was still preoccupied with the 30 energy units that had inexplicably increased, and without leads, he could only hope for developments concerning the Foundation. Little did Nanzhou realize that these 30 units stem from the Triangxio Institute established by the Chaochao. Once he had finished his instructions, Jiang Yangping swiftly departed. The citizens of the Chaochao collectively paused, bewildered. Why wasn't he the attendant accompanying them? After watching Uncle Jiang drive away, Chaochao curiously examined her suitcase, which she had already scrutinized the previous night. She found the suitcase quite convenient, equipped with 4 wheels that made it easy to maneuver along the flat ground, regardless of the weight of its contents. To her surprise, she owned a lovely little suitcase of her own, round and adorable. Her mother had told her it was a kitten head that she had chosen 2 years prior at first sight. Inside were her belongings, including a toy doll and a gift for her grandmother. Pulling her small suitcase along made her feel quite magical. Jian Yunsang took her hand as they entered the grand hall. Chaochao diverted her gaze from the suitcase, only to be astonished by the vastness of the hall before her. The ceiling seemed impossibly high, stretching beyond her sight. Not only was Chaochao taken aback, but even those officials who had previously shown little interest turned their heads upon hearing her gasp, unable to tear their eyes away. The building resembled a magnificent palace, adorned with brilliant lights, the floor gleaming, and tall white columns reaching to the sky. The bustling crowd did not diminish the hall's spaciousness. The airport radiated a modern aura, with changing departure screens and check-in counters for various airlines, while the occasional waft of food from nearby restaurants tantalized the senses. Hand in hand with Jian Yunsang, Chaochao walked forward in a daze. They halted at the 3rd check-in counter, where a person was ahead of them. Chaochao watched curiously as the individual placed their luggage into a dark machine, receiving a ticket in return before departing with a simple bag and coat. Chapter 85. Fly, Fly, Fly. The trio quickly completed their check-in. Chaochao's small suitcase was not checked. She sat atop it as her father pushed her forward. She remained silent, her eyes absorbing the wondrous sights around her. Everything felt rare and extraordinary, and though her mind swarmed with questions, she was unsure where to begin. Once they passed through security, Chaochao observed that others were removing their coats and placing their belongings in a bin, which then moved along a black conveyor belt into a slightly smaller machine. Nanzhou encouraged her to sit on the suitcase while continuing to push her forward. Yet, Chaochao frequently glanced back, noticing that everyone followed the same procedure, placing their items in bins before passing through a narrow doorway to be scanned, ultimately being released afterward. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she asked, "Mom, why do we have to do that?" Jian Yunsang smiled, pleased that she had finally asked. Leaning down slightly, she explained, "This is to check if anyone is carrying dangerous items. When we fly, there are many things we cannot bring aboard, as we must prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from causing harm on the plane. Once in the air, the aircraft cannot stop landing at any moment, which would be very dangerous. Therefore, we must allow our belongings to be inspected to ensure there are no issues before we can take them aboard. If there are any problems, the airport will detain them, and if someone is a wrongdoer, they can be apprehended immediately. Chaochao was incredulous, her mind racing with the implications of what she had just heard. A plane in the sky? The people of Deqichao below shared her astonishment, their minds echoing Jian Yunsong's words, in the air, rendering the rest of her explanation inaudible. Emperor Jingxian exited the Grand Hall with his ministers, unable to conceal his astonishment. So, a plane was indeed what they understood it to be? Were they truly flying? One minister swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. This cannot be real. How is this possible? How can people fly through the sky? They cannot possibly carry all that weight, and there are 3 of them, along with so many belongings. How could they achieve this? They exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the implications of this revelation. Who could have imagined that what they had previously deemed an unremarkable scene would now compel them to fix their eyes upon the sky? Desperate not to miss a single detail, the notion of soaring through the air was simply too fantastical to grasp. As they pondered this, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, quick, look outside the glass. It's flying, it's flying." The voice heightened in pitch, almost breaking at the end. Everyone turned their gaze towards the expansive glass windows, witnessing an airplane gradually lifting off the ground, slowly ascending higher and higher until it soared into the clouds. Many watched in wide-eyed disbelief, losing their composure. Even the Grand Tutor stepped back in astonishment, colliding with the person behind him, and together they stood, transfixed by the sight. Not only they, but people across all corners of Deqichao gazed upward, holding their breath as they witnessed the airplane take flight, all collectively gasping in awe. Soaring into the sky, it truly ascended into the heavens. Such a colossal object, indeed, has taken flight. Surely, they must be dreaming. For how else could one witness such a scene that seems to be an illusion? The atmosphere in Deqichao was eerily silent as the crowd ceased their activities, gazing in stunned silence. Could that be an airplane? Indeed, it had wings affixed to it. Yet, even with wings, they were motionless. How could it have taken off? Would it not plummet midway? Zhao Zhao, too, beheld the spectacle of the airplane soaring into the sky, and she was not merely witnessing one, but several. After the first had departed, another swiftly followed suit. Unconsciously, she dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window, standing transfixed as she observed the aircraft taking off and landing. Some taxiing on the runway. Her gaze was utterly captivated, and her small mind brimmed with questions. Hinanzhou had intended to escort her to rest. They had booked first-class tickets with access to a VIP lounge. However, seeing Zhao Zhao so engrossed, he exchanged a glance with Jian Yunsang and took a seat, waiting for her to finish her observations. "Mom and Dad, is that really an airplane? Will we ride in one and fly to Grandma's house?" Realizing it was time to board, Hinanzhou explained as they walked, "Yes, we will take this to Grandma's house. Once you board and take a nap, we shall arrive shortly." Zhao Zhao tilted her head. "A nap? How long will that be?" Less than 2 hours." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "So fast?" The people of Deqichao gasped. Less than 2 hours meant that a journey of 700 or 800 kilometers could be traversed in just over an hour. Such absurdity. To cover such a distance in the time it takes to enjoy a meal, Lin Lan and the others, who had been traveling for days without even reaching Chaochao dock, were filled with envy. Liang Ping could not help but scratch his head. He had heard that a banquet was to be held in 5 or 6 days. Pondering if Jianai's parents, residing so far away, would be able to make it in time. He also contemplated whether the guests would gather adequately, but it appeared that aside from his busy aunt, the others would likely attend. In recent days, they had traveled by horse-drawn carriage. Initially, it was a novelty, and they were quite pleased, as the carriage was lined with bedding, warm and comfortable. Yet now, they felt nothing but soreness throughout their bodies, their limbs numb. Chapter 86. Too many people. Can't take off while Lin Lan and her companions found the carriage ride uncomfortable. The situation was far worse for the Hu family's trio and Jiang Laosan, who were huddled together in the carriage. Though they wore expressions of envy, the biting wind rendered them speechless. Hu Baodun, however, murmured quietly, "That little girl Zhao Zhao can now fly." His manner had become notably more polite. Initially, he had bluntly referred to her as a little brat, claiming she was his child bride and should serve him. But after being reprimanded by the guards, he had learned to behave. observing Zhao Zhao's increasingly fortunate circumstances, with so many doting on her, and her cozy, stable carriage. Not to mention her impending flight in that contraption that ascended into the sky, his expression twisted with resentment. Though he felt discomfort, he could not tear his gaze away from the heavens. Zhao Zhao had finished checking in with her parents, and was now walking through a long corridor that led to a slightly arched door. A beautiful attendant in a short uniform stood by the entrance, smiling warmly as she guided them inside. Zhao Zhao pondered. Won't she be cold wearing such a short skirt? Yet soon she recalled her own attire, concluding that she, too, felt rather warm. Indeed, her mother had mentioned that indoor spaces were equipped with air conditioning, ensuring comfort regardless of the temperature outside. There were few available seats, and, as they arrived late, the other spots were occupied. The passengers were engrossed in their activities. Some donned eye masks, reclining in their seats. Others were engrossed in their phones, reading books or snacking. One young man leaned against his seat, engaging in a seemingly flirtatious conversation with a flight attendant. Zhao Zhao found herself entranced. The young man's tone reminded her of the ruffians back in Lu Village, who had harassed the village girls. She recalled one girl throwing stones at a ruffian, seeking retribution. As she observed intently, the young man noticed her gaze, turning slightly to raise an eyebrow and smile. "Little sister, are you admiring how handsome your brother is?" He evidently recognized Hinanzhou and immediately adopted a more respectful demeanor. Hinanzhou scoffed, ignoring him as he lifted Zhao Zhao onto the seat. The young man opened his mouth but thought better of it, sliding down in his seat and hastily covering his face with a magazine. The flight attendant secretly sighed in relief. This incident ensured that she would be particularly friendly towards Zhao Zhao throughout the journey. Now seated by the window, Zhao Zhao noticed that no one was watching her. With her surroundings shielded, she carefully peered outside. After a considerable time, the plane had yet to move, prompting her to whisper to Jian Som, "Are we not departing yet? Are there more people coming? But there are no more seats here. Are those others standing? With so many aboard, will the plane still be able to fly?" Although her voice was soft, the tranquility of first class allowed the young man behind her, who had been eavesdropping, to hear her. He likely inferred her identity, having heard that He San Shao's daughter had gone missing 2 years prior, but appeared to have been found now. This was indeed big news. Establishing rapport with this young girl could potentially pave the way for collaboration between their families, earning him his father's admiration. However, his plans were thwarted. His previous persistent inquiries about the flight attendant's WeChat had led Zhao Zhao to perceive him as a rogue. Hinanzhou cast another glance at the young man, who looked rather aggrieved. "He San Shao, you need not trouble yourself. I will take care of my daughter." Hinanzhou rose, carrying Zhao Zhao from her seat. Initially hesitant to speak up or look around, Zhao Zhao suddenly realized that she had someone to support her. No matter what she did, she could voice her desires without fear of the towering ruffians. She was safe. Thus, she avoided the young man's gaze and followed Hinanzhou behind the curtain, cautiously lifting a flap to peek behind. The first-class flight attendant noticed this, but refrained from commenting. As the plane had yet to take off and they were not obstructing anyone, it was not an issue. Hand in hand with Hinanzhou, Zhao Zhao held onto the curtain, soon hearing commotion. She looked up to see more people entering, yet they were not approaching her, but heading to the other side. She thought, once they all boarded, the departure should be imminent. The excitement of soon soaring into the sky filled her with glee. However, as 2, 3, and then another individual entered, it seemed endless. Zhao Zhao's mouth fell slightly open. Was there truly so many? Her concern grew. Would the plane really be able to take off? The people of Chaochao shared her worry beneath the vast sky. Upon their initial glimpse of the first-class cabin, spacious and expansive, with soft reclining seats and flight attendants offering slippers, they felt a profound sense of enjoyment in air travel. The number of passengers in first class was limited, and they were concerned that the aircraft might be overloaded, making takeoff a challenge. However, in the next moment, they heard that more passengers had yet to board. Initially, they thought it would only be a few more, but to their astonishment, they witnessed the arrival of an overwhelming number of individuals, with the count reaching over 30. As more and more boarded, it seemed as if there was no end in sight. Did they not worry about the aircraft's capacity or the possibility of it failing mid-flight? By the time the number surpassed 100, they were completely numb to the situation. Even Emperor Jingxian wore an incredulous expression. Was there truly such a multitude? While he contemplated this, he sought out Yu Kongsheng. The latter, sensing the scrutiny, discreetly stepped back to conceal himself behind the Grand Tutor. He understood that whenever something novel appeared in the celestial realm, His Majesty would inevitably turn his gaze towards him. Your Majesty, the phone is yet to make an appearance, and already you are coveting the aircraft? Do I resemble an aircraft in any way? Perhaps you might as well send me soaring into the skies. For the first time, Yu Kongsheng realized the significance of his position as the Minister of Works, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, someone soon announced that there were no more passengers. Emperor Jingxian narrowed his eyes, calculating that with the addition of Chaochao and the others in front, there were likely around 190 individuals. Yet, he recalled noticing several service personnel as well, suggesting that the aircraft would accommodate at least 200 passengers. Moreover, many had boarded with various pieces of luggage. Suddenly, he remembered the large box that Nanzhou had mentioned, intended for Fancheng. He wondered where it had gone after passing through the machine. But it should be stored somewhere on the aircraft, as it was unlikely that some luggage would require a separate flight. If they were on the same aircraft, with each person possessing a substantial suitcase, the total weight was unfathomable. Emperor Jingxian inhaled sharply, contemplating whether such a heavy aircraft could truly ascend and travel 700 or 800 kilometers. He furrowed his brow, perplexed by the principles that allowed the aircraft to carry so many people into the sky. Though Chaochao appeared surprised, she dutifully settled into her seat. Soon, melodious music filled the cabin, accompanied by a gentle female voice welcoming passengers aboard China Airlines. She listened intently, absorbing the various safety instructions being conveyed. Occasionally, she glanced at her seatbelt or searched for the overhead compartments, attempting to memorize what she did not understand, planning to inquire with her parents once the announcements concluded. However, the lengthy boarding announcements proved difficult for her to retain, leaving her somewhat distressed at her inability to interrupt the speaker. In contrast, Jian Yunseng gently reassured her, suggesting that it was acceptable not to comprehend everything. She could simply ask her parents if she needed assistance. She mentioned that there might be feelings of discomfort during takeoff, which was normal, and that once the aircraft stabilized, everything would be fine. Yet, if Chaochao felt unwell, she should definitely inform her mother. 2 years prior, Chaochao had flown without issue, and Jian Yunseng wondered if anything might have changed since then. Chaochao exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Great Qi Dynasty felt a similar sense of relief, as they too struggled to comprehend terms like cabin aisle, emergency exit, and lithium battery power bank. From Jian Yunseng's words, it seemed these matters were not of great concern to Chaochao. Strangely, although the Great Qi people were not physically on the aircraft, they felt as if they, too, were aboard, poised to ascend into the heavens, their nerves taut with anticipation. Shortly after the safety announcements, a clear male voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is the captain speaking. Welcome aboard China Airlines Flight 123 from Jiangcheng to Fancheng, with an estimated flight time of 1 hour and 40 minutes. Chaochao nodded seriously, acknowledging that it would indeed be a swift journey. Following the announcement, they waited a moment longer until the aircraft finally began to stir. Chaochao took a deep breath, feeling a gentle shudder beneath her. She gasped and glanced out the window, witnessing the landscape moving away from her. Was the aircraft preparing for takeoff already? The citizens of Great Qi held their breath in anticipation of the ascent. However, after a prolonged period of movement, the aircraft remained grounded, and it seemed to be slowing down, almost as if it were about to stop. Emperor Jingxian felt his tightly clenched hands seemed almost ludicrous, as he heard the voices of Minister of War Chu Wendi and Deputy Minister of the Court of Judicial Review Song Rin questioning whether they had reached their destination or if it was merely an illusion. Surely the aircraft had not yet taken flight. Song Rin's lips twitched slightly. Lord Chu, we are supposed to fly for nearly an hour. Emperor Jingxian mentally affirmed this, realizing that scarcely a quarter of an hour had passed. Just as he pondered this, the aircraft suddenly intensified its movements, swiftly accelerating forward. In the next moment, the nose tilted upward, and the aircraft abruptly lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky. Emperor Jingxuan's fists relaxed, and all the civil and military officials present gaped, fixated on the increasingly distant scenery outside the window. The common folk of the Great Qi Dynasty dared not breathe, following Chaochao's gaze as they ascended higher and higher. It was uncertain who first exhaled, but a voice finally broke the silence. We are truly in the sky. As they distanced themselves from the earth, They marveled at how small the houses, fields, and people appeared, resembling ants. What do we do? I'm feeling a bit anxious. I can't catch my breath. Me too. I never imagined I would ever ascend to such heights. The others echoed sentiments as if they were truly airborne. Yet, their perspective and sensation felt strikingly akin to being on the aircraft, even creating an unsettling sense of imbalance, indistinguishable from the reality of flight. Chapter 88. The aerial journey. Seated in the carriage, Lin Lan chuckled, marveling at the unexpected experience they shared with Chaochao. I was so nervous I could hardly breathe. Who would dare say that Chaochao was not a celestial child? She has ascended to the heavens. Daya epresit had legitimate. Feeling as if she were living a fairy tale existence. The others nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. It was indistinguishable from being a celestial being. Emperor Jingshuan's grip tightened once more, realizing that viewing the world from above was indeed a remarkable experience. At this moment, the Grand Tutor appeared more at ease, gently stroking his beard and smiling. I never anticipated that the skills of future generations would reach such heights. If they can soar into the heavens, surely venturing into the seas would pose no challenge. Indeed, I wonder when Chaochao and the others will venture into the ocean, allowing us to witness the wonders beneath the waves. Although some individuals from Great Qi had dived for pearls, they could only remain submerged until they reached their limit. With staying underwater for even a quarter of an hour being a remarkable feat moreover, these individuals were merely in shallow waters. Deep-sea exploration was currently prohibited. Emperor Jingxian was also contemplating this matter. Upon hearing about entering the sea, he felt a sense of agitation. The issue of lifting the maritime ban had yet to reach a conclusion. The skies above were astonishingly vast. The aircraft soared at an impressive altitude, and other than the clouds surrounding them, not a single mountain or field was visible below. General Wu Wei, filled with curiosity and confusion, remarked, "As I gaze out of this window, all I see is a blinding expanse of white, reminiscent of a desert, devoid of any reference points. How can one ascertain the direction? What if we inadvertently drift further away from Fancheng as we fly?" He was particularly sensitive to this concern as a general. In warfare, one must rely on maps, yet even then, there is potential for disorientation. If one were to enter an endless grassland or desert, it would be akin to being blind with eyes wide open, a daunting challenge to navigate. However, the aircraft of the future would surely be even more difficult to locate in the vastness of the sky. The others were lost in thought, pondering how they could be certain of reaching Fancheng within an hour. Emperor Jingxian raised an eyebrow, suggesting that they must possess something called navigation. Navigation? Yu Kangsheng exclaimed, remembering how, while driving, they relied on a navigation system to guide them left or right, even alerting them to traffic congestion ahead, allowing for alternative routes. Thus, did this aircraft also have such a device? If so, it would be remarkably convenient, a significant asset for military endeavors. He quickly changed the subject, asking, "Do you believe there are deities in the sky?" Many citizens of the Great Qi were similarly pondering this question. If deities existed, could they not converse with them daily? I believe not. Someone shook their head. If deities were real, how could such a colossal aircraft carry so many people into the heavens without disturbing their tranquility? Surely, it would be struck down? I believe in them. Our family has the blessings of a bodhisattva. However, deities must dwell in higher realms, beyond human reach. And even aircraft cannot ascend that high. Yet if deities do not exist, our prayers and offerings would be in vain. Perhaps the aircraft simply has not reached a sufficient altitude, or the deities have means to conceal themselves. She was still somewhat exhilarated, realizing she was genuinely soaring in the sky. As for her mother's earlier complaints of heart discomfort and dizziness, they seemed to have vanished. Jian Yunsang had been observing Chaochao's complexion and, seeing no abnormalities, finally felt reassured. As Chaochao turned around, she placed the pre-meal dessert and fruits that the flight attendant had brought on her table, saying, "Eat something. We will have the main course soon. You have a small appetite, so do not force yourself. If you cannot eat, you can give it to your father." Hinanzhou, sitting across the aisle, glanced at her with a hint of helplessness. Jian Yunsang chose to ignore it, and mother and daughter happily indulged in their snacks. Chaochao occasionally gazed out the window, and when the announcement came over the intercom about potential turbulence due to air currents, she immediately straightened her posture. After finishing their snacks and the main course, they were treated to a dessert. Chaochao found herself unable to eat anymore, while the citizens of the Great Qi were left swallowing hard. Initially, they had expected the journey to be fraught with anxiety, but instead, it had turned into a delightful experience filled with eating, drinking, admiring the cloudscapes outside, listening to music, and engaging in pleasant conversation, swiftly passing the time. Before long, the intercom chimed again, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Our flight is expected to arrive at Fancheng Tianwan International Airport in 30 minutes, with a ground temperature of 9 degrees Celsius. 30 minutes, merely 2/4 of an hour." The citizens of Great Qi exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that they had merely been watching Chaochao eat while traveling over 700 to 800 kilometers. Chaochao could not help but look out the window again, still surrounded by a blinding white expanse. Yet, she knew they would soon land. And a wave of nervousness washed over her as she felt the urge to use the restroom. However, being airborne made it impossible to find one. She decided to hold on a little longer. Just then, Jian Yunsang quietly asked, "Chaochao, would you like to use the restroom first?" Chaochao responded with surprise. "There's a restroom here?" Jian Yunsang smiled and nodded, realizing the little girl had forgotten the announcement about the restroom's location. Many of the citizens of Great Qi still retained some memory of it, and could not help but marvel at the experience of flying. Eating, sleeping, and even using the restroom did not hinder their journey, making it far more convenient than traveling by carriage. When they looked out the window again, the aircraft had begun its descent, and the once indistinct mountains and fields came back into view, with tall buildings and bridges gradually growing larger. The environment below became clearer, providing Chaochao with a reassuring sense of solid ground beneath her. The citizens of Great Qi exhaled long breaths. For an entire hour, they had scarcely dared to breathe too loudly. Finally, they had landed. This aerial voyage had truly broadened their horizons. Chapter 89. A warm welcome at the airport. The aircraft came to a halt. Chaochao lifted her head and noticed passengers in first class rising to collect their belongings. Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou remained seated, waiting for others to disembark before they stood up. The aircraft was so massive that she could not even see its entirety. At that moment, she fully grasped the reality of having flown in this colossal machine. No wonder it could carry so many people standing on solid ground. She felt dwarfed in comparison. The citizens of Great Qi finally caught sight of the aircraft as well. While they remained puzzled about how such a large and seemingly cumbersome object could soar through the sky for an entire hour without descending, they were left in awe. The wonders of the future were astonishing. Although only a few hundred years separated them, it felt as if an entire world lay between their current reality and the past. They were only a few centuries apart from the Han and Tang dynasties, yet they felt a vast chasm of change. Emperor Jingxian looked on with envy, lamenting that even if they could create such a marvel, the people of the world would likely hesitate to allow it to take flight, making it an unattainable dream in his lifetime. Fortunately, they had the skies above. Following Chaochao's perspective as they circled in the heavens, they managed to glean some insights. Chaochao had boarded the shuttle bus, distancing herself from the aircraft until they reached the airport terminal. Upon retrieving their luggage, Chaochao learned that after her father placed their bags into a machine, designated personnel would transport them directly onto the aircraft, arriving in Fancheng alongside them. "Let's go," He Nanzhou said, placing Chaochao on a piece of luggage and pushing it toward the exit. Just as they reached the arrival area, an excited voice called out, "Sister, brother-in-law." "Over here." Jian Yunsang found the voice somewhat familiar and looked up to see her younger brother waving enthusiastically. He exchanged glances with He Nanzhou and quickly walked over. Yu Zimo ran up eagerly, leaning in close to Chaochao. "Chaochao, do you remember me? We video chatted yesterday." "Yes, uncle," Chaochao replied softly. She felt that her uncle was very outgoing and warm, though her cousin she had met 2 days prior was of similar age. He seemed much more composed in comparison. Yu Zimo chuckled, attempting to lift Chaochao, but Jian Yunsang intervened. "What are you doing here?" Yu Zimo instinctively took the small suitcase Jian Yunsang handed him, explaining, "I took the subway to get here. I've been waiting for over an hour. You wouldn't tell me the landing time, so I had to come on my own. Thankfully, there's a direct subway from the hospital to the airport. It's quite convenient." Jian Yunsang frowned. "You should be at the hospital taking care of Mom. We could manage on our own. Why are you here to pick us up?" "Mom asked me to come. I couldn't refuse." Yu Zimo shrugged, quickly shifting the topic. "Let us go. Sister, brother-in-law, how shall we proceed? Should we take the subway directly to the hospital, or catch a taxi to find a hotel to drop off our luggage. Just as he finished speaking, a hurried voice interjected me. Me? I have a friend coming to pick me up. He has a car. Third young master he. You can ride with my friend wherever you want. ISNT he the young man who asked the flight attendant for her WeChat on the plane. The man busily introduced himself. He Sanshao. My name is Sun Huanyu. My father is. I know, interjected Sun Huanyu, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He had been trailing behind the He family, eager to find an opportunity to engage them in conversation, but their warm interactions made it difficult for him to intrude, as he felt it would be rather rude to interrupt. It was until Yu Zimo's arrival and his mention of taking the subway and taxis that he realized the person sent to pick up the He family did not even have a car, and was suggesting they take the subway instead. At that moment, he saw his chance and hurriedly offered his assistance. Unfortunately, He Nanzhou coldly rejected him, casting a peculiar glance in his direction. No need, we have someone to pick us up. What made Sun Huanyu think they would require him to borrow a friend's vehicle to transport them in Fancheng? It was understandable for Yu Zimo, a high school student from an ordinary background, to think this way, but for someone like Sun Huanyu, a wealthy young master, it seemed rather simplistic. Sure enough, as soon as He Nanzhou finished speaking, a man hurried over. He Zong, I apologize for being late. Not at all. The timing is perfect, He Nanzhou replied, gesturing for him to lead the way. The man took both suitcases and proceeded to guide them outside. He Nanzhou held onto Zhao Zhao, while Jian Yunsang called for the still-dazed Yu Zimo, and they quickly exited the terminal. Sun Huanyu silently slapped his own mouth in frustration. How could he be so foolish? The vehicle sent to pick up the He family was a 7-seater business van, its back seat already equipped with a safety seat, which still left ample space for Yu Zimo. He Nanzhou introduced the man. This is Chun Fong. He will be our driver over the next few days. Chun Fong placed the suitcases down and quickly addressed Jian Yunsang. Madam He, you could just call me Xiao Chun. Thank you for your help in the coming days. Of course, it is my honor. The vehicle soon departed from the airport, and when Sun Huanyu's friend arrived to pick him up, all he could see was the rear of the business van. Feeling somewhat regretful, his friend curiously asked, What's wrong? Who was in that car? A new beauty you met? Don't be ridiculous, he sighed, getting into his friend's car. The business van headed straight to the hospital where Luo Yu was admitted. Chun Fong did not exit the vehicle. Once He Nanzhou and the others ascended to the floor, he drove to a nearby hotel to drop off their luggage. Luo Yu was on the 10th floor of the inpatient department. As Yu Zimo led the way, he reassured her, Sister, Mom's condition isn't serious. She just needs to stay in hospital for a few days and be able to go to Jiangcheng. Don't worry. After a moment, he added, Mom knows I slipped up yesterday. She planned to come today and scold me for not handling even the smallest matters well. How could I have done better? She doesn't consider who I'm dealing with. Chapter 90. Conflict all right. Lead the way, Yu Zimo said, closing his mouth as he walked toward the left side of the elevator. They halted in front of the 5th patient room, hearing loud voices from within. Jian Yunsang frowned and took a few steps inside, discovering it was a 3-person ward. Her mother, Luo Yu, occupied the innermost bed, while the 2 outer beds were also occupied, with visitors crowding around, making it quite noisy. Despite the low volume of conversation, the room felt chaotic and boisterous. Luo Yu clearly felt uncomfortable in such an environment, her brows knitting tightly, especially as the patient in the middle bed continued to speak to her. Miss, I'm not trying to criticize, but you have no one to care for you. Why drink so much water? It makes going to the bathroom inconvenient and only adds to the trouble for others. Luo Yu found this remark both infuriating and amusing. Am I causing you trouble? You clearly have no awareness. This is a patient room, and that bathroom is for patients. Your son has been in there playing on his phone for half an hour, and doesn't he respond when you knock? Do you still think you have a right to complain? But you can't report him to the nurse. If he is not feeling well, why can't he use the restroom? Look at my neighbor. They haven't said anything. So why are you so troublesome? Luo Yu snorted coldly, of course. The neighbors wouldn't dare say anything. They have an elderly person, a young girl, and a half-grown child. You all came with 6 or 7 people, 3 of whom are towering men. Anyone would feel intimidated when one of you glares at them. She could no longer tolerate this, especially after a sleepless night due to their snoring while keeping her company, which only heightened her annoyance. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she noticed the 3 tall men casting their gaze toward her with an expression that suggested they would not hesitate to retaliate if she dared to speak again. Being alone, Luo Yu felt compelled to swallow her anger to avoid unnecessary trouble. The woman in the adjacent bed, however, seemed quite pleased with herself, saying, "Your temper is too bad. No wonder you have no one to care for you. So, you bully my mother because she has no support, right?" A sudden familiar voice interrupted the woman's tirade. Luo Yu recognized the voice immediately, her eyes lighting up as she looked up to see Jian Yunsang and the others entering. Her gaze first landed on Jian Yunsang, then quickly shifted to Zhao Zhao, and she could not contain her joy. "You're here? Zhao Zhao, come let Grandma see you." She instinctively attempted to rise, startling Jian Yunsang, who rushed forward. "Mom, don't move around." Her face beamed with happiness as she greeted her daughter and then turned to Zhao Zhao, who was led to the bedside. The little girl was exceptionally obedient, and knowing Luo Yu's situation, she felt a surge of compassion. "Zhao Zhao has suffered. It's been tough on you." Zhao Zhao shook her head. "Grandma, does her leg hurt?" "Not all." Luo Yu laughed. "I can't feel a thing. If the doctor would let me out, I would have gone to Jiangcheng to see you." The three generations were joyfully conversing, drawing the attention of the patients in the adjacent beds. In particular, the people surrounding the woman in the next bed appeared aggressive, as if ready to escalate to a fight at any moment. He Nanzhou leaned toward Jian Yunsang, whispering something, but she shook her head. "No need. I'm here. You go ahead. Are you really all right?" He Nanzhou glanced at the neighboring bed, smiling. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Hurry along." He Nanzhou departed, and the woman in the adjacent bed let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat constrained in front of him. Yet, she had 3 sons backing her. Why should she fear a single man? Reflecting on her earlier timid demeanor, she felt embarrassed, and once he Nanzhou left, she quickly regained her bravado. She looked at Jian Yunsang. "You're the daughter of the young lady, right? What kind of talk was that earlier? Claiming your mother was being bullied because she had no support? It's as if your arrival would somehow provide her with protection." Upon finishing her sentence, her companions erupted in laughter. Yu Zimo, full of youthful vigor and temperamental, had been seething since they were at the door, and now he could no longer hold back. "What nonsense are you spouting? You think you're justified for monopolizing the restroom, don't you? What's the matter? Just because you have numbers, do you think you're tough enough to fight? Come on, I'm scared of you. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Be careful you don't end up like your mother, lying on a hospital bed." One of the men stepped forward, cracking his knuckles ominously. Were they about to fight? How could Yu Zimo, so small, possibly take on 3 large men? People under the vast sky of the Qi were pointing fingers and making comments. "This kid is too impulsive. Those 3 big men are no match for him. I thought people of the future wouldn't dare to throw punches. Remember that Aunt Shui who bullied the young master of the family? No one laid a hand on her. Why did he Nanzhou choose this moment to leave? Fully aware that the opposing side was so numerous, yet leaving his wife and daughter behind, he would surely regret this decision shortly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Provoked by Yu Zimo, the 3 adversaries were not inclined to let the matter rest. One of them reached out to seize him. However, he was remarkably slippery, swiftly retreating behind Jian Yunsang for refuge. The opponent was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly amused, questioning what it meant to hide behind a woman. Did he truly believe they would hesitate to strike a woman? "Yu Zimo, you know nothing." In the next instant, the hand that reached out was firmly grasped by Jian Yunsang, who forcefully twisted it downwards. A piercing scream erupted instantly, and the assailant instinctively hunched over in pain. "Jian Yunsang, you initiated this. I am merely acting in self-defense. You cannot blame me." The others present were momentarily stunned, unsure whether it was the scream that had startled them or Jian Yunsang's decisive action that left them in awe. In any case, no one moved. Even Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Mom is amazing." Chapter 91. 1005 for one night under the celestial dome. The citizens of the Qi were astonished. This girl actually knew martial arts? She appeared gentle, yet her strikes were undeniably fierce. Was that man's wrist broken? It was no wonder he Nanzhou had left so confidently. And no wonder Yu Zimo had sought refuge behind Jian Yunsang after provoking her. However, despite Jian Yunsang's skills, how could she possibly contend against so many? Indeed, it was improbable for a single person to hold off the entire group, especially considering that both the elderly and the young were present, and her mother was incapacitated due to a leg injury. How impulsive. She was surely inviting trouble. Yet, Emperor Jingxian raised an eyebrow, questioning whether a fight could even ensue in such a confined space. Of course, it seemed unlikely. Just as the anger of the group reached its peak, poised to act, Jian Yunsang suddenly relaxed her grip and called out, "Nurse, they want to fight in the ward." Upon entering, a senior nurse, her brow furrowed, exclaimed angrily, "What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in the hospital. Anyone who attempts to engage will be reported to security." As she finished speaking, she cautiously regarded the three imposing men while instructing someone outside to summon security. The elderly woman in the adjacent bed grew anxious, realizing she still required treatment and could not afford to offend the hospital staff. She hastily began to explain, "Doctor, there's been a misunderstanding. We are not the ones seeking a fight. It was this girl who attacked my son." Jian Yunsang feigned terror. "Auntie, please speak truthfully. Look at how many of you there are compared to us. And then consider what your son looks like versus me. Who would believe I assaulted him? Your son ran into my hand and foolishly thinks he can frame me for it. It's utterly ridiculous." The elderly woman felt utterly helpless. She aimed to clarify her position to the nurse, but upon turning, she spotted the family by the door and hurriedly pointed them out. "They can testify." Jian Yunsang retorted, "Auntie, not only are you trying to frame me, but you also wish to threaten them into testifying for you? With so many of you present, would they dare speak the truth?" The elderly woman was left speechless, while her son, known for his quick temper, could no longer contain himself and clench his fists. "Let's see how you talk so smoothly now." Just as he took a few steps forward, two security personnel burst in from outside, swiftly restraining him. Jian Yunsang chuckled. "Look, we caught them in the act. You still refuse to admit it." The family immediately erupted into chaos, explaining and shoving, until they were all escorted out. In the spacious ward, only the elderly woman remained by herself. Furious, she pounded on the bed, glaring menacingly at Jian Yunsang. You lot, if you have the ability, stay here and keep your mother company." Jian Yunsang did not even glance in her direction, directly addressing Yuzimo. "Help Mom pack her things." Yuzimo was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. "Pack for what?" "To transfer Mom to another ward." Yuzimo promptly agreed. "Sure thing." The elderly woman widened her eyes in disbelief. "You scoundrel." Luo Yu quickly intervened. "No need, no need. I'll only be here a few days. I'll be discharged soon. I heard staying here costs 1,500 a night, and insurance won't cover it. Don't waste that money." "Mom, do you truly expect me to stay here with you the entire time?" Luo Yu recalled the men from earlier and knew they would not easily relent. "Then, we can switch to another ward." However, Zhaozhao was still uncomfortable around strangers. She would feel insecure in a ward full of people. At this point, Luo Yu fell silent, glancing between Zhaozhao and Jian Yunsang, before sighing heavily. Just as she finished her sigh, Hinanzhou entered, noticing the noticeably more spacious ward. He raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, simply asking, "Are we ready to leave?" "Yes." Luo Yu had few belongings, and Yu Zimo quickly organized them. Hinanzhou wheeled her to her side, and the family departed for the ward. The elderly woman next door angrily pounded the bed again, prompting the previously silent family to exchange glances and stifle their laughter. The citizens of Qi looked around in bewilderment. They never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. Initially, they thought Jian Yunsang would suffer against such numbers. Yet it appeared she had perfectly timed the entrance of a medical staff. Previously, they had perceived her as gentle and patient with children, a poised and graceful young woman. Who could have imagined she would act with such decisiveness? I suspected she was extraordinary. Someone remarked with pride, "Look at that little Yuan. She shows the utmost respect towards this young lady." And Jian Yunsang's younger brother, unable to even tell a lie in her presence. Indeed, Jian Yunsang had managed to subdue her husband completely, earning the admiration of her in-laws. It was clear she was not an ordinary person. Yet there were still those who, with antiquated views, scoffed in disdain. What a load of nonsense. She clearly sent Hinanzhou away deliberately, afraid he would see her fierce side. An onlooker immediately countered. "Are you foolish or blind? Do you think that young master he is unaware of what his partner is like? He trusts her completely, which is why he feels secure leaving matters in her hands." The discussions among the citizens of Qi grew fervent, while the family under the celestial dome swiftly reached their ward. Yu Zimo excitedly led Zhao Zhao around the entire room, remarking on why it was so expensive to stay overnight. It was akin to a hotel suite. The citizens nodded in agreement, their eyes following Zhao Zhao as she explored the room. They could only think how fortunate the people of the future were. "You're mistaken. I have been to the capital city where the Grand Medical Hall offers accommodations. However, those rooms are shared by over 10 people, much like a communal inn. With so many individuals, one cannot properly recover from illness. Even if there are private rooms, there are only 3 or 4, and the environment cannot compare to this. Indeed. Haven't you heard what they said? One night in such a room costs 1,005. It's extortionate. He Nanzhou is quite the son-in-law, willing to spend so lavishly on his mother-in-law. The He family was wealthy and influential. 1,005 for a single night stay was trivial compared to the cost of flying, which could amount to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. 1,005 seemed negligible in comparison. Chapter 92. Where is Uncle Yu? The citizens of Qi nodded in agreement, all sharing the sentiment that air travel was an unattainable luxury for ordinary folk. At least for them, it was a thought too far-fetched to entertain. Zhao Zhao's current life was truly enviable. Yu Zimo carefully arranged the luggage and addressed Luo Yu, Mom, you can stay here and get a good night's sleep. I can study and do my homework in the living room without too many disturbances. It's all right. I've already taken 3 days off. Yu Zimo was now in high school, and his studies were not too demanding. As the end of the semester approached, his grades remained consistently stable. The teacher merely advised him to keep up with his studies and granted him leave. Had such a situation arisen in the first half of the year, being in the crucial 3rd year of junior high, he would have found it impossible to request time off. Luo Yu intended to say more, but Yu Zimo ran back to Chaochao with a beaming smile and asked, were you scared when your mother fought off the bad guy just now? Chaochao shook her head. Initially, she worried that they would be outmatched, but upon witnessing her mother swiftly subdue the tall assailant, she was filled with admiration. Unexpectedly, she gazed at her mother with sparkling eyes and asked, Mom, have you practiced martial arts? Jin Yunseng nodded. Yes, I learned when I was young. Hearing the exchange between mother and daughter, Luo Yu, who had just settled onto the bed, felt a twinge of guilt. Jian Yunseng had taken up martial arts following her divorce from Jian Zhengxing. In those days, divorces were not as commonplace as they are now, and parental separation often led to feelings of inferiority in children. Although Jian Yunseng herself did not feel inferior, her classmates treated her with scorn upon learning of her situation, which led to bullying. Jian Yunseng was not one to suffer in silence. She fought back, but being slender at the time, she lacked the strength and ultimately suffered. Even having her hair cut off, Jian Zhengxing would not let the matter rest, and after the other party's parents were summoned, they refrained from retaliating at school. However, they sought outside help to confront her, but Jian Yunseng had anticipated this. She realized the necessity of self-defense. Despite the presence of teachers at school, outside of it, help was not readily available, and waiting until one was severely harmed would be too late. Thus, she told Jian Zhengxing that she wanted to learn martial arts. Over the years, she had never wavered in her commitment. Learning martial arts was a decision she had never regretted. Reflecting on this, Jian Yunseng crouched down to ask her daughter, Chaochao, would you like to learn martial arts? Chaochao was momentarily taken aback. Can I really learn? Of course. Martial arts can strengthen your body and also protect you. Although Chaochao was surrounded by the love and protection of her and Nanzhou, making her situation different from Jian Yunseng's childhood, possessing skills would undoubtedly instill confidence. Moreover, having been bullied during her time in Lu Six village made the idea more appealing. Chaochao, filled with excitement, asked, if I learn, will I be as formidable as you, Mom? Yes. Chaochao thought that if she were like her mother, she would no longer have to fear encountering someone like Hu Baodun again. She nodded vigorously. All right. Yu Zimo chimed in, but learning martial arts is quite tough. I am not afraid of hardship. I used to wash clothes and clean every day, and it was not tiring at all. Hearing this, Yu Zimo felt a pang of sorrow and wanted to cry. He gently patted the little girl's head, cursing the unfortunate circumstances that forced her to bear so much at such a young age. Before he could finish his thought, Luo Yu scolded him. Don't use foul language in front of Chaochao. Yu Zimo immediately sealed his lips, turning to see Luo Yu glaring at him, and he offered a sheepish smile, quickly leading Chaochao to the side. Forget about them. Jian Yunseng adjusted Luo Yu's backrest before sitting beside her, her brow slightly furrowed as she inquired, where is Uncle Yu? My wife has injured her leg and is in the hospital, and he, as her husband, hasn't even shown up. If he were present, at the very least, he would not have left Luo Yu feeling isolated in front of that entire family. What happened? Did he leave you all alone in the hospital? Luo Yu forced a laugh. It's not that he abandoned me. He has actually been taking care of me in the hospital these past 2 days. Your brother knows that. He just left half an hour ago, right before you arrived. Jian Yunsang narrowed her eyes. He left just before we came? Luo Yu's expression turned more awkward. You know how he is. He fears you might blame him. Those who do not commit wrongful acts need not fear the knocking of ghosts at their door. What nonsense is that? Luo Yu spat dismissively before explaining. This isn't his fault. I misjudged the road and rushed, which caused my fall. He feels guilty and has been hands-on these past 2 days. Jian Yunsang did not voice her opinion on this matter. Had he not quarreled with you? Would you have been in a rush? This incident was simply an accident. Although Uncle Yu could be a bit pragmatic, he is not a bad person. Over the years, he has treated me quite well. Jian Yunsang wished to say more, but her gaze fell upon Yu Zimo, who, despite playing with Chaochao, was eavesdropping on their conversation. She ultimately decided to hold her tongue and refrain from saying anything further. After all, he was her biological father, and out of consideration for him, Jian Yunsang felt it inappropriate to speak too harshly. After all these years, Uncle Yu had indeed been good to her mother. If things had truly been unbearable, her mother would have divorced long ago. Just as in the case with her father, if they were unable to coexist harmoniously, they would not force themselves to stay together, ultimately parting ways. Uncle Yu merely held some reservations about his stepdaughter. Jian Yunsang stood up and cut an apple for Luo Yu. Yu Zimo, relieved that they had stopped discussing his father, turned back to Chaochao. Luo Yu, she paused mid-action, nearly losing control and throwing the apple at her foolish son. She quickly called out, Chaochao, come over and eat some apple. Chaochao immediately ran over, and Luo Yu sighed in relief, giving Yu Zimo a fierce glare. The latter was bewildered, wondering what he had said wrong. As her uncle, was it wrong for him to stand up for his niece? Chaochao, ignore your uncle. He has a loose tongue. Come, eat the apple. Chaochao shook her head. Grandma, I don't want to eat. I had plenty of food on the plane, and I'm still quite full. Luo Yu laughed. So you took a plane? Were you scared? Not at all. The plane was so high up, I even saw the clouds. Chaochao's speech was now more fluid, although she was speaking to her grandmother for the first time. The knowledge that this was someone who loved her made her feel secure, and she found herself talking more freely. Luo Yu feigned exaggerated surprise. Really? Your grandmother has never been on a plane, so I don't know what it's like up there. Indeed, she had never flown. For years, she had remained within nearby cities. After divorcing Jian Yunsang's father in Wuqing, she had come to Fancheng with Yu Fu, which was not far away, just a little over 3 hours by car. She later took on odd jobs here, living and caring for her child, without any opportunity for travel. The farthest she had gone was a few years prior when Jian Yunsang got married, and she took her husband and son to Jiangcheng for the wedding. Unfortunately, that trip coincided with bad weather, and the originally booked tickets had to be canceled, resulting in them taking the high-speed train instead. On the way back, Yu Fu had business in a neighboring city, and they ended up taking the train again. Luo Yu did not mind, but Chaochao felt a pang of sympathy. Is it because flying is very expensive? Don't worry, when I earn money in the future, I will take Grandma on a plane. No, Luo Yu chuckled, yet felt warmth in her heart at Chaochao's thoughtfulness. Plane tickets were not expensive, if one happened to find a discount during the off-season. 200 or 300 yuan would suffice. It was simply that Grandma did not need to fly at the moment. This amount of money was certainly manageable for her. Chaochao's mouth fell open in astonishment. 200 or 300? Is a plane ticket that cheap? She now had a certain understanding of money. 200 or 300 yuan, as Brother Yuan said, would not even buy him a pair of gloves. In fact, it might not even cover a single meal. Yet they not only flew, but also had meals and snacks on the plane, and she wondered if the airline truly made any profit. The thought seemed illogical. Wait, how much did you just say? Did they mishear? 200 or 300, not 2 or 3 million. Converting it into their currency, it was merely 200 or 300 won. Was it really enough to fly? Wasn't that a bit outrageous? Is it not the case that they can also afford to travel? In response, Emperor Jingxian displayed no signs of surprise. If the airfare were indeed exorbitantly priced, how could a single aircraft accommodate so many passengers? With a capacity of 200, and given the multitude of flights departing from the airport in Jiangcheng, it is evident that flights take off frequently. This observation pertains solely to Jiangcheng's airport. Upon their arrival in Fancheng, they encountered numerous aircraft as well. If Jiangcheng and Fancheng are thus, what can be said of other locales, such as Wuqing, where Jian Yunsang's father resides, or Xingqing, where Chaochao's aunt lives? Even if people in future generations possess wealth, it is unlikely that so many individuals are affluent. It seems that for them, flying has become a commonplace mode of travel. Contemplating this, Emperor Jingxian felt a twinge of envy. The Grand Tutor concurred, affirming that it is indeed not costly. The only exorbitant prices likely pertain to the seats within the partitioned area where Chaochao and her companions are situated. Given the surroundings, the food, and their boarding sequence, their ticket prices must exceed those of the more than 100 passengers boarding later. The cost of a ticket for Song Run is truly beyond the means of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, they were momentarily taken aback by Luo Yu's remarks. Even if they understood that the airfare would not be exorbitant, the prospect of 200 or 300 seemed daunting. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Chaochao soon felt joy. If the ticket prices were indeed low, she might quickly earn enough to afford one. Luo Yu spoke for only a short while. Her condition as a patient, compounded by a sleepless night of disturbances, left her in dire need of rest. Consequently, once the nurse completed her examination, she lay down to sleep. Hinanzhou arranged for a caregiver for Luo Yu and then took mother and daughter to the hotel. Yu Zimo accompanied them, stating he wished to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The hotel was situated just a few hundred meters from the hospital, not too far at all. The rooms were booked by Chun Fong, who had reserved a luxurious suite, albeit with only one room. Jian Yunsang gazed at the expansive bed, measuring over 2 meters in width, her attention gradually shifting to Hinanzhou. The latter cleared his throat and remarked that Chun Fong did not intend any oversight. He had inquired whether Chaochao needed a separate room, to which I responded that she should stay with the adults. Thus, he probably deemed it unnecessary to book 2 rooms. While he offered an explanation, he notably refrained from suggesting the immediate addition of another room. Jian Yunsang waited for a moment but heard no further elaboration from him. Instead, it was Yuzimo who proceeded to show Chaochao around the suite. This suite is indeed quite impressive. It is a pity the hotel lacks a presidential suite, or else I could have had the pleasure of experiencing it alongside my sister and brother-in-law. Jian Yunsang's gaze shifted back to him, while Hinanzhou exhaled softly, feigning nonchalance as he opened a bottle of mineral water. The matter of the single room was left in silence. However, many individuals from the Qi Dynasty displayed mischievous expressions. Even Aunt Yu, who was still en route, could not suppress a teasing smile, suggesting that Chaochao's father was being deliberate. Lin Lan and Ya, the unmarried young ladies, were left puzzled, wondering what was meant by deliberate. What had Chaochao's father done? Children, in their innocence, often fail to grasp the nuances of adult interactions and should refrain from probing. Aunt Yu and Grandma Zhou exchanged glances, chuckling and shaking their heads. Lin Lan, you ought to remain silent. However, that evening, Chaochao was quite excited to share a bed with her parents. She had long wished to inquire why the 3 of them could not sleep together, especially since Hu Baodun shared a room with the Hu couple. In fact, the bed in the Hu household was smaller than the one in her room. Yet, she hesitated. There were many things she did not understand. But she had an instinctive fear that voicing certain questions might disrupt the happiness surrounding her. However, at that moment, she felt that asking or not asking was inconsequential. Her father lay to her left, her mother to her right, and she felt a profound sense of security, which was more than enough. Chapter 94. The sweet potato grows underground. Chaochao fell asleep as the evening sky darkened. The breath beside her paused momentarily, followed by Hinanzhou gently shifting his position and chuckling softly. In truth, the bed in Chaochao's room was quite spacious, ample enough for 3 people. Yet it felt rather peculiar for the couple to share a bed in a child's room. Chaochao slept soundly, to the extent that when Yu Zimo arrived the next day, she was not disturbed. When she emerged with tousled hair, she found her uncle seated in the living room, engrossed in his phone. Hearing the commotion, Yu Zimo immediately looked up, putting away his phone. Has Chaochao awakened? Where are Mom and Dad? He took her hand to brush her teeth and wash her face, explaining that her sister had gone to the hospital to see their grandmother, while her brother-in-law was next door on a phone call. Chaochao tilted her head, and indeed, she could hear her father's low voice intermittently emanating from the conference room. She nodded, quickly preparing herself. Yu Zimo then led her to the conference room door. Peeking in with half of his head, and seizing a moment when Hinanzhou paused, he quietly said, "Brother-in-law, I'm taking Chaochao downstairs for breakfast. We'll come back up after we finish." Hinanzhou covered his phone and glanced at Chaochao, saying, "Wait for me a moment. I need to grab something, and then I'll come down with you." No, Dad has things to do. My uncle and I can manage," Chaochao insisted, shaking her head. She knew the restaurant was just downstairs, and with her familiar uncle by her side, she felt no fear. Nanzhou smiled, saying he was not in a hurry. It was just a phone call, and he could go downstairs later. He insisted on accompanying them, so Chaochao had no choice but to wait for him. Once they reached the first floor, Nanzhou did not enter the dining room. He handed the room card to Yu Zimo, saying, "I've already eaten. I'll wait for you here in the lobby. Take your time, no rush." All right. Yu Zimo took Chaochao's hand and entered the buffet restaurant. Chaochao was somewhat fascinated, as it was her first time seeing a restaurant where one could select and serve oneself. Being small and lightweight, Yu Zimo simply picked her up, allowing her to see what she wanted to eat, pointing out items for him to retrieve later. Chaochao whispered, "Really, we don't have to pay? Can we take as much as we want without payment? The breakfast is included in the room rate. No matter how much you take, you won't have to pay extra. Besides, how much can your little belly hold? Don't worry, a business like this one suffer losses." Chaochao patted her belly, feeling that she could eat quite a bit. She leaned in to examine the offerings, seeing many items she had never encountered before. Although Zhao Ma usually prepared a variety of dishes, none compared to the abundance available in the restaurant. Everything seemed delicious to her. Chaochao spotted congee milk egg tarts, fried rice, vegetables, as well as bread, cake, eggs, and sausages, all of which she recognized. For the unfamiliar items, Yu Zimo explained them to her. Eventually, Chaochao's gaze landed on a dish containing sweet potatoes. She vaguely recalled the taste of sweet potatoes, slightly sweet and very filling. Unable to resist, she pointed at the sweet potatoes. Yu Zimo remarked, "You want to eat sweet potatoes?" Seeing Chaochao nod, he continued, "Let us not eat these. These sweet potatoes are steamed and taste mediocre. I'll tell you, later we can go buy some. There is a place not far from the hospital selling roasted sweet potatoes, and those are truly delicious. The skin is roasted to a fragrant crisp, and the inside is soft and sticky. One bite, and it's both sweet and aromatic. I've eaten many sweet potatoes, and those are the best I've ever had. A single sweet potato can be transformed into a culinary delight. The vendor surely possesses some skill." As he spoke, he made a slurping sound. By the time Yu Zimo carried the tray and led her to the dining table, she could not help but ask, "Uncle, do you often eat sweet potatoes? Have you eaten many?" Chaochao blinked, thinking one could gift a large bag of sweet potatoes. Her mother had said they yield a high production, and it was indeed true. After all, sweet potatoes are a staple, and no one in Lu Village would be so generous as to give away a large bag of grain. Her uncle's great-uncle must be quite elderly, and he must toil hard in the fields. To give away so many indicates he has plenty to spare. Listen to her muttering, chuckling, of course. Sweet potatoes have a high yield. But, dear uncle, have you ever cultivated them? Me? I have certainly never grown them, but I have taken photographs of sweet potato fields. You must not have seen them. Let me show you. Wiping his hands, Yu Zimo retrieved his phone. While Zhaozhao had yet to react significantly, the people of the Qi began to breathe more rapidly, craning their necks as if eager to get closer to the celestial canopy. Emperor Jingxian hurriedly instructed the recording officer beside him, "Quickly, pay attention and draw this." They had become excited the moment Zhao mentioned sweet potatoes, eagerly anticipating more information. To their delight, Zhao was so considerate. Not only did she inquire, but she also brought forth images of the sweet potato fields. Now, they could witness the unharvested sweet potatoes, a most unexpected joy. Zhao was astonished, especially upon seeing numerous sweet potatoes hanging beneath a tangle of vines. Finally grasping the true meaning of high yield, the people of the Qi beneath the celestial canopy gasped in astonishment. My goodness, sweet potatoes grow underground. Had they not seen them in the field, they would have never thought to look below the surface. Emperor Jingxian felt invigorated, exclaiming, "Good. Remember well the appearance of those sweet potato vines, sketch them down, and direct the local officials to find them as soon as possible." At last, they had made progress in their search for sweet potatoes. Chapter 95. Chiangtwen. After Yu Zimo finished showing Zhao the photographs, he began to relish his breakfast. Zhao, however, continued to ponder how wonderful it would be if Luchun village also had such sweet potatoes so that Sister Lin Lan and the others would not go hungry. At that moment, Lin Lan, who was at the Chaochao dock, could not help but feel a pang of emotion. Zhao always thought of them whenever life improved a little. Despite being so young, she had much on her mind. Lin's father patted her shoulder. "Let us go. We need to board the ship." After several days of land travel, They were finally set to embark on the waterway. It was said that the journey to the capital would take about 10 days, but since they were on an official vessel, it would be relatively swift. The ship was quite large, and it was Lin Lan's first time seeing such a vessel. She had only encountered small ferries that operated on rivers and lakes. This ship had 2 levels, and they resided on the 2nd floor. When they opened the window, they could see far-off landscapes. Although it could not compare to Zhao Zhao's experience on an airplane, it was sufficient to broaden their horizons. The Hu family and Jiang Lao-san were confined to the lower deck, where the dim light made it difficult to see. They could not move freely, nor did they have any leisure time. When they passed each other earlier, their expressions had been filled with indignation. Lin Lan chose to ignore them throughout the journey. They had tried to find opportunities to speak with her, but she intentionally avoided them. They dared not make too much noise, fearing they would attract the guards' attention and face punishment. Consequently, their resentment towards Lin Lan and her companions grew, feeling that as fellow villagers from Luchun, with no deep-seated hatred, they should help one another. Why could they not even offer a few kind words? Yet, as old lady Zhou rightly said, their current favorable treatment, their good food and lodging, and their chance to visit the emperor were all thanks to Zhao Zhao. Thus, it was unreasonable to leverage the benefits bestowed by Zhao Zhao to assist those who had previously bullied and mistreated her. There was no justification for such actions. Therefore, regardless of how the Hu family and Jiang Laosan cursed, Lin Lan and her group chose to remain deaf to their words. Now that they were on the ship, distanced from each other, they would likely not even see each other again, allowing them some peace. Just as she was thinking this, Guoxiuzai knocked and entered. Lin's father was naturally delighted. The greatest concern for him and his daughter leaving Luchun was the wife who was still in confinement and their infant daughter. In recent days, he often pondered whether it was appropriate to leave them behind for such a long journey. Yet, he could not abandon his eldest daughter, leading to much internal conflict, to the point that he had pulled out several strands of hair. No worries, you all speak, I will write. I will deliver it directly to the village head, who will find someone to read the letter. Lin's father immediately nodded. All right, then please trouble Guoxiuzai to write a letter for us, just to say we're doing well on our journey. Aunt Yu and Dashin gathered around, admitting that this was their first long journey, especially to such a distant capital, so they were inevitably concerned about home. The previous day, Gao Hongfei had received an urgent imperial edict, instructing him to select a site for the Siyuan. Today, he came to Luchun village to discuss it with Liang Wei, and with the hastily arrived Yichai. The 3 of them deliberated for a while before deciding on a location in Luchun village. Currently, Gao Hongfei was still roaming the village, and with Yu Chai's guidance, he had a rough understanding of the village layout, ultimately selecting a plot of land close to the village entrance. Establishing the Siyuan here would facilitate access. Due to Zhao Zhao, Luchun village had become the most renowned village in the entire Huaiping County. In recent days, countless people had come seeking news, though most were blocked at the village entrance by bailiffs. However, with the location of the Siyuan now determined, this fact could not be concealed from those lingering at the entrance, and it was unclear who initiated the conversation. Sir Gao, establishing the Siyuan is a commendable and virtuous undertaking. We can contribute some funds. My family has a bit of surplus. I would like to donate 100 taels. Please ensure you accept it, sir. Upon hearing this, others immediately clamored, eagerly waving their hands. Sir, I will donate too. I will donate as well. Many ordinary citizens and nearby villagers at the village entrance revealed expressions of envy and excitement at witnessing such wealthy individuals vying to donate. Gao Hongfei and Liang Wei exchanged glances, feeling a moment of temptation, yet they shook their heads, saying, "This matter has already been decreed by His Majesty." The appearance of the celestial canopy has presented many advanced and beneficial items, and the Qi has greatly benefited. Thus, any profits gained will be directed towards the Siyuan. The others immediately understood, realizing these were indeed the benefits brought by Zhao Zhao. Someone quickly grasped the situation. Sir, we have also greatly benefited from the celestial canopy. It has provided us with methods to combat smallpox. It has also led us to clues about achieving a yield of 10,000 jin per mu of grain. Just recently, Zhao Zhao even showed us how sweet potatoes grow in the fields. Believing in the court's capabilities, it won't be long before high-yield grains are discovered, and we will also reap the rewards. Therefore, it is only right for us to donate some silver to do good deeds. Indeed, sir, we also wish to contribute. Gao Hongfei appeared contemplative. He actually found this idea quite reasonable. The emperor had already decided to establish Chaochao across the nation, and the cost for mere establishment would be substantial, not to mention the long-term maintenance, which would require even more funds. While ordinary citizens might be less of a concern, it was fitting for wealthy individuals who had profited from the celestial canopy to donate a portion. Although he thought this way, it was not a decision he could make alone. Very well, we shall await your good news, sir. Gao Hongfei then turned to discuss quietly with Liang Wei, while Yu Chai appeared hesitant, repeatedly opening his mouth only to close it again. Liang Wei, being perceptive, immediately glanced over. Village head, you, if you have something to say, please do not hesitate. Chapter 96. Energy value increased by 5 points. Yu Chai chuckled awkwardly and quickly said, Sir, I see that so many are interested in the Siyuan. And since Luchun Village is the first Chaoyang Siyuan, it is crucial that it serves as a model. Is it not a bit too small for this foundation? Gao Hongfei was taken aback, looking at the 2 acres of land before him. He had initially thought it sufficiently spacious, considering that the existing Siyuan in the county only occupied about 1 acre. However, observing the crowd at the village entrance, he began to agree with Yu Chai's assessment. The maximum area that can be freed up here is merely 2 mu, which is already a considerable limitation, given that it is at the village entrance, a prime location where villagers aspire to construct their homes. Should the establishment of the Siyuan necessitate the relocation of these villagers from their ancestral residences, it would undoubtedly cause discontent among the populace, contradicting the very essence of charitable intentions. Is there an alternative suitable location? Liang Wei inquired. Gao Hongfei pondered for a moment. Initially, the second choice was the land at the foot of the mountain, which is indeed spacious but lacks convenient access, necessitating the construction of a road. The road construction poses no significant issue, as it merely involves widening and leveling an existing narrow and steep path, without encroaching upon anyone's property or farmland, thus also benefiting other villagers. However, it would incur substantial expenses. Liang Wei considered the financial aspect inconsequential and promptly decided on the land at the mountain's foot. With the location re-established, Gao Hongfei was eager to proceed without delay and instructed Yu Chai to lead them to the mountain's base for planning and construction. The site at the foot of the mountain was indeed considerably more spacious. They identified a dilapidated old house that had long been neglected, teetering on the brink of collapse. Gao Hongfei acted swiftly, immediately asking Yu Chai to gather some laborers to demolish the house without delay. The workers arrived shortly thereafter, and as they were dismantling a section of the old house's courtyard wall, Zhao Zhao, who had just finished breakfast with Yuzimo, suddenly stiffened in her father Hinanzhou's arms while they walked down the hospital corridor. She had intended to save her baked sweet potato for the afternoon, but at that moment, she felt a peculiar sensation. Her small frame froze, prompting Hinanzhou to pause and inquire, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I feel fine." Zhao Zhao quickly shook her head, opening her mouth to speak, but then recalling that such matters were not meant for others' ears. She turned her gaze and noticed her uncle entering the hospital room. In a vast corridor, it was just her and her father, alongside a distant nurse. She leaned closer to Hinanzhou's ear and whispered, "Daddy, just now I heard a voice in my head again, just like last time, as if it were coming from a faraway place, buzzing." Hinanzhou's gaze sharpened. "Has your energy increased?" "Yes, by 5 points," she replied, extending a tiny hand and nodding earnestly. Although 5 points may not seem considerable, it nonetheless represented an increase in energy. However, Hinanzhou's brow furrowed tightly. Despite the rise in energy, there was no joy in his expression. When he questioned Zhao Zhao, she could only describe the sensation, uncertain if the distance was relevant. Hinanzhou's primary concern was that this inexplicable increase in energy might adversely affect Zhao Zhao's health or require her to pay some unknown price. If that were the case, it would be better if she hadn't gained any at all. As father and daughter exchanged concerned glances, Yuzimo poked his head out from the hospital room, asking, "What are you two doing in the corridor? I thought you had vanished. One moment you were here, and the next you were gone." Hinanzhou composed himself, embracing Zhao Zhao as they swiftly entered the room. This exchange, however, stirred a slight excitement within Emperor Jingxian. The last time Zhao Zhao's energy increased, she had mentioned that the voice in her head came from a distant place, coinciding with the confirmation of the Siyuan project. This time, it seemed similarly related. The Minister of War calculated that, given the Emperor's decree for Huaiping County to expedite site selection, If Liang Darren and County Magistrate Gao acted swiftly, there would indeed be progress. It appeared our conjecture was accurate. Any advancement in establishing the Siyuan would lead to a rise in Zhao Zhao's energy levels. Yet, he pondered whether the 5-point increase was insufficient. Perhaps it was merely the beginning. There was no need to rush, as further developments would undoubtedly lead to a more significant rise in energy. Gao Hongfei and Liang Wei, who periodically monitored the movement of the heavens, exchanged glances, realizing that even the demolition of a single wall constituted a meaningful accomplishment. They speculated on how much Zhao Zhao's energy would increase by the time the project was completed. Liang Wei mused that it was likely the true surge in energy would occur once the institution began accommodating individuals. You make a valid point, Liang Darren. We must expedite our efforts, Gao Hongfei remarked, seeking out Yu Chai to inquire about the progress of the construction workers. However, Yu Chai, who had been trailing behind them, was nowhere to be found. Surprised, Gao Hongfei took a few steps aside and soon spotted him. Yet, Yu Chai was turned away, gazing intently at the collapsed wall. Following his line of sight, they discovered a small figure peering curiously at them. Sensing their gaze, the child darted away like a rabbit. Yu Chai called out, "Hey, Xiao Shitu, stop. Don't run around. It's dangerous with the building being torn down." He let out a sigh of relief as he caught the trembling child, who appeared frightened and unwilling to struggle. He turned to Liang Wei with an apologetic expression, saying, "I beg for your forgiveness, Liang Darren. This child did not mean any harm. He just—" Gao Hongfei raised a hand to interrupt. "Whose child is this?" Yu Chai quickly explained. "He lives just over there. The house at the foot of the mountain belongs to him." Gao Hongfei and Liang Wei looked up, noting that the area at the foot of the mountain was quite secluded, with poor access, and few villagers had built homes there. Aside from the dilapidated structure they were demolishing, there was only one other courtyard visible, which appeared small and somewhat run down. Before Gao Hongfei could speak, Yu Chai displayed a hesitant expression, finally gathering the courage to say, Darren, may I request something? Chapter 97. Is it still rising? Gao Hongfei scrutinized him for a moment. Go ahead. Once the Siyuan is completed, could you allow Xiao Shitu to reside there? Gao Hongfei was taken aback, pointing at the child in Yu Chai's arms. You mean him? Yu Chai nodded vigorously, speaking rapidly. This child has no parents or relatives to care for him. He perfectly fits the adoption criteria for the Siyuan. Xiao Shitu is 4 years old, even younger than Zhao Zhao. He is a posthumous child. His father was a hunter who fled to Shangliu village with his parents during a calamity, but after his father's death, he was left with his mother. However, they had no land or resources, and when he married in his 20s, life became even more challenging after Xiao Shitu was born. His mother, unable to endure the hardships, packed her belongings one night and disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Now, all that remains is Xiao Shitu and his grandmother, who has already faced the loss of her husband, son, and daughter-in-law and is in a fragile state of mind. Given her poor health from their earlier struggles, she managed to hold on until this year, when she finally succumbed. Now, Xiao Shitu is all alone. Fortunately, when Xiao Shitu's father was alive, he had helped Yu Chai, who has since taken extra care of the child. For the past 6 months, Xiao Shitu has essentially been relying on the kindness of others for sustenance. Like Zhao Zhao, he is often undernourished, yet he must work to support himself. In fact, many villagers regard him as a harbinger of misfortune, believing he brings ill fate, which further isolates him. The only difference from Zhao Zhao's situation is that no one mistreats him. Nevertheless, his life is fraught with difficulties, especially living alone in that house at the foot of the mountain, distanced from the rest of the village, often keeping him awake at night due to fear. If they had any family wealth, they would have been robbed long ago. Yet, even without thieves, Yu Chai is aware that there are people eyeing Xiao Shitu, intending to sell him for profit. Fortunately, the incident involving Chaochao has drawn considerable attention to Shangliu village, with Lord Liang overseeing the village. No unscrupulous individuals dare to perpetrate wrongdoing here, let alone harm the little one, Xiao Shitu. In fact, many villagers, having witnessed the events surrounding Chaochao, have begun to believe in the principle of good deeds being rewarded. In recent days, they have treated Xiao Shitu with increased kindness, sharing delicious meals with him. This little fellow has finally put on a bit of weight. However, this is not a sustainable solution. The best course of action would be to find him a suitable place to reside, such as the Chao Yang Ci Yuan before them. After recounting Xiao Shitu's background, Yuchai looked earnestly at Gao Hongfei. The latter exchanged a glance with Liang Wei. The conditions for admission to Chaoyang Ciu Yuan had been set with strict standards by the emperor. To perform acts of kindness, they must be executed with integrity, lest opportunists attempt to take advantage of the orphanage. If those in need are not helped and instead individuals with ulterior motives benefit, then the good deed loses its significance. The situation of this child appears genuine. Yuchai's courage is not such that he would dare to deceive Lord Liang and Gao Hongfei. Gao Hongfei's gaze returned to Xiao Shitu, who seemed frightened of them, clutching Yuchai's sleeve tightly. His expression mirrored that of Chaochao upon first encountering Jian Yunsang in the celestial realm. Gao Hongfei paused, consulting briefly with Liang Wei before nodding in agreement. Yuchai let out a slow breath, his eyes filled with reassurance as he regarded Xiao Shitu. Chaoyang Ciu Yuan differs from other orphanages. It was established in the name of Chaochao and is highly valued by the current emperor, with nearly all of Deqi's populace overseeing its operations. No one dares to engage in corrupt practices here. Moreover, this orphanage is located in Shangliu village. And he had heard from County Magistrate Gao that the hired help will be familiar faces like Lin Lan and her kin. These individuals had previously assisted Chaochao and are of good character. Employing them at the orphanage not only allows them to earn a modest wage to improve their lives, but also ensures a sense of trust. Yuchai felt confident that in such an orphanage, Xiao Shitu would not suffer any disadvantage. He would be in a familiar environment, adequately fed and clothed, and would surely grow up safely. Should anything arise, as the village head, he would periodically check in to ensure he is not mistreated. Xiao Shitu, still somewhat bewildered, did not fully grasp the situation, prompting Yuchai to patiently explain it to him. The child glanced from Yuchai to Gao Hongfei and then up at the celestial expanse, finally nodding in a manner that suggested partial understanding. At that very moment, Chaochao in the celestial realm suddenly appeared startled, her eyes widening in surprise. Jian Yunsang looked at her curiously, wondering what was amiss. Chaochao took a breath and discreetly glanced at her chatting grandmother and uncle, whispering that her energy had increased by 60. Jian Yunsang was taken aback. 60? Such a significant amount. Just a short while ago, Hinanzhou had mentioned an increase of 5 energy points. It had only been about 10 minutes since then, and now it had surged again. Furthermore, this increase surpassed the 30 points gained when assisting Gong Xingwen in evading Aunt Shui. She hesitated briefly and inquired whether the sound was still that familiar crackling, as if emanating from a distant place. Chaochao nodded affirmatively. Jian Yunsang squinted, contemplating that this might indicate a single event causing the energy spike. Noticing Yuzimo approaching to play with Chaochao, she nudged Chaochao to join him and sat quietly on the sofa for a moment before stepping out to find Hinanzhou, who had been on a business call. Upon seeing Jian Yunsang's solemn expression, Hinanzhou halted and inquired about the matter. Jian Yunsang quietly recounted the situation, prompting Hinanzhou to furrow his brow in concern. Where was this energy coming from? The fluctuations only served to deepen their unease. Jian Yunsang hesitated and proposed a rather outlandish thought, asking if he would like to hear it. Chapter 98. The excited Emperor Jingxian Hinanzhou accompanied her into the hospital room, and they spoke softly in the reception area. Upon hearing her words, he quietly asked what her thought was. Jian Yunsang swallowed nervously and said uncertainly that perhaps the energy increase attributed to Chaochao was not solely a result of their world. Are you suggesting that since they had not engaged in any notable acts in recent days, nor had the Chaoyang Foundation, the energy levels must be unrelated to them? As she spoke, Jian Yunsang became increasingly convinced of her hypothesis. Hadn't Chaochao mentioned that the sounds seemed to come from a distant place, crackling as if the signal were poor? Might it be that the world she had previously inhabited had influenced the energy levels through its good deeds? If Emperor Jingxian and others were to hear her words, they would likely commend Jian Yunsang's intellect, for she had indeed deduced correctly. Hinanzhou followed her reasoning and found it plausible, yet he remained apprehensive. According to their theory, even if good deeds were performed, they should be done in Chaochao's name for the energy to increase. In Shangliu village, there were a few who had treated Chaochao well, but hadn't Chaochao given them several rings and anklets before her departure? Perhaps they had used the silver from those items to perform good deeds. Thus, the energy was attributed to Chaochao. That was certainly a possibility. However, the rings and anklets were few, and the silver obtained from selling them would be limited. The idea that energy levels could fluctuate so significantly across worlds seemed somewhat abnormal. Jian Yunsang agreed. With such a small amount of silver, even if it were all used for good deeds, the impact would still be limited. They exchanged glances, realizing they had reached an impasse. They decided to observe further. If the energy levels ceased to increase inexplicably, their hypothesis would likely be correct. Should the energy surge once more, they would need to investigate the origins of this mysterious energy. They hoped it would not adversely affect Chaochao. Both wore expressions of concern until they heard Luo Yu's voice, prompting them to quickly compose themselves and enter the hospital room. Luo Yu addressed them, stating she had no issues and they need not remain at her side, especially since they had arranged for a caregiver. Since Chaochao had come to Fan City, they should take her out for some fun and relaxation. Yu Zimo eagerly agreed, suggesting they visit the renowned local wildlife park. He chimed in, rushing to Jian Yunsang's side, excitedly proclaiming that he had already spoken to Chaochao about it, who also wanted to go. Chaochao looked up in confusion, unfamiliar with the concept of a wildlife park. But her uncle had mentioned it would be an opportunity to meet interesting animals, which seemed beneficial. Jian Yunsang cast an exasperated glance at Yuzimo and consented to the outing. He grinned, as he had many places he wished to visit, even haunted houses. However, knowing Chaochao was still young, he would certainly face consequences from his mother, sister, and brother-in-law if he dared to take her to such places. The wildlife park was a bit far, and Nanzhou informed them he had called Chun Fong to come over, instructing them to wait at the hospital entrance while he went to gather his belongings at the hotel. Nanzhou departed first, while Jian Yunsang took her time, leading the two children downstairs. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Yu Zimo suddenly recalled a craving for roasted sweet potatoes and excitedly told Jian Yunsang to wait while he took Chaochao to buy some, as they were quite delicious and located just around the corner. He pointed ahead, and Jian Yunsang glanced in the direction he indicated. It was not far, just at the bend, easily visible. She nodded, reminding him not to let go of Chaochao's hand. Rest assured, I am quite reliable. Sister, would you like me to bring two for you and your husband? We can enjoy them on our way. No need, you could just eat yours. Yu Zimo then took Chaochao's hand and they approached the sweet potato stall, where 2 or 3 people were ahead of them purchasing. He leaned down and whispered to Chaochao, I wasn't lying, was I? These sweet potatoes are delicious, which is why so many people are queuing to buy them. Isn't it fragrant? Chaochao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was fragrant. The 2 customers in front also found it delightful. One of them inquired of the vendor while paying, Where do you source these sweet potatoes? They are both fragrant and sweet. The vendor chuckled with pride, saying, these are authentic Ruyang sweet potatoes from my hometown. Ruyang sweet potatoes? The man shook his head, unfamiliar with the term. You young folks only know about yam and purple sweet potatoes, but you probably haven't heard of their origins. Let me tell you, our Ruyang sweet potatoes have been cultivated since the Qianlong era of the Qing Dynasty, with a history spanning several centuries. Back then, there was a popular saying, Ruyang sweet potatoes are incredible, fragrant, and sweet, a delicacy of the land. Fit for the emperor. Just listen, if they weren't delicious, would such praise have endured for so long? If you have time, you can visit Ruyang. Last year, the planting area reached 160,000 acres with a yield of 300,000 tons. The vendor was evidently proud of his hometown and took every opportunity to promote it, hoping to entice everyone to visit Ruyang. Under the vast sky, the people of the Qi had their eyes gleaming. They had only heard vague references before, but now the vendor's detailed account piqued their interest. 160,000 acres, 300,000 tons. Those well-versed in mental calculations quickly derived conclusions. An output of 3,000 to 4,000 gene per acre, while not reaching the 10,000 genes stated by Jian Yunsang, was still an impressive figure that could tantalize anyone's appetite. Jing Xiandi's eyes sparkled even brighter, but before he could speak, a court official exclaimed, Did you hear? The saying mentioned Yang, and their Ruyang is our current Yang County. Jing Xiandi quickly grasped the implication, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his fingers together. Send someone to Yang and investigate. Your Majesty, sweet potatoes have yet to be introduced to the Qi. Yang may not have them. The Grand Tutor stepped forward to temper Jing Xiandi's eagerness. Chapter 99. Sweet potatoes introduced from overseas. Jing Xiandi momentarily composed himself, yet restlessness remained. The clues regarding sweet potatoes were multiplying, Yet the most crucial piece remained elusive. They often spoke of the introduction, but from where exactly? If only they could find a lead, they could expedite their search. He anxiously gazed at the sky as Chaochao turned to Zhao, asking, "Uncle, has the emperor ever eaten these sweet potatoes?" The vendor's rapid speech had left her unable to fully comprehend, but the mention of the emperor sparked her curiosity. Zhao paused, contemplating before responding. He likely has. During the Qianlong era, sweet potatoes were indeed promoted for cultivation across much of the nation. It wouldn't be surprising if he had tasted them. Qianlong era, when was that? Chaochao pondered. Was the Qing dynasty the same as the time she visited? No. If it were the Qing dynasty, sweet potatoes should have existed. Yet, she had not encountered them in Shanglu village. Suddenly, she recalled Jian Yunsong's words. Mother said sweet potatoes were introduced during the Ming dynasty. Wasn't he the Ming dynasty before the Qing dynasty? Oh my, Chaochao was quite clever. Zhao sincerely praised her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, but his loud voice drew the attention of nearby customers and the vendor. The atmosphere held a hint of awkwardness, yet the vendor smiled and remarked, "This young man seems knowledgeable about the history of sweet potatoes." The people of the Qi were taken aback. While they might not have known of the Philippines, they were aware of Luzon. Jing Xiandi nearly slapped his thigh in excitement, quickly calling for Chao Qing, "Bring me the map, swiftly." Chao Qing promptly presented the map, and Jing Xiandi opened it only to realize it was the wrong one. "Not this one. I need the one showing neighboring countries." Chao Qing quickly swapped it out, and Jing Xiandi scanned the map, soon locating Luzon as position. "They are right here." The Minister of War had squeezed through the crowd, excitedly pointing to a corner. "So sweet potatoes originated here. We can finally send someone to search for them." After so many days, significant progress had finally been made. Discovering the origin of this high-yield crop was indeed a blessing for the Qi. As he finished speaking, he noticed a sudden hush around him, turning to see several people with peculiar expressions. However, Jing Xiandi remained invigorated. In a single day, he had not only uncovered the origins of sweet potatoes, but also found solutions to many of his lingering dilemmas. Esteemed ministers, as you can see, Luzon lies overseas. If we wish to obtain sweet potatoes, we must send ships to sea. One obstinate official interjected, "But your majesty, the maritime prohibition was established by Emperor Taizu." If it was indeed set by Emperor Taizu, now the entire populace of the Qi knows that sweet potatoes were introduced from Luzon. If we take no action, what will the people think? Should we simply forsake a crop yielding 10,000 jin? Will the populace not rebel? Who will take responsibility then? You? The official's expression changed abruptly as he knelt to apologize. "I lacked foresight." Others who had initially contemplated speaking fell silent, fearing further repercussions. Their demeanor starkly contrasted with their earlier fervor in opposing the maritime prohibition. Jing Xiandi scoffed, fully aware that even with the maritime prohibition in place, many officials had likely already ventured to sea for personal gain. Their resistance to lifting the ban was merely to protect their own interests. Now, he was eager to see who would dare to oppose him in light of the current situation. No one dared. The information revealed was far too specific, and the emperor's resolve was unshakable. The people's anticipation could not be extinguished. Thus, Jing Xiandi turned his gaze back to the vendor, who had nearly finished speaking. He felt an urge to contribute further, but the listeners had already departed. The vendor handed him 2 large sweet potatoes, and, as Zhao prepared to pay, he noticed that his sister had sent him a red envelope. He smiled, and without hesitation accepted it. The sweet potatoes cost little, and his sister had said the remainder was for his pocket money. Just as Zhao was reveling in his good fortune, he felt a sudden tug at the hem of his clothing and looked down to see Chaochao's anxious expression. "What's wrong?" she asked, her small hand discreetly pointing into the alley. "Uncle, look." Zhao turned to see, and upon a brief glance, quickly turned back. It was a most unfortunate encounter. He had not expected to run into the 2 individuals with whom they had clashed the day before in the hospital. He had assumed that after moving to the hospital, there would be no further interaction. Yet, as fate would have it, they were merely out to buy a couple of sweet potatoes, and their paths crossed once more. Moreover, the opposing party consisted of 2 large men. Zhao was self-aware. With his sister present, he dared to show teeth in defiance, but without her, there was no time to waste. He swiftly accepted the sweet potatoes from the vendor, grasping Chaochao's hand as he turned to leave. Fortunately, They were not far from the hospital entrance, where his sister was still watching over him. He simply needed to move quickly. Chapter 100. Familiar faces ahead as Yu Zimo turned around with Zhao Zhao. Only to take a few steps, Zhao Zhao suddenly halted. He bent down and inquired, "What's wrong? Why aren't you moving?" Zhao Zhao gazed ahead, where two individuals were approaching, one of whom appeared somewhat familiar. Upon noticing Zhao Zhao, the person strode towards them with determination. Instinctively, Zhao Zhao recoiled, and Yu Zimo's expression shifted, whispering, "What's the matter? Did he bully you?" Zhao Zhao shook her head, replying, "No, but he is not a good person." As they spoke, the individual had already reached them and overheard Zhao Zhao's words. He immediately wore a look of grievance, saying, "Little sister, you mustn't wrong me. When have I ever been a bad person? I'm a good person, truly." "Don't come so close," Yu Zimo interjected, extending his hand to prevent the individual from advancing while glancing back to see if the two newcomers were drawing near. He contemplated the possibility of fleeing with Zhao Zhao. After all, a loud shout would surely reach his sister. The man, noticing the wary stances of both Yu Zimo and Zhao Zhao, sighed, "Little brother, I assure you, I'm not a bad person. You must be He San Shao's little uncle, right? We met yesterday at the airport, remember?" Yu Zimo was taken aback, scrutinizing him momentarily before realization dawned. "Oh, it's you. Your son Huanyu." Yes. Now perplexed, Yu Zimo turned to Zhao Zhao, asking, "Is he really a bad person?" "That seems unlikely. If he were truly a villain, my sister and brother-in-law would have dealt with him yesterday." Zhao Zhao responded. He teased the flight attendant. Only a rogue would do such a thing. Yu Zimo, pondering this, found some merit in her reasoning. Son Huanyu, feeling wronged, protested. "I merely asked for her WeChat. Isn't it natural to pursue someone attractive?" He added, "Such an action is merely a sign of boldness, not malice." Yu Zimo sighed in relief, deciding that it was inconsequential. As long as Sun Huanyu posed no threat to his niece, all would be well. "Let us not dwell on this, Brother Sunday. Since you're not a bad person, please step aside. We have matters to attend to." As he spoke, Yu Zimo couldn't resist glancing back once more. To his dismay, in the brief exchange, the two individuals had drawn closer, advancing towards them with ominous intent. It seemed that escape was no longer an option. They would likely be overtaken within mere moments. Sun Huanyu quickly assessed their predicament and declared, "Those two have a conflict with you. Fear not. We are here to ensure they do not harm you." With that, he and his companion stepped forward, flexing their wrists. Although a scion of privilege, he had learned self-defense and felt confident in confronting the two men. However, just as he prepared for a confrontation, the two figures passed by without even glancing their way, hurrying along as if they had never seen them. Sun Huanyu turned to Yu Zimo. "Are you certain they intended to cause trouble?" Yu Zimo was equally baffled. It was hard to believe they had forgotten the events of yesterday. While they might forget Zhao Zhao, who had been hiding behind Luo Yu, he had directly engaged with them. Their loss had been significant, making it unlikely they would simply forget. At that moment, Zhao Zhao tugged at his hand. Yu Zimo looked down to see her wide-eyed. "Uncle, look at that man. The one on the left. It seems he has something hidden in his clothing." Both Yu Zimo and Sun Huanyu followed her gaze and noticed something amiss. The man on the left wore an oversized black puffer jacket, which seemed suspiciously bulging. Before Yu Zimo could examine further, Zhao Zhao anxiously urged, "Under the hem, uncle. Under the hem." Doubtfully, Yu Zimo asked Sun Huanyu, who squinted and replied, "No doubt about it. They might be human traffickers." As they spoke, the two men turned a corner into a nearby alley. Yu Zimo had no time to voice a warning as Sun Huanyu and his friend rushed after them. "Let's quietly follow them." Yu Zimo hesitated to call out, fearing for Zhao Zhao's safety. He remained in place, anxiously murmuring to himself, "Should I call the police? I must have seen correctly. I will call anyway." Just as he retrieved his phone, someone rushed towards him. It was Jian Yunsang. She had just been conversing with Chen Fong, momentarily distracted, but upon returning her gaze, she saw the two men standing before Yu Zimo. From a distance, she could not recognize Sun Huanyu, but she could see the two men facing off, unsure if they were arguing or merely conversing. Concerned, Jian Yunsang hurried over and noticed Yu Zimo's frantic demeanor and Zhao Zhao's worried expression. "What is happening? Who are those two men you were just speaking to?" Yu Zimo's eyes brightened. "Sister, you're here? Perfect timing. We just saw the two men who almost got into a fight with us yesterday. They seem to be carrying something, possibly a child, and they turned into that alley." Sun Huanyu and his friend went after them. Should I call the police? Did you see clearly? Yu Zimo felt uncertain. I just caught a glimpse before they turned the corner. Regardless, call the police. If it is indeed true, we must act swiftly. A false alarm would be preferable. At worst, it would only escalate their quarrel. All right. Yu Zimo steadied himself and swiftly dialed the police. However, just as the call connected, someone emerged from the alley. Chapter 101. A stab wound. The figure that emerged was Sun Huanyu's friend, whose name Yu Zimo did not yet know. But to his shock, the friend was covered in blood, nearly causing Yu Zimo to drop his phone. Jian Yunsang's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed forward to support him. Were you hurt? They had a knife. Hurry, save Huanyu. His life is at stake. Jian Yunsang insisted, ready to rush in to help. Fortunately, at that moment, Chun Fong arrived, quickly stating, Mrs. He, please stay with the child. I will go in. Be careful. Jian Yunsang knew Chun Fong had military experience and was capable, but with armed assailants and the uncertainty of Sun Huanyu's condition, the situation was precarious. Chun Fong dashed into the alley, and Jian Yunsang seized Yu Zimo's phone, realizing the call was still connected. The assailants, likely hearing the commotion, raised their voices, attempting to draw attention. Jian Yunsang succinctly informed the operator, Hello, we are the alley opposite the east gate of Fancheng Second Hospital. 2 individuals are armed. We are unsure if they are human traffickers, but they have injured someone. Please dispatch assistance promptly. Understood, Mom. Officers are being dispatched. Please ensure your safety. Thank you. After ending the call, Jian Yunsang's brow remained furrowed. She held Zhao Zhao's hand tightly and turned to Sun Huanyu's friend, asking, Where are you injured? I got cut on the arm. It's nothing serious, just looks worse than it is. The words were spoken, but his lips were already turning pale, and blood continued to seep from his arm. Jian Yunsang raised her gaze and noticed that the vendor who had been selling roasted sweet potatoes had somehow approached. She quickly said, Boss, could you please take him to the hospital across the street? Sun Huanyu's friend immediately replied, I need to go inside and see how Huanyu is doing. I'm worried about him. How can you go on like this? There's Chun Fong here. So don't worry. You should go to the hospital to get your hand bandaged first. Yu Zimo, feeling somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement, saying yes. You should go to the hospital. We'll be fine here. However, the friend looked at them, a woman, children, and a youth, and pondered who was truly more capable in this situation. Just then, a figure dashed out of the alley. It was the assailant. Alarmed, he was taken aback, especially upon seeing the knife in the assailant's hand, his heart nearly stopping. The onlookers, who had been holding their breath, gasped at the unfolding scene. Quick run. The sweet potato vendor intended to flee and even tried to grab Chaochao's hand. Unexpectedly, Chaochao was pushed into Yu Zimo's arms, who instinctively caught her. In the next moment, Jian Yunsang darted forward and kicked the man who had emerged from the alley. The assailant, unable to react in time, collided with the wall and fell to the ground. However, he quickly recovered, scrambling to retrieve the knife that had fallen beside him. Before he could pick it up, Jian Yunsang had already stepped on his wrist, twisting it painfully. The man let out a cry of agony, glaring fiercely at Jian Yunsang, calling her a wretch. At that moment, Chun Fong rushed out, seizing the man and pinning his hands behind his back against the wall. Jian Yunsang seized the opportunity to retrieve the knife and turned to the vendor, asking, Do you have any rope? The vendor paused for a moment before vigorously nodding. Yes, I'll get it. He hurried to his stall and pulled out a length of hemp rope from the lower compartment, which he used for tying up bags of sweet potatoes. Fortunately, he had kept it in his cart. Chun Fong took the rope and bound the assailant, but it was unfortunately a bit short to tie him to a post. Gritting his teeth, he decided to knock the man unconscious instead. Seeing the assailant lying on the ground, Jian Yunsang quickly asked, How is Sun Huanyu? Mr. Sun was stabbed. It's critical. I'll carry him to the hospital. Thankfully, the hospital is just across the street. When Chun Fong had rushed inside, the 2 assailants had been attempting to pursue Sun Huanyu's friend, but were blocked by Sun Huanyu himself. The 2 assailants, determined to swiftly eliminate Sun Huanyu, had weapons in hand, and despite Sun Huanyu's agility, he could not evade forever and was soon stabbed. Just as the assailant aimed to stab again, Chun Fong arrived just in time, kicking the attacker away. However, Sun Huanyu had already lost his strength and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Chun Fong could handle 2 opponents comfortably, but with Sun Huanyu incapacitated nearby, he was somewhat restrained in his movements and endured several blows. Had it not been for his impressive skills, he too might have been stabbed. Finally, Seizing an opportunity, he managed to kick both assailants away from Sun Huanyu, allowing him to unleash his full strength. One of the assailants, realizing the futility of the situation and fearing capture, fled without a moment's hesitation, knife in hand. Chun Fong, anxious that he might emerge from the alley to harm Jian Yunsang and Chaochao, acted quickly. He grabbed the other assailant by the head and slammed him against the ground, rendering him unconscious before hastily pursuing the fleeing figure. Fortunately, Jian Yunsang was quick to react, and by the time he arrived, the assailant had already fallen. If that man had harmed Madame He and the others, he would have been at a loss for how to explain it to Mr. He. Chun Fong exhaled deeply. His concern now turned to the unknown condition of Sun Huanyu. Jian Yunsang, aware that another assailant remained inside, glanced around and said to the vendor, "Boss, please go inside and help. I can handle things here." The vendor hesitated, glancing at the other assailant who was bound and unconscious, uncertain. "Are you really sure you can manage?" Although he had witnessed her earlier prowess, the presence of two children beside her raised his doubts. Jian Yunsang nodded, affirming her capability. If it weren't for Chaochao being with her, she would have directly entered the alley. Seeing her determination, the vendor dashed inside. Just then, Jian Yunsang's phone rang. It was a call from Inanzhou. Their original plan was for Jian Yunsang to wait with Chaochao and use Zimo at the hospital entrance for Chun Fong's car, then head to the hotel to pick up Inanzhou before going to the wildlife park. Chapter 102. An increase of 150. Inanzhou had gathered all his things, and logically, as soon as he descended the stairs, Chun Fong's car should have arrived. After waiting for a while without seeing anyone, he decided to call. Jian Yunsang, recalling the earlier chaos, was at a loss for words and could only say, "Something happened. We are in the alley across from the hospital. I'll be right there," Inanzhou said before hanging up. The distance of a few hundred meters was quickly covered as he ran. Upon reaching the alley entrance, he encountered the police. Upon seeing the officers, Inanzhou's expression grew increasingly grave. At that moment, Chun Fong was emerging, carrying Sun Huanyu on his back, while the vendor dragged the unconscious assailant behind him. Sun Huanyu's friend, Yinzhua, was holding a child with one arm. The police quickly took charge. There were 4 officers. One took the child while the other 3 prepared to apprehend the 2 assailants. Unexpectedly, the assailant who had been kicked by Jian Yunsang earlier regained consciousness, and, upon seeing his bloodied companion being dragged away like a corpse, panicked and began to struggle violently. The officer holding him, initially gentle due to the man being unconscious and restrained, nearly lost his grip due to the sudden ferocity of his movements. Another officer quickly stepped in, and together, they managed to subdue the man. Meanwhile, Jian Yunsang and the others were preoccupied. Sun Huanyu's condition was evidently critical. Unable to move due to his injuries, he remained on Chun Fong's back, while Inanzhou assisted as they hurried toward the hospital. The moment Sun Huanyu was carried out, Jian Yunsang turned her back, shielding Chaochao from the bloody scene. However, upon reaching the hospital, as Sun Huanyu was wheeled into the operating room, Chaochao inadvertently caught a glimpse of the grim sight. The onlookers, too, were struck by the scene. Gasps echoed as they witnessed him on the stretcher, covered in blood. "This is too severe," they murmured, noting the wound seemed to be in the abdomen. Is there still hope for him? They feared the worst. It was tragic he was so young, yet faced with such a calamity. The others expressed their sympathy, but those particularly concerned for Chaochao, like Lin Lan, held additional worries. Guo Xiaozai shook his head, observing Sun Huanyu's demeanor. The He family evidently possessed more influence than the Sun family and should not fear repercussions. Yet, if something were to happen to Sun Huanyu, it would inevitably create a rift between the 2 families. Anqiu clasped her hands in prayer, wishing for Sun Huanyu's safety. Dashan and Lin Fu exchanged glance. Sensing an ominous atmosphere, Lin Lan's foremost concern remained Chaochao. The horrifying scene they had just witnessed left her anxious about whether Chaochao would have nightmares that night. Zhaozhao was indeed frightened, burying her head in Jian Yunsang's embrace for quite some time before cautiously lifting her gaze. Her eyes fell upon the illuminated lights of the operating room, worry etching her features. Jian Yunsang gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. The doctor has assured us that there was no injury to any vital areas, and everything will be fine." Zhaozhao nodded earnestly, her faith in her mother unwavering. If mother said it was fine, then it was indeed fine. They waited outside the operating room, while Sun Huanyu's friend, Yin, emerged after receiving several stitches on his arm, now bandaged. The surgery took a bit longer than expected, prompting Jian Yunsang to take Zhao Zhao and Yu Zimo for a meal. They subsequently visited the child who had been kidnapped. He appeared to be around 3 years old and remained unconscious. The doctor indicated that he had likely been sedated with a drug, and due to his young age, the potential for aftereffects remained uncertain. The two assailants had shown a ruthless disposition, administering a rather heavy dosage of the drug. A chill ran down Zhao Zhao's spine at the thought. Had they not discovered the situation in time, what fate would have awaited that child? Jian Yunsang recognized the expression on Zhao Zhao's face. It was one she had seen before. Reflecting on the events of the day, she began to speculate, quietly inquiring, "Has the energy level increased?" "Yes, by 105, Zhao Zhao replied, her voice remarkably clear, as if echoing from a nearby realm. Jian Yunsang exchanged a glance with Yinan Zhou. Indeed, it was Zhao Zhao who first noticed those two individuals, and it was she who spotted them carrying a child. Now that the child had been rescued, the energy level naturally surged. The citizens of Chaochao had just witnessed a thrilling spectacle, only to be met with news of an energy level increase. Emperor Jingxian furrowed his brow, pondering, 105? An increase for saving a single child? Yet our charitable institution only garners a fraction of that. Is the disparity not too great? Yu Kongsheng reflected, perhaps it is due to our remoteness from future generations. It was a thought they could only entertain, yet Zhao Zhao's energy increase was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. One could not help but admire the astuteness of the young girl. While others remained oblivious, she had seen what others could not. While her insight was commendable, the harrowing scene must have been quite a shock for her. In truth, Zhao Zhao fared relatively well. Aside from a moment of disquiet upon witnessing son Huanyu covered in blood, she had been well protected throughout. Moreover, she had not directly confronted the assailants during their violent act, as Jian Yunsang had held her hand tightly from beginning to end. With her mother by her side, her fears seemed to dissipate. Furthermore, in the instant the assailant lunged, she was unable to feel fear as her mother had swiftly kicked him away. Zhao Zhao's mind was filled with thoughts of how formidable her mother was, perceiving her as a hero. She felt a twinge of concern for her uncle, since earlier she had felt his grip on her hand grow clammy. After some time, Yu Zimo had regained his composure and, upon encountering the police, promptly provided them with information regarding the assailants, stating that they were connected to a patient in room 5 on the 10th floor of the hospital. The elderly woman in that room had also been apprehended, lamenting her innocence, yet her cries fell on deaf ears. Once the police resolved matters there, they approached to take detailed statements. Given the inconvenience of the operating room, Jian Yunsang cradled Zhao Zhao in a conference room temporarily borrowed from a hospital, where they faced the police taking their statements. However, Jian Yunsang was not privy to much information, and further inquiries would need to be directed towards Sun Huanyu and Qin Fang. While Sun Huanyu remained in the operating room, Yanzhua, though still worried about him, had regained his composure. Chapter 103, blâme Jian Yunsang. They had been unaware that the two individuals were armed. Considering it was 2 against 2, they felt confident. How could they have foreseen the rapidity of their movements? Delaying any longer would have resulted in their loss. Hence, without overthinking, they followed. Upon realizing the child was unconscious, they suspected foul play and felt even more compelled to prevent the assailants from escaping. They charged in to confront them, only to be met with unexpected audacity as one of the assailants brandished a knife while placing the child down. Yanzhua, who was closest at the time, reached out just as the assailant drew the knife, resulting in a deep cut on his hand. His injury significantly diminished his ability to fight back. Despite it still being 2 against 2, Sun Huanyu's side was clearly at a disadvantage. The two adversaries were astute, recognizing that prolonging the confrontation could lead to dire consequences. With a knife involved, their lives were at stake. They decided to retreat, though they dared not flee towards the alley's mouth, where Zhao Zhao and her uncle were present. Instead, they ran in the opposite direction, only to find themselves trapped in a dead end. Faced with increasing blood loss and a pale Yanzhua, Sun Huanyu gritted his teeth and urged him to flee towards the alley's exit. He intended to hold off the two assailants, allowing Yanzhua to seek help. He believed Zhao Zhao was nearby, and that Yisanxiao must also be in close proximity. Though Yanzhua felt uneasy, he understood that remaining would endanger them both. Thus, seizing the moment while Sun Huanyu engaged the two assailants, he sprinted away, only to find no sign of Yisanxiao at the alley's entrance. instead encountering Jian Yunsang, whose expression revealed despair. Fortunately, Chen Feng arrived, and, judging by his demeanor, he appeared capable of handling the situation. Yin's will lost track of the subsequent events. Chen Feng approached, stating that the police would soon finalize the statements. Initially, he intended for Jian Yunsang and her companions to rest, assuring them they could reach out if needed. However, just as they stood to leave, a police officer entered, announcing that the assailant named Guan Hongliang had confessed. All present turned their attention to the officer taking statements, who stood, astonished, and inquired, "So soon? What did he disclose?" It appeared he had divulged the entirety of the circumstances. As he spoke, the officer's gaze inadvertently fell upon the He family. His scrutiny was too pronounced, prompting Henan Zhou and Jian Yunsang to raise their eyebrows in unison. Indeed, the officer approached them, speaking in hushed tones. Guan Hongliang stated that all of this is to be blamed on Ms. Jian. Jian Yunsang, perplexed, responded, "Ou?" Yu Zimo, incredulous, interjected, "What does this have to do with my sister? Why should my sister bear the blame? Did they become kidnappers because my sister compelled them to?" He was agitated, questioning why his sister would pursue them if that were the case. He was so incensed that Jian Yunsang had to pull him back, urging him to remain calm and allow the officer to finish his statement. "How can I not be upset? At this moment, they are casting aspersions upon you." Yu Zimo huffed angrily, as the officer struggled to interject. Only when Yu Zimo was gently pulled behind Jian Yunsang did the officer manage to speak. "I know this matter does not significantly involve Ms. Jian, but please, young man, do not be hasty." The group settled back down, finally grasping the sequence of events. According to Guan Hongliang's confession, they had argued with Jian Yunsang in the hospital the previous day, leading to their ejection by the nurse and security. Afterward, they had attempted to explain themselves repeatedly, assuring that they would not resort to violence in the hospital, even claiming their mother was still a patient there, and that for her sake, they would not dare to act recklessly. Although the head nurse remained skeptical, seeing their earnestness, she ultimately conceded, stipulating that they could not visit the ward in such large numbers. Thus, they were permitted to leave. However, the indignation they felt lingered, and they were determined to seek vengeance. Despite their anger, the privacy of the wards was paramount, and they could not ascertain which room Luo Yu occupied. Consequently, they had to search room by room, but the security measures in place were stricter than those in ordinary wards. When the child approached them seeking directions, they had not initially intended to abduct him. It was a fleeting moment of folly, as they thought that since the child would be abandoned, taking him to find a loving family would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Hence, they took the child away. Jian Yunsang and her companions. What a magnificent white lotus flower they are. Listening to such words, one cannot help but feel their innocence. Is it truly their fault that children were kidnapped? Why do they not mention that global warming could also be attributed to another Jian Yunsang breathing? UZMO could not help but laugh in exasperation. What about the knives they prepared and the drugs to incapacitate the child? The police officer, lightly clearing his throat, stated that the knife was for self-defense, as they had witnessed Ms. Jian's formidable skills and feared they could not overpower her. It was merely meant to intimidate, not to actually harm. As for the drugs, they were intended for dealing with Ms. Luo Yu to teach her a lesson. Who would have thought that when they attempted to abduct the child, he would struggle so fiercely that they resorted to using the drug? Jian Yunsang and her companions were once again left speechless. The officer chuckled, of course. This claim needs to be verified. One does not require verification to confirm their lies. UZMO scoffed. Even I can see that their narrative is utterly unreasonable. If their abduction was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision, upon encountering Sun Huanyu and his companions, Shun Ti, they have simply released the child and fled, yet they wielded knives to harm, and their demeanor suggested they were intent on killing. Surely they are aware of the greater severity of kidnapping a child compared to murder. Yin Zhua, standing nearby, nodded vigorously in agreement, affirming that they indeed aimed to eliminate us. In Chapter 104, it is noted that Qi also has laws against abandonment. Jian Yunsang and her companions reiterated, in a moment of desperation, it is understandable to harm someone, but to flee in fear after injuring someone is the behavior of a rational person. Would they not fear that UZMO and Zhaozhao would recognize them if they committed murder at this juncture? Jian Yunsang found it somewhat amusing, wondering about the other criminal when he would awaken. It remained uncertain, as he sustained significant injuries. Speaking of this, The officer seemed to recall something and, with a hint of helplessness, mentioned that when Guan Hongliang awoke, he saw the criminal covered in blood and thought he was dead. When we informed him that the man was alive, he refused to believe it. Thus, when recounting the facts of the crime, it was evident that Guan Hongliang assumed his accomplice was deceased and just went along with it. As long as the logic aligns, is that sufficient? Jian Yun sang and her companions reiterated. Upon seeing him in the hospital yesterday, he appeared quite dim-witted, and that impression remains. The police officer ultimately reassured, Ms. Jian, rest assured, this matter is indeed unrelated to you. On the contrary, your act of bravery has earned our utmost respect. Jian Yun sang waved her hand, inquiring about the child's situation. Have a child's family been located? Since Guan Hongliang mentioned he was taken from the hospital, it should be relatively easy to find his family. They have been found, yet the officer sighed. In this regard, Guan Hongliang did not lie. The child was indeed intentionally abandoned by his grandmother. His mother, however, is frantically searching for him, and as the child remains unconscious, a conflict has already erupted between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. UZMO found the grandmother's actions utterly despicable. Who emerged victorious in that dispute? What about the child's father? The father is also quite enraged. Yet when the mother threatened to charge the grandmother with abandonment, the father intervened, leading to a quarrel between the couple. Jian Yun sang could not help but furrow her brow, considering that the child has been drugged and remains unconscious. She wondered if there would be any lasting effects on his health, while his grandmother and father displayed such an attitude. Even under the vast sky, some inhabitants of the Qi were filled with righteous indignation. This is truly malicious, were it not for Zhao Zhao and her companions. The child would surely have faced dire consequences. Both the grandmother and the two criminals deserve to face severe repercussions. However, there were also those who dismissed the situation, arguing that simply abandoning the child is fortunate. In our village, there was an elderly woman who drowned her granddaughter in a chamber pot, and the parents made no protest. Such occurrences are far too common. It is surprising that future generations place such importance on these matters. The daughter-in-law's intention to accuse her mother-in-law of abandonment is seen as an act of great filial disrespect, one that would garner scorn from the community. Zhaozhao, having experienced Lin Lan's grandparents' intentions to abandon her younger sister to wolves, was not as astonished as UZMO. She curiously asked her mother, "What does abandonment mean?" Zhaozhao tugged at Jian Yun Sang's sleeve, whispering her inquiry. Though her question was soft-spoken, all present heard it. Noticing the little one's bewildered expression, the officer rubbed his forehead and explained, simply put, a child is a minor and parents cannot abandon them. Elderly individuals lacking self-sufficiency cannot be neglected by their children. Do you understand now? Zhao Zhao comprehended, and the people of the Qi gathered under the sky grasped the essence of the first statement immediately. In fact, the Qi also has laws against abandonment. Upon verification of the facts, one could receive 100 strikes and face 3 years of labor. However, in this day and age, common folk seldom report such matters to authorities, fearing retribution from the government. Moreover, in some regions, children who sue their parents may face punishment themselves. Therefore, the phenomenon of abandonment is quite prevalent in the Qi, particularly in remote villages where oversight is minimal. Zhao Zhao pondered then, what about Lin Lan's sister? As soon as she spoke, she realized there were outsiders present and swiftly silenced herself. Once the two police officers were no longer paying attention, she quietly asked Jian Yun sang, "Mom, does it count as abandonment if Lin Lan's grandmother discarded her newborn sister?" Jian Yun sang had long been informed of this by Zhao Zhao and was surprised by her immediate connection of the dots. Zhao Zhao lamented that unfortunately, Lin uncle and Lin aunt cannot file a complaint, otherwise they would be labeled as unfilial. And then there's another case. In our village, there's a younger brother named Xiao Shi too. His mother also abandoned him and fled. Now Xiao Shi too is all alone at home. Does that count? Indeed, it does. Since Zhao Zhao referred to him as her younger brother, the child is indeed quite young. The fact that he is now left alone in a village reminiscent of ancient times poses considerable challenges for him. At that moment, Xiao Shi too was at home, hastily consuming food that Yu Chai had provided, as he was quite hungry. He had not anticipated hearing his name mentioned beneath the vast sky and couldn't help but glance up. He then turned his attention to Gao Hongfei and Liang Wei, who were conversing in his yard. The location for the orphanage was undergoing demolition, creating a cloud of dust and noise, making it difficult for them to converse effectively. Coincidentally, Xiao Shi-2's residence was nearby, so they came to take a look. Though Gao Hongfei had already approved Xiao Shi-2's admission to the orphanage, being the first confirmed candidate made the process inevitably more complex. Currently, there is only Xiao Shi-2, but in the future, there will be a variety of individuals. Some will have homes, while others will not. If the properties are retained, they may be left unattended, leading to potential encroachment by others. Furthermore, if elderly individuals are admitted, they will likely remain until their passing. Thus, how should their properties be managed? The orphanage in the county previously had limited resources, resulting in a small number of residents. Those admitted must be homeless and lacking survival skills. Beggars from the city do not even meet the requirements for admission. Xiao Shi-2 is the first precedent, and if the housing situation is not handled properly, it could lead to complications down the line. Just as they were discussing, they heard Zhao Zhao mention Xiao Shi-2's situation. In Chapter 105, it is revealed that Lin Lan's grandfather has been apprehended. The two exchanged glances and ultimately, Liang Wei spoke, "Let us retain the house for now. Once Xiao Shi-2 grows up, it will be returned to him. However, during his years at the orphanage, the property will belong to the orphanage, which may lease it, and the income will likewise benefit the orphanage. Currently, Xianglu village is thriving. In the future, it may gradually expand into a town, leading to an increase in property values, ensuring that Xiao Shi-2's house will not struggle to find tenants. Of course, not every property belonging to a resident of the orphanage will be eligible for leasing. Specific circumstances will dictate the approach taken." Yu Chai had no objections to this arrangement, even feeling a sense of joy at the preservation of the house. However, the next moment, he heard Liang Wei's cold voice. "Are there truly no leads regarding Xiao Shi-2's mother?" Liang Wei squinted slightly upon hearing this. In truth, he suspected that Xiao Shi-2's mother may have long since departed from this world. In this day and age, without a guiding path, she could hardly venture far. Have you not seen how Hu Fulai and the Zheng family fled, only managing to escape to other towns, with leaving Huaiping Xian almost impossible? If Shi Tunyang were still alive, she might still be within Huaiping Xian, perhaps accompanied by another man, or reduced to servitude, or even sold away. Should she truly still draw breath, she could be found. Such speculations, he believed, were not lost on Yu Chai. Fortunately, Liang Wei did not linger on the matter, instead inquiring about another issue. The Lin Lan family, which had recently sought my counsel, asking me to warn the old Lin family against harassing Lin Lan's mother. That individual must indeed be Lin Lan's father, correct? Yu Chai suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, this was the case. The charges against the old Lin family for abandonment were valid, were they not? Cold sweat broke out on Yu Chai's brow as he nodded, confirming the truth of the matter. Although the patriarch of the Lin family had persistently denied it, anyone with eyes could see that they had intended to discard Lin Lan's sister that fateful night. This revelation came from Zhao Zhao, and whenever Lord Gao and Lord Liang inquired, everyone would recount the events. Yu Chai felt certain that the Lin family was doomed. As expected, Liang Wei, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, remarked to Gao Hongfei that the old Lin family's crime of abandonment was widely recognized. And although Lin Lan's parents had not pressed charges, it was our duty to acknowledge the truth. Gao Hongfei nodded in agreement, suggesting that they should proceed according to the law. However, the punishment for attempted abandonment was not as severe. Yet, those directly involved, Old Lin and Lin Heir, would not escape their due punishment. This served well, as it would strike fear into others. With so many eyes on Shanglu village, it would establish a precedent. The old Lin family had not foreseen such a calamity, arriving so unexpectedly. They had believed themselves safe, having never wronged Zhao Zhao, and thus felt no trepidation unlike those who had mistreated her, such as the three from the Hu family, who had been taken away without warning. They watched the heavens daily, as if it were merely a spectacle. They even thought that Lin Lan's assistance to Zhao Zhao had brought them fortune. Unfortunately, the main branch of the family had separated, or else they too might be enjoying this prosperity. However, it was merely a division, not a severance of kinship. The main branch was wealthy, and it was only fitting that they supported their elders, as long as the eldest son quelled his grievances. The silver Zhao Zhao provided would also benefit them, especially since they had heard that the eldest son and Lin Lan were to journey to the capital. where the emperor might bestow upon them generous rewards, perhaps even dozens or hundreds of taels. Was that not a stroke of fortune? The old Lin family had grand designs, unaware that before departing, Lin's father had sought out Lord Liang. Lord Liang had sent a warning, which indeed frightened the old Lin family. Yet, after a couple of days, they resumed their scheming. It matters not, for Lord Liang cannot remain in Shanglu village indefinitely. Mere days after uttering this, they heard Zhao Zhao mention their abandonment of the main branch's child. Who could have predicted that in the afternoon, several constables would arrive to arrest them? The old Lin family felt as though the sky had fallen, crying out in their innocence as Lin's wife and daughter-in-law nearly fainted, clinging to Lin's father and Lin heir all the way to the village entrance. There, their plight was witnessed by those waiting at the village's edge. Upon inquiry, it became clear that they were the very individuals Zhao Zhao had mentioned, and the villagers pointed and gossiped. The residents of Shanglu village fell silent, afraid to speak, let alone offer assistance. Moreover, this incident doused their previously fervent hopes with a chill of despair. In the days that followed, due to Zhao Zhao's influence, Shanglu village became the focus of attention, drawing many visitors. Though they were kept at the village's entrance, those who sought sustenance engaged in trade with the villagers. Most visitors hailed from affluent families and were generous, even offering a few coins for a cup of hot ginger water, leading the villagers to believe they were destined for a life of comfort. They indeed profited greatly, some even beginning to imagine a bright future ahead. Chapter 106. Hinanzhou, I have a question. Who could have known that due to a single utterance from Zhao Zhao, the old Lin family would face such misfortune? The old Lin family had never even bullied Zhao Zhao, yet they found themselves in dire straits. What of others? It now appeared that the consequences of Zhao Zhao's revelations were not solely beneficial. Of course, those with clear consciences felt no fear. Believing that good deeds would be rewarded and evil punished was the natural order. What did this have to do with Zhao Zhao? Observing the old Lin family's downfall brought a sense of satisfaction to many. Lin's wife and daughter-in-law ultimately could not restrain Lin's father. As they watched him recede further, their voices hoarse from weeping, they thought of Lin's mother, who remained at home in confinement. Despite having received Lord Liang's warning, they disregarded it and rushed back to the Lin household. To their dismay, they found guards stationed at the entrance, with Yu Chai present. Upon seeing them, he sighed lightly, his gaze tinged with pity, stating, "You have arrived at an opportune moment. Given your clandestine abandonment of Lin Tian's child, Lin Tian has decided to sever ties with the old Lin family. This has been communicated to the village elders, and soon you shall sign the severance document." Lin's wife and daughter-in-law felt as though the earth were crumbling beneath them. "Village chief, are you trying to drive us to despair?" they cried. "Even if we harbored such thoughts, Mei Yadu is perfectly fine. How can this possibly be considered abandonment?" Lin's wife lamented, "Village chief, there is no rule stating that such matters warrant severance of ties. You are clearly..." At this point, Yu Chai turned to leave. The women exchanged glances, and when they attempted to enter again, they were blocked by the constables. Any further disturbance would only lead to the sharp edge of a blade. Meanwhile, Lin's father and son were at a loss for what to do. Weisher was stunned. "Sister-in-law, do you mean?" Weisher was reluctant, believing it would only benefit them. "You are laughing foolishly in your anger. Why are you still concerned about what is fair?" Her sister-in-law retorted. "Your husband's life is nearly forfeit." She rolled her eyes in exasperation and departed. "Suit yourself. It is not I who shall suffer." How foolish. Was not the village chief's intent clear? Ultimately, although Weisher was reluctant, she sought out Lin's father, who had been beaten and imprisoned. Thus, Weisher took the severance document bearing Lin's father's imprint and reached an agreement with Lin Tian's wife. Originally, Lin Tian, as the head of the household, was meant to be present, but as Lin's father, he could unilaterally sever ties with his son. Moreover, with the magistrate, the village chief, and the elders as witnesses, the matter was settled. Henceforth, the old Lin family would have no dealings with the Lin family, passing by their door without a glance. Even as Lin Lan's family prospered, the old Lin family remained apprehensive, wary of taking any action. Yet, these are tales for another time. At this moment, Zhao Zhao had just solved her doubts, understanding that the actions of little Shirtu's mother and the old Lin family constituted abandonment. Feeling greatly for her sister Lin Lan and little Shirtu, she was muttering softly over there. while the police had already finished their inquiries with the He family and expressed their gratitude, preparing to leave. However, before they could rise, He Nanzhou suddenly spoke up. I have a question I wish to pose. Earlier, Yin Zhuo mentioned that after being discovered by Guan Hongliang, they started fighting, and when they found themselves outmatched, they fled into an alley, only to end up in a dead end, correct? Yin Zhuo appeared somewhat puzzled, but nodded in agreement. Yes, is there an issue? He Nanzhou continued. If it was indeed a dead end, then why would Guan Hongliang and his accomplices enter with a child? Those present were taken aback, and the two police officers immediately grasped the implication. Their hideout was likely situated within that very alley. Exchanging glances, they declared, "We must search immediately. They may have accomplices." With that, they left. Jian Yunsang furrowed her brow, speculating, "It seems unlikely that there are accomplices. Even if there were, they probably wouldn't be at the hideout. Otherwise, when they realized they could not overpower Chen Fong, they would have called for help instead of running towards the alley." He Nanzhou picked up Zhao Zhao and walked towards the door, nodding as he went. Nonetheless, it is possible that there are others still held captive inside the hideout, making a search imperative. If we uncover them, then Guan Hongliang's claims of being momentarily bewitched and acting on impulse will be rendered mere fabrications. Upon completing their statements, they emerged just as Sun Huanyu's surgery concluded. He had just been wheeled into the operating room, still unconscious and with a notably pale complexion. Fortunately, the blade had not struck any vital areas, so his life was not in jeopardy, but suffering was unavoidable. Logically, he had saved that child and incurred serious injuries in the process. Her parents should have come to express their gratitude. However, judging by the words of the police, it seemed unlikely. Perhaps the grandmother would even blame him for meddling. They went to see Sun Huanyu, and Zhao Zhao stood by the bedside, unable to contain her curiosity. Initially, she had thought him a villain, but was astonished to realize he had risked his life to save others. Without thinking, she voiced her thoughts. Yu Zimo nodded in agreement, affirming, yes, he is quite chivalrous, holding off two assailants to allow his injured friend to escape. Chapter 107. The Great Qi cannot save young Master Sunday. Under the vast sky, the people of the Qi were uncertain why they felt a sense of relief upon seeing Sun Huanyu emerge from danger. Emperor Jingxian inquired of the head of the Zhan Academy, "Is young Master Sun's injury severe?" The head of the academy smiled wryly, "Your Majesty. It is a matter of life and death for us, teetering on the brink. Even if we manage to preserve his life for now, the subsequent recovery will be fraught with peril. One misstep could result in a persistent high fever and a loss of life. It is worth noting that in these times, even a common cold carries a significant risk of mortality. However, it was said that future generations would possess extraordinary medical skills. Miss Jian had previously mentioned that cesarean sections had become highly advanced, which presumably meant that treating stab wounds would not be overly complex. Upon reflecting on this, the head of the academy felt a yearning. Although it was improper to think so, he genuinely hoped Zhao Zhao would frequently visit the hospital, providing him with opportunities to witness and learn more about the medical arts. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingxian pondered thoughtfully. The medical practices of future generations were indeed adept at preserving life. He wondered if there were also methods for longevity, as he observed that He Nanzhou's parents appeared quite healthy and vigorous despite their advanced ages, not resembling individuals in their 60s or 70s at all. Contemplating this, Emperor Jingxian lifted his gaze towards the heavens, unknowingly sharing the same longing as the head of the academy. The questioning continued. Jian Yunsang urged her not to worry and to rest well, focusing on healing her leg injury first. Lu Oyu, however, clutched her chest, still shaken. Just yesterday, I argued with them, not realizing they were such vicious individuals. Thankfully, I was moved to a different ward. Otherwise, I would have genuinely feared being stabbed in the middle of the night. So it was wise to heed our advice, wasn't it? You were quite reluctant at first. Yu Zimo remarked with a humph. Luo Yushama glare. Following this incident, a trip to the wildlife park was no longer an option, as they lacked the inclination. There would be future opportunities, as Jiangcheng also had a zoo, so there was no rush. Unfortunately, the child had endured a great deal of fright, sustained injuries, and was now running a fever, having been sent to the hospital. At that moment, Zhao Zhao had already fallen asleep and had not heard the news. It was not until the next day that Jian Yunsang took her to the hospital, intending to check on the little girl, that Zhao Zhao discovered there was indeed another victim. The little girl was younger than Zhao Zhao, appearing to be only 4 years old. She had been kidnapped by Guan Hongliang and his gang for 4 or 5 days, confined to a small room. She had likely been beaten during the commotion, evident from the numerous bruises on her body, and there were injuries on her neck and a scab on the back of her head, leaving her in a pitiful state. It seemed this trauma had frightened her greatly, as even after being rescued, she sat dazed in the corner, hugging herself and burying her head. A kindly-looking female police officer was gently speaking to her, offering soft reassurances. The little girl did not respond, only cautiously taking a piece of bread to eat, not daring to consume much, merely nibbling before drinking a bit of water and retreating back into her corner. Observing her condition reminded Jian Yunsang of when she had first found Zhao Zhao, who had also been overly cautious and anxious, fearing reprimands and punishment. Guan Hongliang truly deserved his fate, and those traffickers should all be condemned. Zhao Zhao held her mother's hand, looking at her little sister, who appeared lost. After a considerable time, she mustered the courage to lift her head and ask, "Mom, may I speak with her?" Jian Yunsang glanced at the female officer, who hesitated for a moment, considering that there had been no progress on her end. Perhaps conversations between children could prove beneficial, and she nodded in agreement. Zhao Zhao approached the little girl slowly, squatting before her, and softly said, "Sister, you don't need to be afraid. We're not bad people. Would you like to eat a bit more? That little bit won't fill you up." She understood all too well the pangs of hunger. The little girl's earlier meager bite reminded her of the times she had shared a single bun over 2 days. Hearing the gentle voice, the little girl raised her head slightly to glance at Zhao Zhao, no longer lowering it. Perhaps because they were both children, she felt less fear. Zhao Zhao felt a glimmer of joy. "Sister, we will do our utmost to help you find your parents. Do not be afraid. I was once separated from my parents too, and I was also hurt. Look at my arm." Yu Zimo's expression darkened as he observed the scene. It was winter, and Zhao Zhao was dressed warmly. Even indoors, with the air conditioning on, she wore long sleeves and pants. Thus, he had not seen the bruises and wounds on her body. He was aware of the abuse Zhao Zhao had suffered over the past 2 years, but he had never witnessed it firsthand, and the impact of seeing it now was overwhelming. Yet, despite all this, Zhao Zhao remained so considerate, striving to comfort the little girl who had endured similar experiences, even revealing her own injuries. Yu Zimo felt a lump in his throat and turned away from the ward. Zhao Zhao, feeling a bit fatigued from squatting, decided to sit cross-legged before the little girl. The little girl's gaze fell upon Zhao Zhao's arms, where the visible injuries sparked a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Gradually, she relaxed her defenses, accepting the piece of bread Zhao Zhao offered, nibbling at it until it was gone. Zhao Zhao was delighted and fetched her some water, also taking the medicine handed over by the female officer. The little girl drank it, hesitating slightly before ultimately swallowing it down. Slowly, she began to utter a word or two. The female officer breathed a sigh of relief, attentively listening and recording the crucial details. Before long, the little girl appeared fatigued, nestling in the corner and closing her eyes. Zhao Zhao quietly rose and returned to her mother's side. Jian Yunsang gave her a thumbs up, whispering, "Zhao Zhao, you were wonderful." Zhao Zhao pressed her lips together and smiled joyfully. Upon exiting the hospital ward, Jian Yunsang inquired of the female officer regarding the developments concerning Guan Hongliang. Chapter 108. Why are there no tortures in the future trials of criminals? A night of relentless questioning ensued, but Guan Hongliang remained obstinate, continually seeking excuses. However, after an entire sleepless night of repetitive inquiries, he was likely dazed and disoriented, and his statements were riddled with inconsistencies. It was only a matter of time before he confessed. His accomplice had sustained severe injuries and had just regained consciousness, rendering him unable to be questioned. Jian Yunsang nodded, acknowledging the efforts made. Under the vast sky, the onlookers exchanged glances, while Emperor Jingxian seemed to contemplate deeply. The Minister of Justice and the Chief of the Supreme Court were both taken aback. Was the interrogation of criminals merely a matter of repetitive questioning? What had happened to the whips, the branding irons, the wooden clamps, and the clubs? Were such minor instruments of torture not employed? The individual known as Guan Hongliang was not merely a suspect. He was a bona fide criminal, caught in the act of heinous wrongdoing. Should not such a person be subjected to skinning, muscle extraction, dismemberment, or lynching? The officials present found this difficult to comprehend, having just claimed that they had interrogated him throughout the night. If torture had been employed, A treacherous individual like Guan Hongliang would likely have confessed within half an hour, rendering such extensive efforts unnecessary. Emperor Jingxian also found it hard to believe. The methods of interrogation in the future were far too lenient. Were it up to him, such a person would not even require interrogation. He would simply be dragged out and quartered without fear of injustice. Shaking his head, the emperor finally recognized a singular advantage that the Qi Dynasty had over future generations. Guan Hongliang confessed, stating that he had kidnapped children for the third time. The first incident was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision, prompted by his dire gambling debts. In a moment of desperation, he spotted a child playing alone at the door while the adults appeared to be inside, engaged in conversation. This alone might have sufficed, but the area was remote, devoid of any surveillance cameras. Lacking connections, he kept the child in his possession for several days. Upon releasing the child, the two of them received 80,000 yuan, dividing it equally, a considerable sum. In just a few days, they had made such easy money, and they gradually lost their moral compass. However, just as they were reveling in their success, an individual approached them, claiming to possess evidence that proved Guan Hongliang had abducted the child. Although Guan Hongliang had glanced around at the time, it was his first offense, and he was ultimately captured on camera. Strangely enough, this individual did not report the incident, but instead confronted Guan Hongliang, demanding a share of the money. With a brazen demand of 50,000 yuan, the two brothers, who had combined only earned 80,000, were perplexed. They had invested both money and effort, living in fear for several days. Why should this person demand such a large sum? What would happen to his gambling debts if he complied? The negotiations broke down and emotions escalated, ultimately culminating in a physical confrontation. This incident transpired over 10 days ago, and they had been living in constant fear since. Fortunately, no one had discovered them, and they had not sensed any unusual scrutiny. With their fears alleviated and money in hand, they gradually grew bolder. Thus, just a few days prior, they kidnapped a little girl named Chaochao. This time, they were prepared, having established a base and meticulously planned their actions, ultimately seizing her while she was unobserved and fleeing in a vehicle. Chaochao was confined in their hideout, as they intended to wait until they could release her before proceeding with their next job. Little did they know, they encountered a grandmother who was about to abandon her own grandchild at the hospital, leading them to seize yet another child. When Zhao Zhao entered the ward, they did not clearly see her features. They merely instinctively recognized that Luo Yu was in the same ward as his mother, and with the child moving in and out, they decided to take action. Therefore, even if Luo Yu and Jian Yunsang did not confront them, their minds were already set on nefarious intentions. Upon hearing this, Jian Yunsang's gaze turned fierce, wishing she had delivered a more forceful kick. Had she known, she would have followed up with further blows, incapacitating him completely. He Nanzhou grasped her hand, reassuring her that he would follow up on the matter. Those who took lives must face the consequences. Exhaling deeply, He Nanzhou continued. According to Guan Hongliang's account, after abducting the boy from the hospital, he immediately returned to their hideout. In their haste through the alley, they were unaware that Yu Zimo and Zhao Zhao were the very individuals with whom they had nearly clashed the day before. They only noticed a few people standing by a sweet potato stall and, fearing detection, quickened their pace, refraining from looking around too much. Little did they know, shortly after entering the alley, they sensed someone was following them. Guan Hongliang and his accomplices had never been pursued before, and they became anxious, uncertain whether their kidnapping of the child or their prior murder had been discovered. Regardless, it was bad news for them. Later, when they encountered Sun Huanyu and Yanzhou, the two brothers realized that their adversaries were skilled fighters and suspected that their murderous deeds had come to light, leading them to draw their knives in a panic. Once blood was shed, they became ruthless, having already committed murder. There was no retreat, only the necessity to fight to the end. Thus, they aimed for a swift resolution, intending to eliminate Sun Huanyu and escape quickly. Yet they were too late. Chapter 109, Divorce Sue Them. Only upon capture did Guan Hongliang learn that their murder had not been exposed. With a partial sense of relief, he complied with the inquiries regarding the abduction of a young boy, deliberately omitting any mention of the little girl who remained bound in their hideout, weakened by hunger and suffering from high fever. Were it not for He Nanzhou's timely reminder, the girl's fate could have been dire. Jian Yunsang inquired whether he disclosed where Chaochao had been taken. He did, revealing that she was from a neighboring city, and the police had already contacted the precinct there. Clues would soon emerge. That was reassuring. The little girl had already shared her name with Zhao Zhao, although she could not recall her parents' phone numbers. As long as Guan Hongliang revealed the location, her family should be found swiftly. The police also visited Guan Hongliang's hometown to search for the victims he had buried, including the first child he had kidnapped, following the leads provided by Guan Hongliang. Jian Yunsang nodded, noting that matters were progressing relatively smoothly. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked whether Sun Huanyu's family had been notified. Yes, they had been informed, and they were expected to arrive in the afternoon. Sun Huanyu had woken up once during the night, but due to excessive blood loss, he quickly fell back into a stupor and had yet to awaken again. As she pondered this, Yin's call came through. He had added Nanzhou's number the day before and had been quite excited afterward. Nanzhou answered, inquiring about the matter. Yinzhua, filled with joy, began to speak, but suddenly, furious curses erupted from the other end. Following that, Yin's phone call was abruptly terminated. Nanzhou and Jian Yunsang exchanged glances. Should they go and see what was happening? Sun Huanyu's hospital room was on the same floor, just a few steps away. Upon entering his room, they found Sun Huanyu still hurling curses, exclaiming things like, "What the hell? Is my life worthless? You useless dogs, just wait. Once I'm healed, I will teach them a lesson." Whom was he cursing? Jian Yunsang raised an eyebrow and took a few steps forward, only to discover that besides Yinzhua, there were two others in the room, the kidnapped boy and his mother, Hu Yuyan. A fruit basket on the table indicated that she had brought it along. Hu Yuyan held her bewildered child, looking helplessly at Sun Huanyu. Yinzhua was nervously trying to calm him down, saying, "I can't hold you steady. Please calm down. Don't move around. You just had surgery yesterday, and if your wound opens up, it will be chaos." Hu Yuyan, frightened, quickly spoke, "Mr. Sun, I am so grateful. Truly. I am. Please don't get agitated. You still have injuries." Sun Huanyu waved his hand, his tone considerably gentler. "It has nothing to do with you. I didn't scold you. You must be tired holding the child. Just sit over there for now." As soon as he finished speaking, he spotted Nanzhou and Jian Yunsang approaching and instinctively attempted to sit up. Yinzhua was frightened and broke into a cold sweat, especially since his own hand was still injured and he couldn't even use one hand to support himself. Had he known better, he would not have let the caregiver leave. Seeing this, Nanzhou felt somewhat speechless and quickly moved closer to press Sun Huanyu back down. "Lie down. With such a severe injury, you should not be restless." Sun Huanyu chuckled, stating that whether he was hurt or not was inconsequential. After all, he was not going to die, so a little pain was tolerable. The crucial point was that he and Hesan Shao had already established a friendship. More importantly, the act of bravery he had undertaken filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment. Jian Yunsang sat down on the sofa beside Hu Yuyan, who was holding the child, and invited her to join. However, at that moment, her entire focus was on her son, who lay unconscious, leaving her unable to spare her thoughts for anyone else. By the time she regained her composure, the He family had already departed. Subsequently, after a tug of war with her mother-in-law and husband, she finally came to express her gratitude. Jian Yunsang pulled her down to sit beside her and inquired about the child in her arms. "When did he wake up? What did the doctor say?" Hu Yuyan's eyes brimmed with tears as she recounted that the doctor had indicated that there seemed to be no immediate issues, but it was uncertain if there would be any lasting effects later on. The child appeared lethargic and unresponsive. "I initially didn't want to bring him out, but I was truly uneasy leaving him in the hospital room." Jian Yunsang could empathize. With a mother-in-law who wanted to abandon the child and a husband who was utterly confused, it was understandable that Hu Yuyan would want to keep the child close at all times. To make matters worse, the two of them were constantly arguing, making it difficult for the child to rest in the hospital. By bringing him here, she aimed not only to thank the benefactor who had rescued her child, but also to escape the turmoil surrounding her, allowing the child a moment of peace. After all, this was a hospital. The adjacent room was a waiting area, equipped with sofas and beds for companions, and accommodating another child was hardly an inconvenience. Just as she was feeling conflicted, Jian Yunsang suggested, "If you find this place inconvenient, why not rest in my mother's hospital room for a couple of days? My mother has a leg injury and is quite bored lying there all day. You can keep her company and help the caregiver a bit when she gets out of bed. It would just be a small favor." Moreover, she had a favorable impression of Hu Yuyan. She was not a foolish person. Jian Yunsang's primary concern was for the child, ensuring he could at least get some proper rest over the next few days. Hu Yin gazed at her drowsy child and finally acquiesced. I apologize for the trouble. Once the child is feeling better, I won't impose any longer. Jian Yunsang pondered for a moment before asking, what are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing this, Hu Yin gritted her teeth. Divorce. Sue them. San Huanyu fully supported this decision, declaring, yes, you must sever ties with them. What a disgraceful old woman. That scoundrel is just as bad. Hinanzhou lightly cleared his throat, interrupting him. San Huanyu looked up in confusion, while Yinzwood gently reminded him, there are still 2 children here. Please refrain from using foul language. San Huanyu chuckled awkwardly. I was just so angry that I lost track of my words. His frustration was palpable, coloring his face with indignation, even overshadowing his pain. Gradually calming down, San Huanyu addressed Hu Yin, I will assist you with this matter. From now on, this child will be my godson. I will do everything for my godson. There is no reason for him to suffer in that cruel household. If you pursue a divorce, and that scoundrel husband of yours does not agree, then I will help you sue him. I will ensure he leaves empty-handed. But you must be resolute. Do not let him charm you back into staying. If you toy with my commitment, I will take my vengeance on you too. I will not have endured this injury in vain. Hu Yin felt an inexplicable surge of energy from his seemingly threatening words. What was once a murky and uncertain future now felt illuminated, filling her with hope. Rest assured, this child is my life. This lesson is enough to leave a lifelong shadow. I will not allow myself to be humiliated further by that mother and son. Am I to let them abandon the child once more? Yesterday, I was fortunate to encounter a benefactor. Such good fortune is rare. I cannot endure it again. Then it's settled. San Huanyu was elated. Little Zhao Zhao nestled in Jian Yunsang's embrace, lifting her head to glance around, as though witnessing something of great significance. She quietly asked Jian Yunsang, Mom, what does it mean to leave with nothing? Leave with nothing? Jian Yunsang contemplated before providing a simple explanation. Leaving with nothing means that when a couple divorces, one party essentially departs with just their body, relinquishing all claims to shared assets. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. So, it means that regardless of whether it is the man or the woman, both can do this? Indeed, Zhao Zhao found it utterly remarkable. Back in Lu village, she had heard of the concept of divorce, often mentioned by villagers, particularly those threatening to divorce their disobedient wives or daughters-in-law. Just like Sister Lin Lan's grandparents, who often stated that Aunt Lin could not bear a son and should be divorced by Uncle Lin. Thankfully, Uncle Lin did not heed their words and treated Aunt Lin even better. However, some men in the village were not like that. If their wives did not meet their expectations, they would drag them to the village chief, threatening divorce. Women either endured in silence, pleaded for forgiveness, or resorted to desperate measures. Therefore, when she first heard about her grandparents' divorce, she was taken aback. Later, upon learning that it was not the same as divorce, and that her grandmother had initiated it while possessing wealth, she sighed in relief, realizing how fortunate modern times were for women, who were not forced into dire straits or sent away penniless, but could still lead a decent life. Now, however, Zhao Zhao had encountered another possibility. Could it be that a wife could ensure her husband received nothing at all? The people of the Qi were equally perplexed. It seemed improbable to them. While it was conceivable for a woman to leave empty-handed, how could this apply to men as well? This was utterly inconceivable. It was one thing for a woman to take her share of the assets, but to prevent a man from receiving even a penny? Was this not defying the natural order? In the Qi, there were provisions for divorce, which might be common for ordinary folk. Yet among the gentry, divorce was typically the norm, especially for those whose families had committed offenses or faced confiscation or exile. In such cases as relatives, some would fear being implicated, while others aimed to protect their children, leading to separations to sever ties completely, thus becoming strangers to one another. Generally, when a woman divorced, she could retain her dowry, but that was the extent of it. Taking even a grain of rice from her husband's family was entirely out of the question, let alone the children of that family. Initially, she had thought the woman's husband's family was so cruel that life would be difficult for her in the future. Even if she divorced, what about her child? She could never take the child away. Without her protection, the husband's family could mistreat the child as they pleased. However, now it seemed that a child could be taken away. This was hard to believe. The child bore her husband's surname and belonged to the Qian family. And since her husband was still alive, along with his grandparents, how could they allow her to take their child? Hadn't they seen that when Miss Jian's parents divorced, she stayed with her father? This child was a son, after all, essential for carrying on the family line. They would not agree, and the family would certainly not consent. What's the matter with this son? Even if he is a boy, why does his grandmother want to abandon him? Since she intends to discard him, isn't it the same to take him away with his mother? This perplexes Sun Huanyu, who cannot fathom why, especially considering the child is a handsome boy. Hu Yuyin, with a bitter smile, explains that she heard from someone that the child is incompatible with her husband and would adversely affect his fortunes. Coincidentally, after the child was born, her husband's company suffered mismanagement, leading to layoffs. Although he was not dismissed, his salary was reduced, and, subsequently, the business declined over the next 2 years, further solidifying her mother-in-law's belief that the child brought misfortune. She even suggested giving the child away and having another. Sun Huanyu, feeling both amused and exasperated, questioned her sanity, asserting that the downturn was due to her husband's incompetence, not the child's existence. He assured Hu Yuyin that he would handle the situation and would not allow them to take advantage of them. He also noted that if she required assistance, she should not hesitate to call. Sun Huanyu was astonished by his calmness. He harbored a strong aversion to such superstitions, especially knowing that Zhao Zhao had also endured similar hardships due to the Hu family's beliefs, which he detested deeply. Consequently, he felt compelled to contribute positively to the situation. As the conversation dwindled, Sun Huanyu, still recovering from her injury, required ample rest. Hu Yuyin accompanied Jian Yunsang and others to Luo Yu's hospital room. Upon learning of her plight, Luo Yu expressed deep sympathy and strongly supported her decision to divorce. In the afternoon, Sun Huanyu's parents arrived. He met them, but Jian Yunsang was unaware of their discussion. She took Zhao Zhao to visit a little girl named Chaochao. After a day of comfort, Chaochao's emotions had stabilized, though she still harbored some fear of adults. Consequently, the police approached Zhao Zhao, urging her to converse with Chaochao and encourage her to eat. Jian Yunsang seized the opportunity to inquire about Chaochao's family. The female police officer nodded, stating they had located her parents, who were en route to Fan City and should arrive by evening. It was crucial for Chaochao's parents to be present for her peace of mind. Otherwise, Zhao Zhao felt her efforts to soothe her would be in vain. Zhao Zhao, who had never been adept at comforting others, was at her limit. However, contrary to expectations, Chaochao's parents did not arrive until late at night. Alongside Hu Yuyin, there was the female police officer who had previously cared for Chaochao, accompanied by a young couple. Several boxes of gifts were laid out on the table, presumably brought by them. Upon their arrival, the female officer greeted them with a smile, introducing them as Chaochao's parents. They had arrived the previous night and wished to express their gratitude for saving their daughter. As Sun Huanyu was still unconscious, she had brought them to this area first. Chaochao's condition visibly improved with her parents present. Her previous timidity almost entirely dissipated. Zhao Zhao smiled brightly, affirming her words. The two little girls stepped aside to converse. In truth, it was Sun Huanyu who had endured the most hardship during the rescue, although the police's timely response, prompted by Hinanzhou's reminder, led to Chaochao's rescue. The grateful couple offered gifts that reflected their sincere appreciation. Observing this, Hu Yin felt a pang of guilt. Although her son had also been saved, her capacity to reciprocate was quite limited. Before long, Chaochao's family departed to reunite with her grandparents, who had been anxiously awaiting her return. Fortunately, Chaochao had not had a fever since the previous morning, and after a day and night of rest, her spirits had noticeably improved. She clung to Zhao Zhao's hand until the moment they had to part, reluctantly releasing it. Thank you, Sister Zhao Zhao. I will always remember you. I will too. The two children bid farewell, and as they watched the car fade from view, Zhao Zhao excitedly raised her phone watch. Mom, Xiaoxiao's mother said she would get her phone watch too. She wrote down my number, and she will call me later. She's my good friend now. This thought filled her with joy, and Jian Yunseng shared in her happiness. It was wonderful to see Zhao Zhao thriving. Taking her out had proven beneficial. The little girl was gradually becoming more cheerful, leaving her past hardships behind. As mother and daughter strolled back to the hospital, Zhao Zhao suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. Jian Yunseng recognized this expression. It indicated an increase in her energy value. Surrounded by a bustling crowd, Jian Yunseng gently lifted the girl and quietly asked if her energy value had risen again. Zhao Zhao hesitated before enthusiastically nodding, her hands gesturing excitedly. Yes, it has increased significantly. How much? very clearly. 405. Jian Yunsang was astonished. So much. She had thought the previous increase of 105 was the total energy value from the incident. To discover that it had risen again after Chaochao's departure was unexpected. Yet, the disparity between the previous increase and the current one was striking. She sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. Soon enough, Hinanzhou approached her with news that the bodies of the brothers who had been murdered and buried by Guan Hongliang had been found, along with information regarding the first kidnapped child. Thus, it became clear the increase in energy value was the result of 3 significant events: the rescue of Hu Yuyan's son, Chaochao, and the discovery of the victim's remains, culminating in 405. Therefore, Zhao Zhao had gained an astonishing 600 energy points from the rescue of the children and the apprehension of the traffickers. This was solely due to her discovery of the traffickers and the hidden children, although she played a crucial role. The actual efforts were primarily those of the police and Sun Huanyu. Zhao Zhao's energy threshold appeared to exceed her expectations, including the energy values from seemingly distant events. The total reached 725. That evening, Jian Yunsang discussed this with Hinanzhou, who contemplated whether reaching 1,000 would yield any changes. Jian Yunsang glanced at Zhao Zhao, who was peacefully sleeping between them, and exhaled a sigh of relief. For now, it seemed that the energy value had no adverse effects on her. After encountering such turmoil, they delayed their departure by a day, booking a flight for the following day. Fortunately, the New Year holiday coincided with their schedule, allowing for more relaxed arrangements. Originally, Hinanzhou intended to accompany Jian Yunsang and the others to Jiangcheng, but after the recent events, he seemed to have matured significantly. Yu Zimo had become quite familiar with Zhao Zhao, rendering his absence inconsequential. Moreover, with Luo Yu still hospitalized, he would have been alone. Jian Yunsang bid farewell to Luo Yu and subsequently visited Sun Huanyu. Though he would likely remain hospitalized for some time, he was indifferent. Although he was recuperating, he was enjoying life. Particularly, having formed a friendship with He Sanshao had earned him newfound respect from his father, who had often belittled him. This made Sun Huanyu feel that the injury had been well worth it. Even his father readily acquiesced to any of his requests. For instance, he expressed a desire to become Hu Yuyan's godfather, to find her a lawyer for the divorce proceedings, and to provide living and educational expenses for his godson, to which his father surprisingly nodded without hesitation. In response, Jian Yunsang truly wished to convey that Mr. Sun's compliance was not merely due to his acquaintance with Hinanzhou, but rather because he was injured while attempting to save someone. That was the fundamental reason. However, seeing his self-satisfied demeanor, Jian Yunsang chose to swallow her words. After bidding farewell, the trio set off for the airport. Yu Zimo, who saw them off, felt a sense of reluctance. Despite spending the past few days in the hospital, he felt considerably lighter with his sister and brother-in-law around, as if he had found a pillar of support. Now that they were suddenly leaving, he felt a void, as though the burden on his shoulders had intensified significantly. As Jian Yunsang and the others passed through security, Yu Zimo turned away, declining Chun Fong's offer for a ride, opting instead to take the subway. Upon seeing Yu Fu, whom he had not encountered for several days, his expression soured. "Dad, your timing is impeccable. My sister just left, and the sofa is still warm, and here you are?" Yu Fu disregarded his son's sardonic remarks, handing a peeled apple to Luo Yu. He then spoke in a gentle tone, "I'll take good care of you in the next few days. It's not that I'm avoiding Yunsang. I've just been too busy. Now that I've wrapped up, here I am. If you have anything to say, just let me know. I'm far more reliable than this boy." Yu Zimo snorted. "Dad, that's quite the contradiction. What do you mean by more reliable than me? If you were, would you have shown up only now? And you say it's not to avoid my sister. Should I call her now so you can say a few words to her? You're just a child. Why are you interjecting into adult conversations? You should be more considerate of your parents." "Fine, I'll call my sister right now." With that, he dialed the number. Yu Fu was taken aback and rushed over to snatch the phone. "You little rascal." Yu Zimo quickly dodged, and on the other end, Jian Yunsang had already answered. Yu Fu, fuming, could only glare at him, unable to make any substantial movements. Yu Zimo triumphantly shook the phone and said, "Sister, I've arrived at the hospital." "Good. We are about aboard. Wishing you a smooth journey. Let me know when you arrive. Goodbye." Jian Yunsang hung up, and Hinanzhou asked her who called. "Yu Zimo." He said yes at the hospital. Jian Yunsang smiled, adding, "But I think I heard Uncle Yu's voice. He has probably been lingering outside the hospital for the past few days, perhaps keeping an eye on our departure." He Nanzhou found this amusing. Despite having met Yu Fu only 2 or 3 times, he had gleaned some understanding of him. He was not a bad person, just somewhat timid and a bit materialistic. In contrast, Yu Zimo possessed an entirely different character. Aside from their appearance, the father and son were hardly alike. Shaking his head at this thought, He Nanzhou embraced Zhao Zhao, preparing to board. Under the expansive sky, the people of the Qi began to feel a renewed sense of anticipation. The past few days with Zhao Zhao had been fraught with excitement. They had just learned about the appearance and whereabouts of the sweet potato, and before they could even relish the news, they encountered assailants and witnessed Zhao Zhao's energy levels soar. The emotional roller coaster was overwhelming, and those with even slightly frail hearts could scarcely endure it. Despite having experienced the skies once, they yearned for more. In contrast, Zhao Zhao remained remarkably composed. Although she spent most of the journey gazing out the window, when the flight attendant brought food, she shyly smiled and expressed her gratitude. By the time they arrived at Jiangxing International Airport, it was already noon. The person there to greet them was Jiang Yangping, who took them directly to Jinfeng Mountain Villa before departing. Song Zhun, upon hearing the commotion, rushed out and immediately enveloped Zhao Zhao in her arms. "Oh, my darling, Grandma has missed you so much." Zhao Zhao's little face flushed with warmth. She had gradually grown accustomed to the affectionate exuberance from her family. Thus, she joyfully leaped into Song Zhun's embrace, looking up obediently and calling out Grandma. In Chapter 113, Cousin Chu Chu engages in winter swimming. Song Zhun, noticing that their expressions looked quite well, refrained from asking further questions and instead mentioned, "Your brother-in-law has brought Li Yang and Chu Chu. They arrived last night." He Nanzhou expressed surprise. "Where are they?" "Your brother-in-law and Lu Yang went out to meet some friends. Chu Chu is swimming in the back." "Swimming?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao instinctively shivered. "Grandma, isn't it winter? Isn't swimming cold?" "Indeed, it sounds cold just thinking about it." "Your cousin Chu Chu insisted on winter swimming," Song Jin replied, unable to suppress a shiver. Zhao Zhao blinked, puzzled by the concept of winter swimming. There was a river near Lu village, although it wasn't very wide. Many boys would swim there in the summer, making a raucous noise. Zhao Zhao occasionally passed by while gathering firewood, feeling a twinge of envy at the sounds of laughter. However, she dared not approach, fearing she might be scolded as an unlucky star. Even when washing clothes by the river, she would go early in the morning before others arrived. But in winter, aside from the women washing clothes, no one would dare enter the water. It was far too cold. Even those who sought to fish were typically strong adults using nets. Now, Grandma said someone was swimming, especially her cousin Chu Chu. Zhao Zhao doubted her understanding of swimming. Just then, she heard Jian Yunsong's voice. "Zhao Zhao, Sister Chu Chu is at the pool. Do you want to go greet her?" "Okay." Zhao Zhao nodded, while the people of the Qi exchanged glances, equally skeptical of what they had just heard. He Nanzhou did not follow. He and Song Zhun walked towards the living room, discussing the events of the past few days, including Zhao Zhao's rising energy levels. Song Zhun's eyelids twitched in astonishment. "Is that so?" "Thankfully, it was a close call. May the Buddha bless us. Those 2 human traffickers must not be let off the hook. If they're allowed to roam free again, they will surely harm others. They took lives. It won't be easy for them to get out. Rest assured, I will follow up on this matter." Zhao Zhao had already followed Jian Yunsang to the backyard, where there was a large pool. Previously, the pool had been dry, and though Zhao Zhao had been curious about the large blue pit, she had been too timid to inquire, unaware of its purpose. Now, hearing her mother say it was meant for swimming, she was utterly bewildered. Their family had specifically dug a large pit for swimming? She had thought Grandma meant swimming in the pond, where fishing was allowed. Just as she pondered this, a sudden splash of water caught her attention. Startled, she hurried forward a few steps and saw that the large pit was now brimming with water. The water was crystal clear, shimmering under the sunlight like jewels. At that moment, a figure glided through the sparkling water like a graceful mermaid, creating ripples as it moved. Zhao Zhao watched in awe, her little hand tightly gripping Jian Yunsong's, instinctively holding her breath. So swimming could be so beautiful? She had seen villagers swimming in Lu village before, but it had always been rough and unrefined. Most of the time, they simply dove in, splashing around, and emerged moments later, looking like drowned rats. They lacked technique and merely played in the water to cool off. Today, Zhao Zhao felt she had witnessed what true swimming was for the first time. As she pondered, The individual in the water suddenly lifted their head, surfacing momentarily to draw a breath before sinking back down. Their eyes were gently closed, revealing a delicate visage beneath the water-esque surface, resembling a radiant lotus flower, as if the entire being glowed with an ethereal light. Jian Yunsang had already taken Chaochao by the hand and approached, smiling as she waved to her. Chu. Shenruo Chu raised her head, and upon recognizing them, immediately broke into a broad smile, waving back. Jioma, Chaochao, feeling a bit shy, pursed her lips and softly called out. Chu Jie. Chaochao is so well-behaved, Shenruo Chu observed. She remained submerged, with only her head above water, her shoulders still hidden beneath the surface. However, despite this, her attire was still quite revealing. The pond water was remarkably clear. Even though Chaochao was a little distance from the edge, she could still see the expanse of bare skin on Shenruo Chu's arms and back. This sight left Chaochao feeling somewhat flustered. For the onlookers from the Qi beneath the vast sky, the impact was rather considerable. Since the moment they had seen Shenruo Chu swimming in the pool, they had begun to question their own vision. After all, the sun was quite bright, and the distance made misinterpretation plausible. Yet, now that she was right before them, they could see clearly that her attire was indeed quite scant. This was utterly scandalous. How could she dress in such a manner? Even for swimming, it was inappropriate to reveal so much. Yes, this was outdoors. If it were indoors, it might be understandable. But how could one dress like this in broad daylight? Her entire back and arms were exposed, and even her neckline was excessively low. Good heavens, was she not a respectable young lady? How could she present herself in this way? In the courtyard, their household servants were also milling about. Perhaps even that steward, Ji Guanjia, was lurking in some corner, peeking. Yet, some interjected softly, surely it cannot be that serious. In families like theirs, there are rules that prevent men from approaching. Did you not see that young master did not come over? Only Chaochao and her mother are present. But they argued this was still outside. And what if someone were to suddenly intrude? There were no doors to stop anyone. Indeed, this woman was too brazen. Many began to murmur and point fingers, with the tone of their criticism growing increasingly heated. Even Emperor Jingxian could not help but click his tongue, reflecting how to say it. The concubines in my harem would likely don such attire only to attract my attention while bathing. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice echoed from above. Chaochao mai, em here. Accompanied by boisterous laughter, a familiar small figure rushed over. Yuan's exuberance left Chaochao with no time to consider anything else, and she instinctively replied, I was thinking. That's good, then I can rest easy. Yuan declared, patting his chest with slight pride. With an amused snort, Shenruo Chu could no longer suppress her laughter. Yuan, is that how you use rest easy? A poor student indeed, spouting idioms with such conviction. Yuan, seemingly just noticing her presence, exclaimed in surprise, Chu Jie, you're here too? Shenruo Chu's expression darkened. Heiji Yuan, at your young age, do your eyes not work properly? How could you not see me standing right here? Yet, Yuan appeared oblivious, squatting down as he spoke to himself. Oh, so you're swimming here. The weather is indeed nice today. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he jumped up. I want to swim too. He turned to Chaochao, sister. Do you want to join? Let us go play in the water. Chaochao shook her head repeatedly, her expression revealing a hint of fear. No, I can't. It doesn't matter if you can't. I'll show you how. If you watch well, you can cheer for me. Oops, I meant. Wait here while I go change in my swimwear. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off, bouncing away until he disappeared from sight, not even pausing to greet Jian Yunsang. Shenruo Chu took a moment before calling after him, with that dog-paddling style of yours. Don't embarrass yourself. No, she certainly did not wish to share a swimming pool with a child, especially not Yuan. Yuan paid no heed and had already dashed into the house. The crowd from the Qi fell into an eerie silence, lingering for a while before someone awkwardly chuckled. I told you, with no doors or walls. Anyone could stumble in and see that girl. Well, it's all right. Yuan is so small. It doesn't count, another remarked. Yet, even such a young child seems to understand a bit. In truth, there was no need for such alarm. Children from their village often swam in the river. It was normal. You mentioned children swimming in rivers, but now we have a young maiden in the water, and she is dressed so scantily. Have you ever seen a girl from your village clad in so little while swimming? No, not at all. Even girls who dress modestly never venture out in such attire. The crowd exchanged glances. Even those self-proclaimed well-versed nobles found themselves at a loss for words. Some older scholars contemplated voicing criticism, but hesitated upon observing Jian Yunseng's composed demeanor, fearing that any harsh words might reveal their lack of understanding. After all, perhaps this was normal in another time? Let us watch and see. Clad in his long down jacket, he now held a bright yellow towel and a swim ring shaped like a car. He tossed the swim ring onto the ground, took a deep breath, and removed his jacket, tossing it onto a nearby beach chair, revealing his bare legs clad only in shorts. But the next moment, he immediately crossed his arms, shivering and stomping his feet, exclaiming, "So cold, so cold." Jian Yun sang, Shun Ruo Chu, and Chaochao instinctively covered their eyes, leaving the onlookers of the Qi momentarily blinded, unable to see anything. However, Yuan quickly called out, "Chaochao, why are you covering your eyes? Is it because my physique is so poor that it hurts your eyes?" Jian Yun sang, and Shun Ruo Chu exchanged incredulous glances, pondering where he had learned such peculiar phrases. Chaochao lowered her hands, feeling that to continue hiding would only cause disappointment. She turned back to Yuan, who had wrapped a towel around his shoulders and placed the swim ring in the pool, cautiously easing himself into the water. With a sudden shout, he exclaimed, "It's cold." Shun Ruo Chu rolled her eyes. "If it's cold, then don't go in. I'm a strong boy. What'd I say, little cold to me?" He huffed, adjusting his stance and silently encouraging himself as he prepared to enter. After a brief moment in the water, Yuan adapted quickly, exhaling softly as he relaxed his body, turning to Chaochao at the edge of the pool. "Sister, look, I'm driving in the water. It's warm beneath the surface." Shun Ruo Chu could only roll her eyes in response. Yuan kicked his legs vigorously, propelling himself and the car-shaped swim ring forward, and from above, it appeared as though he was genuinely driving smoothly. Chaochao found it amusing. That swim ring seemed to be an incredible invention, allowing one to float effortlessly on the water's surface regardless of movement, ensuring safety even for those who could not swim. The citizens of the Qi also marveled at the swim ring, questioning its composition and whether it was capable of supporting various weights without sinking, finding it quite convenient. Inhabitants residing by the rivers and lakes, upon witnessing the unfolding events, speculated that it bore resemblance to our contemporary sheepskin bags. After all, do we not bind a dozen sheepskin bags beneath our bamboo rafts? If one were to embrace a sheepskin bag, one could indeed float on the water surface. They remarked that the swimming rings there appeared far more elegant and lightweight than sheepskin bags. One individual rolled their eyes, questioning the ignorance in their assumptions, noting the vast passage of time since their era, now marked by the presence of airplanes. Thus, it was only reasonable for the sheepskin bags to appear somewhat antiquated. Yet, there were still those entangled in the moral quandaries surrounding Yuan's actions. Yuan had already entered the water. Why had the young lady not surfaced yet? Truly, society's morals seem to be deteriorating. "Are you still watching?" one exclaimed. "I wish to see just how far they can descend into indecency." Just as this individual voiced their indignation, a figure suddenly appeared against the backdrop of the sky, tall and composed, with a slight furrow in his brow. The crowd collectively gasped as they recognized the figure at the pool's edge, Hijien, the elder cousin of Zhao, whom they had previously encountered. "This is utterly scandalous," they murmured, recalling their earlier assertions that no man would dare approach, even outdoors. Then Yuan had come, and they dismissed it by saying he was merely a child. But now what could they say? Hijien was already 16, a man capable of taking a wife. He had laid eyes on the young lady, Shun. Perhaps he had stumbled in inadvertently and would soon depart. Hijien had previously tutored Zhao, his demeanor calm and his words pleasant, earning him respect as a cultured and learned gentleman in the hearts of many. Thus, they were reluctant to acknowledge him as a base individual who would take advantage of a young lady. They sought to provide him with excuses, hoping he would turn and leave swiftly. However, Hijien did not depart. Instead, he furrowed his brow and called out to Yuan, urging him to come ashore. Recalling the last incident where someone had played in the water and caught a cold, howling in refusal to take medicine, Yuan, undeterred, continued to splash about, declaring, "I shall not come up. I want Zhao to see my magnificent figure." He then turned to Zhao, inviting, "Sister, would you like to join me in the water? I shall share my car-shaped swimming ring with you. Zhao Zhao shook her head. I cannot swim. It appears too cold. He Yan's eyelids twitched as he moved to pull him out, commanding, He Yuan, come here. I will not. I will not catch a cold. I am perfectly warm. Look, I even have a towel draped over my shoulders, and the sun is so bright today. Do not grab me, help. He struggled to escape, kicking his legs vigorously, his body twisting in all directions. In his frantic movements, he inadvertently kicked Shen Ruochu, splashing water all over her face and head. He Yuan, Shen Zuo. Yet Yuan remained oblivious, continuing to shout for help, even as his brother ceased his attempts to catch him. Zhao could not help but chuckle at the sight. Her laughter diffused the tension, causing both He Yin and Shen Ruochu, initially annoyed, to momentarily forget their grievances. As they exchanged glances, Shen Ruochu noticed Yuan approaching her again, prompting her to hastily step aside and climb the steps. Emerging from the water, Zhao's attention was drawn to her mouth slightly agape. Earlier, she had only discerned that Sister Ruochu's attire exposed her back. Now, she realized how form-fitting the swimsuit was, perfectly accentuating Sister Ruochu's figure, particularly her long, slender legs, reminiscent of exquisite artwork. In that moment, Sister Ruochu appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, radiantly beautiful. Zhao recognized that her mother was also attractive, yet Sister Ruochu's beauty was an entirely different genre. While they marveled at Shen Ruochu's figure, some could not help but swallow hard. Despite her revealing attire, the temperature seemed to rise around them. Indeed, this young lady was captivatingly beautiful. However, the more they harbored inappropriate thoughts, the more vociferous their criticism of Shen Ruochu's actions became. They simply could not fathom her behavior. Had she truly emerged from the water like that, clad so minimally in front of men? The moral decay of society was beyond their ability to articulate. They were utterly shocked. If memory served, this young lady, Shen, was the daughter of Zhao Zhao's aunt, who held a prominent position. Were the offspring of officials so audacious? Much like the princesses of the previous dynasty, who were rumored to have kept numerous suitors. Yet even then, it was unheard of for a princess to exhibit such exposure publicly. Many turned their attention to He Yin, eager to discern his reaction. However, they saw him merely turn and walk towards the beach chairs. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Thankfully, young master, he was indeed the composed and cultured scholar they believed him to be, aware of propriety and refraining from gazing where he ought not. In truth, the swimsuit Shen Ruochu wore was relatively modest compared to others. It was a halter-style suit, revealing a significant portion of her back. But the lower half was a short skirt, and the neckline was not overly deep, presenting an image of youthful exuberance. She had not even donned a bikini. Had she done so, the crowd would have erupted. Shen Ruochu approached Zhao and playfully lifted her chin, asking what's wrong. Have you been mesmerized? Zhao, feeling bashful, shrank back, replying, Sister Ruochu, you look beautiful. Ah, Zhao's words are sweet as honey. Come, let me see, Shen Ruochu exclaimed, utterly enamored by the soft and endearing little girl, far more delightful than the mischievous Yuan. Zhao blushed deeply. Jianyun Sang could not help but face-palm, inquiring, Ruochu, are you not cold? Shen Ruochu, as if just realizing, immediately crossed her arms and stomped her feet, exclaiming, cold, friesen. No sooner had she spoken than a towel was draped over her shoulders. She turned to find He Yin standing behind her. This gesture, however, sent shockwaves through the gathering of the Chaochao citizens, as if the very heavens had collapsed. Young master, he had not left. He had even crossed boundaries by draping a towel over Shen's shoulders. Gasps filled the air. Such conduct was deemed improper. The citizens of the Chaochao felt their heads spinning, questioning the implications of such an act. Surely, they must be mistaken. Young master, he, such an upstanding figure, could not possibly engage in such behavior. He had not only seen Shen with his own eyes, but also performed such an intimate gesture. How could this be? Their hearts felt shattered. Little did He Yin realize that during that patient, gentle afternoon spent educating Zhao Zhao, he had unwittingly garnered a host of admirers, all eagerly awaiting his appearance. Now that these admirers had finally laid eyes upon him, it seemed their world was on the brink of collapse.